Ayu, im chuyen adno. Today we'll look at a new manhwa titled, The Demon Lord. All my female disciples want to eliminate me. This demon lord kept his 3 disciples like toys, monitoring their every move even in their bedrooms. Thus, the disciples plotted together, telling the 3rd disciple to bring a poison pill to take the demon lord's life. But he tricked her. She shed tears of sorrow and felt deep regret, even falling completely for him, becoming obsessed with the demon lord. Very well, this is my good disciple. Turns out the man playing the game is named by Foam. While fighting the final boss, he unexpectedly transmigrated into the game's ultimate villain. Demon Lord Qingling by Qingling is a cruel character. He not only controlled 3 disciples as beautiful as flowers and jade, also betrayed his master, pushing him into a furnace to refine a human pill. To keep his secrets, he even murdered his fellow disciples, leaving only one junior sister who fled to the ends of the earth. The game ends with a decisive battle against Lin Lam, the leader of the righteous path. But he was defeated, losing 1,000 years of cultivation before fleeing back to the Zhongming sect's lair. He realizes this is the end of the story. In the original plot, Bai Qingling is poisoned to death by his 3 most trusted disciples. Suddenly, a voice comes from outside. Master, are you inside? It is time for your medicine. As expected, she has arrived. She is Zhenxinger, the 3rd disciple of Bai Qingling. Right now, she is being incited to poison him under the guise of delivering medicine, following the protagonist Xiao Chen's plan. At this moment, Zhenxinger opens the door, preparing to offer the medicine. Bai Qingling panics. This is exactly like the original story. But I cannot die yet. I absolutely cannot let my beautiful disciple fall into the hands of that protagonist Xiao Chen. Then the system rings out. Congratulations on binding the great love system. First mission. Move Zhenxinger with affection. Bai Qingling is speechless. I'm a great demon lord. Why am I doing something so strange? Suddenly, he realizes something is wrong. In the original story, Zhenxinger's feelings only developed after he died. This means she still can't bear to kill him yet. This is the breakthrough. So, Bai Qingling pretends to be warm and says, Xinger, don't be so reserved. Come here quickly. Zhenxinger cannot believe it. The man who usually terrifies everyone is actually being a bit gentle today. But she still kneels on the ground to greet her master. She encourages herself to stay strong. Senior brother Xiao Chun guaranteed that since master's origin is heavily injured, just drinking the soul-devouring powder will surely kill him without any hope of reincarnation. So she takes out the medicine bottle, saying she found a 100-year spirit herb to refine this demon pill. Is a pill refined so quickly safe to use? This pill is at least grade 7. Please rest assured, master. But Bai Qingling notices a red glow. She added her own blood to refine a grade 9 pill. Zhenxinger fearfully explains that it was to enhance the medicinal properties. Qingling suspiciously asks, So, did you add it on purpose or by accident? Hearing this, Zhenxinger is startled. She immediately kneels and hurriedly guarantees it will be over 90% effective. Qingling thinks to himself, So eager for me to eat it. Do you really want your master to die that fast? But when someone is most anxious, they are also at their weakest. Then he takes the pill out of Zhenxinger's bottle. Zhenxinger asks if master wants to use it immediately. At this moment, she recalls the past and feels pity. If master is not satisfied, Xinger can make it again. Bai Qingling's gaze right now makes her feel as if he is eager to kill her. He immediately leads her to a certain place. Does master not trust Xinger? Follow me, don't ask too many questions. Then he goes down to the basement. Qingling laughs inwardly. As expected, she doesn't have the courage to turn on him. He leads her to a door covered in countless bones. This makes Zhenxinger extremely terrified. Master, what is this? This is where Bai Qingling was finished off by Xiao Chun in the original story. He tells her about the one-eyed mages in the 100,000 mountains who wanted to harm him. Fortunately, his demon blood manifested, allowing him to escape. Once his demonic art was successful, the first thing he did was return to the 100,000 mountains for revenge. This makes Zhenxinger sigh in sympathy for her master. She begins to understand him better, but then remembers her senior sister's words. If we don't kill him, who knows how many more will die? Bai Qingling isn't just showing her these things. He slowly opens the door. Appearing before her eyes is the Iron Shadow Demon Pearl. Her senior sister once said master refined this to monitor them and turn them into toys. Her senior sister also warned her to pretend not to know about the pearl's existence. But she doesn't understand why master is showing it to her. At this moment, the Iron Shadow Demon Pearl shows an image of Zhenxinger as a child. Turns out that when she was little, her village was raided by bandits. Thanks to Bai Qingling's intervention and adoption, she survived. Seeing this scene, Sun Shinger is deeply moved. Shinger, I have made many enemies in my life, and disciples like you will be targeted for assassination. This Iron Shadow Demon Pearl is to protect you all. Could it be that Master has always used this pearl for protection and not to monitor us? Qingling puts on a righteous air. The world knows I am harsh. If I die, you can use that as an excuse to avoid being implicated. I intended to keep this secret forever, but seeing that you've decided to kill me, I no longer care about anything else. I only wish for your safety. Sun Shinger cries and lunges forward. Master, Shinger was wrong. I shouldn't have let outsiders drive a wedge between us. Master is the best person to me. I love Master the most. System notification. Congratulations on completing the beginner mission, receiving 500 points and a gold chest. Bai Qingling is overjoyed. So using great love has moved her. To survive, he must change this deadly plot. He tells Shinger to name the instigator. She kneels and confesses it was Xiao Chan of the Ghost Hall who sowed discord between master and disciple. She earnestly begs for a chance to redeem herself, asking Master to impose the harshest punishment, as long as he doesn't kick her out. He replies, "This lord will give you a chance to redeem yourself through merit." He gently places his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She is overjoyed, looking at him with infatuation. "Yes, I await Master's orders." At Ghost Hall, Senior Sister Tantai worries about how Shinger is doing and whether that demon has discovered her. Second Senior Sister Tantai Lingyin muses, "I told Shinger to send a message immediately regardless of success or failure. Yet there is still no news." Xiao Chen hurriedly wants to go check, but the second senior sister puts a sword to his neck, warning him not to act rashly. She says the place is full of terrifying restrictions that only Shinger can enter. Forcing his way in would only lead to death. Xiao Chen sighs and waits, then suddenly cheers when he sees Sun Shinger appear. Junior Sister Shinger is back. Xiao Chen happily tries to hold her hand, but Shinger dodges, surprising him. Her expression turns cold. He is disappointed that after years of helping her, he can't even hold her hand now. The second senior sister urgently asks Shinger if she succeeded and why she didn't send word. She hesitantly replies, reporting to senior sister, "Shinger has succeeded." Xiao Chen cheers in delight. He thinks to himself that after years of being a mole, now that he's eliminated the demon who shook the continent, he will be famous in the righteous path. Shinger recounts that the demon has taken the soul-devouring powder. Xiao Chen adds that he bought this poison from the black market at a very high price. In just 7 days, the poison will reach its peak. Even a great expert will have their soul destroyed. Lingyin suspiciously asks Xiao Chen why he is so enthusiastic about helping them eliminate their own master. Sun Shinger agrees, seeing that his performance is overly dedicated. Xiao Chen smugly says it's because he can't bear to see them bullied and wants to rescue them from their suffering. Shinger suspiciously hides behind Lingyin and asks, "Could it be that you've had designs on us sisters from the very beginning?" Xiao Chen hurriedly waves his hand in denial. Lingyin tells him to go prepare for the evening class at the Ghost Hall. All will be clear in 7 days. Xiao Chen bows and walks away, thinking to himself that women truly change quickly. When only the two of them are left, Lingyin asks Shinger if she feels sad. Sun Shinger calmly asks back, "Senior sister, have you ever thought? Could Master be different from what we thought?" Lingyin reassures her that Xiao Chen's evidence is clear, and he cannot be forgiven. Sun Shinger's eyes are sad and full of contemplation. Meanwhile, Bai Qingling calculates using Shinger to buy time while preparing to receive his system reward. A glittering treasure chest appears in the space. Exactly like the chest in the game, he gently recites the command to open it. A notification appears. "Open successful. Please choose one of the following 3 secret treasures." The first card is the elastic divine art and the seduction techniques of the Bliss sect ancestors. Finally, there's the Demon Lord cultivation reversion card, which helps return to any stage of cultivation from the first life. He hesitates. Those other techniques are clearly for human cultivators, not demonic ones. Decides to choose the Demon Lord cultivation reversion card. He is smug because he can restore his peak soul formation strength. In 7 days, we'll see who lives and who dies. Bai Qingling stands before a bloody scene, silently calculating his plan to trick Lingyin and Xiao Chen. He sees Xiao Chen's figure approaching. According to the original plot, when the restrictions weaken, Xiao Chen will be the one to finish him off. His eyes turn blood red as he stands before the blood pool and shouts, "I am Demon Lord Qingling. I will defy heaven and change fate." From the center of the blood pool, a box slowly rises, still covered in dripping blood. It is an exquisitely carved black box, surrounded by dark demonic power. He reaches out to take it, thinking that Bai Qingling once hid his origin essence and 5 vital organs well, using other objects as decoys. Bai Qingling opens the box. Inside are the origin essence and 5 vital organs encased in a blood-red object. He thinks that if he failed, he'd only need his remnant soul to escape and recreate his body. But since he knows the future, he doesn't need that backup plan anymore. He might as well take them back early to quickly recover his strength. Thinking so, he puts the object into his mouth. A stream of blood-red spiritual energy accumulates in his body as he closes his eyes to feel the power returning. After everything is back in place, he lets out a gentle breath. Feeling the abundant demonic power flowing through his body, he clenches his fist. His eyes are excited as this origin essence helps heal his injuries, bringing his strength back to the foundation establishment stage. He swings his hand back, causing the wall to shatter into 100 pieces. He smiles self-indulgently at that power. Very good. Now this is the aura of a great demon lord. Suddenly a voice rings out. Master. Xinger has completed her mission and has something to offer. Bai Qingling thinks to himself, what could this girl give me? This part wasn't in the game. He sits on the throne, looking at Sun Xinger kneeling below. She respectfully reports, Master, that villain Xiao Chun is very happy to know you are poisoned. Second senior sister is acting normally and doesn't suspect Xinger at all. He asks with interest, oh, so did Xiao Chun say anything? She replies, he said the poison will erupt in 7 days, and even a great Luo golden immortal would find it hard to escape death. He plans to come check Master's corpse in 7 days and then frame Mu Xinlan. Her face briefly turns sad at Xiao Chen's cruelty. Then she says, Master, Xinger has an object to offer you. She offers a small pink bottle. This is the true 9-turn soul-returning pill. Bai Qingling stands up in shock. In the original plot, players couldn't obtain this item. How did Xinger get this grade 9 treasure pill? He stares intently at the item in her hand. The pill appears with abundant spiritual energy, making him smug, as having it will make changing the outcome even more certain. He clears his throat and sits back on the throne. Ahem, did you refine it yourself? Well done. Sun Xinger blushes at the praise and hesitates. If Master feels it is not bad. With a seductive look, she steps closer to him and greedily asks, can I ask Master for a reward just once? He asks back in confusion. A reward? What reward? Then suddenly, she grabs his hand. She places his hand on her face, her eyes full of desire. Please forgive Xinger for being presumptuous, but Xinger really likes being touched by Master. Her actions leave him stunned, his face turning red. In his mind, he exclaims, this soft sensation. It feels as if my hand would sink deep into it with just a little pressure. Feeling something is wrong, he quickly pulls his hand back and reminds her, wicked disciple, who gave you the courage to touch your master like that? Knowing he can't go too far, he gently touches her head. He says softly, for offering the pill, a head pat as a reward is enough. Sun Xinger seems satisfied with the head pat, but she hasn't stopped yet. She grabs his hand again and says, Xinger has already gone too far. Her face is flushed as she looks at him with improper eyes. But the place Xinger wants to be rewarded isn't just a head pat. He blushes at her actions. At this moment, the system rings out. Congratulations to the host for achieving great love, receiving 500 points. The system shop has opened. At the Een Ghost Hall, Xiao Chun bows respectfully before an elaborately decorated bamboo screen. Inside is the silhouette of a young woman standing tall. He speaks up. Disciple Xiao Chun greets Master. The young woman steps out. It is Hall Master Hua Yuerong. She asks coldly, Xiao Chun, I heard Bai Qingling has lost all his magic power and is also struck by a deadly poison? Xiao Chun smugly replies, yes, Sun Xinger reported it to me. If Master goes to the Bloodlord domain now to kill Bai Qingling, the position of Sect Master for the next term will surely be yours. He expected to be praised, but the response was a stinging slap that sent his head spinning. Xiao Chun asked in a daze, Master you? She scolded angrily. You are so stupid. Bai Qingling was the disciple of a great alchemy master. His alchemy skills are even better than his teachers. How could he be troubled by a poison pill? Xiao Chun still persisted. But Master, this pill is... Immediately, he was cut off by Hua Yuerong's angry glare. That gaze made him turn pale with fear, not daring to argue another word. He bowed his head and apologized. This disciple was wrong. It seems the news of Bai Qingling being poisoned is a trap to lure people. He quickly asked to leave to avoid making the situation worse. Immediately after, Hua Yuerong let out a slight smile. She laughed. Senior brother, you spared my life back then. The horrific scene from years ago returned. When she witnessed her loved ones being brutally murdered by Qingling's dark power, she thought resentfully, do you want me to harbor deep hatred so I can seek revenge on you later? Her eyes turned malicious. You've succeeded. Your life will sooner or later be ended by my own hands. Hua Yuerong. At this time, Sun Xinger also asked to leave in happiness. She licked her lips with satisfaction and then left with a contented smile, leaving the demon lord still in a daze. Bai Qingling looked at his hand with a red face, then cleared his throat to regain his composure. The system just opened the point shop. Let's see what's in there. Screen appeared. Welcome to the shop. The host can use points to exchange for treasures. The more you spend, the more high-level treasures will be unlocked. He looked at the item list, currently having 1,000 points. Only chest draws? The gold chest last time cost as much as 5,000 points. That's so unfair. System notification. First time using the shop. The host has a chance to draw for 1,000 points. Try your luck. He clicked his tongue. Another familiar marketing trick, but what other choice do I have? System draw. The screen showed 3 items to choose from. The first item was a memory card. Helps the host awaken memories if they happen to forget the original plot. Next was the desire-severing heartless blade. One strike cuts away all desires. Finally, the life restart pill. A pill that helps redo one's life. Bai Qingling shouted angrily. What a scam! I've already memorized the script, and isn't that knife just a tool for castration? It's all trash. He felt insulted. Does this system intend to scam my 1,000 points with this pile of trash? Suddenly, 4 red orbs of demonic power rushed before him. The demon lord looked up, curious. The Iron Shadow Demon Pearl? Who is it? From the red light, Bai Qingling's eldest disciple appeared. It was Feng Lixue, a girl with a brilliant and hot appearance. She knelt and said respectfully, Disciple Lixue greets master. Qingling looked at her in a daze. This beauty far exceeded the game's graphics. Her cold outside, hot inside personality was completely his type. Seeing him silent, she looked up and asked, Master? He was busy evaluating her, while Lixue thought to herself, he's never been this distracted before. Could the rumors be true? Should I tell second junior sister to act early? Thinking of this, her red lips curled into a calculating smile. Qingling glared. Lixue, what are you laughing at? Does this lord look funny to you? Lixue immediately trembled in fear. No, he's still just as terrifying. His blood-red eyes sent fear creeping into her heart. This oppressive aura could crush any pride. She told herself, I must absolutely not anger him. She lightly touched the demonic sigil on her belly, fearing the mark would be activated and she'd have to suffer a horrific punishment once again. He asked coldly, Where have you just returned from? She replied, According to Master's wishes, the Flame Demon Tower at the foot of Blackwater Mountain has been cleared. No one can stand in your disciple's way anymore. Bai Qingling laughed smugly. Very well. Continue your mission and help this lord find that secret weapon in the demon-suppressing tower. She bowed her head. Yes, Lixue obeys. In her heart, she thought. As expected, he is still as ruthless and decisive as ever. Feng Lixue stood up to withdraw. Your disciple takes her leave. She blamed herself for even thinking of using him. He suddenly called her back. Wait. Stay for a moment. She worriedly asked. Does Master have any other instructions for your disciple? Bai Qingling stood up and approached. Do you know what day it is today? She bowed her head. Your disciple is ignorant. Please enlighten me, Master. He stood close. Time flies indeed. After tonight, you will enter your golden age. The disciple still did not understand his meaning. He said arrogantly, It has been 14 years since that day. No one may remember, but your master will never forget the day you followed me up the mountain. Back then, your small hands were red with cold, clutching mine tightly. At that time, he had breathed on her hands to warm them, making her extremely grateful. But now, that same man made her feel terrified and wary. Returning to the present, he looked at her. Happy birthday, my little Lixue. Hearing this, Lixue was stunned, her gaze suddenly softening. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, just like the child whose hands he warmed in the winter years ago. She said nothing and immediately turned away to hide her falling tears. Lixue asks for permission to withdraw. As Feng Lixue left, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love, receiving 2,000 points. Current total is 3,000 points. Bai Qingling lowered his head in thought. This time he hadn't intentionally tried to please Lixue. It was simply because she was a character he liked in the game, so he remembered her birthday, along with Zhenxingers and Tantailingines. Feng Lixue. The images of the 3 disciples appeared in his mind. Now that all 3 were reassured, the next 7 days should be simple. Bai Qingling held the jade green pill, telling himself, combined with Xingers' 9-turn soul-returning pill, rebuilding the core formation realm will be a breeze. He flashed a sinister smile, his eyes like the Sharingan, wanting to crush the protagonist Xiao Chun like an ant. A wicked plan began to form in his head. At Yin Ghost Hall of the Zongming sect, in the Demon Master Palace during the falling leaf season, While the soldiers were diligently practicing their blades, Xiao Chun was feeling uneasy. A lackey suddenly turned and asked, "Senior Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Is something on your mind?" Xiao Chun replied with a smile, "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Junior Brother Chun. By the way, how is the phoenix hairpin I asked you to bring to Junior Sister Xinger at Yuluo Hall? Did she accept it? Was she happy?" Seeing him ask, Junior Brother Chun seemed hesitant and uneasy. "About that?" Xiao Chun blushed with embarrassment and laughed delightedly. "What is it? Could it be she plans to give me a return gift immediately?" Junior Brother Chun had to tell the truth to stop his delusions. "I won't hide it from you. I delivered it, but she snapped it right then and there." Hearing this, Xiao Chun dropped his heavy saber to the ground with a loud clang, then screamed in disbelief. "What?" He clutched his head, his eyes bulging. Clearly, the plan to eliminate the Demon Lord had initially succeeded. "She should have a good impression of me, right? Why reject the gift?" Junior Brother Chun said awkwardly. "She didn't just break the phoenix hairpin. She also said—" Xiao Chun was anxious and stammered. "What? What else did she say?" Junior Brother Chun recalled Shinger's disgusted face. "She said she hopes Senior Brother Xiao won't look for her again, fearing the person in her heart might misunderstand." Hearing the news of the cold rejection, Xiao Chun was so shocked he coughed up blood. Xiao Chun tumbled into the bushes. His lackeys couldn't catch him in time and asked worriedly, "Senior Brother Xiao, are you okay?" He stood up abruptly, clenched his fists, and roared, "Who is it? Who dared to snatch her from me? Once I find them, I won't let them go." Meanwhile, Demon Lord Bai Qingling was sitting and cultivating in his room. He looked at his hands, his red eyes full of pride. "I have once again entered the core formation stage, and even formed a 9-colored demon core, the top-tier essence core that every demonic cultivator dreams of. The core gathered all colors, each radiating an endless source of power. This essence core far exceeded what the previous Bai Qingling could refine. Although not yet at the peak of the soul formation stage, in the core formation stage, I have almost no rivals." Suddenly, Xinger appeared, saying shyly, "Congratulations, Master." Bai Qingling was satisfied. "Emichem, I won't forget your merit in offering the pill. From now on, you don't need to perform grand ceremonies or use excessive honorifics." She was shy, her cheeks flushing. "Thank you, Master. Please listen to Xinger." She recounted rejecting Xiao Chun. "This morning he tried to give a gift to please me, but Xinger snapped it on the spot. Who told him to overestimate himself, thinking he could deceive Xinger?" Her eyes turned into heart shapes, her face looking a bit dazed. "It's just a pity that the thing that was broken wasn't that part of him." Bai Qingling was surprised by her strange reaction. Xinger was timid, her skin flushing, thinking that doing so would surely be even more refreshing. Bai Qingling suddenly said, "Come here, get closer to this lord." Hearing that, she was a bit surprised but still obedient. Then Xinger asks for permission. She stood opposite him. He stood up, and the two looked at each other at close range in the quiet space. "Take off your shoes immediately." That was Bai Qingling's command. Xinger didn't understand yet, looking up with questions. He glared sternly. "This lord told you to take off your shoes. Do you want me to repeat it?" She was hesitant because feet were a sensitive part of women back then. She faltered. "But a female demonic cultivator's feet are of the great Yin element, easily polluting the earth veins with foul demonic qi. Even the saintess of the Hahuan sect wouldn't casually reveal her feet to others." He said nothing, only looking at her with overwhelming, sharp eyes. She could only blush and obey. Xinger understands. She pulled her long stockings down from her thighs, revealing her fair skin. The bare feet that were hidden were now revealed, and on her ankle appeared a purple flower-shaped mark. The demon lord asked, "Is this the miasma of the heavenly demon flower? You were poisoned while refining the pill for this lord. Why didn't you tell me?" Xinger said shyly, "This is just a small matter not worth mentioning." She clasped her hands. "As long as I can refine a pill that satisfies Master, Xinger has no regrets even if exhausted. Shinger's life belongs to you." The demon lord blushed at this, clicking his tongue and thinking, "This is too passionate. This isn't a romance game." He coughed lightly to clear the awkward atmosphere, then stepped aside and pointed to the chair. "Sit down here." Xinger was surprised and didn't dare to sit. "But that is your throne." He placed his hand on her shoulder, gently pressing down, making Xinger flustered. "I told you to sit, so just sit." He placed both hands on her shoulders to reassure her. "I will help you detoxify." Xinger looked up at Bai Qingling with big round eyes. "Could it be Master wants to use the inviolable ghost blood to purify the toxins for me?" She lowered her face. "No, absolutely not." Bai Qingling knelt on one knee to look at her, making her not dare to look directly. She insisted on refusing. "Master is the noble supreme of the demonic path. How can you be soiled by my lowly body? Bai Qingling said nothing, lifting her foot with the purple mark. Xinger was extremely flustered, thinking, "Oh my god, my noble master is actually willing to touch me. Master didn't lie to me. He really cares about me." Suddenly Xinger was startled. "Master, you can't." She trembled slightly. "That place is..." Bai Qingling leaned down close to Xinger's foot. After sucking out all the toxins from the mark, he sighed in relief, stood up, and wiped his mouth. "It's done. I've sucked all the poison out of your body. There should be no more obstacles." Xinger was still dazed, speechless. "Master, The romance didn't last long before he showed his tyrannical side again. "How much longer do you plan to sit on this lord's throne?" Hearing this, Xinger was startled and ran down. "Yes." Xinger takes her leave. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully sowing great love, receiving 2,000 points, totaling 5,000 points." Bai Qingling sat on his throne and ordered, "System, check cultivation techniques and skills." The system displayed, Cultivation, Core Formation Stage, Techniques, Primordial Breath-Concealing Art, available. Heavenly Demon Dragon Transformation Scripture, unavailable. Blood Sea Elegy Art, unavailable. Nine Hells Heaven Burning Art, unavailable. Skills: Alchemy LV 89, Goo Arts LV 95, Beast Control LV 60, Artifact Refining LV 90. He pondered. The Core Formation Stage still cannot activate Bai Qingling's innate demonic arts and divine abilities. The most reliable skill right now is Goo Arts at level 95, the highest stat on the board. He leaned on the chair and stood up. According to the original story, tomorrow morning Xiao Chun will enter the blood kitchen first to take my head and claim merit. It just so happens I have a goo insect very suitable for sending him on his way. Qingling reached out to summon the goo insect. A black hole appeared like Doraemon's magic pocket, and the goo insect fell straight into his hand. It looked like a reddish-purple caterpillar sleeping soundly. He looked at the goo insect and smiled sinisterly. "Xiao Chun, I hope you like this gift." At the third floor of the blood kitchen, where talismans and sealing chains were plastered everywhere, those imprisoned in iron cages were in an uproar. "Look, the demon lord has come." A young man roared in rage. "Kill him! Use your will to kill this demon lord." Another pleaded, "Hall Master Bai, I am your fellow demonic brother. I once treated you to a meal." He didn't respond, just walked straight to a person sitting quietly. This young man had a handsome appearance, looking even better than Xiao Chun even in prison. This was Xiao Chen's elder brother Xiao Yi. He looked at Bai Qingling and asked, "Demon Lord, what is it?" Bai Qingling thought to himself, "One look and you can tell he has the face of a protagonist." In the game, Bai Qingling only considered him an anonymous experimental subject. It wasn't until the demon lord died that a side quest revealed his true identity. He stood before Xiao Yi, the chief disciple of Yushu Zi of the Kunlun Dao sect, Core Formation Stage Cultivation. "The Kunlun sword art is truly wonderful. You are indeed an outstanding talent." Xiao Yi frowned warily. "You demon lord, how do you know my identity?" He leaned close to the iron cage craftily. "Because your younger brother, Xiao Chun, is coming to find you soon. It's perfect. With your deep brotherly bond, you two can work together." Xiao Yi was angry, his eyes flashing purple. "If you dare touch a single hair on my brother's head, I will not let you go even if I turn into an evil ghost." Bai Qingling noticed demonic light flowing in Xiao Yi's eyes. As expected, he had secretly learned demonic arts. His eyes were red. "This lord hates being threatened the most, but I will give you a chance. I want to play a game with you." Xiao Yi asked calmly. "What game?" He arrogantly spread his arms. "A direct duel. If you win, I will let you go to see your brother. If you lose, you will be completely refined by the soul-capturing banner." Xiao Yi looked up and asked, "If I were truly your enemy, would I be in this situation now?" He used 2 fingers to chant the primordial breath-concealing art, ordering, "Release!" Immediately, a surge of purple power radiated out. He explained, "Look, this lord's cultivation was burned by Mu Xinlan, and I've only just begun recultivating, so my current strength is only equal to yours, both at the core formation stage." He smiled proudly. "I've given you the chance. What is your choice?" Xiao Yi struck the ground decisively. Xiao Yi revealed his power. "Fine, let me out for a duel. I will take you on to the end." Bai Qingling released the goo insect from earlier with wicked intent. The goo insect glowed red and flew toward Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was set free, heroically holding his Dao sword. "Bai Qingling, I didn't expect you to actually return my body and sword to me." He looked straight at Bai Qingling. "Even more unexpected is that your realm has dropped to the mid-core formation stage. Truly, heaven has eyes." Bai Qingling felt insulted and quickly corrected him. "Ahem, it's recultivation. Not a drop. The two faced off like in a Roman arena. Xiaoyi spun his sword with great momentum. That doesn't matter. I have no interest in the secrets of a dying man. Bai Qingling sneered. So confident? Xiaoyi stopped spinning his sword and pointed it straight at him. Before, I was captured because of the difference in realms. Now that our cultivation is equal, taking your life is as easy as turning over a hand. Xiaoyi's excitement didn't make Bai Qingling angry. He only said softly, very well. Come. Xiaoyi immediately performed a move. One division yin-yang. Immediately, a series of green sword light phantoms appeared. A giant sword appeared above his head amidst 10,000 small swords. Sword emerges from the great python. Kunlun divine sword art. Xiaoyi lunged his sword toward Bai Qingling. The demon lord still stood still and praised. As expected of the famous sword art, Xiaoyi uses it even better than Xiao Chun. Not willing to stand still and wait for the blow, Bai Qingling clenched his fist, purple light appearing like lightning. If you didn't have to die according to the script, it's not certain who the protagonist would be. The demon lord officially took action, lunging straight into that attack, his eyes flashing with lightning, without a hint of fear. Let me test the purity of this new body. He raised his hand as Xiaoyi's sword was about to touch him. Bai Qingling used his bare hand to touch the giant sword tip directly, without yielding, using flesh and blood to clash with bronze and iron. Demon Lord's fist shattered the giant sword like glass. Xiaoyi's real sword also shattered, leaving only the hilt. Before even attacking, just by blocking the blow, Xiaoyi coughed up blood. He fell backward and lay sprawled on the ground, stammering in panic. Impossible! How could you do that? He stood tall and looked at Xiaoyi. There are differences even among core formation cultivators. You are still young, so you lost. Xiaoyi heard this and was unconvinced, shouting, I'm not resigned. You were just lucky to hit the weakness in my sword stance. If it were off by a fraction, it would be different. The demon lord smiled craftily, revealing his wicked face. It wouldn't matter. Haven't you noticed some delicious seasoning added to your body? Goo insects appeared out of nowhere, one having multiplied into 3, swarming over Xiaoyi. He asked in panic, What do you mean? Not just 3, but a whole nest crawled over him like a swarm of cockroaches. Qingling said, That's it. The goo insects tore at his flesh, making him bleed, and he could only scream, Goo insects, and the most ferocious 9 evil bone-devouring insects at that. Bai Qingling, you are despicable. The demon lord stood watching without any sympathy. He laughed. If your sword strike just now were truly fierce, these little ones would have appeared sooner to gnaw on you. Turned out Bai Qingling had played dirty from the start. In this game, you can only be the loser. Xiaoyi lay slumped, the goo insects eating all his flesh, leaving only tattered skin revealing bones like a person dead for a long time. He said arrogantly, What level are you to claim equal cultivation with me? Xiaoyi's soul was forever imprisoned in the dark blood kitchen prison, plastered with talismans and chains. Only a dry skeleton remained, with goo insects gnawing on the rest of his ribcage. Bai Qingling had just done something despicable but felt refreshed. Telling him the truth at the last moment of his life, isn't that a form of mercy? System, shouldn't you increase my points? Standing and waiting for the system but seeing no response, the system probably also thought this guy was too wicked. He looked up into the air crossly. Why won't you give me points? Because he had to die according to the script? Or because he's a man? After asking repeatedly to no avail, he lowered his face and said, Who? Then he turned and left. Mastering the method of controlling goo insects could also be considered a bit of a gain. From here, the connection between the two brothers Xiaoyi and Xiao Chun was severed by Qingling. Tomorrow when Xiao Chun comes to die, Xiaoyi will no longer be able to cause trouble behind his back. If I let Xiao Chun know Xiaoyi's current state, would he still have the mind to kill me? At the soldiers' rest area, junior brother Chun and Xiao Chun were sharing a room. Xiao Chun seemed to be having a nightmare, thinking he was dreaming of his brother. But no, he was only thinking of Bai Qingling's 3 disciples, Xinger, Tantai Lingyin, and Lixue, hoping they would be lenient. This brat was dreaming of rescuing the 3 ladies. We're on the same side. I guarantee you'll see what I'm made of. He roared. Master, say something. You know my identity. He jolted awake, his hands still flailing. Master, save me. He was dazed by the dream, then looked at junior brother Chun who was still sleeping soundly. Did I just talk in my sleep? Luckily, I didn't startle him. The full moon lit up the room as Xiao Chun thought. It's already the 6th day. The soul-devouring powder in Bai Qingling's body must have taken full effect. Instead of going back to sleep, he went outside, thinking of Xinger. Going to stalk someone's daughter in the middle of the night? But Xinger had been acting strangely lately. There might be a slip-up, so I won't be at ease unless I go personally. Junior brother Chun suddenly woke up, rubbed his eyes and asked, "Oh, where are you going so early, senior brother?" Xiao Chen's lie wasn't convincing at all. I'm going for a walk at Tianyuan Stream at the foot of Mount Yaluo. I want to eat fish." The night sky was stormy, with thunder crashing loudly. At the entrance to the blood kitchen, a figure was suddenly standing there. It was none other than Xinger with a worried face. She stood in the rain, her clothes soaked, revealing her fragile figure. "Master, can Xinger come in?" Hearing the voice, the demon lord turned. I just came out of the third basement. Why did Sun Xinger come at this time?" He considered the situation. She was supposed to come tomorrow at noon. Xiao Chun had to come first in the early morning. Could something have gone wrong? He sat on his throne and ordered, "Fine, come in." The door to the blood kitchen opened, and Xinger crept in at midnight. "Yes." Bai Qingling rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Speak. What is it you want with this lord?" Xinger clutched her chest worriedly. Xinger felt an inexplicable panic. "So I wanted to come see you." Would her face, seeking protection, move him? The demon lord said, "What do you mean? Do you think a nobody like Xiao Chun could harm this lord? Or do you believe Mu Xinlan has crippled me into a useless man?" This demon lord spoke as if putting words in Xinger's mouth. A thunderclap roared in her ears, making her panic. Xinger wouldn't dare. Xinger just, as the storm intensified, Bai Qingling realized. Right. It seems there is a thunderstorm outside. He remembered when he was young leading that child. That year, Sun Xinger's parents were murdered, and that night after I rescued her, the storm was as fierce as tonight's. This was Sun Xinger's greatest fear. The game's rule was that conquering this girl depended on seizing the Rainy Thunder Day plotline. Her face grew tense, her breathing shallow. Xinger was flustered, hesitant words escaping her full lips. Unsure of her own expression, she spoke invitingly, her cheeks flushing. "Xinger wants to sleep with Master for a while." This demon lord suddenly felt a stir in his heart. His face reddening too. But he suppressed it. The mind must be still. "Sun Xinger, your current appearance is truly seductive. But the major event to kill Xiao Chun is coming. I absolutely cannot cause more trouble." He slammed his hand onto the skull-shaped armrest. "Is that so?" He faced her. How insolent! His shouting didn't make her back down. She rushed forward, burying her face in his chest and hugging him tightly, catching him off guard. With a fragile look and a wheedling voice, she said, "Xinger is truly afraid of thunder. I beg Master to take me in for one night, just one night, I beg of you." Seeing this, Bai Qingling blushed, sitting still without moving, exercising extreme restraint. "What does your fear of thunder have to do with this lord?" He shouted. "The blood chamber's decree states that no one but this lord may stay. If I make an exception for you to stay overnight, where would my prestige as the master of Yaluo Hall go?" In the underground palace bedroom of the blood chamber, somehow the two were lying in the same bed. The demon lord lay still, staring at the ceiling as the system panel appeared. "Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading love. You have received 2,500 points. Current balance is 7,500 points." Bai Qingling lay there in a daze, reflecting on life. My demon lord persona will collapse sooner or later. Does anyone understand me? My nature is just too warm. His red eyes shifted to look at Xinger lying on her side. She was not asleep either, waiting for who knows what. She thought, back then, Master clearly only cared about the great cause of immortality. I was nothing. Yet today, he forgave my insolence and even kept me to sleep with him. She lay there thinking, am I worthy of such happiness? Can I be a little happier? Just as she finished, a thunderous lightning bolt struck, startling her. Her hand slid directly inside the demon lord's robes, making him jump as he had not expected things to go this far. Clearly enjoying it but still protesting. "Who gave you permission to touch this lord? Do you know you are playing with fire?" Her fearful face peeked from behind her arm as she said shyly, "Master." Her face was shy and innocent, but her hand kept wandering inside his robes. "Xinger's hands and feet are very cold, so I am just touching a little. I definitely won't go any further." Hearing that, he felt something was wrong. Go further? He sat up abruptly. "Since Xinger came to find me earlier, is it a sign that Xiao Chen's attempt to kill me is also a step ahead? If he is already attacking Yaluo Hall, it is no time for sleep." He pulled her up. "Sun Xinger, get up," she asked in surprise. "Huh? Master?" He looked straight at her. "This lord has an important mission for you. You must follow my plan for the next task." At the foot of Yaluo Hall's mountain, the rain continued relentlessly. A white horse was drinking spring water amidst the stormy night. Suddenly, the sound of someone jumping onto its back startled it. It was Xiao Chun. As he leaped up the steps, he said, "Bai Qingling, I have arrived." As expected, Xiao Chun had come to kill Bai Qingling. Today is the day of your death, and the day I, Xiao Chun, become famous throughout the world. On a cool and peaceful rocky cliff, Lingyin sat. She played her instrument for herself amidst the mountains, looking like a masterpiece of beauty. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. It has been 7 days. It was Hongyi. She twirled a lock of hair around her finger and asked with hands on her hips, "Don't you want to see that devil's end with your own eyes?" Lingyin turned back. "Hongyi, you are my best sister. So you should understand that until my bond with Master ends, I won't accept anyone criticizing him." Hongyi sat down and laughed. "Fine. This hall master was wrong. All right? So, do you want to personally see your honored master off?" Lingyin replied sadly. "It is no longer necessary," she thought. "He is a nightmare, but also the cinnabar mole in my heart." Somewhere, Xiao Chun was riding his sword through the wind. Tantai Lingyin's jade pass was indeed useful. Not a single disciple guarding Yu Luo Hall's gate questioned him. Suddenly, he landed on the ground. Standing before the blood chamber, Xiao Chun said, "It seems to be heaven's will for me to achieve this great feat." Standing before the door, he thought, being a spy for 10 years and enduring all bitterness was for this very day. With the secret artifact master gave me, what do I, Xiao Chun, have to fear? Suddenly, Xinger's voice rang out. "Senior brother Xiao." Xiao Chun turned around and called out joyfully, "Junior sister Xinger." His smile suddenly froze and faded. He thought, wait, she has been cold to me for a long time. I can't let her see me happy right away. Despite his thoughts, his face clearly showed his infatuation with Xinger. All his defenses vanished as Xiao Chun shyly scratched his head. "Greetings, junior sister Xinger. You've finally decided to notice me. Your senior brother hasn't even felt like eating lately because of you." Xinger replied with a smile. "Senior brother Xiao has misunderstood. These past few days, Xinger has been secretly watching that devil's movements. If he caught you coming to find me, it would be a disaster." Hearing that sweet lie, he laughed delightedly. "So junior sister Xinger was worried about me? I should have known sooner. Haha," he continued. "The 7-day limit has arrived. We no longer need to worry. Why don't we go inside together to eliminate that devil and become world famous?" She slightly raised her hand with a fearful expression. "But Xinger is still very scared." Xinger said with tears in her eyes. "That devil is Xinger's nightmare. It is hard to let go all at once." Seeing this, he drew the sword from his back. "I understand. It is all right." He drew his sword and pointed it forward, saying proudly, "Today, your senior brother will personally lead you to slay that devil and wipe away the nightmare in your heart." Hearing that, she was overjoyed and excited. "Anicap, I am counting on you, senior brother Xiao." Xiao Chun was officially fooled, lost in her pretense. "She's so cute. Appearing here so early must be to cheer me on." Xinger said nothing, only silently observing his every move. The path into the blood chamber had countless deep steps. The two of them just walked down. Xiao Chun noticed something. "Strange, did we take the wrong path? The secret killing intent Master Yushu Zi gave me is being suppressed by some kind of power. If the suppression continues to strengthen, it won't be able to exert its might." He turned back. "Junior sister Xinger, we can't go further. Let's go back to the previous fork and choose another path." Xinger replied hurriedly, "How could it be wrong? Xinger has served that devil for many years. I definitely wouldn't be mistaken. This is the only way down to the 3rd basement where he stays." Xinger reproached him. Or does senior brother Xiao not trust Xinger at all? He quickly explained, "No, how could that be? Don't be sad. Your senior brother will just listen to you. Let's keep going." The two of them walked for a long time and finally arrived. Xiao Chun looked on in a daze. This is a room with 2 dragon heads hanging in the corners, a red glow bordering the ceiling, and incredibly unique carvings. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a bang, making him jump and spin around. The demon lord's sudden appearance shocked Xiao Chun. "Nephew Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet for the first time." Xiao Chun stammered. By Qingling, you're not dead yet?" Xiao Chun was astonished. Why were there no signs of poisoning or impending death? Xinger continued her deep acting as Bai Qingling had instructed that stormy night. Could he have not only restored his strength but also eliminated the pill's poison? Xiao Chun reassured her. "Don't be afraid. Xinger, look at his hand." Bai Qingling's hand suddenly bulged with purple veins like tree roots. It was the symptom of the withered nether soul-devouring powder taking effect. The illness had reached his vitals. He was beyond saving. Xiao Chun suddenly thought of Hua Yuerong and smiled sinisterly. She was indeed worrying too much. This devil was basically just putting on an act. For some reason, the demon lord trembled in fear, his voice shaking as he pleaded with Xiao Chun. "No, go away quickly." Xinger looked at Qingling and said, "Senior brother Xiao, is he chanting a spell to activate a formation?" He must want to use a blood curse restriction for one last desperate stand. Xiao Chen's blue eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, he drew his sword and prepared to rush forward. I won't let you succeed, ghost sword blood. Bai Qingling's voice trembled. No, don't. He rushed in like a moth to a flame. It was too late to beg for mercy now. He lunged and slashed at the demon lord. Die, he said delightedly. I did it. I finally succeeded. You can die in peace. I will take good care of your disciples for you. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Bai Qingling's disguise vanished, gradually revealing Xiao Yi's clothes. Xiao Chen screamed in shock. What? You're not Bai Qingling? His older brother's face appeared from behind the veil. Xiao Chun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. You are... His brother Xiao Yi lay heavily wounded on the floor. Xiao Chun was filled with shock and fear. You are Xiao Yi? He lay motionless, calling out sadly, little brother. Xiao Chen frantically sat down to help him up. Brother, what is this? Why are you here? Why did you disguise yourself as that devil? He said weakly. It's all that devil's scheme, he wants to... Suddenly, a brilliant red light appeared. The light pierced straight through Xiao Yi before he could even finish his sentence. The younger brother stared in shock toward that direction and screamed. Someone appeared and mocked. TSK, using an ultimate move for your first reunion. You two really share deep brotherly love. Bai Qingling continued coldly. This lord couldn't bear to see him suffer, so I acted decisively. Shouldn't you thank me on his behalf? Xiao Chun screamed in rage. It's you. You're the one who harmed him. He angrily reproached Bai Qingling. You didn't even give him a chance to say another word. Sun Xinger appeared and said with contempt, You fool. Do you only understand now? Standing beside Bai Qingling, she praised. It's all thanks to Master's incredible wisdom. Xiao Chun went from one shock to another. You call him Master? Xinga, you. He smugly tilted her face up. This lord's disciple is naturally this lord's slave as well. He leaned close to Sun Xinger's face as if to provoke Xiao Chen. The rules of the demonic path. Don't tell me you, Xiao Chun, are only just learning them? Xiao Chun watched in agony as she leaned into his embrace. Xinger, I've spent years trying to win your favor. Just now, I only touched your hand and you dodged. Yet now you're letting that devil touch you of your own accord. He slammed his hand on the ground in rage. No, he screamed in pain. You all lied to me. Why? Xinger, why did you betray us? Xinger showed no regret as she turned and said, Betrayal? From beginning to end, Master has always treated me with sincerity. She walked toward him. I willingly swore my undying loyalty, sacrificing everything for him. You, on the other hand, Xiao Chun, she scolded angrily, you intentionally sowed discord between my sisters to harm Master. I wish I could skin you and pull out your soul, making you wish you were dead. Xiao Chun felt something was wrong. No, Xinger would absolutely never say such things. He stood up, black chi radiating from his body. That devil must be using a puppet technique to control her. Xiao Chun frantically attacked Bai Qingling. I just need to kill you to save Xinger. Even if you aren't poisoned, your cultivation was incinerated by Mu Xinlan. How could you be my match? Sun Xinger screamed in worry, Master. Be careful. Bai Qingling's eyes glowed red, demon pupil, single-eye truth sealing. Xiao Chun split into 3 clones to attack, but every thread of his sword momentum was clear in his eyes. Bai Qingling raised his hand in a defensive stance. Now, he effortlessly blocked Xiao Chen's sword. The two stared each other down amidst the chaotic scene. Xiao Chun couldn't believe it. This is golden core cultivation? Why do you still have golden core cultivation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Qingling pinched the sword tip with contempt. Your strength is at most equivalent to the golden core stage. This lord using golden core cultivation to face your move is already giving you face. He snapped the blade, otherwise where would you get the strength to merge? Xiao Chun was sent flying along with his broken sword. But my Dao sword was personally forged by Master Yushuzi. Sun Xinger was overjoyed. Master's cultivation was still there. That wicked woman Mu Xinlan indeed couldn't incinerate everything. She watched Bai Qingling radiating a brilliant red aura and marveled. The peerless demon lord who terrified 10,000 people has returned. He smiled cheerfully. The entertainment ends here. Now, use your trump card. The 12-petal demon-suppressing golden lotus. Xiao Chen screamed in surprise. How do you know about this? Is everything within your calculations? He reached into his robes. Now I can only rely on Master's treasure. You brought this on yourself. A golden lotus shone brilliantly in his hand. 8-fold void of profound heaven, used by me alone to suppress all evil. The massive golden lotus flew up. 12-petal demon-suppressing golden lotus. Rise. Light from it began to link into a system. Bai Qingling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he thought with interest. Finally. I've been waiting for your trump card. This Golden Lotus is a trump card that could wound by Qingling at the soul formation stage. My newly restored golden core body can't withstand this torment. Purple dark chi began to spew out. Luckily, I knew the plot beforehand. Streams of dark chi are being absorbed by the Golden Lotus. As long as I set things up in advance, there's a way to neutralize it. The Demon Lord's imperial heritage indeed cannot be underestimated. Suddenly, the Golden Lotus exploded, shaking everything. Xiao Chun watched in shock as it shattered and vanished into thin air. What? He screamed in extreme indignation. Mu Xinlan. You useless, fraudulent bitch. His eyes were bloodshot. I actually believed you, and that's why I've ended up like this. You've killed me. At this moment, Bai Qingling had circled behind him. Oh, Xiao Chun. He wore a cruel and terrifying smile. Next, we should end things here. Bai Qingling and Sun Xinger were filled with killing intent, a blood-red aura filling the space as they slowly approached, making Xiao Chun think, must I die here today? His eyes were fearful, sweat pouring down as dark energy surrounded him from all sides. He began to regret. If he had listened to that woman's advice, would he have ended up like this? I refuse to accept this. Bai Qingling gloated at the protagonist's fear of his power. He smirked, gathering spiritual energy to send his opponent on his way. He was smug. Finally, the time has come. As long as I crush this ant, I can survive. Xiao Chun looked at the Demon Lord's hand full of red and black energy and collapsed, screaming, You don't come over here. Suddenly, a female voice rang out from behind a veil to stop him. Hall Master Bai, please wait. Sun Xinger quickly turned to ask who the stranger behind them was. Bai Qingling also slightly turned his head as if meeting an old acquaintance. Behind him, a mysterious young woman slowly approached, her green spiritual energy erupting powerfully amidst the blood-red space, though that energy was far from benevolent. The young woman was the hall master of revered In Hall Hua Yuerong. She stepped forward coldly, her spiritual energy erupting in anger. Bai Qingling thought, the original story didn't have his perspective or a description of this, but I recognize her with just a glance. Seeing her majestic appearance and powerful aura, combined with the system's information, he easily recognized her as Hua Yuerong. When Bai Qingling was still a disciple of the evil medicine master, she was the only junior sister he cherished. He felt his body change and slightly raised his hand to his chest, his face turning unsightly and sweating. He wondered why it hurt so much, even though memories of his junior sister had been buried by demonic arts. Suddenly, a brilliant blue and white flower appeared above his head, radiating suppressing energy. It was the withered nether love epiphyllum, the object of her affection for him. He calmly greeted her, TSK. So the Holy Maiden has come in person. This Lord's blood chamber is honored to welcome such a distinguished guest. Hua Yuerong gave a cold glance. Hall Master Bai, my disciple Xiao Chan seems to have offended you. Looking at the terrified disciple in the distance, she asked, I wonder how you plan to punish him? Bai Qingling lowered his head and smirked. Haha, although it's treasonous, it's no big deal in our demonic path. However, I'm sure the Holy Maiden is well aware of how this Lord treats his enemies. He glared with killing intent. Anyone who touches my people cannot escape death. Seeing his anger, Hua Yuerong knew Xiao Chan would likely not survive. She said, judging by Hall Master Bai's tone, it seems there's no room for negotiation. But that fool Xiao Chan didn't realize the situation was tense. He even screamed, Master, you don't need to fear him. He spoke with increasing fervor, disregarding the danger. He's already at his limit and just pretending. There are no taboos in the demonic path. Killing him now is the best way to become world famous. His face was distorted because he had waited for this chance for too long. There was only one opportunity, and if missed, it would never return. Suddenly, a bolt of power rushed forward like lightning. It severed Xiao Chen's arm and swept past him, leaving him wide-eyed in terror, unable to believe what had just occurred. He looked at Hua Yuerong, who had just struck him directly, her hand still trailing spiritual energy. He asked in unwilling disbelief, Master, you. She had no other choice. She originally intended to save him, but now she had to close her eyes and say, Since you cannot escape death, you might as well die by my hand so as not to waste our master-disciple bond. Looking at Xiao Chun collapsing with a severed arm, she said ruthlessly, This is the punishment for anyone who dares to disobey master's orders. Xinger did not understand and asked, Hall Master Hua, my master's affairs do not require your interference. Hua Yuerong could not believe her ears. What did you call him? Master. She scolded angrily. Insolent. This is no place for a junior to intervene. When I knew your master, you weren't even born yet. Neither would yield, glaring at each other with challenge. The surrounding air was suffocating, as if hundreds of lightning bolts were ready to strike anyone who dared stand near. Qingling looked at his disciple in the distance and cursed inwardly. How foolish. My little junior sister's strike like that cannot kill Xiao Chun at all. He smiled as he looked at Xiao Chun lying there gasping, thinking that Hua Yuerong would surely use the excuse of taking the body away to save his life. How ridiculous! I will not let Xiao Chun escape death at any cost. But he still did not understand why the uncomfortable feeling in his chest would not go away. His face changed color and sweat beaded on his forehead. He wondered why this body wanted him not to expose his little junior sister's trick. Bai Qingling frowned, his red eyes speculating. Could this action trigger Hua Yuerong's hidden line? Could the benefits of conquering her be greater than killing Xiao Chun? Hua Yuerong did not bother to confront Zenshinger. She pushed her aside and stepped forward to ask him. This lord wishes to give disciple Xiao Chen a grand burial. Hallmaster Bai surely won't make things difficult for this request, right? Bai Qingling would not let her leave so easily. He said, if the holy maiden has requested it, you must promise this lord one thing. She felt annoyed but, not wanting further trouble, agreed. How stingy. Speak. What promise? He quickly replied, 1 month from now, the sect master election assembly will be held. At that time, this lord will tell the holy maiden. Seeing there was nothing more to say, she said, this lord can only guarantee that I will do my best to fulfill it by then. Then she stepped quickly past Bai Qingling, lifted Xiao Chen's body, and turned her head slightly to say, I hope Hall Master Bai does not make an unrealistic request. I will take the body first. Having said that, she dashed toward the door, not forgetting to bid farewell. Zenshinger did not understand and asked her master, Master, do you really want to be like that old woman? Suddenly he spoke, Junior sister. He involuntarily recited 2 lines of poetry. Under Juchi Mountain, the Adumbra flower will never wither. The meaning was that, at the foot of Juchi Mountain, the beautiful Adumbra flower would never fade. Then he asked her, Senior brother has not dared to forget this in his whole life. The 2 lines of poetry Bai Qingling had just recited made her pause. Seeming to realize something, Hua Yuerong was slightly stunned. She said nothing, just gave a cold snort and turned to walk away. Perhaps she had understood the meaning of those 2 lines. She herself was like the Adumbra flower he spoke of, surviving strongly amidst adversity to shine even more brilliantly. The system announced, Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Accumulated 1,000 points, totaling 8,500 points. Bai Qingling thought silently, Xiao Chen's decision to run was too dangerous, but it was worth the risk for her. Little junior sister, do not let me down. At the sleeping quarters under the Bloodlord's basement, Bai Qingling was relaxing, happily embracing Zenshinger. She leaned her head on his chest and teased, Thank you for the master's reward, Meow. She snuggled into him. I will repay you. The system displayed 3 notifications. Great love rescue successful. Received 1,500 points. Balance 100,000 points. And Zenshinger's favorability has reached the milestone. Trust test can begin. Bai Qingling was surprised. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Trust test. An important notification appeared with a red card. Reveal the truth of the Sui family village plot branch to Zenshinger. Passing will grant eternal loyalty. He looked at her in confusion. Eternal loyalty reward? I remember the Sui family village plot is. He stood up abruptly, making her bewildered. Master. Bai Qingling reached out to pull her robe over her shoulder. He frowned urgently. The reward is over. Follow this lord. In his memory appeared the image of a figure walking over a pile of corpses amidst a sea of fire. The original story wrote that the great elder of the evil extreme sect, Li Tianjue, once caused disaster to the world, causing both righteous and demonic paths to crusade against him. The image of Zenshinger kneeling and crying before the sword, with Xiao Chun comforting her beside her. Everything matched his memory. After Bai Qingling died, the appearance of that sword proved he was the culprit of the Sui family village massacre. This caused Zenshinger, a child of the village, to be in endless pain, never able to let go. He coldly led her away, calculating in his head. That plot point was a stepping stone for the protagonist to win over Zenshinger. If I died at Xiao Chen's hands, he would have led Shinger to expose this truth. Arriving in front of the room identical to where Zenshinger once knelt and cried, he spread his arms and threw the door open, thinking, even if the system doesn't require it, this is something I must face. Both stepped inside. Zenshinger looked around and wondered, Master, isn't this where you collect precious items? Usually even I am not allowed in. Why today? Bai Qingling stopped in front of the sword emitting a ghostly jade-green light on the wall. He asked slowly, Do you recognize this object? Zenshinger covered her mouth in surprise, stammering, This is Uncle Murong's. He took the sword, and the image of a man appeared in his mind. He turned to look at her. That's right. This is Lambda, the Dao sword of the Sui family village guardian cultivator Murong Tai. Before her astonished gaze, he continued, I know that massacre is a scar in your heart. The uncle you respected is still missing, and everyone believes the culprit is Li Tianjue of the evil extreme sect. He coldly spoke the truth. Actually, Murong Tai was killed by me. He recalled using the lives of the whole village to refine the Dao sword into a soul sword. He touched the blade emitting jade green spiritual power. This is the final truth of the Sui family village massacre. Sun Xinger opened her eyes wide, turning pale and stammering. Master. Facing her, he apologized inwardly. Sorry, even if I can explain, the demonic path only looks at the results. He looked at the sword, thinking, to fight Xiao Chan and Mu Xinlan, I cannot let any trust risks happen again. He observed her expression, wondering, will Xinger's reaction put my mind at ease? Can I still trust her? Unexpectedly, Sun Xinger took the sword and spoke. Xinger finally understands now. She lifted the sword to admire it with infatuated eyes. So their souls have merged into one, never to be separated again. They have lived happily together. Her reaction confused him. Huh? Sun Xinger looked at the sword infatuatedly. Master understands Xinger's heart. You didn't mention the Sui family village matter, but I had already secretly investigated it. Images of villagers being controlled. Eyes glowing green appeared in her mind. She said, Li Tianjue is a master of corpse killing, using that art to torment others, making them live worse than death. He used corpse killing to infect the whole village. That is the truth I investigated. She continued, surely Uncle Morong had no other choice, so he took the initiative to offer his life pill and Dao sword to Master, asking you to help everyone escape the killing aura to reunite as pure living souls. Before his surprise, she knelt down. Facing the incurable corpse killing, Master took action to save them from being refined into evil spirits. You are the true person of great love. Kneeling and holding the sword before him, she showed an infatuated look. Master did not blame Xinger for investigating on her own, and even took the initiative to tell Xinger the truth. To be your servant in this life, Xinger is truly very happy. Bai Qingling was stunned because her attitude was far from his speculation. He wondered, is she possessed or is her illness even worse than the demon lord himself? The system announced, congratulations to the host, Sun Xinger has passed the trust test, achieving eternal loyalty. He questioned himself, clearly I did something shameless, yet I am worshipped fanatically by a pure young girl like this? Looking at Sun Xinger who was kneeling and bowing, he thought, I am truly going further and further on the path of a pervert. Bai Qingling sat alone, resting his chin on his hand, thinking, at least I solved Sun Xinger's hidden danger. The image of a familiar young girl appeared. He narrowed his eyes and plotted, how exactly should I use Hua Yuerong? Bai Qingling pondered, recalling what he had witnessed years ago. Memory of the moment he parted with his junior sister that year returned. A girl was crying while tossing pure white flowers. He thought, I only remember her name was Ronger. She also shed tears like today, then threw back a withered Adumbra flower. He held his head in pain. This memory seems to have been sealed because it is an emotional weakness. Where is it? Can it open a path to solve Xiao Chen? A thought flashed. He punched his hands lightly. That's right. Today I accumulated 10,000 points. I can directly draw a platinum chest. He clicked to select the draw interface on the control panel. A notification appeared. Successfully activated. Balance 0 points. Please choose one of the 3 secret treasures below. 3 cards appeared. The first card was Young Returning Dream Desire Immortal Bed. Earth Grade Supreme Utility. Dual cultivation helps improve body stamina permanently. The more people, the stronger the effect. The second card was Wish Fulfilling Soul Bewitching Powder. 7th Grade Treasure Pill, also called I Love a Stick of Firewood, which has miraculous effects on female enemies. Finally, the third card was 3 Corpse Life Shedding Cicada. 7th Grade Goo Insect. After casting, one can shed the shell like a golden cicada. The distance depends on the cultivation of the goo art. Bai Qingling considered, 7th grade goo is useless. I already have 13 types of 9th grade. Wish-fulfilling soul-bewitching powder is just a lust-inducing item. Its effect in breaking the situation is limited. He imagined himself surrounded by disciples. With a smug expression, he thought, sure enough, strength is still the most important. He laughed gleefully. Increasing body stamina is also a kind of strength. He chose the Yang Returning Dream Desire Immortal Bed card and collected it into his inventory, clenching his fist with determination. He chuckled, thinking of his second disciple. For the next move, it seems I have to play a battle of wits with Lingyan. A beam of green light touched the bandaged severed arm. Hua Yuerong's disciple cried out in pain. Master, it hurts so much, he said indignantly. Bai Qingling did it on purpose. Master must avenge me. Under thin veil, Hua Yuerong coldly scolded. Humph, you trash. You also dare to assassinate by Qingling? He knew you weren't dead, so he deliberately spared your life to save face for me. Hua Yuerong pinched the disciple's chest hard, making him jump. Master, what are you doing? She lowered her voice. Don't move. If you dare to act on your own again, this lord will personally clean up the sect. Do you hear me clearly? The disciple trembled, gritting his teeth in pain. No, I know, master. Xiao Chun stood from afar looking at Hua Yuerong, feeling a bit of fear in his heart because of the action that ruined the reputation of the Een Ghost Hall master. He asked joyfully, Master, have you finally decided to go and compete? Hua Yuerong did not hide her ambition. This lord wants the secret decree of the Flame Demon Tower. Xiao Chun was surprised. The Flame Demon Tower is the sect's forbidden area. What do you need that secret decree for? Hua Yuerong was silent for a while, looking toward the light at the door. She looked into the distance and said, A cruel person is hiding things in there. This lord must find out what dirty things are contained in his heart. Elsewhere, Yi Hongyi and Ling Yin appeared on a hill. Hongyi laughed and ran over. Ling Yin, surely by now that demon has received retribution, we should set off firecrackers to celebrate. She did not notice Ling Yin's cold expression. Ling Yin glanced and reminded, Demon, master must have died. The sins have also dissipated. Stop slandering him. Hongyi was embarrassed and silent, then hurriedly changed the subject, draping her arm around Ling Yin and laughing. How about we go with Xinger to build a grave for him? Ling Yin's face darkened, looking at the sky in boredom. He wouldn't want to see me, whether alive or dead. In his heart, I am nothing at all. Hongyi called her friend's name in embarrassment. Just then, Sun Xinger appeared behind. Second senior sister. Hongyi turned back. Xinger, you're here. How is that demon's body now? Sun Xinger happily announced. Second senior sister. Master says he misses you. Ling Yin and Hongyi opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Sun Xinger knelt and touched the ground. She bowed her head and said, Second senior sister, what needed to be said I have already said. Ling Yin was dazed, holding her head and stammering. He's not dead? And he could neutralize Xiao Chen's methods. Sun Xinger panicked and asked, while Hongyi supported Ling Yin and said, Xinger, you are too confused. Your senior sister was long ago poisoned by that demon. Ling Yin shouted loudly to interrupt. Shut up, Hongyi. Don't say any more. She trembled, asking Xinger with difficulty. What does he want with me? Does he know I am the mastermind of the assassination? Does he want me to die? Xinger hurriedly explained. No, I didn't mention you to master at all. He just invited you back to Luo Hall for a meal, and said he wanted you to taste his cooking. Both Ling Yin and Hongyi exclaimed in astonishment. What? Hongyi worriedly tried to stop her, but Ling Yin had decided. No, I must go. Ling Yin bit her fingernails anxiously. Does master intend to seduce me like the little junior sister? Perhaps he underestimates Ling Yin too much. Since knowing the truth about the poison, in this life I absolutely cannot trust him again. A while later, Sun Xinger led Ling Yin to the door. Ling Yin was silent and thoughtful, while Sun Xinger happily cheered. Second senior sister, master is waiting for you inside. I really admire you for being in the same room with him. Just as she opened the door, Ling Yin's eyes became anxious. She thought to herself that things had reached this point. She could not retreat anymore. For her was Bai Qingling waiting by a table full of food. Ling Yin thought to herself that she must meet him. She knelt on one knee to greet. Left protector of the main sect, Tantai Ling Yin, greets Hall Master Bai. But the response that made Ling Yin surprised was, Hall Master Bai, you really make this master feel heartbroken. Ling. Bai Qingling replied coldly. This lord knows you have a request, but you never needed my help. For the past few years you have always drawn a clear line with this lord. Now you come to ask for a meeting. He stood up, one hand behind his back, one hand pressing on the table and growled. You have no respect for this lord, not even willing to call me master once. Ling Yin was stunned, looked up and stammered. Master. Bai Qingling stepped closer to Ling Yin. His cold eyes ordered. It is time to show filial piety. Go bathe with this master. Ling Yin's eyes widened in surprise, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Blood pool level 2 underground. The scene was dark and infatuated, steam rising from the water surface. Bai Qingling was shirtless, leaning his back against the edge of the pool. Behind him was Tantai Ling Yin approaching. The pool water was pink. Seeing her approach, Bai Qingling reminded. When stepping into the pool, magic power will be controlled, temporarily no different from an ordinary person. As he spoke, he glanced at the person shyly behind him. It will not affect your body or health. Tantai Ling Yin heard this, her cheeks flushed, her hands clutching her clothes in discomfort. She gritted her teeth to reassure herself. Checking the body is something he does often. For Hongyi, temporarily just go along with this demon. Suddenly, he grabbed her ankle and pulled her into the water. Tantai Lingyin was startled and frowned. Not good. Does this demon want to harm me? She was quickly pulled down. A loud sound echoed all around. Pool water splashed everywhere. Amidst the ripples spreading out, he asked, "How is it?" The pool rippled. Tantai Lingyin's face flushed from the heat. Lying in his firm chest, Bai Qingling looked straight into her eyes and laughed. Even Master has to be on guard? Tantai Lingyin was suspicious mixed with fear, shyly looking at the hand hugging her shoulder. Her fair face flushed from embarrassment. She wondered. Bai Qingling always wanted to turn me into a puppet. It's just that the time hasn't come. Before, he used the Heaven Origin ruler to measure. Why today did he touch me directly? She shyly turned away and thought. He saved me from the demon cave of the evil extreme sect and gave me a home, but it turned out to be a long-term plan. Finally, he came to claim me? Lost in thought, she did not notice Bai Qingling's red eyes. The scar was clearly visible on the handsome face. He whispered in her ear. Lingyin, Master will show you this treasure. Having said that, he pulled her down to the deep bottom of the pool. Suddenly she discovered something. A beautiful young girl's body, fair and smooth, lying amidst the red water. That figure looked exactly like her. Tantai Lingyin asked in surprise. Master, who is this woman? Why does she look exactly like me? He replied softly. That year I saved you from the demon cave was thanks to the Hahuan sect master Ji Taimei. That sect master, although difficult to distinguish between male and female, is a person who understands reason very well. Bai Qingling recalled the insidious appearance of that braided green-haired woman, then continued. But sect master Ji was willing to save you mostly because of benefits. He explained. You have a special body? Ji Taimei wanted you to become a furnace. Tantai Lingyin thought attentively. Bai Qingling looked at the figure exactly like her, then continued. This is a wooden puppet created from innate art, a copy of you. Took me 10 years to create it to replace you and hand it over to Ji Taimei. In his heart he thought. According to the original story, Bai Qingling used Lingyin to exchange for treasures, but I don't need to hand over her real body. Just make up a reason and there won't be any flaws. Tantai Lingyin realized she had misunderstood him. So all these years Master frequently checked my body to create this puppet? His eyes showed regret. It has troubled you, Lingyin. Only this way can I protect you without breaking this lord's promise. Tantai Lingyin was truly moved, softly calling, Master. Her heart remained full of conflict. No, I cannot trust him so easily. My body feels like it is being bitten by thousands of venomous ants. And how do I explain the marks on my senior sister's stomach? The two faced each other in the water, and she replied, Master, Lingyin thanks you for telling me everything. But, suddenly, Bai Qingling's hand grabbed her two wrists and held them above her head, leaving her no time to react. Seeing his hand move over her body, she blushed and shouted, Master, don't, I am your disciple. Watching him smile sinisterly as he touched her stomach, she warned, if you do this, Lingyin will hate you for the rest of my life. A seal appeared on her stomach, and she grimaced uncomfortably. What a strange sensation. A sudden wave of pleasure washed over her, making her cry out in delight. No, don't stop. Tantai Lingyin surfaced from the water, leaning against the pool's edge, panting. Bai Qingling explained, the heart-biting venomous ants have been extracted along with the toxic blood. In reality, thousands of ant goo had taken over your heart. The red glowing thing in my hand is the protective goo that guards your heart. If evildoers try to intrude, they will cause slight pain as a warning, or emit magical power to keep you safe. Bai Qingling's face darkened, his voice full of grievance. I did not expect you to be so close to that Xiao Chun while failing to understand your master's intentions. You even thought I wanted to harm you. You truly cannot distinguish good from evil. He said in a low voice. A grown daughter cannot be kept. Then he turned around. Now, just as you wished, you may leave without any worries. Hearing this, Tantai Lingyin was both regretful and moved to the point of tears. Turning his back, Bai Qingling could not stop smiling. The system announced, congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love, accumulating 5,000 points. Massage technique reached God level 99. Underground, Sun Shinger followed Tantai Lingyin and asked, Second senior sister, are you returning? She smiled brightly, holding fruit in her hand. Master gave me 2 mala fruits. He said I loved this fruit when I was little. Master also promised that during the sect master assembly, regardless of your position, he would stand by your side. Handing the fruit to Tantai Ling, she wondered, it is strange, second senior sister and master were alone for so long. Why did he ask me to convey this? Tantai Lingyin held the mala fruit, recalling the image of Bai Qingling smiling gently when they were young. He patted her head and gave her the mala fruit, and back then she smiled brightly as she accepted it. Honored master. Feeling deeply moved, The secrets kept for so many years had now been fully revealed. The timing was perfect. Although Ling Yin did not trust him completely, she understood it was not Master's fault. She smiled gently. It is Ling Yin's fault. I need more time. The system appeared again. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Accumulating 2,000 points. Current balance is 7,000 points. At Dark Moon Hall, Yi Hongyi lay on the large bed, her body burning hot, her hands gripping the sheets tightly. In a dazed state, she muttered curses. By Qingling, although this hall master has not met you, you dare to bully Sister Ling. You must be a disgusting, ugly old man. Image of her and Tantai Lingyin forming a seal appeared, and she continued. Yi Hongyi and Tantai Lingyin, though not of the same blood, share a deep sisterly bond. We formed the mirror flower seal. Our souls can sense each other at any time, anywhere. Covered in sweat, she weakly touched her lower abdomen, frustrated. Lingyin just met that demon, yet my body has become so strange. Where are you, sister? What did he do to you? Despite her seductive expression, she was very uncomfortable. I, Yi Hongyi, swear I will tear you to pieces, by Qingling. Suddenly, an old man stood before the door and called, Hongyi, are you there? She quickly sat up, looking suspiciously at the door. This voice is... Then Yi Hongyi changed into more formal attire and ran excitedly to open the door. Grandfather. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Looking at the person before her, she worried. Grandfather, what is wrong? Why are you so haggard? It was the Zongming sect grand ancestor Yi Taiyuan, her grandfather. He did not answer but just patted her head and instructed. Hongyi, listen carefully. My time is coming to an end, and from now on, I can no longer protect you. Upon hearing this, she could not hide her anxiety and asked, Is your time ending? Yi Taiyuan's expression darkened, and he said seriously, Are you prepared? Little Hongyi must prepare to take the position of sect master. She gritted her teeth. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she obediently clasped her hands. Hongyi will follow your teachings, grandfather. He waved his sleeve majestically. This time I am holding a selection assembly rather than directly passing on the throne, because only when you win the support of the factions yourself can you suppress the entire Zongming sect. Yi Taiyuan narrowed his eyes and asked, Among the 4 hall masters, which one is easiest for you to win over? She asserted firmly. Naturally, it is Asura hall master Ren Tianfan. He is my uncle, he will certainly help. Yi Taiyuan pondered and countered. Not necessarily. Hall master Ren is weak, indecisive, forgets righteousness for small gains, and is stingy when it comes to major tasks. Furthermore, his wife is in charge of major matters. A single glance from her is enough to make him afraid to support you. Yi Hongyi pursed her lips in thought. Then what about Taoist fierce tiger of Rakshasa Hall? He frowned and analyzed. Rakshasa Hall is the strongest, with countless disciples. Why is he so active in his work and so respectful to the elders? Yi Hongyi suddenly realized, this person has ambition. He will not submit to me. She hesitated and changed her plan. Then there is only the mysterious hall master of Yin Ghost Hall. Yi Taiyuan still shook his head. No, this hall master Hua has other schemes. You cannot control her. Yi Hongyi was surprised. All 3 hall masters cannot help me. Could it be that you mean? He replied. According to your father's last wish, you should become Dao companions with the hall master of Yu Luo Hall by Qingling. Husband and wife working together to prosper our sect. Yi Hongyi was stunned, her eyes widening as she shouted. What? Then she hunched over, clutching her head in fear. Imagining the image of an ugly demon, she thought to herself, impossible. That demon is Lingyin's master. If I marry him, would Lingyin have to call me master's wife? Yi Hongyi was so embarrassed she became angry and shrieked. No, Hongyi will absolutely not marry him. Meanwhile, at Yu Luo Hall, Bai Qingling was sitting majestically on the high throne. Before him, Sun Xinger bowed her head and reported. Master, today while taking senior sister Ling in back to the headquarters, Xinger saw. Seeing her hesitate, he asked. Saw what? She replied. Xinger saw countless rogue demonic cultivators in the eastern land flying toward Rakshasa Hall, estimated to be over 1,000 people. Xinger also heard that Yin Ghost Hall, which was usually humble, is now summoning leaders of external sect forces. Bai Qingling observed in silence, Sun Xinger worriedly pondered. Zongming sect is about to change. Master usually does not like to interfere in sect affairs. I wonder what his plans are? He looked down arrogantly, wearing a strange smile. No matter, I will act. Sun Xinger said admiringly. Master is truly domineering. Bai Qingling thought to himself. Xinger is already absolutely loyal. This master-servant game is damaging her personality. It is time to stop. He waved his hand and ordered. Xinger, from now on, we will restore our normal master-disciple relationship. Under no circumstances are you to call me anything but master. She froze and asked, why? My status as a servant is Shinger's unique trait. Does master not love Shinger anymore? Do you not want to teach me? Do you want to distance yourself from Shinger? Since Shinger did not listen, undressing as she said, Shinger is still master's loyal servant, right? You just want to change how I address you. My name has the character Shing, and I am your servant, so why not call me? She paused for a moment, then put on a maid outfit, smiling as she suggested, call me Shing Nu. Then she put on a seductive expression, her eyes dazed. From now on, Shinger is Shing Nu, helping master resolve all necessary matters. At the forbidden grounds of true martial sword sect, Blackwater Mountain, demon-suppressing tower, a skyscraper-like tower appeared amidst the gloomy, silent space. Feng Lixue coldly held her sword, clutching a small box as she stepped over corpses to enter. Someone shouted her name. 3 injured people trembled before her, one saying, so you are a demonic path mole. Your master, Sword Saint Shang Tong, must have been blind to trust you. His mouth and face were covered in blood, and he backed against the wall, screaming in despair. Do you dare to remove the goo poison for me? I only need 1 finger to fight you. If you win, I will tell you anything. Feng Lixue looked at them and sneered. You 3 deacons have lived to this age in vain. Why would a demonic path person like me fight you fairly? Another shouted. Demoness, if you have the guts, kill us. We 3 are the oldest deacons of the Forbidden Grounds. Even the sect leader. Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Lixue decisively swung her sword across his throat, directly sending him to the underworld. He died right in front of the other 2. They were horrified. Demoness, truly a cruel demoness. Feng Lixue slammed the box onto the ground and said coldly, he has had his wish fulfilled. What do you 2 think? She knelt on one knee, placing her hand on the box and asked, the key to the heavenly mechanism box containing the Songming sacred artifact. Do you still refuse to hand it over? The chubby man tremblingly handed over the key, stammering, if I give you the key, can you let us live? She happily accepted it and said, isn't it better to be obedient like this? And a flash of bright red blood light streaked past. She swung a fatal sword strike through his chest. The last person was stunned, unable to speak, screaming in terror. Demoness, you will be struck dead by heavenly lightning. You will not die a good death. Who do you think this young lady is? The voice rang out just as fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Feng Lixue's face was covered in blood, and she smiled triumphantly. I am the eldest direct disciple of Demon Lord by Qingling. But before she could rejoice for long, her expression suddenly changed. She collapsed, her whole body trembling as she clutched her stomach in pain. My stomach! Has that demon activated the demonic sigil on me again? She looked down at her stomach. That's not right. The demonic sigil is not activated. Could I have been poisoned? She suppressed the pain and bent down to pick up the box. Never mind. I must bring what the demon needs back to Asura Hall first. The lid of the box suddenly popped open, and a stream of sparkling purple light emitted. Feng Lixue looked at the box, her eyes widening. Before Junior Sister eliminates him, I have no other choice. On by Qingling's side, he was lost in thought when he was startled by a call. Master, master! He woke up and replied, Sun Shinger was kneeling right at his feet, her hand touching his thigh as she asked, what is master thinking about? Can you tell Shinger? He sternly reminded her. For the past few days, this lord has tolerated you sleeping at my feet, but there will not be a next time, especially not at this moment. Shinger leaned forward and asked, at this moment? Could master be troubled by the sect master selection assembly? With her bangs covering her eyes, Bai Qingling slowly replied, perhaps. Hearing this, she excitedly lay back on his lap, kicking her legs and saying, oh, Shinger guessed master's thoughts correctly. Bai Qingling broke into a confused sweat, hurriedly grabbing her flailing legs, telling himself to restrain. Cannot do that. Cannot. A notification panel appeared. Because the God-level massage technique has reached the maximum level, this practice cannot receive additional experience points. He gritted his teeth and thought, what practice? I am correcting my disciple's character. System, you are slandering me. Sun Shinger touched her chest lightly and smiled. Master, Shinger wants to show you a treasure. Bai Qingling turned pale and trembled. What treasure? He thought fearfully. Don't tell me you intend to do something that even the original work wouldn't allow to be censored? She took out a token tucked between her breasts. The token of the Blood Pill Palace Supreme Elder, Luo Qingfeng. Bai Qingling was surprised. He is one of the 10 Supreme Elders of Songming sect. Why is the token with you? Shinger lay on his lap and explained. Elder Luo is offering a reward for a 9th grade Heaven Heart Grass. Shinger knows how to refine it, so I gathered ingredients at the demon grassland, finished refining it last night, and gave it to him. Xinger wrapped her arms around his neck, smugly. Xinger is only silly in front of Master. Otherwise, I am very smart when plotting for Asura Hall. Bai Qingling recalled the original work. This token originally belonged to Xiao Chan to win Yi Hongyi's favor. Bai Qingling's expression became triumphant, and he smiled contentedly. I did not expect Xinger to snatch it from Xiao Chan. Is this the reward for having her absolute loyalty? He hugged Xinger tightly, biting her ear lightly in praise. You did very well this time. This is a well-deserved reward. Sun Xinger cried out in delight. Master! 2 notifications appeared. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Received 3,000 points. Current balance, 10,000 points. He sat her on the chair and then turned away abruptly, leaving Xinger sitting there full of regret. He said, Let's go, follow this lord out of seclusion, and suppress everything. He smiled confidently and walked away, repeating, Let's go, follow this lord out of seclusion, and suppress everything. At Blood Pill Palace of Tsangming Sect, Xiao Chan knelt on the ground with a stunned expression. What? Supreme Elder Luo does not want this heaven heart grass? Why? My grass is real. The elder receiving Xiao Chan sneered. Supreme Elder Luo's reward is real, and your herb is real, but someone has already arrived a step ahead. The activity has ended. Xiao Chan was astonished. How is that possible? The reward was posted only 10 days ago. Who was faster than me? The elder replied leisurely. It was the 3rd direct disciple of Hallmaster Bai of Asura Hall. She brought this item on the 5th day.
Xiao Chen gradually understood. Xinger, it was 10 Xinger.
Thinking of Bai Qingling and Sun Xinger, he was furious. Was this her idea or the instruction of that demon? You dog-like man and woman. One day I will surely tear you to pieces. The elder watched Xiao Chan running away while clutching the medicine box and screaming, then laughed. Are you in such a rush already? Your Dao heart is not strong enough yet, young man. Xiao Chan stomped his feet in anger. Damn it! What should I do? In the middle of the forest, a rock shaped like a human face asked anxiously. Disciple Xiao Chen, Master urged you to refine the heaven heart grass to give to Luo Qingfeng. Is it done yet? Xiao Chan replied listlessly. Master Yushu Zi. In his heart, he thought. Can't your primordial spirit find a cleaner place to manifest? Yushu Zi knew it had failed and scolded. Why are you still here? Did someone snatch it before you? I told you to take it immediately. Why were you dragging your feet? You are truly useless. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched upon hearing this. He shouted loudly. Enough! He pointed his finger and scolded Yushu Zi. Because of your grand plan to overthrow the demonic sect, you have made me act as a spy for 3 years after 3 years. It's been almost 10 years, you stinking old man. Yushu Zi advised in confusion. Xiao Chen, eliminating demons and defending the Dao is the responsibility of Kunlun Dao sect. You don't want the past 10 years to be in vain, do you? He appeared mysterious. Last night, Master divined and discovered a great secret. Songming Grand Ancestor Yi Taiwan passed away 7 days ago. Xiao Chun was surprised. What? He recalled. But the day before yesterday, Grand Ancestor Yi appeared at Black Moon Hall in front of Yi Hongyi and the Yi family members. Yushu Zi explained. That was only his own spirit. Today is the final deadline for Yi Taiyuan's remnant soul. He told Xiao Chan to lean in to hear the secret about the sacred artifact to win over Yi Hongyi and turn her into a puppet. But Xiao Chan did not hear a single word because the stinking human-faced rock kept pressing close to his face. Don't come near here. I don't want to hear it. Elsewhere, in a bedroom, Hua Yuerong seemed to be having a nightmare. Covered in sweat, she recalled memories of being surrounded by despicable men with vulgar gazes. One approached and teased. Why has Ronger's body blossomed like this? The others chimed in. She's about to turn into a pig, about to become a fat pig. The ruffians surrounding her left her humiliated and helpless. Just then, someone walked over leisurely and intervened, taking off his cloak to drape over Yuerong. Hua Yuerong looked in surprise at the person who had just rescued her. Ah, senior brother. Bai Qingling smiled slightly. This cloak can cover your body, and it can also cover up ignorant words. Hua Yuerong looked at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. Senior brother. Suddenly she shouted loudly, Senior brother, don't. The dream shifted to a bloody battlefield, and she called out to that back. Why did Master harm us? Senior brother, why did you slaughter innocent fellow disciples? Bai Qingling turned back with eyes burning red with murderous intent, and she screamed, Why have you become so cold? She woke up with a start, still shaken after the nightmare. She clutched her head, covered in sweat. Damn it, dreaming of that demon again. An old woman outside the bamboo screen said respectfully. Reporting to Holy Maiden, The people of Ghost Hall have gathered in full at the main hall. The old woman continued. Rakshasa Hall has also assembled nearly 2,000 demonic cultivators, all carrying magical artifacts. Hua Yuerong anticipated the situation. The Grand Ancestor is still alive, so they cannot sit still. What about Asura Hall? The old woman replied. Hall Master Bai just came out of seclusion and is walking hand in hand with his disciple Tsun Shinger, talking and laughing very happily. Hua Yuerong asked again. He is holding his little disciple's hand. The old woman knelt down. Please calm your anger, holy maiden. We are not yet clear on his intentions. She snorted coldly in mockery. He is old yet does not know how to restrain himself, walking hand in hand with his disciple in broad daylight. The old woman found it strange, looking up to ask about the stance and intentions of Hall Master Bai. Hua Yuerong stepped out, coldly reproaching. He no longer has any semblance of a demon lord. By Qingling, you truly deserve to die. At the heavenly snow mountain range belonging to the Zongming sect headquarters, Bai Qingling and Sui Linger were moving forward together. Bai Qingling suddenly shivered from the cold wind and sneezed. Sui Linger asked worriedly, Master, what is wrong? He just rubbed his nose and did not answer. In his mind, the image of Hua Yuerong suddenly appeared, and he thought to himself, someone must be cursing me in secret. Who could it be? Sui Linger saw him silent and immediately hugged him tightly. Master, does this feel better? Her cheeks flushed red, eyes full of seduction. Second senior sister says Shinger's body is as hot as a furnace in winter. Why doesn't Master try it out? He chuckled mischievously. It is precisely because of this constitution that you can resist the cold. She shivered slightly. It's freezing. He released her and they continued walking. She asked, Master, why have we come to this desolate mountain region? He chuckled inwardly. Naturally, to block Xiao Chen's opportunity. According to the original story, if I do not come, he will reap the benefits. Since I want to find some excitement, I must see it through to the end. He folded his hands leisurely. Let the opportunity fly high for a while. It will fall to the ground soon enough anyway. At this moment, a purple light appeared on the cliff face. In the midst of the light, a figure floated, none other than Zongming sect's ancestor, Yi Taiyuan. Yi Taiyuan asked thoughtfully, the person approaching is Hall Master Bai, correct? Then he descended. He bowed. Ancestor, it is an honor to meet you. Sui Linger also bowed. Tula Hall Sui Linger greets the ancestor. Yi Taiyuan looked at them. A complete ghost-controlled spiritual body, formless and desireless. Hall Master Bai, your fortune is not small. When do you intend to exhaust this high-grade material? Bai Qingling pondered without answering. She hurriedly said, whenever Master wishes, I will do it. There is no need to trouble the ancestor. Yi Taiyuan was slightly surprised. Oh! Then he laughed. Ha ha ha! Hall Master Bai is truly skilled at controlling his subordinates. This old man has a matter to discuss with you. Since we have chanced upon each other, let us have a serious conversation. He ordered Shinger to leave temporarily, thinking to himself that the opportunity had arrived. After she left, Yi Taiyuan and he sat down amidst the snow, chatting happily. Yi Taiyuan told a long-winded story, rambling on about everything until he was out of breath, from the primordial descent of the ancient demon god to the emergence of the Dao sect's mystic maiden Mu Xinlan, and the upcoming Third Great War between good and evil. He was slightly impatient and sighed inwardly. In the original story, shouldn't Yi Taiyuan's soul have dissipated by now? Does this look like someone about to die? Where is the skip button? Can I hold control to skip this? Suddenly Yi Taiyuan stopped, sighing. Little friend Qingling, this old man does not have much time left. Yi Taiyuan took out 2 spiritual artifacts. This item is one of the 2 treasures of my Zongming sect, the Zongming Soul Ring. The status of the one who holds it is only lower than the sect master. Yi Taiyuan offered the artifact. I gift this to you. Can you lend my granddaughter, Yi Hongyi, a hand? He accepted it, thinking, Yi Hongyi, the inner sect hall master of Black Moon Hall? This is the successor he chose. Yi Taiyuan lowered his eyes and sighed. It seems Hall Master Bai has his own thoughts. Very well. My granddaughter Yi Hongyi could use your help. Otherwise, it will be snatched away by others. He looked at the ring in his hand, thinking, I feel like I have heard these words somewhere before, but I can hold the position of sect master, so there is no reason to refuse. As Yi Taiyuan spoke, his body slowly faded. This old man still has 2 final things to do, for the sake of someone who has passed, Yi Wudao, Hongyi's father. He also spoke his final words to him. Wudao's last wish was for you to become husband and wife with Hongyi, and together develop our Zongming. He stared blankly as Yi Taiyuan gradually vanished. He regained his composure, imagining the scene of marrying Yi Hongyi. Then his expression changed. Hey, you just said I was a replacement. How did it become marriage? In the original story, Bai Qingling was already dead by now, but he still had a fiancée with a mysterious background. He coughed a few times. Old man, this is just a small matter. I will make my own judgment later. Why not quickly tell me the second condition? Yi Taiyuan quickly said. The second matter is the rumor that you lost to the Dao sect's mystic maiden, Mu Xinlan. Is this true? If even Hall Master Bai is not a match for this woman, won't our demonic sect be destroyed? He remained silent, not answering. After a moment, he nodded. That is correct. She defeated Bai Qingling. Yi Taiyuan gaped as if realizing something. He continued. However, she did not defeat me. If the Sacred Land people come to the Sect Master Election Assembly later, I will take action. At the same time, at the front mountain gate of the Tsangming Sect headquarters, a group of masked people stood before Xiao Chun. One spoke up. Junior brother Xiao, please turn back. The ancestor has been in seclusion for a long time and will not see outsiders. Xiao Chun, missing an arm, pleaded. Brothers of the headquarters, please believe me. I truly have an urgent matter to see the ancestor. Time waits for no one. If we continue to delay, I fear the ancestor. Before Xiao Chun could finish, a beam of light struck him. Fear what? He was sent flying about 100 meters away. Yi Hongyi shouted angrily. If this hall master hears you spreading rumors about the sect like this again, I will surely chop off your dog head. Get lost. Do not let me say it a second time. Xiao Chun sat on the ground, bruised and battered, thinking, Jade Void Master. I did exactly as he said, but it was useless. After all, divination is just a trivial trick. At the Yu Luo Hall Master's palace, the scene was magnificent with red silk fluttering. In the center of the hall, Bai Qingling sat with his chin propped up, smiling. The residence of the Yu Luo Hall Master is truly grand. I should have left the blood pool earlier to enjoy this. He propped his feet on the chair, calculating his next step. The Blood Lord sword has been completely overcome. Next, I must obtain Bai Qingling's 5 viscera to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. He thought of Yi Hongyi and smiled wickedly. Among them, the main part lies in the Flame Demon Tower. The key is in the hands of the 3 Supreme Elders on the other side. Elevating Yi Hongyi to the position of Sect Master is both Yi Taiyuan's wish and fits my interests. He took out the soul ring and continued. The Tsangming soul ring is in my hands. Now only the Tsangming soul sword is missing. Li Xue, you will not disappoint your master, will you? His red eyes narrowed. With little Li Xue's personality, the hardest part is definitely being swayed by love. What method should I use to untie the knot in her heart? He recalled Feng Li Xue's seductive appearance and suddenly thought of something. That's right. It's on her abdomen. At night in the Tianshui city market, the lights illuminated the entire city, and every corner was crowded with people, looking very bustling. Feng Li Xue took seductive steps into the Fengshan Tavern under the greedy gazes of the men outside. The waiter saw a beautiful woman and greeted her warmly. This guest you are? Feng Li Xue looked coldly at the waiter. Call the fat manager Hong here. Tell him the Eastern Lands Yama Void King is looking for him. The waiter turned pale upon hearing this. Eastern Lands Yama Void King? She stood waiting in the room with a leisurely posture. She swung her long, seductive legs leisurely on the chair. Hong Tianfan walked in from outside with a beaming face. Lord Li Xue, it is me, Yu Luo Hall's Scarlet Guard, Hong Tianfan. She threw a bag at him and said, This item is what the hall master needs. You must personally escort it and rush back to Yu Luo Hall to fulfill the order. She handed him a jade green pill, coldly instructing, Also, take this. He saw the pill and his whole body trembled in fear. 7 severing pill? Lord Li Xue, I am a cautious person. I have never been lazy. This? She used a sharp, cold gaze and tone. Take it or die. He tremblingly accepted the pill, sweat covering his face. Although unwilling, he slowly put the pill into his mouth. He turned and left in anxiety. I will set off immediately. She lowered her veil and whispered. I hope this is the last thing I do for that demon. Lingyin, is your plan still proceeding smoothly? She looked through the window at the moonlight. I have lived under his shadow since I was young. My heart was assimilated by him long ago. But the little junior sister is still young. We must help her escape this sea of suffering. Suddenly she sensed something, her eyes widening in surprise. A pain radiated from her abdomen, causing her to struggle while clutching it, from which a mysterious purple evil energy emanated. She wondered, why does it hurt again? The demon mark of that demon hasn't been activated yet. Could I have been poisoned? She recalled the moment she opened the box and realized something. Could it be at that moment? The purple evil energy coiled around her, causing her to grit her teeth in pain, her face changing. It's over. I didn't bring the pill to purify the poison palm. If the poison seeps into the meridians, Will I? She closed her eyes and gave up. Forget it. Fate is like this. Being controlled by that demon is worse than death. At least I will finally be liberated. Streaks of red like blood appeared. Many tentacles emerged from her abdomen, causing her immense pain. They coiled around her body and gradually spread down to her legs. She called out with difficulty, Master. Her expression was no longer painful but instead flushed. Even at this moment you will not let me go, you demon. A hand from behind placed itself gently on her shoulder. Listen to me. Do not move. It was by Qingling, he comforted. Your body is struck by a poison palm. In all the world only this master can save you. She screamed loudly in pain. Then she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, wiping the corner of her mouth with a face still struggling. He explained that the poison palm poured into the dantian could be removed, and this was the only way to treat it at such close range. But the tentacles still squirmed on her body. The tentacles slithered over her body, causing her to suddenly feel pleasure and cry out, No, master, you cannot, he whispered. The poison palm of the demon-suppressing tower cannot be underestimated. Even this master will be slightly injured, so you must obediently cooperate to extract it all at once. She tried to resist as the tentacles caressed her body. This demon is untrustworthy. I am just a pawn. Why must he waste his energy to detoxify me? Could it be that Lingyin and Xinger did something to change his personality? She recalled his appearance in the past when he said, Happy birthday, little Lishue. She gritted her teeth and thought, What am I thinking? That is Qingling Demon Lord. He surely wants me to be indebted to him, so he can control my mind even more completely. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lishua's sister, are you inside? She heard the familiar voice. This voice, Third Highness? Why are you here? Lin Mo outside was delighted. It really is Lishua's sister. I heard you came here to cultivate, so I stopped by to check on you. With your appearance, you make a deep impression wherever you go. So may I come in? In the room, he was smiling, while she was flustered because this situation was very inconvenient for others to see. She stammered to stop him, her face flushed like a persimmon. You cannot come in. Lin Mo still insisted on persuading. When I met you last time, I accidentally heard sobbing, but you didn't notice me. I have always been very worried about you. The tentacles tightened, making it difficult for her to speak. Thank you for your concern, Third Highness. This lady is fine. She gritted her teeth to avoid making a moaning sound. This lady has nothing serious. You can go back. He heard her voice was unusual, so he asked, Lishua sister, why are you breathing so heavily? She lost patience and shouted. I already said this lady is fine. I must rest. Please leave. He was silent for a moment, then turned and left. Very well. When there was no more sound outside, she finally screamed, Master, that is enough. How much longer do you want to bully Lishue? An event occurred that made her eyes widen in surprise. She looked down, realizing there were no more tentacles coiling around her, thinking, It's over. He really is helping me detoxify. He glanced at her, still bewildered. Lishue, you found the Songming Soul Sword for this master. I am very pleased. But you only care about the mission and ignore your own life. This master does not like that. He reminded, Remember, there must not be a next time. Then he vanished, leaving her with a flushed face. At this moment the system announced, Congratulations to the host for successfully bestowing great love. Received 9,000 points. Current balance, 19,000 points. He looked at the system panel. It continued to announce, Unlocked diamond chest worth 50,000 points. Upon reaching 100,000 points, the Myriad World's item shop will be unlocked. He was surprised. I didn't expect that just casually detoxifying Lishue would increase the points by nearly double. Probably because she hates me the most, so the points received are higher. His face darkened. But who is the person outside the door? Lishue called him Third Highness. He thought of Lin Mo. It can only be the male lead in the dynasty struggle from the second data pack. The third prince of the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty, Lin Mo. He imagined the scene of controlling people like puppets. From this data pack, the player can choose targets or dual-line strategies with Lin Mo. But in the original story, they did not meet at this time. Clearly there has been an unforeseen change. Is this the butterfly effect? He dismissed the thought. Forget it. Lin Mo is not a threat for now. Continuing to suppress that Aunt Xiaochun is what's important. The sect master election assembly is coming up. It is time to visit that hall master. In Yi Hongyi's room, she paced anxiously. It's over. It's over. She frowned and gritted her teeth. Should I tell Lingyin about grandfather's dying wish for me to marry by Qingling? Lingyin and I signed the Mirrorflower Wisdom Seal, swearing to be together forever. She clenched her fists angrily. If I really marry by Qingling, becoming Ling Yin's master's wife. She will surely be so angry that she breaks ties with me. By Qing Ling, you truly deserve to die. She walked to the door, muttering, No, I must tell Ling Yin the truth to discuss it together. She is extraordinarily wise. She will surely have a way. Just then, the door creaked open, and a pair of slender legs stepped in. The person who entered was Tantai Ling Yin, her expression gloomy and uncomfortable. Seeing this, she asked, Ling Yin's sister, what is wrong? And is the blood pillar matter from last night okay? Tantai Ling Yin shook her head. It is nothing. I am a bit tired, so I am borrowing your loft to rest for a while. If there is anything, we can talk later. She nodded. Very well. Then wait until you are rested to talk. She lowered her head, brushing past Tantai Ling Yin to leave. She left, leaving Tantai Ling Yin alone in the room. Tantai Ling Yin began to undress. Tantai Ling Yin gritted her teeth. Humiliation, truly humiliation. You actually let him touch your body? Are you worthy of Hongyi? She looked in the mirror and muttered to herself. When that man held you tightly, you clearly could have chosen to sever your heart meridians to preserve your purity. Why didn't you? I hate you to death. She recalled the scene of him holding her in his arms, and even more frighteningly, in her subconscious, she was still trying to remember the images from when she was held. The image of the two of them entwined made her unable to bear it. The less she wanted to think about it, the more her body was filled with those sensations from that moment. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and wept. Boo-hoo, Hongyi, I have failed you. Then suddenly she stopped, poked her head out and thought, No, I still have one last chance. She gritted her teeth and thought, the sect master election assembly is the time to help Hongyi sit in that position. Only then can we borrow the power of the headquarters to escape him. Songming sect, Tula Hall. Ren Tianfan was pacing in the sighing hall. The hall master of Tula Hall, Ren Tianfan, frowned. The ancestor told me to fully support Hongyi at the sect assembly, but Taoist Fierce Tiger wants me to ally with him, promising benefits if I help him ascend to the throne. He looked at his wife, Han Jinyang, and asked, Wife, what should we do? Ren Tianfan's wife, Han Jinyang, held a pipe in her hand and puffed out a cloud of smoke. Then she slowly replied, Don't you already have a plan in your heart? He smiled ingratiatingly at her. That's right. I won't hide it from you, wife. I am wanting to support Taoist Fierce Tiger of Rakshasa Hall. After all, that side is riding the wave of victory, and the calculations are very thorough. What do you think, wife? She stood up and walked to his side. What do I think? I think you are both stupid and shallow, truly a loser among losers. She angrily threw the pipe at him. That Taoist Fierce Tiger is vicious and arrogant. To expand his strength, he stops at nothing. What makes you think that after the matter is done he will share the benefits with you, rather than swallowing the entire Tula Hall? He cowered and praised. Wife is wise. Then, according to your opinion, should we support Hongyi? She leaned back in her chair. Although she is young, she is my own niece after all. Acting now is helping someone in distress. She suddenly kicked him with her foot, scolding, Stupid. He fell backward and cried out, Ah! She raised her slender legs to admire them, then stroked her hair and said, This situation is chaotic. It is best for Tula Hall to maintain a neutral position so everyone wants to win us over. Remember, the bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. His face flushed red. He slowly crawled up and nodded. Understood. But what if by Qingling of Luo Hall intervenes? Will the situation get out of control? She shook her head firmly. No, you don't understand him. She smiled bewitchingly. With your brain, you basically cannot imagine what kind of amazing man he is. What he pursues is a profound Tao that both of us can hardly touch. This matter is completely not worth his concern. She glanced at him. On the contrary, it is you. She kicked her high heel at him, scolding. Another loser. Even when your wife is stripped bare in front of you, you can't do anything useful. He sat cross-legged obediently like a puppy. That's right, I am a loser. He picked up the high heel. He knelt down before the shoe. I am not worthy of having you. Suddenly, a subordinate entered to report. Reporting to Hall Master Bai of Luo Hall has come to see you. Hearing the name Hall Master Bai, he gritted his teeth. By Qingling, what does he want with me? The subordinate trembled, bowing his head to the ground. Hall Master Bai said he and your wife have a major matter to discuss, and invites you to stand guard outside the door, so outsiders do not learn the details. Hearing this, his eyes became bloodshot. What? He flew into a rage, immediately drawing his sword to deal with him. Entering my territory and making me guard the gate. This is truly too insulting. Saying this, he stormed outside. While walking, he gritted his teeth. If Bai Qingling truly dares to barge in here, I will certainly make him pay. Suddenly, he turned back to look at her. She hugged her body, blushing as she exclaimed, He has already entered. Bai Qingling opened the door and strode in with imposing momentum, making him stare wide-eyed. He looked at him, thinking, long time no see. This brat truly possesses the aura of a demon lord of the world. No wonder Jinyang shows respect every time she mentions him. Moreover, this guy's innate formless demon body is extremely powerful. If he imagined the scene of him lying on top of Jinyang, how could Jinyang endure it? I fear she would. He dared not imagine further, shouting angrily, Bai Qingling, when did you enter? Why did this hall master not sense anything at all? Contrary to his anger, she seemed pleased. Hall Master Bai, your primordial breath-concealing art is truly worthy of being the #1 concealment technique in the world. With the cultivation of my husband and me, we did not detect you at all. He looked at her and smiled, offering praise. Worthy of being Jinyang, truly knowledgeable, far stronger than someone else. Hearing his praise, she covered her blushing face. What did you just call me? Hearing his flirtatious words, he became furious. Damn you! How dare you be so disrespectful? This seat warns you. Don't be so hot-headed. Back when this seat swept through the righteous path and demon lords in the eastern land, you brat were still wearing pants with a hole in the seat. He ignored him, continuing to look at her. Madam, this lord truly has an important matter to discuss. Could we borrow a room to talk? Seeing himself ignored, he shouted, Bai Qingling, are you seeking death? She slammed the armrest. You bastard, do you really want to die? From her hand, a spark shot out, wrapping around the high-heeled shoe on the ground, then fired straight at him, sending him flying straight out. He watched him go and clicked his tongue. The door closed. He looked at her. Jinyang, why must you be so angry? Your husband is merely worried about you being bullied. She slowly stepped down, huffing coldly. Humph, who needs that trash to meddle in my business? She smiled seductively. Now no one will disturb us. Hall Master Bai can speak freely. Coming to my Asura hall in the dead of night. What is the matter? Seeing Jinyang quickly blast Ren Tianfan away for his sake, he was very satisfied. He approached her and proposed. Since Madam is so straightforward, this lord will also speak plainly. Half a month from now, at the sect master election, Madam should stand on this lord's side. Jinyang replied shyly. Hall Master Bai, on what grounds do you think I will agree with you? Not making her wait long, he said, I will give Madam a reason you cannot refuse. He used demonic power to lift the high-heeled shoe she had just kicked that idiot with into the air, then slowly knelt down and gently lifted her foot. His action by Bai Qingling was truly too gallant, like a prince and Cinderella in a fairy tale. He knelt on the ground, attentively putting the shoe on her foot, causing her mind to be in turmoil. What is he doing? She looked at him, her cheeks already flushed. Perhaps she had never experienced this feeling before. He had prepared long ago. Before coming he used 2,000 points to exchange for a side character detail supplement card. Using this card allows one to know the secret background of a designated character. Bai Qingling is truly too cunning, one hand holding Shinger, the other planning to secure victory, even though his balance is only 1,700 points. He thought to himself, this lord is not a devil who told fate to set Madam up like this. This statement was truly hypocritical, yet she was still bewitched, sinking into the trap he had laid. As he had gone to the trouble of lowering himself to act, he had to act well. He remained gentle with her, not forgetting to remind her. Madam, you also do not want your husband to lose his position as hall master, do you? Hearing him mention Ren Tianfan, her expression changed slightly. Hall Master Bai, you are going too far. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. His tone also became firmer. I have an even more thrilling story I want to tell you. Bai Qingling slowly recounted. The protagonist of the story is named Yun Jiner. 20 years ago, the head of the Yun family carelessly treated the great Zhou's Yuan-Tai emperor to death. Following his words, each scene appeared. Except for Yun Jiner, the entire Yun family of over 300 people were all beheaded. The image of a little girl sitting in the middle of a smoke-filled battlefield, surrounded only by scenes of chaotic slaughter, blood staining the land red. She was terrified to the extreme, witnessing the brutal scene right before her eyes. To another scene, at that time the Hahuan sect Saint Sun Ji Taimei was revered by thousands. Seeing Yun Jiner's true spirit body, he told the Hahuan sect to accept her as a saintess, but in reality, he wanted to nurture her as a cultivation furnace. According to his words, that guy was truly a villain, his face full of lust. He stared at the little girl as if wanting to devour her alive. Bai Qingling remained kneeling under her slender feet, while she stood frozen like a statue. He changed his tone, pulling her back to reality. The surprise is that Yun Jiner seized the only chance to escape, and coincidentally met Ren Tianfan while fleeing. At this moment, she gripped her own arms, her teeth gritted tightly. Bai Qingling still did not let up. He continued, Although Rintion fan clinging to Yoon Jiner makes people disgusted, he is actually a congenital eunuch. Not letting her break her emotional flow, he continued. To escape the pursuit of Ji Taimei, Yoon Jiner still married him, becoming a virgin wife. The image of the useless, cowardly husband Rintion fan appeared before her eyes. Suddenly he stood up abruptly, triumphantly whispering in her ear. If Hall Master Ren's secret is exposed, he will lose his position and be expelled from the Tsangming sect. At that time, madam, what do you think Ji Taimei will do? This question struck straight at her heart, making her spine chill, her eyes panicked and vacant. This action of his was truly too despicable. In the tense atmosphere creeping with white smoke, he smugly glanced at her with sharp eyes. In this world, is there anything that I, Demon Lord Qingling, dare not do? Madam, surely you already know what you should do. She gritted her teeth, her eyebrows furrowed, her vacant eyes staring into the void. She had been completely cornered and threatened by him. Han Jinyong instantly realized his intention, screaming, "By Qingling, I hate you!" As she screamed, she prepared to raise her knee to attack. But her action could not be faster than his. Before her knee could be raised, it was blocked. Taking advantage of the momentum, he slid his hand around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, making her like prey offering herself up. He looked into her eyes, challenging, "Don't blame this lord. If you want to blame someone, blame your useless husband." The posture of the two at this moment was truly too bold. She struggled and yelled, "Let me go! By Qingling, don't think you are always right. You don't know anything at all. However, I must make it clear, that time escaping the Hahuan sect was not my only chance. The other time was thanks to you." He was stunned, wondering when he had done that without remembering. A confused expression appeared on his face. He asked back, "I don't know what you were talking about." At this moment, he released her thigh, simultaneously denying, "If you feel this lord is at fault with you, that is your own business." Not letting him finish his sentence, she made an extremely reckless decision. The action was so fast that only her flying hair could be seen. Never let others know your next move. This saying was truly true for Jinyong. She rushed towards him like lightning, hugged his neck, and gave him a passionate kiss, making Demon Lord Qingling freeze, his eyes wide, his limbs stiff, seemingly losing all power to resist. Under the flickering candlelight, the quiet space and the scorching atmosphere, only by Qingling and Jinyong could feel the suppleness of their lips and the wordless sounds. Finally, she let him go so both could breathe. Jinyong suddenly became shy after that kiss. She turned her face away, but her cheeks were still red as a tomato. She said awkwardly, "By Qingling, in this life you have defeated geniuses, roamed invincible. Have you ever been forcibly kissed by any woman?" Mentioning a first kiss, only the image of Xinger appeared in his mind. He replied emotionlessly, "Never." Hearing this, she turned away in shame. "Very good. That way you will remember me for the rest of your life. This is retribution for you often forgetting the past." Her face was still flushed. She had to use her hands to hold her cheeks, but her expression revealed worry. Her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes confused. Inside she was struggling intensely. "Oh my God! What am I saying? I am a married woman." Bai Qingling just stood there ignoring her self-satisfaction. What he cared about was the notification of receiving 29,000 points from the system. He was very satisfied, laughing triumphantly. Although the principle of great love points was still unclear, he would just keep accumulating them because to deal with the final opponent Mu Xinlan, no amount of points felt like enough. The next morning, he was present at the Tsangming sect headquarters. Here, snow fell white, covering everything. Yi Hongyi, with a sword in hand, was ready to welcome him. For Ling Yin, her eyes were full of killing intent, focusing all her strength to swing her sword and rush towards him. As she rushed, she aggressively said, "Sister Ling, believe me, Hongyi will absolutely not betray you. I will definitely do my best to win the sect master position to help you escape that demon." She thought resentfully, "By Qingling, that disgusting old man, I would rather die than marry you." Just as she finished speaking, she gathered all her strength to slash, causing dust to fly everywhere, blowing everything around away. Suddenly, applause resounded across the sky. A black shadow appeared in the thick white smoke. She could not see clearly, but the voice made one shudder. "Worthy of being the most perfect ice crystal jade saint body of the Yi family, this sword stance is worthy of praise." He tore through the smoke and stepped out, his eyes glowing red, stepping towards her with a triumphant tone. "It is just a pity that relying only on this one sword stance is still not enough to injure this lord." Yi Hongyi had used all her strength but still could not harm him, making her even more determined. Her eyes glared with killing intent, secretly guarding. This demonic power is absolutely not that of an ordinary path. Under the gloomy sky, she looked at him with fear, clenching her fists and asking, "Bai, Hall Master Bai, what brings you to my small black moon hall?" He stood there, directing his sharp red eyes, arrogantly asking Hall Master Yi if she wanted the sect master position. Yi Hongyi suddenly changed her expression, her face puzzled, skeptically asking what he meant. At this moment, a thought flashed through her mind. The arrogant Taoist like Fierce Tiger would not dare say he was certain of the sect master position, but this man could say it so lightly. The line of thought became clearer when she realized. It seemed as long as she opened her mouth, he could help her overwhelm the masses. He still used that gaze to wait for the answer from Yi Hongyi. It seemed this was not simply a favorable offer for her. The scene became quiet with misty fog, urging her to clarify the purpose of his offer. She slowly asked, "Hall Master Bai, answer me one question first." He remained silent, listening to her question. She pressed, "Sir, has the old ancestor met with you recently?" At this moment, Bai Qingling smirked, revealing cruelty and a lecherous gaze. He looked at Yi Hongyi and gently said, "That's right." Just one sentence made Yi Hongyi tremble, no longer having the defensive look as before. She choked out a reply. "Understood, this hall master understands." Her cheeks flushed, her eyes revealing shyness. She snapped at him not to be delusional, because this hall master would not marry him. She had already given her body to someone else. Between the two of them it was impossible. Yi Hongyi, who was originally strong, ready to swing her sword to kill Bai Qingling, was now like a shy girl, her gestures awkward. She did not dare to look him in the eye, hesitatingly saying it was temporarily impossible. Immediately, Bai Qingling poured cold water, making her wake up from her dream. He looked straight at her, loudly saying, "Hall Master Yi, do you think this is what this lord wants? Fame, fortune, and pink powder skin are not in my eyes." He flipped his face like turning a hand. Having just poured cold water, he turned to gently show pity. He said she lost her parents when young. The old ancestor did not have time to keep her company. Her loneliness and lack of support made this lord feel pity. Therefore, if Hall Master does not mind, he reached out his hand as if to bewitch her. Is this the kindness of a demon lord? He bluntly told Yi Hongyi to be his daughter. The proposal made her freeze, stopping to think about that scene. Truly, this proposal was beyond all of Yi Hongyi's expectations. She could not stop imagining the scene of Bai Qingling holding her in his arms, happily calling her daughter. From husband to father, truly perverted. Not making her wait long, he brought out a green jade ring sparkling with radiance, seriously saying, "Hall Master Yi, this lord is very serious." At this moment, Yi Hongyi was truly astonished. Yi Hongyi was gradually swayed, her face gloomy looking at the ring on his hand and said, "This, has grandfather truly handed the Tsangming Soul ring to you?" She lowered her face, saying if it was his instruction, she would not disobey. Now both officially joined forces. If she ascended to sect master, she would not mistreat him. Bai Qingling still insisted on being her father. He looked at her with sharp eyes and said, "No, now this lord wants Hall Master Ye's promise." The proposal to be her father made her angry. Her face flushed, gritting her teeth and asking directly, "Hall Master Bai, do you truly want to be my father?" Responding to the anger, he sternly denied, saying he wanted to be a godfather. His eyes became cunning, full of desire. He recounted that the Tsangming sect was often called the Tsangming cult, and there was once praise for a young sect master honoring a godfather. Later, she would be sect master, he would be godfather, both would together bring the great sect back. Yi Hongyi remembered she already had an engagement. How could she bow to be a daughter? Suddenly a voice interrupted, "Hall Master, the direct eldest disciple of Yin Ghost Hall, Xiao Chun, requests an audience." She looked out to search. Bai Qingling darkened his face in silence. He guessed Xiao Chun would come as in the original plot. Fortunately, he arrived a step earlier, otherwise that aunt would rely on old benefits to develop feelings with Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi recalled Xiao Chun, the person who previously had arbitrarily barged into the headquarters and spouted bragging words. Meanwhile, he quickly thought of a good plan, telling Hongyi that meeting him was fine. She had not yet understood, only uttering "huh." He smiled cunningly, saying that their new relationship was missing an impartial witness. This time everything seemed favorable. He laughed gleefully. He decided if he had chosen to rob by force, he would see it through to the end. The person impatiently waiting for Yi Hongyi, constantly pacing in Black Moon Hall, was Xiao Chun. Just hearing his name called, Xiao Chun excitedly turned back and called out, "Hall Master Yi." But what made Xiao Chun fearful was seeing Bai Qingling with his arm around Yi Hongyi's shoulder. She walked beside him shyly, while he waved his hand, laughing and greeting. "Isn't this the eldest disciple of Hall Master Hua? What a coincidence." Xiao Chun asked in astonishment what Bai Qingling was doing here. He deliberately acted intimate, placing his hand on her waist and saying, As you can see, this lord is interacting intimately with Hall Master Yi. The relationship between us like this is normal. This made Yi Hongyi even more blushing and shy. Her face flushed. She closed her eyes and played along with him. There was nothing unreasonable about it. Bai Qingling's hand, deliberately placed on her waist, made her not know if he was in the position of a husband or a father. Xiao Chun could not believe his eyes. He was so shocked that his eyes widened. His pupils dilated. He yelled and scolded both of them. You, what relationship do you have? Since when exactly? Before Xiao Chen's rage, Bai Qingling glared with glowing red eyes, staring straight at him. He questioned back, making Xiao Chen's soul fly away, his face drained of blood, falling backward. He only dared to sit on the ground, sobbing and choking as he looked at Yi Hongyi standing beside Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling provocatively enjoyed it. Last time I only took one of your arms. This lord still feels it was a loss. Don't force me to take more. Xiao Chun hung his head, muttering. Why? Clearly he was supposed to die by my hand. Why am I always inferior to him now? He was obsessed with Bai Qingling, constantly muttering. Strength, fame, women, everything that belonged to me is gone. Now I am like living under his shadow. Seeing Xiao Chun like that, he did not bother to pay attention and walked past with Yi Hongyi, not once looking back. While walking, he thought, indeed, losing the player's vision means the protagonist loses his luck, even though the plot changes are not enough to kill him immediately. But later I will overwhelm your destiny even more. That was his final thought for Xiao Chun. Then he left with the shy Yi Hongyi, leaving the other sitting stunned. At Black Moon Hall, Songming sect, Yi Hongyi's mind constantly thought about them. She and Tantai Lingyin sat meditating opposite each other in silence. But Yi Hongyi could not help but think of Bai Qingling with flushed cheeks. This Bai Qingling is full of schemes and good at controlling others' minds. She imagined the scene of both being a loving couple, then thought to herself, talking about Godfather, if we marry later, will he still make me perform a father-daughter ceremony? Tantai Lingyin sitting opposite was equally troubled. Her cheeks flushed, her face twisted, finding it hard to accept the truth. That night at the cold immortal pool, why did she not only not resist, but her body also had such a strange reaction? She thought of the embarrassing scene of playing in the water with Hongyi, but another man appeared in her mind. Not understanding why she thought that, she reassured herself surely she was poisoned. After calming down, the two opened their eyes and happened to meet each other's gaze. Both felt guilty as if caught in the act. They couldn't help but cough repeatedly. Perhaps because they were in sync, both were flustered, not knowing what to say. From now on, could they still be honest with each other? At the same time, where Demon Lord Qingling was, he leisurely held a wine cup and said with satisfaction, the basic preparations are done. He sat majestically on the throne, wearing a sinister smile. The sect master election between Bai Qingling and Taoist Fierce Tiger, the confrontation between the main boss and the sub-boss, is truly worth looking forward to. He opened the system, reviewed the collected items, and recalled the plot where Taoist Fierce Tiger endured after failing. He continued, even if the worst happens, I still have the 13-shot 9th grade life-shedding goo. As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel displayed a message congratulating the host. You have received a new main quest. The quest objectives and rewards appeared one by one. Objective: suppress and kill Taoist Fierce Tiger, spread and liberate great love. Reward: tenfold flame demon severing slash, a top-grade slaughter-type pseudo-immortal artifact. Bai Qingling was speechless at the system, wondering if it was necessary to cut off the life path of a centenarian like that. He secretly lamented, system, you really have no shame, daring to call suppression and killing great love. He returned to his cold demeanor, questioning the system about the main quest appearing for the first time and differing from the original story. At this moment, Sun Shinger bowed respectfully. Shinger greets master. The matter you entrusted. Shinger has handled it smoothly. Sun Shinger reported that the 3 secret letters had been delivered to the 3 elders, and they all expressed their attitude of following his arrangements. She smiled, her deep purple eyes full of excitement, continuing to recount the distinct expression of Taoist Fierce Tiger upon hearing the news. At Rakshasa Hall, Taoist Fierce Tiger held a wine cup while asking Supreme Elder Nangong about the progress of winning over the other Supreme Elders. Nangong Fong, one of the 10 Supreme Elders, solemnly replied that the situation was not good. First, Supreme Elder Luo of Blood Pill Palace seemed to have turned toward Yu Luo Hall. He continued, the 3 Supreme Elders who once received benefits are now avoiding us. Elders Nye, Ouyang, and Tai have also started to show ambiguous attitudes. Taoist Fierce Tiger flew into a rage, smashed his wine cup, and shouted, you bastards, you took my benefits and now flip your faces at the critical moment. He stood up abruptly, his eyes blazing with anger, shouting, this is truly driving the seat mad. At that time, I only needed to shout once, calling on the disciples to change the dynasty, creating a new Songming sect. Nangongfang anxiously advised him to be rational, but Taoist Fierce Tiger could not calm down. Rational about what? At least among the 10 supreme elders, plus you, there are still 4 people supporting this seat. He smiled triumphantly, asserting that the advantage belonged to him and the position of sect master would definitely be in his hands. Bai Qingling laughed loudly upon hearing this, thinking that those about to perish would often be this crazy. Those 3 letters were just a petty scheme that Fierce Tiger had lost control over. He stopped laughing, looked at Xinger, and asked, "Aren't you curious about the content of the letters?" Xinger moved toward him, asserting that everything was decided by Master. She didn't need to be curious. Compared to the letters, she had something else that made her more curious. She hugged Bai Qingling's neck, her face full of anticipation as she asked how Master would reward her. Because of this sudden action, the wine cup in his hand spilled all over his clothes. Xinger hurriedly apologized profusely for her rudeness, hoping Master would forgive her. She knelt down, grabbed the wet hem of his robe, and wanted to wipe it clean for him. Facing such a beautiful girl, he was slightly panicked, secretly thinking this girl was really getting more and more presumptuous. He dazedly wondered if she was doing it unintentionally or on purpose. At this time at the Holy Land Piaoyao Cloud Palace, by the majestic profound ice lake, the silhouettes of a group of young women performing a ritual were faintly visible. A ring of light began to appear below. Following that, a column of water sprayed up. One girl in the group said, "Holy Maiden Su Qing has come out of seclusion earlier than expected." The other replied, "How can that be? The battle with Demon Lord Qingling just ended not long ago. How could it be so fast?" Mu Xinlan, a leader of the mysterious Taoist gate, had just returned and ordered, "That man! He is still alive. Let the leaders of the 4 great righteous sects come quickly to meet me at the Vientiane Palace headquarters." Below, the crowd cheered, "I support Hall Master Fierce Tiger. We want to rule the central continent. Capture Mu Xinlan alive." Another side shouted, "Support Hall Master Yi. Support the Yi family bloodline." It was no surprise that the 2 sides clashed. One side said, "Supporting Hall Master Yi is not as good as supporting Hall Master Ren. He is her maternal uncle." The other side retorted, "Then it's not as good as supporting Madame Ren." Someone asked, "Am I the only one supporting Hall Master Bai?" The 2 sides arguing suddenly agreed to turn and scold the young man. "You dare to support Demon Lord Qingling? Brothers, reward him with a seat at the bottom of the blood pool." The crowd was suddenly silenced by a magical carriage from the sky. They immediately recognized the person on the carriage and shouted, "Hall Master Hua of Een Ghost Hall has arrived." The carriage landed. Xiao Chun shouted loudly, "All of you be silent. Make way quickly." He reached out to help the person on the carriage down and lowered his voice. "Honored Master, we have arrived." But Hua Yuerong ignored him. She only cared to ask, "Where's Hall Master Bai currently?" Xiao Chun awkwardly replied, "Reporting to Master, the 10 elders of the headquarters and Supreme Elder Nangong will all be coming." But he thought to himself, daring to ignore me in front of 10,000 people again. Mentioning Supreme Elder Nangong, she became interested. "Nangong Fong? It seems that lowly Black Tiger has prepared quite a lot." Suddenly a shout drew the attention of both. "Hall Master Ren of Asura Hall and Madame Ren have arrived." In the sky were 2 green phoenixes pulling a flying carriage. Then the carriage stopped on the ground. Inside were Han Jinyong and Ren Tianfan. Ren Tianfan smiled wryly and said, "Madam, after all, I am the master of Asura Hall. To let me ride a carriage like a miscellaneous disciple? Isn't that too much?" She gently replied, "Tired of it already? We've arrived. Get down and kneel." His expression changed. "Shouldn't you give me some face and prestige?" Her purple eyes shone with disdain. "A good-for-nothing who only knows about fame and face. Really not like that person at all. Think about who is supporting our Asura Hall. Are you kneeling or not?" So Ren Tianfan had to kneel. After that, the heel of her high-heeled shoe stepped straight onto his back, making him turn into a shy young girl, his face flushed red. Whimpering about what? Then her eyes darted to where Hua Yuerong and Xiao Chun were. She laughed. "Ha! Hua Yuerong." This woman arrived really fast, but her gaze focused elsewhere. Looking at an empty spot, her lips moved. "That bad man." Her cheeks flushed red when mentioning that mysterious person. Raising her hand to her lips, she continued, "Still hasn't arrived?" Coincidentally, Hua Yuerong also noticed her. Walking to her, Han Jinyong asked, "Holy Maiden, I see you keep looking at Hall Master Bai's position. Could it be you are secretly colluding?" Hua Yuerong coldly replied, "Madame Ren is only worthy of managing people like Ren Tianfan. You have no qualifications to manage my business." She exclaimed and then asked sarcastically, Then this man's business also has nothing to do with the Holy Maiden? At this moment, Hua Yuerong asked irritably, "What do you want to say?" She leaned in, smiling. After a deep exchange, this lady and hall master by have intimately allied. Today I will fully help him seize the position. She glanced sideways at Han Jinyong. "What did you say?" Outside the battle, Ren Tianfan fantasized. Madam is using Bai Qingling as an excuse to confront Hall Master Hua, proving that in Madam's heart, she still has me. While two women confronted each other fiercely, between them was a man sighing. "When will I be able to sit here?" In the distance was another man who was naked. Sun Shinger appeared, looking at his naked body and guessing, "Master, you are changing." Eyes turned into heart shapes. She secretly thought, "Master's body is so perfect, so beautiful." Then she imagined pervertedly, if he only belonged to Shinger, that would be so good. She coughed to regain her composure. "Master." Shinger heard the headquarters bell. "The grand selection has begun. Are you going over now?" He laughed and said, "No rush. We are still missing a card to decide victory or defeat." After speaking, a red marble emitted rays of light in the air, projected an image right before their eyes. Sun Shinger wondered. This is the Scarlet Guard Hong Tianfan under the eldest senior sister. Is the thing he is bringing back the Zhangming Soul Sword? He replied, "That's right, only when the sword is in my hand will this lord make a move." Then he suddenly praised the sword. "It will be very cool to see." Hua Yuerong affirmed that she would not easily ally with others. Han Jinyang teased. "Hall Master Hua speaks as if she understands Hall Master Bai very well. Could it be you two have an illicit affair?" Suddenly someone opened their mouth wide and laughed, revealing white teeth. The person laughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. "Ha ha ha! What are you two doing?" It was Taoist Fierce Tiger. He laughed and asked, "Today is a good day. Talking about these trivial matters is inappropriate, isn't it?" Both girls secretly thought, Taoist Fierce Tiger is the biggest trouble today. Nangong Fong spoke up. "The time has come. I invite you all to take your seats." A shout announced, "The grand assembly for selecting the new sect master officially begins." Tantai Lingyin stepped out. According to the rules, she would announce the list of participants. She opened the scroll. She read clearly, "Black Moon Hall, Hall Master Yihongi." The crowd whispered, "A small hall master dares to compete for the sect master position? Even if she is of the Yi family, it's not her turn." Yihongi was looking forward to the person in her dreams. Her face flushed red. She thought, "Did Bai Qingling come? Why am I expecting him? Even if there is a marriage contract or whatever, it's best if he breaks his promise so I can be at ease hating him." Tantai Lingyin continued reading the names. Een Ghost Hall, Hall Master Hua Yuerong. But in her heart, she thought of him. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Didn't he say he would stand on my side? When she read the name, Rakshasa Hall, Taoist Fierce Tiger. The crowd cheered. Taoist Fierce Tiger has extraordinary magic power. The sect master position definitely belongs to him. Nangong Fong nodded. Very good. The hall master of Rakshasa Hall truly has the demeanor of a heroic lord. It turned out Taoist Fierce Tiger had bribed people. He smiled complacently. "See, everyone below the platform is my person. What do you have to fight with?" He flew up and shouted, "Everyone, today's matter should end quickly. Let's eliminate those who are irrelevant so this seat and Hall Master Hua can decide the winner." Tantai Lingyin reminded, "Taoist Fierce Tiger, I am using the authority of the left protector to remind you. This is not in accordance with the rules." He stubbornly retorted, "Rules? Where this protector position of yours came from, everyone knows. Now there is no one left to protect you, including that master of yours who is as useless as a pig or dog." Sure enough, she reacted immediately. She swung her blade to attack, but he glared. A mere brat dares to be disrespectful to an elder? He pulled out his flaming whisk. The whisk hairs blocked her blade. He ordered, "Kneel for this seat." He pressed the whisk down, making her two knees almost have to kneel according to his will. But she was determined. "I absolutely cannot kneel, it will disappoint him." Hua Yuerong saw this and immediately helped. Her eyes glowed thanks to the power she was supplemented with. She quickly cut off his whisk. He cried out in pain, "My precious whisk! Hua Yuerong, you are finished." Hua Yuerong teleported down, disdainfully. "Fierce Tiger, your opponent is the seat. What ability do you have to bully a junior?" Luo Fenghua from Beast Control Hall intervened. "Since Hall Master Hua has said so, this Hall Master would like to request guidance." Yihongi also rushed over. "You dare to bully Senior Sister Lingyin?" She appeared on the martial stage. "It seems the lackeys beside the tiger are quite numerous." She approached. "Let a sect master candidate like me break some of your fangs and claws." Han Jinyong commented from afar. Not good. If they keep fighting like this, they will fall into Fierce Tiger's trap. Her husband foolishly said, Let me go persuade, surely he will give me some face. Before he could finish, he was punched by her for being stupid. The punch sent him flying into the sky. Someone asked Nan Gongfong, Supreme Elder, this matter. He replied, It's fine. This is the true style of our demonic sect. He said, That is also the strength needed to become sect master. Yi Hongyi realized she had been impulsive. It's ruined. Even if I defeat Hall Master Luo, there are still others supporting Fierce Tiger. Luo Fenghua continued to provoke, Hall Master Yi, the general trend is not on your side. He enthusiastically advertised, Even if you wait for Bai Qingling, it's useless. Taoist Fierce Tiger has mastered the great sorrow soul-seizing art. His strength is the top among the 4 Hall Masters. He belittled, Bai Qingling must have been crippled by some holy maiden. That's why he doesn't dare to show his face. He is just the number 1 good-for-nothing. If he has the ability, does he dare to kill me right now? Immediately after that, he felt a cold, murderous aura. A blue light flashed by, accompanied by footsteps. A voice rang out, How to choose a sect master? You have no right to decide. The crowd turned to look. This lord supports Hall Master Yi Hongyi to succeed as sect master. He appeared arrogantly. Who agrees? Who opposes? Sun Shinger cleared the way and shouted, The master of Asura Hall has arrived. Bai Qingling walked arrogantly with a provocative smile. She bowed humbly. Master, please ascend the platform. He arrogantly held his sword and stepped onto the magnificent platform. Each of his footsteps made the audience below tremble with fear. Lingyin looked up with a mess in her head. Finally he arrived, Demon Lord Qingling. She nervously looked at the man full of demonic energy approaching. Lingyin tried to stay calm. I absolutely cannot be moved. Suddenly she was stunned to see Yi Hongyi acting spoiled with him. Hall Master Bai, you have come. He turned and smiled wickedly. Hall Master Yi, you have done well. Leave the rest to this lord. Lingyin still moved her lips to call his name. Bai. Hall Master Bai. Her self-esteem made her clutch her robe tightly. Her cheeks flushed red. She called out bitterly, Honored Master. Bai Qingling used a challenging tone. Lingyin, what happened just now? This master saw it all. Songming's sect seems to have forgotten a truth. The disciples of Asura Hall cannot be humiliated. As he finished speaking, his eyes glowed red. His expression darkened as he looked toward the right corner, full of resentment mixed with challenging the opponent. On the other side, Taoist Fierce Tiger's pupils were like a beast ready to pounce and tear the opponent to pieces. The system notified in Bai Qingling's head. Congratulations, host. Great love successful. Received critical hit of 20,000 points. Memories drifted back to the time at the Purple Blood Pillar. He sat in the room with the arrogant demeanor of a leader, his hands swiping the system panel to calculate the plan. Taoist Fierce Tiger is a soul formation powerhouse. To kill him requires some props. The gifts appeared. Sword Technique 1,000 points. Goo Insects 5,000 points. Beast Armor 20,000 points. The system suggested. Random Goo Insect Pack 20% off. Only 4,000 points to receive 3 valuable types of Goo Insects. A sinister smile appeared. He immediately pressed the button. Just in time to use this Goo technique to deal with Xiao Qin. The system explained. The first type is Windriding False Wolf, which can store 1 move below the Soul Formation realm to sneak attack. It was the one that secretly attacked, taking Luo Fenghua away in the blink of an eye. Bai Qingling's red eyes flashed. He secretly thought, must make everyone believe that I have returned to the peak of Soul Formation. Looking at the stands, Nan Gongfong showed dissatisfaction. He triumphed. This play must be performed according to my script. Everything core has been prepared, just waiting for the cast to coordinate. The Demon Lord's palm appeared with a powerful purple energy. The second type of Goo insect from the system was Thunder Illusion Cicada. This move created a murderous aura that covered everything, making even Taoist Fierce Tiger break into a sweat. Nangong Fong was surprised and wondered, what kind of movement technique is this? Even during Bai Qingling's peak, I had never seen it. This lord does not like to waste time. Lay your cards on the table, Supreme Elder Nangong. His gaze was like a demon, radiating overwhelming power as if threatening the motley crew around him. Taoist Fierce Tiger cursed angrily for being considered a motley crew. Nangong Fong sat high up and laughed. Choosing a sect master requires caution, not to mention Hall Master Hua hasn't spoken yet. He secretly thought, well done, just let them bite each other. Taoist Fierce Tiger was happy to see Hua Yuerong step out in front of the audience. The two looked at each other with mixed emotions. He laughed and said, Junior sister, no one can bully you when I am here. She coldly replied, who is your junior sister? I, Hua Yuerong, do not know you. Though she said bitter words, Hua Yuerong bit her lip, as if trying to hold back tears. In the strong wind, she declared, "This seat agrees with Hall Master Bai's proposal and withdraws from the sect master competition." Han Jinyang and Ren Tianfan in the stands began to discuss this action. Embarrassed to the point of anger, she swung her hand to punch. "I'm too lazy to talk to a fool like you." Ren Tianfan dodged but was still scolded fiercely by her. Bai Qingling looked at the empty chair, his expression indifferent. Xiao Chun beside Hua Yuerong had disappeared. Perhaps he knew he had no part in this play. A smile revealing fangs full of demonic nature, he identified the only opponent on the stage at this moment. Only this sick cat is left. He looked disdainfully at Taoist Fierce Tiger. The Taoist shouted, "Bai Qingling, the river water does not infringe on the well water. Why do you block this seat's path?" He replied with utter disdain. "The river water does not interfere with the well water? Then whose backing did that dog Luo Fenghua rely on to dare insult this lord in front of everyone?" Taoist Fierce Tiger roared, his power erupting with a heat that seemed to scorch everything around him. His frenzy was clearly audible to every spectator. The demon lord waved his hand nonchalantly. "If you want to play, let's play, but this foul appearance of yours is truly unsightly. You will regret this. You don't know who the Tsangming sect belongs to now," he threatened. The demon lord replied, "Oh really? I hope you can still maintain this momentum later." Black marks appeared on his hands, his smile bright as if to send his enemy to hell. "Fierce Tiger, you plan to seize the sect master position. Is that all you can do? Just gather factions and form cliques?" Red goo insects buzzed, aiming straight at Taoist Fierce Tiger. Bai Qingling chuckled inwardly. "Unfortunately, I wanted your life from the very beginning." Tantai Lingyin sonorously announced the end of the vote, beginning to announce the results from the 10 Grand Elders. 6 support Hall Master Yi, 4 support Hall Master Fierce Tiger. Fierce Tiger sneered, "There are 5 Grand Elders surnamed Yi. This result is not strange. Don't celebrate too soon." Yi Hongyi was anxious, not knowing if she would truly become sect master and have to marry as promised. She wondered if Lingyin would accept her as a master's wife. Bai Qingling reassured her, "Hall Master Yi, don't be nervous. Today is your home turf. You will definitely be the next sect master. Don't disappoint this lord." Tantai Lingyin continued, "Among the 23 headquarters elders, 13 support Hall Master Yi, 10 support Hall Master Fierce Tiger." Taoist Fierce Tiger could not believe his ears, his anger radiating black energy. He had calculated a 7-vote advantage but was betrayed by 5 elders, making the situation irredeemable. Taoist Fierce Tiger realized Bai Qingling was behind it all. Looking at his cunning smile, he roared, "Bai Qingling, you dare manipulate the voting results." Nangong Fong intervened. "Wait, Tantailing, you missed the Hall Master level votes. Even if some did not participate, the voting rights must still be counted. I, Hall Master Ren of Asura Hall, cast 1 vote for Hall Master Fierce Tiger." Everyone was stunned. Isn't the Asura Hall Master the uncle of Hall Master Yi? Why not support his own kin? Hall Master Fierce Tiger saw a chance to turn the tide, while Yi Hongyi was bewildered. Ren Tianfan was also confused. Even though Demon Lord Qingling was not a relative, he still helped him, so why did his own kin do this? Before he could finish thinking, he was kicked by Han Jinyang. Ren Tianfan lay flat at her feet, and she spoke up, "Everyone, please forgive us. Whether public or private, the person my husband supports is Hall Master Yi of Black Moon Hall." She turned to ask Ren Tianfan, "Isn't that right, husband?" Ren Tianfan was still stubborn. "I just wanted to go against Bai Qingling's wishes." Immediately, Han Jinyang pressed his head back into the ground. She gritted her teeth, forcing him to admit, "That is your decision, isn't it, husband?" Ren Tianfan dared not argue. "That's right. Grand Elder Nangong must have misunderstood. Please correct it." Han Jinyang smiled and winked at Bai Qingling. He felt speechless at Han Jinyang. "My, Lady Run is truly..." His eyes glowed red with threat, making Taoist Fierce Tiger furious, veins bulging on his face, teeth clenched tight. He shouted angrily, "This seat is done." He recounted his contributions to the sect and hissed, "You speak well when taking benefits, but stab in the back at critical moments. You are not worthy of sitting in those positions." Nangong Fong spoke up to remind him. He lost his composure, revealing his true nature. "If it's difficult, then don't do it. I don't need this title anymore." He laughed crazily. "Yi Hongyi can be sect master, so can I. I will be sect master myself." Bai Qingling looked at him as if looking at a clown. "You want to split the Tsangming sect and ruin the sect's foundation? Having said this, don't even think about leaving the Myriad Phenomenon Palace." Bai Qingling turned to Nangong Fong. "Look at the Grand Elder's expression. Perhaps even he does not stand on your side. He realized the truth and shouted furiously, "By Qing Ling, you are truly despicable and shameless." He unleashed the great compassion soul-seizing demonic art, intending to die fighting. Hua Yuerong ordered everyone to retreat because this demonic art was very dangerous and could devour flesh and blood alive. On the contrary, Bai Qingling calmly stepped forward. "No need to be tense, it is just a corpse talking." He charged in. "Bai Qingling, you are too arrogant, die." Bai Qingling said nonchalantly, "Have you heard of the Thousand Autumn Myriad Tribulation heart-crushing goo? A type of goo insect harmless to ordinary people. Is not eat flesh or blood, only externalized demonic arts. The stronger the demonic art, the more excited it becomes." Finishing his words, hundreds of goo insects surrounded Taoist fierce tiger. Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Luckily I haven't recultivated demonic arts. This Thousand Autumn Myriad Tribulation heart-crushing goo is effective against those below the peak of soul formation. Let's see if your demonic art is stronger or my soul formation body is stronger." Bai Qingling clenched his hand as if strangling the opponent. A large explosion occurred inside Taoist fierce tiger's body. He was knocked back, screaming in pain. Bai Qingling laughed sarcastically. "Hey, hey, hey!" He looked at the giant hole, mocking. "Whatever you say, you must hold on a bit longer so everyone can still place their bets." Seeing him like this, Bai Qingling satisfiedly activated his power, preparing for the next strike. He said excitedly, "Then we can only bet on the next round. Let's see who can live a few more breaths after this blow." Veins on Taoist fierce tiger's forehead bulged on his callous skin. He roared in anger and panic. "Impossible! How can a lowly ghost path kill a peak soul formation, half-step Dao Union powerhouse like me?" Saying this, he erupted with power. A stream of purple light enveloped and spread, making him no longer have a human form. He shouted indignantly, "This body is just a decoration. You ants cannot understand." Hua Yuerong was surprised, terrified and disbelieving her eyes. Is Fierce Tiger using his body to nourish demonic arts? What is he doing? The monster appeared with huge teeth full of filthy saliva, baring its teeth and saying, "Great compassion soul-seizing, born from self-demons." His body was huge, ferocious, fingers sharp as knives, looking extremely disgusting. He shouted excitedly, "Great compassion demon soul body." A few people below excitedly laughed and said, "Demon ancestor! This is the demon ancestor manifesting." The monster raised its sharp claws, baring its disgusting teeth triumphantly. "What the hell is goo insect devouring demonic art? This seat's demon soul body is the invincible one." Saying this, he suddenly sucked the life force from the mouths of those people, causing them to lose their souls. Soul-devouring and spirit-eating, no one could stop him. Afterward, he greedily opened his mouth to absorb all the life force. Tantai Lingyin, Yi Hongyi, and Han Jinyang stood watching in fear. Yi Hongyi said seriously, "This is just the aftermath." Tantai Lingyin continued, "It can already suppress the mind." Han Jinyang also chimed in, "If facing it directly, one could not fight back at all." Nan Gongfang was angry. "Publicly slaughtering sect members in this situation again? Fierce Tiger, you have gone too far." The demon ancestor opened his eyes, deep black eyes with glowing purple pupils. His huge body, due to absorbing souls, made him grow many times larger. He said, "It's your turn, Bai Qingling. You only have a false reputation." Bai Qingling calmly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the killing intent in his eyes became ferocious. He ordered with a contemptuous smile, "Xinger, bring the sword talisman." Sun Xinger held the talisman in her hand, chanting a spell and replying, "Yes, master." Then she threw the talisman and shouted, "Go!" The demon ancestor was not only unafraid but also mocked. "Sword talisman? Bai Qingling, do you want to use that to kill me?" He stomped his foot hard, making the surroundings shake. "Useless. A weapon has no effect on a demon soul." Saying this, he charged straight toward Bai Qingling with claw-filled hands. "Take your life, Bai Qingling." Bai Qingling was calm. An ordinary sword is naturally not enough. He smiled nonchalantly, taking out a sword covered in black light. "Then how about this one?" The demon ancestor was surprised and curious. "This sword? It wasn't eye-catching when he arrived. Could there be some mystery?" The talismans fell, sticking tightly to the gloomy sword. Bai Qingling just raised the sword tip. Thousands of powerful black light rays shot out. He said calmly, "I bet your demon soul body cannot withstand a single strike." He opened his eyes wide, killing intent reaching its peak, looking straight at the demon ancestor. Bai Qingling unleashed a strike downward. The earth and sky shook, dust and smoke flew everywhere. The demon ancestor gaped in disbelief. Where they stood, many black light rays shot straight into the sky, astonishing everyone. The scene was as if hundreds of heavenly strikes descended to deal with a sinner. He was still panicking when he was controlled by Qingling's strike, his body unable to move, only able to endure the pain. He roared, "Why is there power that suppresses the demon soul body? Could that sword be?" The sword remained intact in Qingling's hand, radiating gloomy energy. He mocked, "This thing was specially prepared for you, knowing it now is too late." Afterward, the demon soul gradually dissipated and disappeared. He laughed triumphantly. "It is worthy of being the Zhongming tiger sword, and it has the sword talisman for enhancement. It was not in vain that Feng Lixue risked a trip. This is the true trump card in this play." Then he arrogantly spread his arms and said to everyone, "As you all see, Taoist Fierce Tiger has accepted the result and ascended to immortality." He said nonchalantly, surprising Yi Hongyi. "Hall Master Yi is the next sect master. It is destiny." But then she hardened her face and said, "Wait." Qingling turned with a displeased look. She immediately knelt at his feet. "Zhongming sect master Yi Hongyi greets Godfather."
Xing'e was surprised. "Godfather."
Tantai Lingyin was also surprised. "Hongyi, why are you?" She thought to herself. What love-bewitching goo has Qingling used? This demon truly deserves to die. Qingling spoke. "It seems you have thought it through." Yi Hongyi was firm. "Yes, everything follows my grandfather's last wish. Honger should regard Hallmaster Bai as a father." He was satisfied. "Worth teaching. Your grandfather's things should also be returned to you." Nangong Fong wondered. "Zhongming Soul Ring? Isn't that the symbol of the sect master's power? Why is it in Qingling's hands? Could this be the plan of the old sect master Yi?" Saying this, he took Yi Hongyi's hand and put the ring back on for her. "This lord is just fulfilling a promise." The ring was settled on her hand. Qingling looked at her and smiled affectionately, making her blush. "Congratulations, sect master Yi." Qingling knelt on one knee before Yi Hongyi, who was kneeling on the ground. "Thus, you are now the true master of Zhongming." Yi Hongyi looked up, hand to her chest, confused. Suddenly she grabbed his wrist and raised it high. She stood up and announced sonorously, "From now on, Hongyi is the master of Zhongming. Qingling is godfather. The two of us join hands to bring the great Zhongming sect back." The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Qingling stood beside her, dazed, thinking. When putting on the ring, it was like a Western-style wedding, and Yi Hongyi's words sound even more like Western politics. While lost in thought, he was attracted by something in the crowd. He realized Zhongming was folding her wings, arms crossed over her chest, her face darkened, unconsciously biting her nails. Zhongming was angry. "Why create conditions for that girl? Why is the person beside Master not me?" Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting. "Wait!" Nangong Fong appeared, hands behind his back, approaching. "This old man does not agree." Qingling glanced over, thinking to himself, "Grand Elder Nangong, this old man has finally shown his face. Fierce Tiger was just a pawn. This is the true representative of the villain faction." Nangong Fong said calmly, "Hall Master Yi has the support of the masses today, using overwhelming prestige to sit on the sect master's chair. This point this old man does not oppose." Suddenly he pointed straight at Qingling. "But this person absolutely must not hold the power of Godfather. For thousands of years, only one person has been worthy of being called Godfather. What does he rely on?" Qingling coldly asked Yi Hongyi. "Sect Master, what do you think?" Yi Hongyi was a bit dazed, stammering, Sect Master." She bowed her head shyly, then suddenly clenched her hands, resolutely shouting at Nangong Fong. "There is a precedent. Why can it not be? Or does Grand Elder Nangong also want to learn from Fierce Tiger and test Hall Master Bai's strength?" Nangong Fong gritted his teeth. Qingling arbitrarily killed Luo Fenghua and Fierce Tiger, two leaders of Zhongming. If this behavior is not punished, it will cause great chaos. The sect master must give the whole sect an answer. Yi Hongyi looked at him awkwardly. Qingling smirked triumphantly. He drew his sword and pointed it straight, his arrogant gaze looking at Nangong Fong. "This lord is too lazy to explain to you. You are not worthy to listen. My authority, heaven and earth can bear witness." Finishing, he threw the sword, sticking it straight into the ground in front of Nangong Fong. He was shocked when he saw the sword, rushing to grab it. "Is this the sword you just used?" He pulled the sword up, stammering. Could this be the Zhongming soul sword that has been lost for a long time in our sect?" He cherished the sword. The ancestor's last instruction. The holder of the two great divine artifacts can act arbitrarily and kill treacherous officials. If it is true, Qingling truly has this right. He stepped closer. "Do you intend to say this is a fake? Is its power not enough for fierce tiger alone to have experienced? Sun Shinger rushed over angrily. Grand Elder Nangong, you dare insult my master? This matter cannot be let go easily. He pinched her cheek, teasing her. Don't say too much, Grand Elder Nangong understands now. He turned to lead her away. The work is done, let's go. Before leaving, Sun Shinger turned back and stuck out her tongue to tease. The two left in the silence of Lingyin, Yi Hongyi, and Hua Yuerong. Lingyin watched them go sadly. Why is Shinger so intimate with him? There must be some conspiracy. Why isn't he close to me and senior sister Li Xue? Hua Yuerong observed Lingyin's expression, thinking, this by Qingling. His methods of manipulating girls' minds are still the same as before. Han Jinyang stood nearby, twirling a lock of hair and saying, it seems that in the future, Yuluo Hall will replace Rakshasa Hall at the head of Tsangming. Our Asura Hall should also interact more with Hall Master Bai. Ren Tianfan bowed and smiled faintly. Interact with what? A game notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Slay Taoist Fierce Tiger. Received reward. Tenfold Flame Demon Severing Slash. Received 3,000 points. Current balance. 48,000 points. Night fell at the star-plucking tower of Asura Hall. Han Jinyang lay on her side, hands supporting her chin, sighing in boredom. Ren Tianfan stepped forward, admiring her seductive figure, thinking to himself, my wife is truly the #1 enchanting creature of the 9 continents. The proverb says, a woman adorns herself for the one who appreciates her. Could it be that tonight my wife wants to be with me? Suddenly a figure appeared behind Han Jinyang. The dangerous building is 100 feet high. One can pluck the stars with their hand. Lady Ren truly has refined taste. Ren Tianfan was surprised. Bai Qingling? Why is he here? She sat up, coldly ordering Ren Tianfan to go outside. Ren Tianfan panicked. Why did you call Bai Qingling in? And what do you want your husband to help with? Bai Qingling walked in himself. Thank you for your kindness, madam, but this restriction cannot stop me. He smiled and said to Ren Tianfan, Hallmaster Run, feel free to go outside. This lord has come at the invitation of your wife to discuss business. Ren Tianfan was angry, veins bulging, shouting loudly, Bai Qingling, don't bully people too much. He went mad, gripping his sword. Do you really see the master of Asura Hall as a decoration? Today I must test my sword on you. Before he could finish, Han Jinyang shouted, Ren Tianfan, do you want to die? Bai Qingling stood behind, laughing contemptuously. His face clearly showed fear, kneeling down trembling. Madam, it is this little thief's fault, because your husband wanted. Han Jinyang coldly kicked him out. Get out. Later. No matter what sounds you hear, do not enter. Is that clear? Ren Tianfan called out helplessly, Madam! In the end, he was still kicked out, only knowing how to shamelessly sit stubbornly in front of the room door, pricking up his ears to eavesdrop. Inside, Han Jinyang shyly offered a drink. Please, Hall Master Bai. He took the wine glass, took a sip, and thought to himself that he remembered this plot point. Looking at Han Jinyang blushing, he thought, at that time, she escaped from Ji Taimei of the Hahuan sect, but was afflicted with the passion flower desire goo. Bai Qingling observed, tonight is when the love goo takes effect. Truly a love game, full of these kinds of plots. Han Jinyang played with her hair, saying suggestively, is the taste of the beast milk from the demon pet courtyard not bad? For Demon Lord Qingling to be willing to taste it is my honor. He was silent, she continued. Hall Master Bai is not young anymore, yet has no wife. If there were someone to attend to your needs, make tea and cook, wouldn't that be wonderful? Bai Qingling immediately imagined Sun Shinger seductively on the bed, inviting, Master, eat quickly. Suddenly realizing he was thinking nonsense, he turned his face away, covering his mouth. Madam, speak directly. Why did you invite me here? Han Jinyang looked at him with amusement, licking her lips and thinking, he is shy. Could it be that he is moved by me? She blushed again, boldly resting her long, slender legs on his lap, asking who was more beautiful, herself or Hall Master Hua. Bai Qingling's face darkened, glancing at her legs, then calmly asked in return why she mentioned Hall Master Hua. Corners of Han Jinyang's mouth curled up slightly, calmly questioning. Does Hall Master Bai really know and still ask? Or is this a trick to please girls? She pulled her legs back, gently tugged her stocking, and asked further. Do you know the origin of these stockings? Bai Qingling observed carefully and replied. Made from heavenly silkworm silk, it has a certain effect of resisting evil. My little disciple also likes to wear them, but she likes white. Hearing this, Han Jinyang sat directly on his lap, smiling as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her affectionate, flirtatious gaze asking, Then do you like it? Bai Qingling stared at her thoughtfully, thinking to himself, if I say I don't like it, I'd definitely be lying, but the original owner of this body might not feel the same. He felt Han Jinyang's flattery was still not enough, his eyes flashing with calculation and a strange smile. Suddenly, Han Jinyang's expression darkened, and she asked him, do you still not remember? He let out a confused huh and asked back, what? Han Jinyang did not answer but forcefully grabbed his hand. After that, she directly placed his hand on her thigh. With a pained expression, she said, this heavenly silkworm spirit silk was a gift from you. Memories returned to the past. A green-haired man sitting next to Bai Qingling laughed and asked, you want to refine Tantai Lingyin into a pleasure-desire beauty puppet. You still need to consume living souls, right? Before them were 3 beautiful girls. One spoke up. The Hahuan sex saintess candidates, choose as you please. They had no idea, only thinking I was gifting them to you as maids. The hottest girl enthusiastically writhed, trying to appear seductive. Lord Bai, choose me. As long as I am in your sight, I will always keep you comfortable. Next was a petite, shy girl. Lord Bai, this young lady knows how to keep secrets. Everyone praises my mouth for being very tight. Finally, a girl crawling on the ground, her eyes dazed, begged, I want you to choose me. I know how to do everything. I can do any task. Both were silent. Only the green-haired man smirked at the kneeling girl. As for Bai Qingling, he paid no attention at all, quietly casting his gaze to the side. He looked at Han Jinyang standing there timidly, her mouth stuttering, unable to speak. At this time, her name was still Yoon Jiner. The green-haired man saw Bai Qingling eyeing her. So he leaned in, lifted her chin, and teased, good eye. This Yoon Jiner possesses the undying divine phoenix body, truly good material. Want to choose her? Bai Qingling coldly replied, no, just remembering some boring matters. Saying that, he reached out and touched a stack of luxurious fabric. He stood up, handed it to her and instructed, this fabric is for you, take good care of yourself. Han Jinyang's cheeks flushed, shyly looking at the fabric in her hands. Returning to the present, Han Jinyang pressed her body against Bai Qingling, her expression sorrowful and resentful. You bastard, making me miss you for so many years, you must take responsibility for me. Han Jinyang sat on his lap, frowning in distress. That day there were so many saintess candidates. You always looked at me but didn't choose me. I ask you why? He evaded. Madam Ren, your poison is acting up. A strange mark appeared on Han Jinyang's thigh. Bai Qingling touched it lightly, coldly saying, passion flower desire goo. A strange Hahuan poison. You escaped the Hahuan sect but could not escape this. Han Jinyang's body was sensitive. Just a light touch made her shiver with pleasure. Her face flushed red like a tomato, and she shyly lowered her head, hugging him tightly. Bai Qingling's face remained unchanged, and he did not push her away, calmly explaining. Choosing women that year was to use them as sacrifices. Although you were the most suitable, you reminded me of my own plight back then. Dark memories flooded back. Because of his extraordinary physique, he was lured and became a living medicine. Bai Qingling gripped Han Jinyang's shoulders, looking straight into her eyes. Pitying you is also pitying myself. I owe you a favor. Today I use this detoxification to repay it. Han Jinyang didn't know what else to say. She was moved and softly called Bai Qingling's name. Outside, Ren Tianfan was squatting on the ground, patiently eavesdropping. He pressed his ear to the door, losing his composure, muttering, what is this commotion? What are they doing inside? The door suddenly swung open, startling Ren Tianfan, who lost his balance and fell backward, crying out in pain. Looking up, he only saw Bai Qingling standing at the door. He angrily shouted, Bai Qingling, what did you do to my wife? Why are you the only one coming out? Where is my wife? Ren Tianfan suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at the slimy, pale pink liquid on Bai Qingling's hand, asking in disbelief, what is that on your hand? Could it be? Bai Qingling raised his hand as if to let Ren Tianfan see clearly. Naturally, it is poison. Don't you know your wife was poisoned? If you weren't incompetent, would it be my turn to act? He ignored Ren Tianfan, who was stunned, flew up, and reminded him. Put your Asura Hall Master hat back on. Don't let it go crooked. He flew away, thinking to himself. The loss regarding Han Jinyang is temporarily compensated for a bit. But as for Hua Yuerong, I don't know where to start. Between him and junior sister Yuerong are old secrets that even the original owner of this body doesn't clearly remember due to the dispersal of his original body. Those memories must be buried in the heart of the original body, which is currently being preserved in the Flame Demon Tower. He suddenly accelerated, his eyes sharp. A blue light covered his body. He had to make a trip to the Flame Demon Tower to retrieve his memories and restore the Demon Lord's peak strength. Elsewhere, Xiao Chun stood on a cliff, crazily screaming the names of Hua Yuerong, Tantai Lingyin, Shinger, and Yi Hongyi. His eyes were bloodshot, angrily shouting, "You short-sighted women, there will come a day when I make you pay the price to know what a true child of destiny is." At Xiao Chen's feet, the aged face of Yushu Zi appeared from a drawing on the ground. Seeing him making a racket, he advised, "Disciple, why must you be like this? There is still a chance to turn things around." He turned his head with an ugly expression. Yushu Zi, currently in a soul projection state, continued, "Yi Hongyi has ascended as sect master. Bai Qingling has become the godfather of Tsangming. Even though your plan didn't succeed, the Wood Saintess has calculated that the fault does not lie with you." Yushu Zi said seriously, "The Wood Saintess says the third demon-slaying holy war must be won. There is currently an opportunity to kill Bai Qingling's original body, and it requires a child of destiny like you to act." Xiao Chun wondered, "What does that woman mean? How do I still have a chance to kill him?" Yushu Zi transformed the drawing into a tower and explained, "The Flame Demon Tower, one of the 4 forbidden lands of Tsangming, is where a part of Bai Qingling's original body essence is contained." Xiao Chun was suspicious. "Does that woman surnamed Mu want to treat me as a pawn? Why would Bai Qingling remove his perfect formless demon body? Stop trying to deceive me." Yushu Zi replied, "That day, the Wood Saintess fought him and discovered the formless demon body was incomplete. When she invaded his sea of consciousness, she saw the weakness was a girl and an ancient tower. The drawing changed. The girl's identity was unclear, but that tower was indeed the Flame Demon Tower." Xiao Chun was triumphant. "So that's it. Inside the tower, there must be his important origin essence. The secret keys to the tower are in the hands of the sect master and the grand elders, which is why he had to support Yi Hongyi. But then he collapsed, punching the ground. So what if I know? We can't get into the Flame Demon Tower." Yushu Zi narrowed his eyes. "Don't forget, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Bai Qingling supports Yi Hongyi, who in the Tsangming sect is the most annoyed." Xiao Chun suddenly understood, his expression surprised. "Master means the Grand Elder of the Heaven Treasure Pavilion, Nangong Fong?" The setting sun crept through the door cracks, covering the room in warmth. Tantai Lingyin, with a cold expression, faced Yi Hongyi. "Hongyi, from today you are the sect master of Tsangming sect. These confidential ledgers, I, in the name of the Protector, officially hand them over to you." Yi Hongyi took them, smiling. "Sister Lingyin, you know I hate these things the most," she pleaded. "How about we keep it like before, you decide the small matters and we discuss the big matters together, okay?" Tantai Lingyin was stern. Lingyin dares not overstep her authority. In the room, incense smoke drifted. Lingyin said, "You can also find the sect master to handle it together." Hearing this, Yi Hongyi hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Lingyin, are you angry with me for forming an alliance with Bai Qingling?" She explained with a wronged expression. "That was my grandfather's dying wish, telling me I must follow it." Tantai Lingyin was suspicious. What did the old ancestor say? Yi Hongyi was shy, her face flushing red. "Grandfather said you and Bai Qingling must become Dao companions." Finishing her words, she sobbed. Tantai Lingyin felt as if struck by lightning. Yi Hongyi choked up. "Sister Lingyin, don't worry, I have thought it through. If I really marry that man, it absolutely will not affect our relationship." She whispered, "We will still be the same, I will call you Sister Lingyin, you will call me..." Mid-sentence, she suddenly cried out in panic. "Sister Lingyin." Tantai Lingyin collapsed, devastated. Old scenes returned. In a wooden house, young Bai Qingling was a youth with an immature face. Beside him was a beautiful, vibrant young girl. That girl blushed shyly, unable to hide her happiness, smiling and bowing her head. "First bow to heaven and earth. Senior brother, why aren't you bowing?" She wondered, looking at the handsome youth. He replied indifferently, "It's just a game, junior sister. Why must you be so serious?" The innocent girl cried out in grievance. "Why not serious? Senior brother said you would listen to Ronger." The sobbing made by Qingling soften. He anxiously coaxed, "Don't cry. I'll listen to you." Seeing him indulge her, the girl happily nodded. "Great. Ronger knew senior brother loves me the most." The bowing sound echoed again. Second bow to the demon ancestor. The couple sat next to each other, full of happiness. Suddenly, her slender hand tightly grasped the youth's hand. The unexpected touch surprised by Qingling, his cheeks flushing, his eyes showing a flicker of emotion. The final words echoed, "Bow to each other as husband and wife." Both held hands tightly, their affection passionate. In the cozy space, Ronger could not help but radiant smile on her beautiful face. Ouch! The two bumped their heads together. The happy scene vanished. Bai Qingling startled awake, clutching his head, sweat soaking his cheeks. He wondered, "Is there someone wanting to assassinate me again?" "Master," a woman's coquettish voice sounded, making him turn. Sun Xinger wore thin robes, lying in the opposite direction to Bai Qingling, her feet nearly touching his face, looking very funny. She closed her eyes, sleep-talking. Xinger wants to bear master's children. Her appearance was heart-stirring. Bai Qingling leaned against the headboard, his thin black robe not covering his firm chest. He shouted with red eyes. Who gave you permission to ride on this lord's head? You are truly getting more and more presumptuous. Sun Xinger startled. Ouch. Xinger knows she was wrong. She tapped her own head, her pouted lips explaining. Actually, senior sister Tantai requested an audience, but master hadn't woken up, so Xinger waited and fell asleep. He was suspicious. Lingyin? Then he replied in a low voice. I know, I will go out to meet her. Cold mist mingled with warm sunlight, creeping through green leaves covering the majestic mountains. On the mountain peak was an exquisite tiled pavilion, lush with vegetation. Inside was Tantai Lingyin. Lingyin greets master. Behind a stone statue, Yi Hongyi was still intently watching and silently affirmed. Sister Lingyin indeed still cannot accept this. In her heart, she wondered, would she challenge that man for her sake? Or has she become completely disappointed in me and wants to return under master's command? She couldn't help but peek at the two master and disciple, internally blaming herself for truly being a fool. Why did I push her to this extent? She was curious about what they were saying because she couldn't hear clearly. In the pavilion, clothes were scattered on the floor. Tantai Lingyin softly begged Bai Qingling. Master, please stop controlling Hongyi's spirit. I know my purpose for existing is to become a sacrifice. I am willing to use myself to exchange for Hongyi's freedom. Tantai Lingyin at this moment had only a few scraps of cloth on her body, revealing skin as white as snow. Her face was full of shyness, her hands clutching her ample bosom, lowering her face bashfully. Whatever the matter, just target Lingyin is fine. Although resentful in her heart, she was still determined. No need to pity me just because I am your disciple. The call Lingyin sounded, making her startle and turn around. She discovered Yi Hongyi had been standing behind them for who knows how long, covering her mouth in horror. Before Tantai Lingyin and Bai Qingling, she suspiciously asked, What are you all doing? Tantai Lingyin was surprised, hurriedly clutching her nearly naked body, blushing red as she called, Hongyi. She hurriedly clarified to Yi Hongyi. Listen to my explanation, it's not what you think. Yi Hongyi bowed timidly, speaking with a hint of sorrow. It seems the sect master has come at the wrong time. Bai Qingling's voice sounded just in time. No. Gave a large, satisfied smile, revealing white teeth and fangs that looked extremely demonic. You have come at the perfect time. Bai Qingling radiantly held the hands of both Tantai Lingyin and Yi Hongyi, using an expression of universal salvation to say, You are this lord's disciple and foster daughter. A warm, big family. Family members must join forces to conquer the demonic path, take control of the central continent, and help the Songming sect shine again. His low, captivating voice made both blush like young girls, half awake, half dreaming, wondering. Foster daughter, big family, disciple? In that warm atmosphere, Bai Qingling returned to an indifferent expression, asking Yi Hongyi. Sect Master Yi. This lord requests the key to the Flame Demon Tower. Has there been a response yet? He thought of the original plot after helping the sect master ascend. Obtaining the key from the Grand Elder would be very easy. She honestly replied, I spoke to the Grand Elders about this, but Grand Elder Nangong rejected it. He proposed opening the Flame Demon Tower as a trial secret realm for disciples to suppress the surge of evil soul beasts inside. Bai Qingling sneered. Very well. Nangong Fong intends to play this trick on me? He wants to bully the few with the many, using the hands of 10,000 disciples to suppress my Yuluo Hall. Tantai Lingyin sharply speculated. Now that the eldest senior sister is not here, Xinger is afraid she doesn't have enough magic power to suppress the peers. She continued, relying only on Xiao Chan of the Yin Ghost Hall. He is already at the peak of half-step core formation. I'm afraid. Hearing her finish, Bai Qingling's expression turned cold, terrifying those beside him. His red eyes glanced at her, questioning. Protector Tantai, are you not a member of my Yuluo Hall? I am speaking of my own hall's affairs, yet you treat yourself as an outsider. Tantai Lingyin was restless, not knowing how to answer. He laughed coldly. Ha, I understand. Fairy Tantai, you have a noble bloodline and a far-reaching vision, so you don't concern yourself with these small matters. Bai Qingling turned and left. Unlike that silly girl Xinger, who was willing to give up everything for master. He walked away, leaving Yi Hongyi and Tantai Lingyin standing there sweating, wondering if this had resolved the Asura field situation from just now. He thought to himself that he needed to maintain the great love strategy, not allowing any losses. On this side, Tantai Lingyin was surprised to discover one thing. Did he have expectations of me just now? She clutched her face, blaming herself. I clearly could have responded to that expectation. Why did I hesitate? Yi Hongyi beside her hugged her shoulders to comfort her. Sister Lingyin, after all, he is your master. Your hesitant appearance just now must have broken his heart. Hearing her speak up for Bai Qingling, Tantai Lingyin, tears streaming down her beautiful face, said in grievance. Hongyi, I am truly very disappointed in you. Originally, you and I had the Mirrorflower oath, now look at what you are doing. She felt wronged. You were standing on that man's side to reprimand the sister who always trusted you. Yi Hongyi did not expect Tantai Lingyin to be so angry with her. Sister Lingyin. She was annoyed, sharply questioning Tantai Lingyin back. We once swore not to let any man touch us, so just now when I entered, what were you doing? The person who abandoned the Mirrorflower oath first is clearly Sister Lingyin. Hongyi, where are you going? She frowned as if to draw a clear line. If Sister Lingyin has betrayed the oath, then don't blame Hongyi for not showing mercy. This sect master must go find her fiancé. Tonight we will consummate the marriage in Yuluo Hall. Tantai Lingyin felt as if struck by lightning, not expecting her to be so angry that she would dare do that. What? Consummate the marriage? She couldn't stand it, gritting her teeth and telling herself. Even if there is to be anger, it should be me who gets angry first. In the dark hall, a gloomy and cold atmosphere prevailed. The high walls stained with the bright blood-red color of the demonic path. Bai Qingling, with a noble appearance, sat on the throne. If you have stepped onto the path of the Yellow Springs, you must follow the rules of the underworld. Below the hall, Sun Xinger stood before an ancient vase, proficiently using magic to create demonic pink-purple light rays spreading everywhere. The vase seemed to respond to her incantations, talisman characters appeared, and streams of dark gray energy obeyed orders and escaped outward. Appearing afterward was a giant entity standing before Sun Xinger, called Ghost Guan Yi. It was over 9 feet tall, its body large and sturdy, radiating fierce killing intent all around. Its soulless eyes glowed with a bright red color like an unceasing fire. Sun Xinger's face was excited, filled with an adorable smile when seeing the magic succeed. This demonic group is very suitable for my ghost-controlling spiritual body, truly without a single flaw. Summoning this ghost general is too powerful. She approached Bai Qingling and asked, Master, why did you suddenly personally teach Xinger combat techniques today? Xinger actually wanted a different kind of reward. He closed his eyes, his handsome face revealing a deep scar at the corner of his left eye. Isn't it because of your senior sister? Truly, a grown daughter cannot be kept. Bai Qingling left the throne, speaking as he walked toward Ghost Guan Yi. Because of the upcoming Flame Demon Tower trial and the final enemy, the entire Yuluo Hall needs to strengthen its power. Teaching you combat techniques here today will certainly help you become much stronger. He continued, but you need to know this. Bai Qingling's hand gripped the sword tightly, bright blood-red magic energy appearing, powerful and unparalleled. He swung the sword down, in an instant splitting the giant entity of Ghost Guan Yi in two, causing the scene in the hall to turn bright red like a sea of fire. Sun Xinger watched everything with eyes full of pride and admiration. Master is truly strong, destroying it in just one move. Bai Qingling stood proudly holding his sword, killing intent radiating from his body. This is the reward for slaying Taoist Fierce Tiger at the assembly, the tenfold flame demon severing slash. He thought to himself, as expected of a rare treasure from the system, even the weakest move has this much power. Just now it was like escaping from Lingyin and Hongyi's place. After calming down, he began to calculate, images of Xiaochun and Nangongfang appearing in his mind. The Flame Demon Tower plot has deviated from the original story. Perhaps I just ruined the plans of Xiaochun and Nangongfang. Those two will certainly treat me as an enemy. Bai Qingling guessed and said, Why do you always treat me with such malice? I see you are lacking great love. He swung his sword and sneered. Wait until the trial opens. I will teach you a lesson. Before the Flame Demon Tower, at the Heavenly Demon Plaza, the dark, deep sky created a gloomy feeling. Below in the arena, the massive stands were covered in sect flags. Tens of thousands of disciples were fired up, preparing for the battle. A stern voice rang out. Today, the Flame Demon Tower opens as a trial ground. In the middle of the arena, Nangongfang stood next to Tantai Lingyin and said, Regardless of demonic energy or treasures in the tower, they all belong to the one who stands at the top. Behind, Yi Hongyi sat on the throne. As he finished speaking, Taoist Fierce Tiger's disciples shouted in unison. Conquer the trial, rebuild the great Rakshasa Hall. The Een Ghost Hall side, led by Hua Yuerong, was not to be outdone. Xiao Chun stood beside her, and the disciples shouted. Rakshasa Hall, stop shouting. Worry about choosing a new hall master. Senior brother Xiao Chun is the strongest. The two sides disputed fiercely. Hua Yuerong was as beautiful as the moon, her face hidden behind a thin veil, seriously asking Xiao Chun, Do you still remember the military pledge? He replied confidently, Yes, in this trial, this disciple will definitely seize the top spot. If I fail, I ask to cut off one arm myself. Hua Yuerong heard this and kept her cold expression, glancing at him and saying, "You are missing one sentence. All strange items, apart from heavenly treasures, must be handed to this master for inspection. Do not open them without permission." Xiao Chun respectfully bowed his head. Yes, this disciple remembers. But when he lowered his face, he revealed a sinister smile, his sharp eyes thinking, "Hua Yuerong, by Qingling, just wait for a surprise from me." Ren Tianfan looked at the scene before him, asking his disciple, "Nie Zhang, is it ready?" He bowed confidently. "I will definitely not fail the reputation of the Asura Hall's first disciple." Beside him, Han Jinyang with her flamboyant beauty evaluated him with disdain. What can one expect from Ren Tianfan's disciple? She turned to Bai Qingling opposite, her face suddenly blushing, flirtatiously blowing a kiss to him. In her heart, she was smug. Last time before leaving, Bai Qingling and I had already finished plotting. This time we will definitely harvest more than the sect master assembly. Bai Qingling received the blown kiss and smiled satisfactorily, thinking, Han Jinyang's guts are getting bigger. The path ahead is wide open. Suddenly his gaze turned cold. He turned and saw Xiao Chun and Hua Yuerong looking at him with eyes burning with killing intent. He sighed. Is the pressure from Yin Ghost Hall aimed only at me? Then he looked at Sun Shinger right next to him. Shinger, this is a tool, a later move I prepared for you. Sun Shinger was surprised and happy to receive it. He instructed, Mystic Shadow Clone Goo, just open it at the critical moment. This master will naturally help you. She happily hugged him. Thank you, master. With this reward, Shinger will try her best. The gazes of Han Jinyang, Xiao Chen, and Hua Yuerong made the surrounding air even colder, the pressure weighing down. Antai Lingyin stood in the middle of the arena, coldly speaking. It is time. She explained the rules. According to the regulations, we will compete in candle blowing to decide the order of entry into the tower. There is a row of 20 long spirit fortune candles filled with spiritual power. Using artifacts is forbidden, only external projection of true essence is allowed. The person who blows out the most candles will be prioritized to enter the tower first. Sun Shinger volunteered to go first. Yu Luo Hall, Sun Shinger requests to compete. Nangong Fong generously praised. Little junior sister is quite good. Disciples of our demonic path must have such leading momentum to be good. A powerful purple light surrounded Sun Shinger. She whispered, Silly ghost, lend me your power. Her eyes flashed. The ghost official robe appeared behind her, blowing out a stream of greenish-blue fire. Result. Yu Luo Hall, Sun Shinger blew out 15 candles. Nangong Fong secretly praised. Impressive. These spirit candles are not easy to blow out. I hope Xiao Qin doesn't disappoint me like Fierce Tiger. Behind, Xiao Chun held his sword and stepped up arrogantly. Is that all? Xiao Chun of Yin Ghost Hall requests to try. He smugly thought. Humph, a high and mighty slut, a poorly taught slave, you will regret missing out on the love of this child of destiny. He held his saber and rushed up, a powerful blue aura covering all sides. Ha! 1/ extinguished 17 candles. Nangong Fong was satisfied and praised. Very good. This is the record for a disciple below Hall Master level in our Tsongming sect. Nangong Fong was excited. It seems the first person to enter the arena is decided. Does anyone have any objections? Xiao Chun spun his sword and returned. I yield. Sun Shinger was sad and apologetic. Master, I lost to that guy again. Bai Qingling comforted her. It's okay. Not okay. Tantai Lingyin suddenly remembered the words Bai Qingling and Yi Hongyi had said that day. I understand, Tantai Fairy. You have a noble bloodline. Unlike that little girl Shinger who is willing to give up everything for her master. If Lingyin breaks her oath, don't blame Hongyi for finding a fiancé to consummate the marriage in Yu Luo Hall. Tantai Lingyin firmly spoke up. Wait. Luo Hall, Tantai Lingyin requests to try blowing the candles. The surrounding air buzzed. Someone shouted. Protector Tantai doing this? Isn't she lowering her status? Another said. Shouldn't she avoid suspicion with Yu Luo Hall? Nangong Fong was suspicious. Protector Tantai, you hold the position of protector, personally going down to the arena. Isn't that disrupting the rules? Qingling observed coldly, thinking, according to this original script, she should have been elsewhere. Could it be Lingyin still hates me so she wants to intentionally cause trouble? He realized she was looking in his direction. She is looking over here, that cold gaze, I don't know what she is thinking. But mostly it is this intention. Behind Yi Hongyi's expression were deep thoughts. Sister Lingyin, do you want to make a fool of yourself in front of everyone for that man again? That day you were frank with the master who raised you, it was exactly as I thought. Thinking of that, she was still angry with Tantai Lingyin. Forget it, the mirror flower oath between us doesn't need to be maintained anymore. From now on, we go our separate ways, you just live with your master. She immediately stood up and said loudly. Protector Tantai is both a protector of this sect and a disciple of Yu Luo Hall, having received the nurturing grace of the Godfather. This action is respecting the teacher and the Tao, even in the demonic path. There is no reason to blame her. Tantai Lingyin revealed a look of surprise on her beautiful face. Hongi, she thought to herself. Calling him Godfather so naturally, earlier she even wanted to consummate the marriage with him. Even you have followed Xinger's path, seduced by that man. Nangong Fong heard Yi Hongi's opinion and also complied. If the sect master has said so, then let's watch Protector Tantai's divine technique. Xiao Chun stood below and couldn't hold back, his complexion ugly as he mocked. Humph! Tantai Ling, opposing me is your greatest sorrow. 1/cutting 17 candles is already the limit. Let's see how you beat me. She stepped to the row of candles burning with blue fire. Below, Sun Xinger didn't mind cheering loudly. Second senior sister. Come on, don't let that bastard Xiao Chun look down on us. Bai Qingling beside her smiled confidently. Xinger, no need to worry. In this candle-blowing trial, your eldest senior sister might not necessarily win against her. The direct disciple of Demon Lord Qingling never lets others look down on her. Following his words, Tantai Lingyin channeled her power, a stream of white energy gradually accumulating on her hand. Tantai Lingyin used all her strength to create a white whirlwind like a snowstorm, blowing away the entire row of candles. Everyone below exclaimed in unison. Oh my God! So strong! One palm extinguished 20 candles. This is truly creating history. Are the disciples of Yu Luo Hall all monsters? Facing everyone's exclamations, Tantai Lingyin was extremely confident in the result of this trial. He nonchalantly walked past Xiao Chun, who was gaping in astonishment, and proceeded toward Nangong Fong. Supreme Elder Nangong, the priority key to enter the arena. I accepted on behalf of Yu Luo Hall. Xiao Chen's complexion was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth, unconvinced. It was just a normal palm wind. How could it extinguish 20 candles? Clearly I am the leader. The key to Flame Demon Tower must be mine. Sun Xinger was also surprised by the divine wind just now, asking Bai Qingling, Master, second senior sister. He smiled proudly and explained, the Tao of Formations is your second senior sister's specialty. Explained profoundly. Just now it looked like using palm wind to blow candles, but actually it was destroying the formation inside the spirit bamboo. This trial for Lingyin is just a small game. Tantai Lingyin respectfully bowed, offering the item with both hands in front of Bai Qingling. Tantai Lingyin did not fail the mission. I have won the key for our Yu Luo Hall. In front of the entire sect, she respectfully said to him, Please, Master, allow Lingyin to lead the team into Flame Demon Tower. The Flame Demon Tower was illusory, filled with spiritual energy inviting disciples. Someone outside announced, Today, the Flame Demon Tower trial officially begins. Nangong Fong waved his hand and ordered, Open the exquisite treasure water mirror. In the sky appeared a green water sphere, acting as a screen to project the battle inside Flame Demon Tower. Bai Qingling looked through the sphere at his disciples, thinking to himself, Elders watching the projection of disciples in the tower, just like the original game. The original intention was surely to show the brilliance of the male protagonist Xiao Chun in front of everyone. He revealed an arrogant smile, his eyes burning red. It's just a pity that the halo that originally belonged to him has been stolen. Xinger, don't disappoint this master. Inside the tower, Tantai Lingyin walked behind everyone, her expression sad as she sighed. Sigh. Clearly I was so sincere. Yet Master still let Xinger lead the team. She looked at Sun Xinger in front, wondering, have I really disappointed him that much? Sun Xinger said to everyone, Looking at the structure of this stone room, we must be in the north area of the first floor. This is the area with the strongest fierce beasts, but also closest to the heavenly ladder leading to the next level. The space suddenly shifted. An aura as red as blood covered everything. Tantai Lingyin warned, This aura is definitely the awakening of evil beasts. The first floor trial is about to begin. She called out to everyone, Form up, be vigilant.
Fiers, Xuanyuan Demon Resisting Formation.
Seeing Sun Xinger still standing far away, she urgently called, Xinger, what are you spacing out for? Hurry and get into formation. Sun Xinger was surprised. Wow, the evil energy is so thick. Suddenly a dirty hand with sharp claws approached. Thousands of humanoid bug-like creatures along with giant monsters several zhang tall awakened, advancing toward everyone. They emitted terrifying screeches. Someone exclaimed, These are Golden Core Stage evil demons? Scarlet Demon Freaks. Sun Xinger was still focused on researching. Scarlet Demon Freak? Got it. It's on the list. From behind, Tantai Lingyin worriedly called, Sun Xinger, what are you doing? These evil demons' cultivation is not inferior to yours at all. Sun Shinger remained calm, confidently replying, "It's okay. Master has prepared a unique incantation for me." A fierce monster with thick evil energy appeared before her. "Hehe. Not only did you not run, but you actively approached this great master?" Sun Shinger calmly stepped closer, whispering, "Hi. If I don't get close, how can I talk quietly to you?" The fish ogre lowered its head, opening its mouth to exclaim, "Brave enough! Let this great master taste your fresh flesh." She clasped her hands together in front of her mouth and whispered, "We are the direct disciples of Demon Lord Qingling." The fish ogre heard this and was terrified as if it had just realized the truth. It fell to its knees at her feet. Don't hit me. It is this lowly one who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." The fish ogre finished begging and stood up to retreat. "This lowly one will return to the underground to sleep." It even stood behind and waved goodbye, not forgetting to urge its subordinates. "You guys, hurry and take the immortals to the next level. Send off the fairies." Lingyin saw this and couldn't help but be suspicious. She asked Sun Shinger, "Shinger, what did you say to him?" Sun Shinger put her finger to her lips, looking mysterious. "How should I say it? Is this the result of being blessed by my heavenly god?" Nangong Fong observed from the outside, angrily shouting, "This is not logical. The Scarlet Demon Freak is a formation-guarding evil demon. How can it help people pass the trial? Yu Luo Hall is cheating. This old man proposes to strip Yu Luo Hall of their trial qualifications." Qingling laughed cunningly. "Cheating? I have been through this flame demon tower twice. Any evil demon with strength has already experienced my methods. They are leading the way because they respect this lord. Where is the cheating?" At this moment, someone approached and teased by Qingling. "Yo, Demon Lord Qingling is being made difficult by Nangong II again?" His complexion darkened. Han Jinyang sat on the armrest of the chair, stroking his face. "If you agree to that matter from the other day, our Asura Hall can support you 1 more inch." He suspiciously didn't understand what she was talking about. What day was that day? What does closer by 1 inch mean? Could this woman be acting? He remembered the day he helped Han Jinyang. "That day I drew a clear line, ending it by removing the passion flower desire goo poison for her." He thought again. "But her marriage is forced. Her husband is a piece of trash. For many years she has been tormented by goo poison and unable to find relief." His eyes turned red. "I understand." Looking at her smiling brightly, he sighed. "By nature, this woman is like this. If she doesn't get what she craves, she won't give up." He cunningly asked, "Madam Ren, your courage truly makes people admire you." He patted her thigh and teased. "Right in front of Hall Master Ren and the Supreme Elders, are you forcing this lord to take action to respond to this provocation?" Han Jinyang couldn't hold back a soft moan. On this side, Nangong Fong was still demanding justice. "Sect Master, Bai Qingling despises this Supreme Elder. Please punish Yu Luo Hall severely." Yihang Ai was watching from inside, thinking, "Is this method of Bai Qingling to pamper Lingyan? I don't want to lose this special favor." Yihang Ai sat sternly on the throne and retorted, "This sect master thinks the Supreme Elder's words are incorrect. Yu Luo Hall used a plan to subdue people, even more demonstrating the style of our demonic path." She added, "Does passing a trial always require killing? Nangong Fong, your thinking is becoming more and more like those hypocrites of the righteous path." He hurriedly bowed to apologize. "I dare not. I absolutely did not have that intention." She revealed a smug smile. "That's right, the sect master is also a godfather. I should do so." "Godfather? Can you feel it?" Nangong Fong grimaced in humiliation. "Xiao Chun, if your results don't make up for today's humiliation, I will definitely not spare you." The second floor of Flame Demon Tower appeared with bronze statues of centaurs. Lingyin introduced. "This bronze statue is called the Passion-Severing Mad Beast. It is the Mount Spirit of the founding patriarch of transformation. Its function is to check if the heart demon of the trial taker is tainted by worldly desire." She explained further, "Only one person needs to pass the heart demon trial on the stone platform. The whole team will pass." Yihang Ai praised, "Protector Tantai understands Flame Demon Tower very well. But is she intentionally showing off for the godfather to see?" Nangong Fong gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, our Tsongming sect is the most heartless. But this level is like a gift for Yu Luo Hall." Lingyin worriedly didn't dare to step up. "If I go up to the platform, will the passion-severing mad beast expose my feelings for Hongi?" Sun Shinger was also shy, covering her face. "I have so many shy thoughts about Master. If this mirror reveals everything, what should I do?" At the moment, 2 gazes met. It seemed both had the same thought, pointing at the other and speaking in unison. "Second senior sister, little junior sister, how about you or I go first?" After inviting the other in unison, Tantai Ling-in and Zenshinger stood looking at each other, speechless. Someone spoke up to relieve the situation. Two senior sisters of Yu Luo Hall, how about letting me go first? He approached. The master's wife said Yu Luo Hall is a friend. Everyone can rest assured. This person was the first disciple of Asura Hall, Nyezheng. Tantai Ling-in smiled awkwardly. That's also good. Then let's watch junior brother Nyez's performance. Nyezheng didn't say anything, jumped up and stood in front of the passion-severing mad beast. First direct disciple of Asura Hall, Nyezheng, accepts the trial. The passion-severing mad beast floated in the air, slightly lowering its head to look at him. It sternly said, "Heart of an innocent child, not yet reached by the net of desire. You have passed." Everyone watching from the outside whispered in surprise. Wow, senior brother Nye looks so manly yet is still a virgin? Or does he not like women? Heard he was castrated by his master. True or false? Han Jinyong sat with her legs crossed, quietly observing everything and let out a soft Ren Tianfan sat beside her, hands gripping the chair to comfort. Madam, don't be angry. Earlier I was worried Nyezheng had designs on you, so I was heartless enough to castrate him. His voice became cold. But I didn't expect the person who seduced you in the end was that guy in Yu Luo Hall beside you. She turned to look with a suspicious gaze. When he took action against me, you saw it. Why didn't you stop him? If you used your full strength, Bai Qingling might not have been able to suppress you. Han Jinyong pinched Ren Tianfan's chin and mocked. You piece of trash? You endure well? Or are you enjoying the feeling of your wife being taken by someone else? Ren Tianfan was hit where it hurts, stammering, Madam, don't talk nonsense. Right at that moment the realm opened. Nyezheng clasped his hands in salute. This Nye requests to go first. Nyezheng stepped into the barrier. Xiao Chun was surprised. Even the small fry of Asura Hall have passed? He shouted to encourage them. Junior brothers, who is ready to take this trial to earn merit for Yin Ghost Hall? Everyone looked at each other awkwardly, speechless. Everyone had their own thoughts, seemingly with something hard to say. Will my private life be exposed? A team only needs one person to pass the trial. It shouldn't be my turn, right? Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, looking at everyone's cowardice. No one dares to try the demonic path trial? As expected, all just a bunch of rabble. So it's cowardice? I know, although my farsight water mirror is damaged. From the outside, the heart-calming jade-killing sword art that Jade Void Master taught me will definitely pass the trial. Tantai Lingyan saw this and stepped forward to accept the trial. She bowed solemnly and said, Yu Luo Hall disciple, Tantai Lingyin, comes to accept the trial. Hearing this, he was furious. She had snatched it first. He thought about how someone like her would easily pass. This woman was cold to everyone. It was likely she could easily clear the barrier. Zenshinger looked at her second senior sister worriedly. Senior sister is too hasty. At this moment, she still intended to find another opportunity. When she was a child, she was grabbed tightly by Demon Lord Qingling and lifted up. When she was a little older, she was threatened and warned by him with a whip. Time passed like this. She grew up under Demon Lord Qingling's training, which reminded her of Yi Hong Ai. Tantai Lingyan smiled faintly and thought, as expected, deep in my heart, is there only Hong Ai? The memory between her and Hong Ai shattered because Bai Qingling suddenly appeared, breaking everything. It was him, the hand reaching out along with his cold gaze. Why was it him? One hand gripped her throat tightly, the other raised as if to pull something out, like a goo, pulled out. The passion-severing mad beast saw all this and let out a sentence. Demonic cultivation is a single path, having feelings is all karma, failed. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. No way. Tantai Fairy already likes someone else? Hongi's face darkened, not saying a word. Her hand clenched tightly, thinking endlessly. Until now it's not me, but that man, isn't it? We two are just sisterly affection. On this side, Bai Qingling rested his chin on his hand, thinking about the result just now. He was certain the person in her heart was not him. No one understands her better than me, it must be Yi Hongi. It can only be Yi Hongi. Thinking of Lingyan's natural step forward, it was only possible because of her. For this Flame Demon Tower trial, she forced her way out. It must be to compete for Yi Hong Ai. Great love transformation, the road is long. Zenshinger suddenly turned around to look behind, worried. The plan was exposed, the plan to kill the master from before. Second senior sister was deceived the deepest. Who could harm second senior sister to this point? He thought of him, it was Xiao Chun because only he could do something like this. She gritted her teeth, confirming once again, it's Xiao Chun. He was startled, thinking of something, feeling that something was wrong. What is this? There's a kind of malice like a drum being transmitted into my hand. Then it explodes. Tantai Lingian was like a soul lost at this moment. Ah, failed. She grabbed Sun Xinger's shoulder, her expression very serious. This time, the Yu Luo Hall trial cannot be lost here. Xinger, you are the youngest and you are the most naive about romantic feelings. Next, you lead the team to clear the barrier.
Xinger refused timidly.
I still won't go. In her heart, she was also a bit afraid. Absolutely not. Who knows what that bronze statue will say? Sun Xinger turned to look at a man and ordered, "You go." Tantai Lingian looked at the young man with some doubt. Who is this?
Xing explained gently, newly recruited.
Yu Luo Hall has already studied and decided that he will challenge this trial. The young man stood before the bronze statue without saying a word. The passion-severing mad beast, after examining the young man, declared, "Heart as hard as stone, not falling into the net of emotion, passed." Sun Xinger was naturally very happy and shouted, "Great!" In her heart, she naturally felt happy too. The clone of the illusory shadow clone goo is indeed easy to use. The summoned demon puppet has no flaws. Everyone didn't notice a thing. She excitedly grabbed Tantai Lingian's hand and walked away. Go, hurry down to the next floor. Tantai Lingian seemed to have something on her mind. Wait. She hurriedly pulled Sun Xinger back and reminded her, "Do you know the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower is called the Infernal Soul Prison?" Sun Xinger seemed not to know and let out a sound. Tantai Lingian's eyes were fearful as she said, "In the Infernal Soul Prison, there are evil beasts and demons that have tasted the blood of countless humans. They aren't the type to submit to pressure like those on the first floor. The evil beasts and demons had red eyes, extremely terrifying. They are disasters that won't stop until death." Sun Xinger heard this but was not afraid at all and replied, "But Master said not to worry. Everything has been arranged. Also said we will know when we reach the third floor." Tantai Lingian still didn't understand her meaning and asked, "What does this mean?" Her group had reached the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower, the Infernal Soul Prison. She carefully observed the surroundings and reminded everyone, "Death energy is soaring. As expected, it's not good. Before setting up the formation, don't act rashly." The disciples were very obedient and said in unison, "Yes." She discovered a group of people in front. That is, Tantai Lingian looked at the scene of the demon beasts being annihilated and was extremely shocked.
Niezhenk.
You guys. She looked at those demon beasts and couldn't help but admire him. Are these things all killed by you guys? Lingian was extremely impressed. He was also a bit surprised and denied, "No, our Asura Hall just arrived and already saw this scene. And they have been dead for a long time. The stench of blood in the Flame Demon Tower has been locked in." Those watching through the projection sphere were also extremely terrified. All dead? How is that possible? When did this happen? There is no information at all. Who has the ability to kill through the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower? The sect master. Yi Hongii sat on the chair, suddenly shouting loudly, "It's him!" Now, throughout the entire Tsangming sect, only he can do it. Bai Qingling sat there, resting his chin on his hand, looking interested, and muttered to himself, "It's really not me, but the original Bai Qingling. This way, I'm stepping onto the path of recultivation to defy heaven and change fate. This experience can still be used." He stopped at an image in the list and muttered, "System, spend 2,000 points to exchange for a prop." From the system board, a notification appeared, "Congratulations to the host. Exchange successful. Current balance, 46,000 points." Qingling used 2 fingers to gently touch his forehead. Triggered memory reflection, one-time use. Encounter old images related to oneself, then can review the corresponding experience. He had also begun to enter the past memories of the original character. The first time I noticed this item, I thought it was useless. After all, I know the original plot. What need is there for triggered memory reflection? The demon beast stared brightly at the young man entering, but the combat experience of the original owner, after all, was not his own. Being able to review this battle of Bai Qingling, I will definitely have progress. Bai Qingling roared like a madman. "Now I, Bai Feng, am Bai Qingling. Die for this lord." He jumped up, preparing to attack the demon beasts, the ant-like variant beasts. A single strike landed straight on the head of a demon beast. "Only with death will I be at ease." In just a short time, he had sent the whole pack of demon beasts to dust. Bai Qingling was extremely happy and licked his fingertips. Harvest. He, in the present, was just as satisfied. Truly comfortable. Hua Yuerong looked at him with annoyance and fell into deep thought. "Senior brother, even you would be nervous to the point of sweating? The thing you hid in the Flame Demon Tower is that important?" She felt quite excited and muttered, Soon I can expose you. The filthy, ugly, evil nature you hid on the 4th floor of the Flame Demon Tower. In the cave, Tantai Lingyin's group. She frowned. Unexpectedly. The most dangerous third floor is like this. She turned to Shinger and urged, Shinger, quickly go to the fourth floor and retrieve what master wants.
Xing suddenly grabbed her hand.
Senior sister, let's go together. Which startled her a bit. Shinger said with an affectionate expression, let's complete this matter for master together. That day will definitely be very happy. Master once said, our three sisters are forever the treasures he loves most. She blushed, her eyes filled with sorrow. Shinger, you still don't understand. He no longer holds any expectations for me. The more she spoke, the more tears flowed. Hurry and complete his wish. Senior sister only hopes he truly has heart, and doesn't let you all down.
Xing worriedly waved her hand.
All right, second senior sister, don't cry. I'll go up right away. She looked at Niezheng. As for the others, I will be responsible for holding them back. He saw her looking in this direction and said, Senior sister Tantai, no need to be nervous. The mistress has already reached an agreement with master. We are only taking the spoils of the third floor, so the top floor doesn't belong to Asura Hall. He paused for a moment, his eyes cold. On the contrary, it's Ghost Hall. Just as he finished speaking, a group of people approached from afar. He crossed his arms. That is our competitor. She looked serious. Very good. I thought so too. She looked at the approaching crowd and thought, however, where's that Xiao Chun? Why isn't he among the Ghost Hall disciples? She suddenly frowned. It seems something is wrong. But as long as we can hold this path, Xiao Chun absolutely won't disturb Shinger. Before the fourth floor of the Flame Demon Tower, the top floor, a temple with countless lights illuminating the entire floor. Demonic energy surrounded the fourth floor.
Xing stepped forward.
That is the temple worshipping the Black Flame Demon God. You guys step back a little. Don't get roasted. She looked at the chest in the middle of the temple. The chest has the breath of fire virtue swirling around inside the temple. It is exactly what master needs. As she finished speaking, the chest emitted black demonic energy, blending with the breath of fire virtue. After that, the angry image of Bai Qingling appeared. Two red eyes stared at Shinger's group. Who is it that comes to disturb my peace? She looked at the person in front of her. His eyes were bright, his cheeks flushed. Ah, it's master. And he even has a bit of the look from a few years ago. With an infatuated expression, she covered her cheeks with both hands. That kind of domineering disdain for everything. As if all things in the world could be crushed by his large hand. Shinger also wants to be crushed by him. He laughed out loud. Yo, you guys came to retrieve the origin essence for Bai Qingling? Keep dreaming. I look forward to Bai Qingling's death. It seemed this was not Bai Qingling. He shouted angrily. Get lost, all of you. She changed her expression. Frowning. Gritting her teeth, she finally realized who he was. You are the heart demon grudge manifestation of master. You are the enemy. She got into a fighting stance. Purple spiritual energy radiated around her. As expected, just as master guessed. To avoid all combat in the Flame Demon Tower trial is fundamentally impossible. Saying this, she summoned the Ghost Child. Ghost Child! Bite him to death! The Ghost Child roared fiercely and attacked the Heart Demon grudge manifestation. The Ghost Child's face was pressed close to the Heart Demon's face. He sneered, letting the Ghost Child do whatever it wanted. Humph, bite comfortably. Little disciple, what kind of ability do you have that I don't know clearly? He placed his hand on the center of the Ghost Child's forehead. Everything that Shinger possesses is merely material and nourishment for me, Bai Qingling. He used the strength of only one hand to knock down the Ghost Child. Have you ever seen anyone bitten to death by bread on a plate? On the other side, Bai Qingling was watching the situation through the mirror. Bad. He frowned and thought, it's not strange that heart demon grudge manifestations are born around my origin essence. It also has no influence on the origin essence, but it can know all the information of the origin essence and perform a perfect impersonation. This is extremely dangerous. He was a bit worried for her. Now, what Shinger is facing is the true inner heart of Bai Qingling from back then. The Ghost Child was knocked far away by the Heart Demon. It flew past her. His train of thought was not yet broken. Knowing that after Bai Qingling personally admitted it, if the inner heart's thoughts and Shinger's trust in me collapse, it will be terrible. She laughed coldly.
Ah, as expected. I misunderstood.
She tilted her head and smiled with half a mouth. You are not the Heart Demon grudge manifestation, but a ghost-type spiritual entity that likes to tease people, right? Looking at her expression along with the spiritual energy being released, he sneered coldly. Humph, your ghost-controlling spiritual body is this. She lost control and laughed bizarrely. The Ghost Child stood behind her. How much master loves me. I have personally experienced it in bed with him. These lies of yours are full of holes. Besides angering me, it fundamentally has no meaning. It's full of red with death. Ghost control, angry separation, falling guard. Advance and attack him. Tin Ni's ghost child sucked in the heart demon grudge manifestation of Bai Qingling. The heart demon screamed, unable to believe it. What? You ugly black ghost. You guys.
Absolutely impossible.
She held the chest that had just captured the heart demon. Tin Ni was happy. Bring it here. She hugged the chest and laughed nonstop. Master's body foundation box. I'm not a stupid dog anymore. I really did it for Master. Behave in my hands. Absolutely don't come out and cause trouble. A girl standing from afar pointed at Tin Ni's hand. Third senior sister, your hand. Hurry and treat it. She was happy to the point of letting her guard down. She didn't notice the girl had approached her. It's okay. It's okay. A small wound is nothing. The girl's eyes were red. In a moment when she was distracted, she snatched the chest.
Ma Kinh Tình Nhi Suprit.
She shouted. How bold. Who are you? You are not a disciple of our Yu Luo Hall. The girl transformed back into Xiaoqin. Nonsense. Of course it's me. His face laughed until it became distorted, twisted. Bai Qingling's weakness. Finally in my hands. Tin Ni seriously thought back. Xiaoqin, disguise art. Could it be that you sneaked in when passing the second floor trial? She quickly used her art to make the ghost child appear. Severing demonic jar. Ghost child. Bite him to death for me. Xiao Chun threw the chest toward it, laughing sinisterly. You came at the right time. Open this filthy chest with your own hands. The ghost child and the chest collided, causing the chest to open. The chest opened with purple-black smoke. Then the figure of Bai Qingling appeared. Long hair, full of gloom. He triumphed, putting on airs. Truly obtained without any effort. The evil, vicious memories that Bai Qingling wanted to cover up, just like that, are revealed. His eyes became vicious, preparing to use the art. Daring to humiliate this child of destiny. Killing it is too light. Xiao Chun declared. I want to publicly expose Bai Qingling's most vicious and shameless secret, making people furious, the whole continent resentful, and cursed for 10,000 generations. Then he used the art, exquisite treasure mirror. Open. In another place, the image reflected from the chest appeared clearly in the sky. Yi Hongyi stood outside the tower watching the image from the tower and saw the image break. She spoke. Farsight water mirror viewing the images in the tower. Broken. Nangong Fong stood beside her and added, but a new, larger mirror has been deployed in the sky. That is someone's memory fragment. Qingling saw this and was also panicked. He clutched his right chest, gritting his teeth and thinking, memory synchronization. I remember now. What kind of person am I? Why does junior sister hate me? I understand everything now. Bai Qingling stood up from his chair, dazed. Now I cannot stop these memories from being revealed. Must retreat first. Cannot let people in the demonic path see my current cowardly appearance. Tin Ni also curiously looked at the reflected image. The person on the screen is Master. Clearly still in the tower, yet it's like seeing through it. Can see the scene in the sky. Xiao Chun kept boasting. Exquisite treasure mirror is not cheap goods like the Farsight water mirror. The former suppressing the latter is nothing. Bai Qingling's ugly, truthful image is the sharp sword that will kill his demonic path heart.
Tình Nhi Wariden Observer.
This sky curtain is Master's memory. The image projected a scene of a mountain region, surrounded by snow. There were long trails of blood and a woman lying on the ground. Bai Qingling beside her kept shaking her, repeatedly asking, Mother, mother, what's wrong? She used her last bit of strength and whispered, Child, mother won't make it. The road ahead, you must walk it yourself. He was panicked beside her. Mother, I'm not going, I want to go with you. She tried to sit up, calmly comforting him. Don't cry. You are the innate formless demon body. Go join a powerful demonic sect. That way they won't dare to hunt you down anymore. She kept reminding him to remember the hatred. Remember, your father, Bai Tianlin, chief disciple of true martial sword sect, was besieged to death by the hypocrites of the three great orthodox sects. Your mother, Lin Yanran, grand princess of the great Zhou dynasty, was plotted against, poisoned, and ambushed by her imperial brother. She stroked his cheek gently. And my child, you are the true destiny sacrifice of this world. You must live on at all costs. She smiled kindly at Bai Qingling. Promise me, live on. The crowd standing below all looked up, each with different emotions. There was also Jin Yang standing with a few other cultivators, her eyes fixed on the image of the youth in the memory. Seeing that face clearly, she whispered, Descendant of the Bai family, innate formless demon body. The youth in the picture is that wicked man. People around looked and saw he had left his seat some time ago. Bai Qingling had just run away like that. It seems someone deliberately wanted to watch your joke. She laughed craftily, leaving. If you are reviled by 10,000 generations, it is also a punishment you deserve. The scene continued. He knelt on the snow. Then a while later, he sat up, determinedly stuffing small wild fruits into his mouth. Bai Qingling stood up, stepping through the cold scene. In Beast Blood Valley, a place stained with death. The air was heavy, and he stood there alone. From behind, a wolf lunged aggressively at him. With just a sound of wind, the wolf was split in two. Bai Qingling held his sword coldly, watching the wolf's head fall to the ground. Two hyenas behind him saw the scene and were also frightened. The eyes of the wolf that had just been split in two reflected his departing figure. A man spoke up. "Little one, why are you staying here alone?" Bai Qingling calmly looked up. "I want to go to Wuyang City to join the demonic path and fulfill my mother's dying wish." That man was the evil medicine master. He laughed wickedly. "Demonic path? Then there is no need to look far. Evil medicine master. My evil medicine sect needs talent like you." A disciple standing behind him leaned over to look around. "Master medicine master, who are you talking to?" Her face appeared. She stared at him blankly with wide, round eyes. Bai Qingling froze as he looked at her. A sharp pain struck. Streaks of red shot out. The evil medicine master held a knife and looked at him curiously. "Strange, truly strange. The blood of the innate formless demon body. Why is it just ordinary fresh blood?" He stepped closer, placing a hand on the teenager's shoulder. The action carried a clear intent. "This master bestows upon you the Tao named Qingling and grants you demonic path cultivation methods to create a new life for you. Why can you not offer your demon blood to this master?" After speaking, he coldly patted his head. "Forget it. I will raise you for 3 more years." He laughed slyly. "At that time, we shall see if your value still stops at being a mere medicinal primer." After saying this, the evil medicine master did not wait for Bai Qingling to answer, threw the door open, and left, leaving him standing there in deep thought. He stood in the shadows compared to the light emitting from the doorway. Bai Qingling mocked coldly. "Ha, giant whale demonic path? What is that?" He looked at his wrist that had just been injured by him. "If the demon blood in my body did not completely obey my will, I fear I would have been drained dry of blood long ago." Returning to the present, Xinger burst into tears while watching his dark memories. She wiped her tears, feeling pity. "Master once experienced such a situation? How pitiful. I had absolutely no idea." Ling Yin patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Who is projecting this scene? Shaochen. Where did that guy hide?" After watching that memory segment, Yi Hongyi also wondered why the evil medicine master looked so much like Taoist Fierce Tiger. What was the relationship between the two of them? She secretly speculated that this matter was closely related to our Zongming sect and must be investigated thoroughly. Jin Yang watched until she was in tears. Tian Fan stood beside her, worried, and hurriedly asked, "Wife, madam, why are you crying?" She heard this and felt annoyed. "I don't need your concern. You talk too much." She kicked him in the face. "Get out of the way." Yuerong sat below, watching the images projected in the sky. She was suspicious. Why is the memory he hid this one? Then, could the next image be? The memories continued to be projected. Is the Great One here? He leaned over to look at the person who had just run in. That girl smiled as she looked at him. "Oh, is it you?" Yuerong brushed her hair and smiled brightly. "Ah, you are the new senior brother that Master Medicine Master accepted." Qingling looked at her, surprised. "You are?" Yuerong ran over and stuffed something into his hand. Take it, don't be polite." Qingling was stunned. "What is this?" He opened his hand to look. "This is the beauty jade, a specialty of the central continent. All senior brothers and sisters have a share. Hehe." Qingling was deeply moved. "Except for my parents, this is the first time someone has given me a gift." He gripped the jade tightly in his hand. "May I ask the young lady's name?" Yuerong thought for a moment. Father won't let me reveal my name." She grinned. "But you can call me Ronger. How about you? What is your name?" Qingling blushed slightly, embarrassed. Bai Qingling. Qingling of the future." He spread another piece of jade in front of Yuerong. "Junior sister Ronger, this?" She was surprised. Qingling explained, "This is the first goo medicine I successfully refined, the blood-activating golden cicada, a gift for you. Consider it a return gift for the beauty jade." Yuerong laughed happily. "Really? Then I will accept it. This is the first work of the future demon lord Qingling in the Gu Dao. Could be sold for a sky-high price later. But for such a commemorative pill, why not give it to more important family members?" Qingling lowered his head, feeling sad. "There is no one that important left." So, I hope you won't mind. After hearing this, Yuerong felt deeply sympathetic toward him. Is that so? My mother died young, and my father is plagued by a strange illness. We really share the same fate. Hearing this, Qingling was filled with determination. He clenched his hand into a fist. If that is the case, by Qingling, will one day definitely refine the one and only 9-turn peerless divine gu. When that time comes, I will cure your father's illness. Yuerong's eyes widened in surprise, and then she suddenly burst into loud laughter.
Ah, Alright.
I will be the first witness to your so-called peerless divine gu. It is a great honor. Xiao Chun, hiding behind a pillar, heard everything and was furious. Are you kidding me? Where is the crime that makes both man and God angry? The result is just these kids flirting with each other. He gritted his teeth in anger. If I don't project something useful, how can I get that old man Nan Gongfang to continue protecting me after this? Returning to the present, Yuerong sat among the crowd. She reproached herself. Why are these the scenes? What is the use of remembering these old stories? Is it possible that man guessed this day would come and deliberately used them to humiliate me? She hung her head, dejected.
Impossible.
He wouldn't bother to guard against me. But why are the memories he buried deep mostly about me? Yuerong regained her spirit and held her head high. I don't believe it. The Tao heart of Demon Lord Qingling will not be trapped by these scenes. I must keep watching. I will watch until I see his disgusting nature. Qingling knelt to pay respects to Nan Gongfang. Master, Qingling has something to ask. He held a scalpel covered in blood and human remains, turning to look at him. Oh, what is it? The corpse lying on the ground was still alive, crying out in pain. Ugh! Qingling broke into a sweat. Master, the person you are dissecting is senior brother. Nan Gongfang's eyes turned red as he laughed coldly. Senior brother, what? He swung the scalpel a few more times into the corpse. If you do not obey this master, you will only be a test subject. Qingling's eyes were red as fire. Master, if junior sister Ronger does not obey, will you also? Nan Gongfang turned half his face toward him. You care about her quite a bit. I suppose you came to ask about that girl and her father, right? Nan Gongfang licked the blood-stained scalpel. Half a year from now, the sect competition. If you rely on your strength to win first place, I will tell you. During this time, that girl and her father will be fine. Qingling stood up straight. Fine, it is a deal. Half a year later, we will know the result. Nan Gongfang laughed loudly. I will wait. The stronger your demonic body is, the happier this master will be. From afar, a person approached. Brother, it was hard enough to come to the eastern land once. You are so noisy that you won't let this Taoist sleep. Nan Gongfang's face showed some emotion. You want to kill him? Not yet. My ruthless younger brother, Taoist Fierce Tiger. Taoist Fierce Tiger scratched his head and walked closer. Half a year later, a crowd was gathered to watch a fierce battle. Someone was punched flying far away. Finally, the referee announced, the winner, by Qingling. Evil Medicine Master stepped forward a few paces. By Qingling's skills suppressed the crowd. He has received the final victory. This represents the status of the chief senior disciple. He reached out his hand, wanting to shake Qingling's, but he refused. Humph! And then he walked away without looking back. Yet the evil medicine master was not angry at all and even laughed. Haha! Qingling suddenly stopped when he passed Yuerong. Seeing her head bowed in sadness, Qingling asked, Ronger, why have you come? Suddenly, she was teary-eyed. Qingling, senior brother, one of the trial judges has arrived. She threw herself into Qingling's arms. My father has passed away. He hurriedly hugged Yuerong. It's all right, Ronger, I am here. Yuerong and Qingling went to her father's bedside together. Qingling looked down to examine him carefully. It is the withered nether gu, a type of gu poison that torments a person to death. Short is a few years, long is 20 years. Yuerong was panicked after hearing this. Impossible. For the past few years, Master Medicine Master has been treating my father. How could he not see it? Is it incurable? Could it be? Qingling turned back to look. Then he turned his back, leaving only a warning. You must leave the evil medicine sect immediately. Return to the central continent. Yuerong was surprised. Senior brother? He did not turn back to look at her. Promise me, never set foot in the eastern land again. Evil medicine master spread his arms in welcome. Ronger, you've arrived? Qingling looked up without hesitation. Master, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Evil medicine master laughed it off. Explanation? You mean the father who was struck by the withered nether gu? I did not plant the poison. It is not as if only I can plant gu of this level. I just wanted to use his life to earn some medicine money. I did not expect him to suddenly be unable to hold on anymore. But just in time, his assets have been exhausted. I advised that girl to officially enter my inner sect. He licked his lips disgustingly. While taking care of her family, I will also nurture and arrange her second half of life. After she officially enters the sect, she will definitely be very grateful to me. Qingling's eyes widened in horror. Hurriedly turned and ran. Evil medicine master stuck out his tongue and laughed lewdly. By Qingling, your weakness has been exposed. Can this weakness help me quickly obtain the treasure inside your body? Evil medicine master. Ronger. Qingling's eyes were sad and pleading. If master lures you to stay, then you won't leave? Yuerong just quietly replied. Family, wealth, I have nothing left. Staying or leaving, what difference does it make? She turned back and smiled. At least here, there is still senior brother. Qingling shouted. That person is using you? Can't you see it? Don't trust him. Don't trust anyone in the evil medicine sect. Yuerong was shy. Could it be that I cannot even trust senior brother? Qingling froze when he heard her ask this. That day, his father had instructed, remember your father by Tianlin, chief senior disciple of true martial sword sect, was besieged to death by the hypocrites of the three great orthodox sects, and your mother I, Lin Yanran, grand princess of the great Zhou dynasty, was ambushed and poisoned by my imperial brother. Qingling lowered his head. That's right. Anyone might betray you. In this world, the only person you can trust is yourself. Then he screamed like a madman. I don't believe it. Yuerong's hair flew rapidly in the wind. She came and kissed Qingling on the lips, making his eyes widen in surprise. Lingyin had witnessed everything through the screen. She was so angry she felt like going crazy. This? Him. Lingyin hurriedly covered Xinger's eyes. Xinger, don't look. Jinyang was just as angry watching that scene. This wicked man, this stinking man. And he said it was his first kiss. So 800 years ago, he already gave it to this little childhood sweetheart. Later, if I cannot completely take possession of his body, it won't count as a big victory. Yuerong also gritted her teeth in anger. Humiliation. Truly a blatant humiliation. Qingling was still wide-eyed because Yuerong kissed him. He hurriedly pushed her away. Your naivety makes me feel disgusted. Yuerong was surprised when she was scolded. Qingling's eyes darkened. Your choice is too stupid. Turned his face away quickly. By Qingling, I never want to see you again in this life. Yuerong stood there crying. Senior brother. People outside gossiped. Have you heard? Master recently accepted a female inner disciple. I heard she looks very cute, like a fairy in the sky. The noise swirled around Qingling. Someone said, could she like someone like me? All right, go look in the mirror. Or maybe in the next demon herb class. Let's go see that little junior sister? Sure. Let's all go together. Qingling opened his hand to look at the jade in it. At the medicine sect, Demon Ceiling Valley, a carriage and a group of people were walking below. The crowd swirled around Yuerong. Junior sister, my name is Zhu Nan. Do you remember me? Junior sister Ronger. If you have any problems with demon herbs you don't understand, just ask. We will definitely answer. She stared blankly when she saw something under her feet. Ah, that is. Yuerong sat down and reached out to pick it. The holy flower of Buddhism. The Adumbra flower. Here in this demon ceiling valley, the others gathered around her to look at the flower in her hand. Junior sister, what Adumbra flower are you talking about? There is nothing in your hand. Demon Ceiling Valley only produces demon flowers. Isn't the Adumbra flower a legendary spirit flower? Yuerong was surprised. How can that be? This Adumbra flower is clearly in my hand. The Adumbra flower does not ask about the environment. It only asks about fate. If there is fate, you will meet it. The ignorant doubts of those without fate are truly laughable. Suddenly a voice sounded. Who? Who is laughing at me? The people with Yuerong pointed to the other side. It seems to be the medicine cart over there. The medicine cart was still talking. There is a ghost causing trouble in Demon Ceiling Valley. Qingling hurriedly covered his mouth. Tisk, talk too much. Yuerong stood blankly looking over there. Suddenly she smiled. Ha! Qingling was sitting watching the starry sky. Yuerong ran over and placed her hand on his shoulder. Good evening, senior brother. Or should I call you chief senior brother? Qingling turned back to look. Have you forgotten? I said I didn't want to see you again. Yuerong held out the flower. But Ronger wants to see senior brother, so I came here. Look at this Adumbra flower I picked today. Isn't it rare? A gift for you, senior brother. I think this is the fate between us two. Don't be angry with Ronger anymore, okay? Qingling turned away. No, I am angry. Angry that you didn't listen, didn't leave the medicine sect. Yuerong put her hands on her hips. If you say so, I will personally settle the score with the fellow disciples. This gift of ours is not equal at all. Senior brother must compensate me. Hearing this, Qingling turned back. Demon Lord Qingling is clear about grievances and favors. What do you want me to do? Yuerong pointed to her cheek and thought for a moment. I want. She sat down next to Qingling, taking his hand. I want senior brother to perform a mock marriage ceremony with Ronger. Yuerong walked up and stood in front of Qingling. There was a voice echoing somewhere. Stop! Stop immediately! She smiled brightly at him. That voice kept echoing. This is a trap. Yuerong and Qingling bowed to each other. It's that person's trap. Yuerong took Qingling's hand. You have fallen for the scheme. She held up the adumbra flower. Now I have also been dragged into the prison by you. Qingling curled up, his eyes wide. You cannot bear the consequences of this. Someone must come to bear the consequences. Qingling swatted the adumbra flower away and killed the innocence of the person. The flower flew out the window, falling into the abyss. Enough, now we are even. Qingling coldly turned his back, leaving Yuerong slumped on the ground. The game ends here. I don't owe you anything anymore. She stared blankly at him, not understanding what happened. Returning to reality, Yuerong frowned. Senior brother? She bowed her head. This is the real person. In his eyes, except for the path of the demon lord, nothing else is contained. Her eyes were truly more determined. Next is the slaughter of senior brother Ma. Lei Yuyi kills the master, casts a blood curse, and kills all the senior brothers. She looked up, filled with killing intent. This is the beginning of your demon lord path. Bloody, ruthless, fading away human nature, becoming a monster that even the people of the demon capital look at. Qingling's footsteps left, dragging a trail of blood on the ground. Yuerong was slightly surprised. What is that? Qingling's shadow merged into the dark forest, vines intertwined. A vine scratched his face, bleeding. Yuerong squinted in confusion. What are you doing? What kind of madness did you have that night in Demon Ceiling Valley? Qingling used his scratched arm to push aside the thorny bushes. I will find it. Ahead was a green light. We'll find it. Was the adumbra flower emitting that light? Found it. He picked it up. You came because of fate. Qingling smelled the fragrance on the flower. I will bear the suffering myself. He reached out his hand decisively under the bright moonlight. Qingling smiled with determination. To become the real demon lord Qingling for Ronger, the evil medicine sect should pay for this time. Yuerong was sitting watching this scene. Her lips moved, returned. In such a place, seeing the end. Yuerong covered her mouth, moved. This seat cannot do it. Someone appeared behind Qingling, revealing a brilliant red light. He immediately recognized that presence. Who is it? The old man smiled. TSK. This level of soul perception and ability, worthy of the innate formless demon body. Child, you were destined to become a saint. You want to take action against the evil medicine sect? This old man is very interested in this. This old man will give you a hand. Qingling gritted his teeth in anger. I have no interest in talking to someone sneaky, hiding their head and covering their face. He winked. You will be interested. Otherwise, that junior sister Ronger of yours will become a sacrificial offering for the evil medicine master. Qingling went mad and shouted. You! He threw a book. Take it, child. This is the true killing goo art. That the evil medicine master will never teach you in this lifetime. Qingling held the glowing book in his hand. True killing goo art? He gritted his teeth and asked him bluntly. Do you have a grudge against the evil medicine master? Do you want to borrow a knife to kill someone? The old man stroked his beard and laughed. The profound goo Dao within, if you can comprehend it, you are worthy of being called a blade. Moreover, this is a demonic path where your hands are stained with blood. Qingling curled his lips and smiled, inhaling a breath. Demon Lord Qingling can do anything and will do anything. You will regret today's decision. The old man laughed coldly. Ha, not necessarily. Behind Yuerong, someone let out an oh. The others followed. Oh. Yuerong drew her sword to stop them. No. Don't watch anymore. Health is important. Zisei has hurt me. Damn it. I'm quitting drinking. Suddenly, Qingling appeared behind them. Not practicing your swordsmanship properly. What is all this noise about? He called one over. I remember your name is Zhunan, you tell me. He retreated in fear. Senior brother by Qingling that, I heard that last night, for some reason, junior sister Ronger returned late. She slipped and ruined her Taoist robe, and just happened to be met by second senior brother Ma Guifeng, who gave her this new set of clothes. Hearing second senior brother say that, junior sister Ronger was very happy and immediately threw herself into his arms. Our generation of disciples has spread it all. saying junior sister Ronger has already found her match. Qingling looked at him tensely. Do you believe this kind of rumor? He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I naturally don't believe it. How could Ronger fancy Ma Guifeng? But everyone is gossiping excitedly, as if it were true. Qingling's gaze darkened instantly. He said nothing, sword in hand, and walked forward. Zhu Nan hurriedly called after him. Hey, senior brother. Qingling only left behind a cold sentence. Cultivate properly, don't worry about other people's business. Ronger covered her eyes and cried. I don't want to watch this. Ronger threw herself into Lingyin's arms. The master's past was not only miserable for himself. Why are the people around him also so unfortunate? Such a good girl. Yet someone went and spread rumors about her like that. Lingyin stroked her head. I told you not to watch, yet you insisted. Besides, now is not the time to watch these things. Niezheng, who teamed up with us, has obtained the key to clear the level and has gone to activate the teleportation array. We will transfer out later and give the box master wants to him. Xinger clenched her fist resolutely. What master wants, Xinger will personally present. Not competing with you, why are you even guarding against your senior sister? Lingyin looked at her with a calm gaze. We don't know how to resolve this yet. We must also prepare to deal with the unexpected. Qingling was sitting by the lake fishing. The clear water reflected his image. Yaotong sat fishing beside him. How rare, chief senior brother. I didn't expect you to like fishing too. Second senior brother of the evil medicine sect, Ma Guifeng. You know, when people are fishing, they often realize many common truths. For example, calming the heart and holding one's ground. Opportunities cannot be lost. The same stream. A big fish had taken the bait, and there was also someone willing to take the bait. Qingling had lost patience. Don't beat around the bush in front of this lord. What do you want to say? Yaotong stuck out his tongue and teased. Senior brother, you are too impatient with girls, not gentle or tender enough. Ronger was originally only close to you, but now you've given me the chance to fish in troubled waters. Qingling closed his eyes to calm his mind. So she only accepted your new robe, wore it for half a day, that is all. Yaotong was as calm as ever. So what? I have many ways to make her love me more than you over time. But I am not someone who doesn't know my place. Clearly, she still has you in her heart. I don't intend to make an enemy of you, so I have a suggestion. Qingling's icy gaze looked at him. Yaotong waved his hand. We are all fellow disciples. Why don't we share Ronger? The three of us can enjoy ourselves together. Qingling picked up a large rock, intending to smash him. The rock hit his face, causing his nose to bleed. He fell to the ground, his hands trembling. Qingling seemed to be burning with murderous intent. Yuerong appeared. Senior brother Qingling, what are you doing? Bai Qingling stood there, full of evil, his eyes glowing red. What am I doing? Ma Guifeng offended me, so I am killing him. Seeing me in this state, surely it doesn't make you feel a disappointment you shouldn't have, does it? As he spoke, he approached Ronger. Isn't that right? She just stood there, stunned, looking at Bai Qingling, unable to utter a word. Immediately after, she heard Bai Qingling shout loudly. This is the real me, the true demon Lord Qingling. He brushed past Ronger and said indifferently. A naive, useless, incompetent child like you doesn't even have the qualifications to offend me. She turned her head to watch Bai Qingling leave. Ronger continuously shook her head, pleading in vain. It's not true. This isn't you. Stop it. I beg you. He still didn't turn his head and continued walking, ignoring her pleas. Some time later, he took the initiative to find the evil medicine master. After stating his intention, the old man excitedly said, Oh, you say you can extract the demon blood? Finally, your demon body has matured. Hearing this, Bai Qingling only coldly replied, Master, haven't you wanted to take my demon blood since the first day? Consider it this disciple's filial piety. The medicine master saw that Bai Qingling was so enlightened, laughed loudly, and praised, Ha ha ha, good disciple. Since you can understand so clearly, Master is truly happy for you. He snapped his fingers, and a cauldron appeared behind him, then continued. Regarding Ronger, you can rest assured, her value is not worth a drop of your demon blood. The blood-melting cauldron, a supreme treasure that can extract pure blood essence. Master won't drain you dry. I will need you to continuously provide demon blood in the future. Bai Qingling didn't say another word and jumped into the cauldron. The old man closed the lid and activated the soul-seizing mantra technique. In an instant, the blood cauldron began to emit red light, making gurgling sounds. Seeing this, the medicine master couldn't help but be excited. His eyes filled with ambition as he looked at the activating blood cauldron. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Extract the demon blood. My treasure cauldron. However, the blood cauldron hadn't been running for long before it suddenly stopped. The medicine master checked it suspiciously. The blood bag is clearly still there. Why did the blood-melting cauldron stop? Seeing this, the medicine master jumped onto the lid of the cauldron and shouted loudly, "Disciple, are you okay? Can you hear Master speaking? You cannot die here, at least not yet." Speaking of which, the evil medicine master opened the cauldron lid, searching for Bai Qingling's figure. Then behind him, Bai Qingling's ice-cold voice rang out, "It is now." Immediately, he kicked the medicine master inside and shouted, "Start." His eyes flickered for a moment. The blood cauldron closed tightly immediately. The evil medicine master screamed, "Bai Qingling, you weren't in the cauldron at all. How did you do it? You bastard. You are devoid of conscience. Do you want to destroy your master and ancestors?" A second later, the medicine master's screams rang out, "Ah! It's so painful. Stop. Hurry and stop. Damn this cauldron." Amidst the evil medicine master's screams, Bai Qingling, sitting on the cauldron, only smiled coldly and said, "The illusory shadow clone goo is truly useful. As for why I learned it without you teaching me, I am too lazy to tell you." Inside the cauldron, the medicine master begged desperately, "You, demon, I beg you. No, you are my good disciple." However, facing the medicine master's pleas, a flash of murderous intent appeared in Bai Qingling's eyes. "I ask, you answer, who was the one who placed the goo on Ronger's father?" Hearing this, the evil medicine master hurriedly replied, That is my younger brother, who is also my junior brother, the fierce tiger Taoist of the Zongming sect. It was he who took Ronger's family's wealth. It has nothing to do with master." Hearing the answer, he silently memorized the name, Fierce Tiger Taoist. "I have remembered it." But once he knew the answer, his face became fierce and he shouted, "Start again." Immediately, the bright red flames in the blood-melting cauldron flared up, beginning to burn the evil medicine master to ashes. Before turning to ash, the medicine master still shouted unwillingly, "Aha, my ambition, my younger brother's cruelty. All the demon cultivators I have met are not as bad as you. Ah, Bai Qingling, you are the true demon." When he saw the evil medicine master had completely turned to ash, Bai Qingling jumped down from the blood-melting cauldron. Before leaving, he whispered, "Master, you were very strong. As long as you lived, I would always fear you, but you only made one mistake. A very simple mistake. You shouldn't have had malicious intentions toward Ronger. Looking at her meant unleashing my evil." Bai Qingling looked at the nascent soul essence blood, and he smiled triumphantly. "Master's nascent soul essence blood. I guarantee I will refine it into the most perfect demon-turning goo in this world. As for the disciples of the evil medicine sect, it won't be long. If I can't send them to accompany you, Master, it will still be hard for Ronger to live in peace." In reality, after watching everything, Yuerong just turned and left silently. But if you looked closely, you could see she had shed tears but was trying to keep anyone from seeing. Yuerong had left. Sanyang exclaimed in surprise,
So Ronger was hier.
"I should have thought of it sooner. But I will not admit defeat. I will not yield her to you." Beneath the towering tower, Lingyin carried Xinger on her back. "Xinger, we are out." Suddenly Xinger burst into tears. "Master, you were not born a demon. Second senior sister, please forgive Master. Is he really worthy of being called a demon? Isn't this love?" Lingyin sighed, "Who knows?" Lingyin looked back at Xinger with a sorrowful gaze. On the path of the demonic, outsiders can only see the surface results. The heart of the demonic, if you don't truly enter it, you cannot know it. Xinger reached out to rub her chin and pondered. Truly enter the heart? Nangong Fong looked up. "TSK. What is this nonsense? A perfectly good trial, now it has become like this. Don't you agree, Sect Master?" No one answered. He turned back to look, surprised to see Yi Hongyi sitting blankly out there. "Sect Master?" Yi Hongyi's eyes widened in surprise. "What is this considered? What is this feeling?" She held her head in confusion. "Could it be that I am jealous?" Yun Yun walked down the steps, muttering as she walked. "Was I deceived? Am I still being deceived? Did I fall for a goo? Impossible, these things are all true, and it was because of me. Why didn't I know anything back then, and yet I held such a grudge against him? In the end, I was the one who failed him." Hua Yuerong held the sword in her hand. "Things have come to this, what face do I have to meet him again?" She held the sword to her neck, 2 lines of tears rolling down. "I can only apologize to senior brother." Suddenly a source of light flashed in the sky. Hua Yuerong looked up. "Senior brother." Junior brother Chun stood before Bai Qingling and asked, "Senior brother Bai, where is Master? I haven't seen him for a few days, is he still in seclusion?" Qingling looked up at him. "That's right. Which junior brother is this?" Junior brother Chen laughed. "How did senior brother know? These past few days I have felt very strange. I haven't seen the other fellow disciples either. I can only look forward to master. Bai Qingling looked at the mark on one side of his face. His gaze darkened, and a thought appeared in his mind. Sure enough, he was hit by that old man who hides his head and shows his tail. He recalled what the evil medicine master said. The disciples of the entire evil medicine sect were all poisoned by the seven souls mad demon goo, almost without an antidote. Their fate was to become sacrifices for the evil medicine master, to become soulless corpses. Qingling asked Junior Brother Chun seriously. Junior Brother, living like a puppet or dying with dignity? If you had to choose one, which would you choose? Junior Brother Chun scratched his head and laughed. Senior Brother Bai, why are you asking such a heavy question when everything is fine? But then he also answered seriously. If I had to choose, I certainly wouldn't choose to be a puppet. Dying would be better. Bai Qingling pursed his lips and nodded. I know. His gaze was like fire. Rest in peace, Junior Brother. A group of people had been killed, lying scattered on the ground. Qingling calmly carried Yuerong away. The evil medicine master laughed mockingly at his stupidity. Looking at that pale face of yours, using demon blood and the essence of your heart's origin to detoxify her. The goo on her body is solved, but your own 5 viscera and 6 entrails are severely injured. Bai Qingling didn't pay attention to his words, slowly placing Yuerong on the ground. The evil medicine master still tried to say more. Now you have to quickly create the innate Ewood 5 viscera, replace your original 5 viscera, and raise your injured 5 viscera in a place with dense demonic energy for a few years. Only then can you return to your original body. Bai Qingling, is all of this worth it? Don't you feel regret? Bai Qingling's expression was extremely calm. With my demon blood and origin essence, she will become very powerful in the future, right? But it's still not enough. Unless she completely loses her innocence can she protect herself well. When you wake up, you will see the destruction of the evil medicine sect. You will witness my departure, hate me, and then live on. Qingling looked at Yuerong with a sorrowful gaze. The sins of the world are all upon me. What I seek is nothing more than one thing. He used his hand to stroke her cheeks, then slowly placed a kiss on her lips. Bai Qingling sat on the chair in the sleeping chamber, holding his head and muttering. Am I Bai Feng? Or am I Bai Qingling? Is this life a lie, or was the otaku of the previous life Bai Long the illusion? I am a bit unable to distinguish. I cannot distinguish clearly. Xinger called out, Master. She held a chest in her hand and approached shyly. Xinger turned around, and suddenly the box fell to the ground. She stepped forward to hug Bai Qingling's head, burying it in her chest, and said as if shouting, Xinger has seen everything. Master, Master truly makes others feel heartbroken. That Ronger is truly a fool. Yet she completely failed to notice Master's true feelings. Xinger, with an infatuated face, continued. Unlike Xinger, Xinger is only attentive to Master. Whatever Master wants Xinger to do, Xinger will do. Bai Qingling looked on with a blank gaze. Then he replied, This Lord has already given instructions. When taking the Yang spirit mechanism, you must be absolutely careful. Why did you let yourself get hurt like this? She went down to pick up the chest. Master also once said, this contains Master's most important things. Xinger has no reason not to protect it, because there are still some of Master's enemies who are like wolves, for example, that villain Xiao Chun. Bai Qingling sat on the chair and called, Xinger, come over here and sit. She looked up. Very quickly she was sitting on Bai Qingling's lap. The skin on your chest has been injured by the fire origin force. She looked down at her chest. Bai Qingling continued. Although there is an acupuncture method to treat it, it is too slow and too painful. He said with a sly smile. Let's use the poison method from last time. This Lord will sacrifice himself once more for you. This is also a reward for this trip of yours. Bai Qingling pulled the string of her robe in front of Xinger's chest. Xinger blushed shyly, looking blankly. Without hesitation, he treated her, and ambiguous sounds were emitted. Bai Qingling hugged Xinger in his arms, burying his face in her chest, while she hugged his neck, emitting whimpering sounds. This kind of feeling, she hugged his head, tilted her neck and said, Xinger likes it very much. Xinger likes it so much. A mechanical voice rang out. Host has successfully injected great love. Targets and Xinger received 2,000 points. Up to 6 times. Targets and Xinger received 8,000 points. Finished. Bai Qingling placed her on the bed to rest. Outside there was a voice calling. Senior brother, are you inside? He looked back emotionlessly. Ronger clung to the door, trying to call inside. It's me. I am Ronger. The door creaked open. Senior brother Qingling. Bai Qingling looked at her with murderous eyes and thought. I originally thought that when this scene appeared, we would hug, and there would be many words of mutual sympathy. He recalled the image of her when she was young, but seeing her in the appearance of that year, I felt that just communicating with our eyes was enough. Bai Qingling finally spoke. Senior brother wants you to eliminate someone, are you willing? Yuerong replied. Who is it? He said, his eyes exuding an affirmation that did not allow for refusal, but he was hypnotizing her. A spy disguised as a righteous cultivator, the eldest disciple of the Een Ghost Hall, Xiao Chun. Her red eyes and obedience showed she was controlled. Junior sister will go and take his dog head. Xiao Chun knelt and kowtowed. Nangong Fong sat on the high seat. Nangong Fong sat on the high seat, arrogantly listening to the person kneeling. At the moment only you can save me, we are people sitting on the same boat. Without your support I, Xiao Chun, would not have reached the step I am at today. He opened his mouth to deny responsibility. At first you swore that Bai Qingling would be ruined, that even the demonic path would hate him. Do you know what they are calling him outside now? His face twisted as he continued. They all call him the Great Love Demon Lord. They are even calculating how to take him as a son-in-law. They also say if Sect Master Yi marries him, the entire Cangming sect will be honored. Good. He slammed the door shut, leaving Xiao Chun with his anger there, holding the jade transmission in his hand. Damn it! Damn it! Nangong Fong is also a piece of trash. The master's jade transmission doesn't answer me either. Just as he didn't know what to do, a voice came from behind him. What should we do now? Think of a way quickly. Who else can save me? The eldest disciple of the Een Ghost Hall, Xiao Chun, right? He turned around in surprise. You? Ling Yin looked down from above with an arrogant gaze. The Law Enforcement Hall has an invitation. Come with this protector for a trip. The Law Enforcement Hall, Xiao Chun was kneeling, and above him were many eyes looking at him. Elder La approached and said, Public trial of Xiao Chun now begins. Yi Hongyi spoke up. Xiao Chun? You colluded with the Kunlun Dao sect to be a spy in our eastern land demonic path. Do you have anything to quibble about? Xiao Chun thought to himself with an uncomfortable face. I, Xiao Chen, am the dignified child of destiny. Is a little girl like you worthy of trying me? Thinking that, he still corrected. Disciple Xiao Chun is loyal to the Cangming sect. Heaven and earth can witness. There must be someone framing me. Hongyi stood above and called, Elder La. Hearing that, Elder La immediately took off his robe, revealing a solid body, holding a red whip full of thorns in his hand. It seems this old man must give you some intensity before you will confess. Recognize the soul-seizing whip in this old man's hand? He lashed the whip toward Xiao Chun, hitting his hand. Soul-whipping whip. Confess the truth. He screamed in pain. Unjust. I, Xiao Chun, have never been a spy or betrayed anyone. Elder La pulled the whip back. He walked toward Hong Yi and reported. Sect Master, my humble abilities are insufficient to make him confess. She cast a glance toward Bai Qingling and Xinger standing not far away, thinking, Godfather, this Xiao Chun is truly not simple. Bai Qingling stood above, looking down, thinking. My profound heart art was clearly within his calculations. If he cannot even withstand that, he is unworthy of being the protagonist. Tianfan spoke up. Hall Master Bai, you are the mastermind behind this public trial, aren't you? Bai Qingling glanced at him with annoyance. Han Jinyang stood nearby and blew a kiss, ignoring Ren Tianfan standing beside her, mocking him. Must those who offend you end up like this? Resolve personal grudges yourself. Do not play at justice and lose face. Xinger stood nearby, angry, while Bai Qingling rolled his eyes, thinking. Does Ren Tianfan find it easier to deal with me than with his own wife? Forget it, he is not the main character in this play. He walked down and said, Elder Luo, it is better if this lord gives you some pointers. Xiao Chen's face twisted as he looked up at him. Bai Qingling, being so muddled, the Cangming sect will fall into your hands sooner or later. He gave a sinister smile. Your last chance for salvation is to apologize to me. Xiao Chun, admit you wronged this Cangming loyalist, and then bow your head to plead guilty. A red light appeared in Bai Qingling's hand. There is a saying in the eastern land, as the Tao rises 1 foot, the demonic rises 10. He smiled wickedly. It does not need to be much, just enough. He controlled a goo worm to fly into his mouth. Illusory god Earth Truth Goo. Immediately, Xiao Chun seemed to have his vitality drained away. A stream of red energy surrounded him. Then Xiao Chun curled up, emitting eerie, demonic laughter. Ren Tianfan pointed down from above and shouted. Hall Master Bai, what are you doing? You are poisoning Xiao Chun in front of everyone. You, before he could finish, someone interrupted. Noisy, you eunuch. Ren Tianfan was immediately stunned by that remark. Huh? It turned out to be Xiao Chun, pointing and saying, You cannot even distinguish between poison and a goo. Yet you dare to open your mouth to speak, you damn eunuch. Xiao Chun flushed red and stammered. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is a eunuch? Who is a eunuch? Watch your mouth, you stinking brat. But he still laughed loudly. Ha ha, my master Yushu Zi has heaven-reaching talent, intelligence throughout the world. I know exactly what troubles each of you has. Xiao Chun then targeted Elder Chun. Chun Taishu, Elder Chun, this year you married a candidate saintess of the 4 great Orthodox sects as your primary wife. If you meet your in-laws on the battlefield, I wonder if you will have the heart to strike. Next, he targeted Elder Nye, causing him to cover his face with his robe. Nyayong, Elder Nye. You secretly contacted the righteous true martial sword sect, and your stepfather is even a grand elder of the true martial sword sect. Guess who this old man will help when the righteous and demonic paths fight to the death. Xiao Chun stood up and declared loudly, "This demonic path of yours is cowardly. My list of collaborators has only just begun. The entire Eastern Land demonic path has long lost all its spirit. It is all a surrender faction." Yi Hongyi stood up angrily. "Godfather, make him shut up quickly. If he continues, our Zongming sect will fall apart." Bai Qingling replied, "That is right, I did it." Xiao Chun was stunned, and Hong Yi was equally surprised. "Huh?" Bai Qingling said in a cold voice. "The people you mentioned, the reason they contacted the righteous path was entirely this lord's idea. Are you only allowed to have your hypocritical righteous path plant spies, and not allowed for my demonic path to retaliate?" Xiao Chun gaped, looking up at him while he thought viciously. Regardless of the truth, those mentioned by Xiao Chun can only accept this explanation of mine. Using this to seize control of the entire Zongming sect is the true purpose of this public trial. Xiao Chun then spoke up. "That is your idea, Bai Qingling. Stop gilding your own face." He clutched his face and said, "If it were not for you, if you did not exist, those 3 female disciples of yours would have long been slaves in my bed." Xiao Chun recalled the image of himself embracing and laughing with Bai Qingling's 3 disciples and said angrily, "You are nothing but a pawn of my master. You should have been betrayed by everyone and ruined long ago. Only I am worthy of being the final victor." Lingyin angrily drew her sword and rushed toward him. "Disgusting. I actually once worked with this person. Damn it." But Qingling used 2 fingers to clamp and hold the sword. "Stop," Lingyin said. "Master, he replied. "Let him finish, he still has secrets." Seeing this, Xiao Chun laughed craftily. "Bai Qingling, it seems you have also sensed it," he said loudly. "The ancestral holy maiden of Piaoyao Cloud Palace, your nemesis, has awakened from the blood kitchen ice coffin. An image of Mu Xinlan sleeping beautifully appeared. Senior Mu will clear out all the demonic cultivators of Yunzhou. The 3rd demon-slaying holy war is about to begin. The demonic path is rotten to the core. Now is the time to do good deeds." Yi Hongyi said confusedly. "The 3rd demon-slaying holy war?" She thought to herself. "Last time Godfather fought Mu Xinlan, Godfather ultimately failed. Now our demonic path has no second person who can fight Mu Xinlan. What should we do?" Bai Qingling spoke with contempt. "Xiao Chun, why are you roaring so loudly?" He smiled craftily and said, "On the contrary, it only shows you lack confidence." Xiao Chun looked up angrily. "You," he said as if mad. "Gentlemen, this lord loves war. This lord loves blitzkrieg. Before the soul exits to behead the hypocrites. This lord loves encirclement, watching the fish in the basket, watching the villains destroy themselves. This lord loves long-term battles, savoring the sight of them trembling for eternity under the power of the demonic path." Bai Qingling spoke sinisterly, but his eyes were full of confidence and madness. "This lord only asks you one question. Breaking into the central continent, I will lead the team. Who agrees? Who opposes?" Above, many disciples buzzed with discussion. Then, as if all had decided, they cheered in unison. "Follow Godfather. Expand our territory. Smash the central continent. Kill all the hypocrites. Rebuild the glory of the demonic path. In my life, I will never refuse." Seeing this, he immediately ordered, "Arrest Xiao Chun at once." 2 burly men dragged Xiao Chun away in his bewilderment. "Xiao Chun of Yin Ghost Hall, guilty of serious crimes of collaborating with the enemy. Arrest him as a death row prisoner. Take him to Nether Flame Valley tomorrow, and use the demonic fire punishment to burn his body." Bai Qingling walked out of the law enforcement hall. Yi Hongyi chased after him. "Godfather, please stop. Sect Master Yi, you must have come to question me about showing leniency to the traitor, right?" He turned back and replied, "If I did not do that, our positions would not be considered stable. It is not about purging them, but controlling them that allows us to be legitimate and not let people down." Yi Hongyi blushed shyly and said, "No, it is not that. I did not mean to question you." She took his hand and looked up. "Why not ask Godfather to come to my room and teach me more principles of governing people?" Xinger ran over from afar. "Wait a moment." She hugged Bai Qingling's arm, her face full of worry. "Master is very tired. Sect Master Yi, whatever matter you have, speak of it tomorrow." He stood in the middle very confused, thinking, why the sudden tug of war? The great war is coming. Do they have no sense of urgency? A hurried voice rang out. "Senior Brother Qingling." Yuanyong hugged Bai Qingling's neck and said coquettishly, "Senior brother, the matter here is finished. Why not come to my ghost hall to chat about old times? Between us, there are still many unique old stories that senior brother needs to explain to me." Han Jinyang also walked over. "Hall Master Hua, what kind of decorum is this in front of Sect Master Yi?" She also pressed close to Bai Qingling and said, "Compared to chicks like them, Hall Master Bai prefer someone familiar, right?" Lingyin, holding a basket of fruit, also approached. "Ah, master." She shyly avoided his gaze. "I have come at a bad time." Beauties surrounded by Qingling, each wanting to compete for him. "No, do not do this. Dividing the demon lord into 5, even counting the illusory shadow clones, is not enough." Xinger blew a breath into Bai Qingling's ear. She was on his back, wrapping her legs around him, happily asking, "Master, there are no stars at night. Why are we going to the mountain peak?" His face was shrouded in darkness, showing no clear emotion. "This lord did not call you, you hung on yourself." Suddenly Bai Qingling raised his hand. He forcefully kicked Xinger's legs away, making her fall backward. "Tolerating your stubbornness is already this lord's great leniency." Yet she still did not forget to act coquettishly, thrusting her upper body out. "Is master planning to punish Xinger?" He turned half his face back and gave a crafty smile. "The dead of night in a remote place is the best growth period for demonic goo. Are you not afraid that this lord will plant a goo in you?" Xinger winked sweetly, reaching out to touch his chest. Is the goo here? Does master want to give it to me?" He froze, his face blank, as she groped uncontrollably. "This is bad. Do I still have any dignity or threat in this girl's heart? Should I clean out the scrap in her brain?" He asked him. "By the way, why keep that villain Shao Qin alive until tomorrow to execute him? That guy is very sinister. Is master not worried about any accidents?" Bai Qingling sneered and stopped his footsteps. "I came here precisely for that. Do not wait too long, look forward to it." The two stopped before an icy landscape with countless towering mountains in front of them. Scene changed to another confined place. Shao Chun punched the hard iron bars, crying out in grievance. "Old demon Bai, you shameless, despicable person. You will not die peacefully. I Shao Chun am wronged. I do not plead guilty. Is anyone there? I want to see the law enforcement hall elder. I demand a retrial." Suddenly a voice rang out from the other side. "Senior brother Shao, calm down." He asked suspiciously, "Who are you? What are you doing?" A person walked in, wearing a hat that covered his entire face, making it impossible to see any features. He introduced himself. "My name is Nyo Dali, the closed-door disciple of Jade Lion Master. I am your junior brother. I am a spy in the law enforcement hall, having risen to become a penal prison deacon." He opened the door and entered, unlocking the shackles for Shao Chun. "Master usually does not allow me to contact you. It was all planned in advance for today's situation." Nyo Dali stood up facing him and continued. "Since your plan has failed, let us get out of here, go as far as possible, back to the central continent, back to master's side." Shao Chun pressed 2 fingers to the center of his chest. "Fine. Follow me." Immediately, a purple jade orb flew out from within his body. This is the origin returning orb. Just by casting a spell for a short time, it can open a teleportation gate that lasts for a month. The coordinates of this origin returning orb are the main hall of the Kunlun Dao sect master. He smiled sinisterly. "Damn demon lord Qingling, just you wait. Once I regain the momentum of the child of destiny, I will definitely grind you into powder." Scene changed to Kunlun Dao sect. In front of the sect master's main hall, an old man with long white hair stood under a giant statue. Shao Chun and Nyo Dali both knelt before this person. "Disciple Shao Chun greets master. Disciple Nyo Dali greets master," he said happily. "Master, your eldest disciple has returned. Although I failed, as long as I can survive to see you, great matters can still be plotted." Suddenly, master jumped up, pointing his hand and staff at him. Panicked. "You, retreat, retreat, retreat." Shao Chun was surprised and could not believe his eyes. "Master, what is wrong with you?" "It is me, Chunner." Master's face was full of fear. "Shao Chun, do not come over here." At the same time, eerie green veins appeared on his face. Immediately they spread all over Shao Chun's body. This is... Countless red bumps of various sizes appeared all over his body, leaving no place on his body untouched. "Master, what is wrong with me? Master, save me." Shao Chen's body inflated with red circles. Master replied to him, "It is a law transformation level demonic goo, the Earth Path Heavenly Star goo. After 1 night of cultivation, it has merged into one with your body. You cannot implicate the sect, find a quiet place and die." He acted so decisively that, in an instant, he was nowhere to be seen. He was pushed far into the sky until he turned into a small speck of light. A bang, and a huge flame appeared in the black sky. Scene changed to where Xing'er and Bai Qingling were sitting. She pointed to the night sky. Master. There was suddenly a red star flashing in that direction. He gave a one-sided smirk, looking as sinister as possible. I said it was a dark night with strong winds, suitable for cultivating demonic goo. Both looked toward the place where the light was emitted in the distant sky. Thousands of miles away. Perhaps only this lord is truly here to see you off. Go slowly, Xiaochen. Scene changed to true martial sword sect sword-testing cliff, where many people were practicing swordplay. A beautiful girl was also practicing swordplay, by Qingling's eldest disciple, Feng Lixue, who was acting as an undercover agent. Sister Lixue. A voice called her from behind, making her instinctively turn to look. He greeted. Long time no see, senior sister Feng Lixue. Lin Mo missed her very much in his heart. He was the third prince of the great Chu imperial dynasty Lin Mo. She recalled the past with an image of her shy self. Is it Lin Mo? Recalling the bad memory of the day the poison was released. I already said this young lady is fine. I want to rest, go back. He obediently listened. All right, she thought to herself. Almost had him break down the door and encounter me. Luckily, I persuaded him to leave from across the wall. While Lixue was practicing swordplay, Lin Mo still stood to the side watching her, making her feel a bit uncomfortable as she thought. This 15 or 16-year-old body, his body is not even as big as mine. With that look of wanting to build a relationship with me, he does not even know how to hide it. She pointed her sword at him unceremoniously. If your highness wishes to speak from the heart, I fear you have found the wrong person. If there is no serious business, then please feel free to leave. Lin Mo was confused, his speech stammering. Then he thought. It seems she knows what I want to say, and cut me off to block me. He continued. It is not that there is no serious business. For example, the recent movements of the righteous sects. I heard that the ancestral holy maiden Mu Xinlan of Piaoyao Cloud Palace seems to be planning. She turned back suspiciously and asked, Mu Xinlan? At the Piaoyao Cloud Palace sacred land. The profound ice tiger, the master scream echoing everywhere is the ninth princess of the great Chu imperial dynasty Lin Tian. Her face wore a worried, pleading look. Just now, Kunlun Dao sect sent a letter. Senior brother Xiao Chan was killed by that old demon Bai. Please master. Send troops to slay the demon head and avenge my senior brother Xiao. Mu Xinlan was sitting on a rock by the stream, closing her eyes to meditate. Tanner, my only disciple, the third demon-slaying holy war is imminent. Master cannot abandon the big picture just because of that childhood sweetheart of yours. Xiao Chan. She opened her eyes and looked at Tian. If you are truly in a hurry for revenge, Master only has one way. Tian smiled radiantly with joy. Disciple will listen to Master's teachings. Her eyes were gloomy as she said, when Master fought Bai Qingling, I happened to see a corner of his memory. That place. You. Suddenly her words became sharper along with the phrasing. Seduce him. This is the only method you can use to take revenge. Oh my God, she asked back in surprise. Say, seduce? A powerful blood kitchen flame surrounded Demon Lord Qingling. He was in a happy, comfortable mood. After retrieving the origin heart, the path of recultivation is even smoother. It is worthy of the innate formless demon body. He and Xing'er sat back to back, plus the system's dream-returning desire immortal bed. Dual cultivation had greater benefits, and could even copy the partner's physique to my body. He suddenly opened his eyes, shining brightly as if realizing something. The profound in-chi of Xing'er's ghost-controlling spiritual body has the effect of regulating the Dharma manifestation realm. Xing'er hugged his neck tightly. Master's reward. Xing'er has absorbed it all. Can Xing'er also help Master? He looked at her and said, no need to be so excited. There will be opportunities to cultivate together in the future. She hugged him from behind, both bodies sticking together, looking extremely intimate. Xing'er also wanted to continue with Master, but at this moment, the headquarters sent a message. Sect Master Yi invites Master over to discuss official business. Bai Qingling asked calmly, official business? Scene changed to another place. In a vast bamboo forest he walked behind. Official business at this time, according to principles, seems to only be the Demon Dao Alliance Assembly. This assembly sees the appearance of a mole, achieving the good ending for the protagonist Xiao Chen. Bai Qingling continued to ponder in his own thoughts. But the timing is wrong. Why half a year early? Did I guess wrong? Or has another variable appeared besides Xiao Chen's death? He was startled, reorienting himself to his current location. Wait, where is this? The woman stopped, bowed respectfully, and invited him. Hall Master Bai, Sect Master Yi is waiting for you at the Hahuan pool. Please. He felt like he had drawn the short straw, half laughing and half crying. Is that not the Sect Master's hot spring pool? Why? The The person immediately walked away shyly in the opposite direction. In short, please enjoy yourself. Scene changed to a place with a clear blue stream and a slender foot stepping down. It was Yi Hongyi wearing a sexy outfit, bathing there. She suddenly turned around. When she saw clearly who it was, her body immediately revealed a sexy, pleasing appearance. Godfather. Hongyi, with her seductive figure, stood before Qingling. She said, Godfather, how do you find Hongyi today? Is there anything different? Qingling smiled and replied, Sect Master, you have just finished cultivating and are in your private hot spring to recuperate, right? I do not see anything. He looked down at her abdomen and saw what looked like a red mark. Qingling used 2 fingers to press on the glowing red mark.
He screamed, ah.
Her cheeks flushed red. Godfather, you are... No. Qingling gradually let his hands touch the mark and said, There is a rumor that the Yi family ancestors were originally from the ice plains and could not fully adapt to the warm spiritual energy of the inner continent. Every time there is a breakthrough in cultivation realm, chaotic true energy often arises in the body, damaging it. A stream of bright red power radiated from Qingling, and he said decisively, Extinguish. The red light went out. Hongyi touched the place where the mark was just now, and she said in surprise, The chaotic true energy has disappeared. This kind of illness can actually be cured. Qingling's right hand gripped her shoulder, replying, It exists, but this doesn't count as fully resolved yet. He picked her up, calmly saying, No need for more words, Sect Master. Try out the effects of the dream-returning desire immortal bed yourself. A deep crimson bed with intricate details on the frame appeared. The two sat on the bed together. Hongyi sat face-to-face with Qingling and hugged him. A mechanical voice sounded, Congratulations, host. Great love successfully implemented. Received 5,000 points. Current points 85,000. Qingling said to her, Today, Sect Master Yi broke through and specifically sought this lord for consultation. If this lord guesses correctly, it is about the Demon Dao Alliance Assembly. She replied, The world is becoming chaotic, Mu Xinlan is about to emerge. The third righteous demonic war is about to be incited, and the Demon Emperor has sent envoys wanting to unite the 8 great demonic sects to resist. Qingling's pupils constricted. He said, You contacted the Yi family grand elders first, and that incompetent uncle of yours, Ren Tianfan, before coming to this lord, right? You weren't willing to prioritize discussing this with this lord. Do you not trust this lord at all? Hongyi panicked and hurriedly replied, It's not that. It's because... She hesitated, not yet finished speaking when Qingling cut in. This lord will speak plainly to you, Yi Hongyi. There is a mole in the Demon Dao Alliance, and you cannot handle this matter. The Yi family grand elders cannot, Ren Tianfan cannot, and neither can you. She looked away and said to Qingling, Then in Godfather's opinion, what should Hongyi do? Qingling, with sharp eyes, thought to himself, The interaction just now once again verified the dual cultivation efficacy of the dream-returning desire immortal bed. This is perhaps a good opportunity to quickly and intuitively use quantity to decide victory and recover cultivation power. He extinguished the thought and said to Hongyi, Sect Master Ren is a coward, but Madame Ren has the strength and ruthlessness of the demonic path. If this lord and Madame Ren act together, this alliance assembly can be worry-free. She replied, That aunt, I have heard some rumors. Could it be you have other intentions? Or are you following some of her thoughts? Qingling raised his hand in a fist to cover his mouth. Ahem, the mole I mentioned in the Demon Dao Alliance is Ji Taimei of the Hahuan sect. Madame Ren was once a saintess candidate of the Hahuan sect. She likely has a natural advantage in dealing with Ji Taimei. She said softly. So that's how it is. Hongyi was rude. He immediately turned his face away and thought, A perfect lie, luckily I fooled her. He glanced in one direction and said to Hongyi, Someone is coming. Lingyin was standing anxiously by the bamboo grove watching the two. She stepped out of the bamboo grove, looked toward Qingling, and asked, Master, you discovered me? His face darkened as he stole a glance at Lingyin, thinking, This scene is a bit familiar, but neither side had a violent reaction like last time. Is this good or bad? While he was thinking, she bowed from afar and spoke, Sect Master, Lingyin has bad news to report. Qingling replied, Bad news? Lingyin continued, Yesterday, the new Hall Master of Black Moon Hall went to Dark Moon City to collect tribute. He was someone whom the Protector and Sect Master supported, absolutely trustworthy. His disappearance is definitely not simple. Dark Moon City was originally dependent on Taoist Fierce Tiger. Now that Fierce Tiger is dead, I suspect they want to rebel. Hongyi was still sitting on the bed, shyly covering herself with a black cloth. Qingling thought seriously. In the original story, the Dark Moon City branch was the stage for the protagonist Xiao Chun, Tantai Lingyin, and Yi Hongyi's power-up. The betrayal of Dark Moon City is inevitable, but like the Demon Dao Alliance, the timing has arrived early. The corners of Qingling's mouth curled up sharply. Betrayal is just betrayal. It's merely a matter to be resolved in one night. Yi Hongyi spoke up. Resolved in one night? Dark Moon City is one of the top dependent forces of the Tsangming sect. The four great families leading it all have nascent soul elders sitting in town. With eyes like fire, he said in a triumphant tone. What is there to fear? They are just wild chickens and dogs. Just in time to serve as an appetizer for the Alliance Assembly. Dark Moon City, Hall Master's Fortress. At a large dining table with countless dishes, for people sat around. There was Zhong Lin. The old man spoke. Seventh young master. I wonder where the new Hall Master of Black Moon Hall is currently? Tianran replied. That person is in Elder Xie's hands. Morong Qi also joined the conversation. He picked up a wineglass and said, This wineglass was refined using human bones. How long? Sitting opposite. Asked Tianran. Seventh young master. Did you make this wineglass from the bones of the Tsangming sect's Hall Master? Tianran curled his lip, looking annoyed. How long? We are discussing the great families. What kind of talk is that? Besides the Kunlun clan, you are the second great family of Dark Moon City. How Long heard this and angrily wanted to retort. You! Zhong Lin cut in and said. Seventh young master, your methods are truly brilliant. You resolved the Tsangming sect's golden core expert without anyone knowing. No wonder old Master Tang passed the position of family head to you. He heard these words and narrowed his eyes at the old man. Elder Xie, you joke. This position of family head was seized by my own hands. Tianran smiled sinisterly. Enough nonsense. Since things are like this, I will state my position first. Starting from this month, my hall will no longer pay tribute to the Tsangming sect. All three people were surprised by the statement just now. Rong Qi spoke up. Although Taoist Fierce Tiger is dead and the sect's foundation is unstable, how do you intend to deal with Demon Lord Qingling? Tianran's pupils emitted a green light, his hands placed in front of him. Humph. Just wait until after tonight. That by Qingling. Before he finished speaking, a henchman panicked and ran in, shouting. Reporting to the family head, the Tsangming sect headquarters just issued a crime decree, stating that the matter of the new Hall Master of Black Moon Hall being harmed has been investigated, and the culprit is, to How Long's surprise, the name spoken was the Kunlun clan. How Long stood up abruptly, shouting, Impossible! That new Hall Master had no dealings whatsoever with my Kunlun clan. Tianran's voice was full of challenge. Great Elder How Long. Finally your Kunlun clan can be of use. As long as we hand you over to the Tsangming sect, we can buy enough time for us to start the trouble. How Long stood up angrily. Seventh, you dare? What kind of thing are you? A despicable villain who relied on a woman to ascend to power. If you touch my Kunlun clan, the secret of your wife coming back from the dead will. Suddenly, a red liquid splattered everywhere. Tianran swung his sword. One strike caused How Long's head to fall. He revealed a cunning face. Take his pig head and hand it to the Tsangming sect envoy. We cannot waste Great Elder How Long's proactive sacrifice. Another henchman reported. Grandfather, there is an urgent matter. The henchman whispered into Zhong Lin's ear. The old man frowned. Zhong Lin stood up and left. Seventh young master. A major incident occurred in the Morong family. Must handle it immediately. The great plan to start. Let's discuss it tomorrow. Tianran watched him go, muttering. This old man is old, yet still so hasty in his work. Morong Qi, after reading a piece of paper, also stood up. Sincere apologies. A major incident also occurred in the Morong family. Forgive me, I cannot stay long. A large banquet table, only Tianran remained. His face darkened. Not good. Very not good. Someone is setting a trap. In his mind, two images appeared. The new sect master, Yi Hongyi, that little girl doesn't have this capability. The Een Ghost Hall Saintess. Her style would absolutely not sacrifice the useless Kunlun clan. Tianran realized. It can only be. The image of Bai Qingling appeared clearly. Him. Tianran put his hand on his chest to calm himself. Taish, what am I panicking about? I have my wife here. He laughed sinisterly. Tonight, when my dead wife comes back to life, that is the moment your soul returns to the underworld. Deep in the forest, a carriage was still moving through the night. A piece of paper was slipped into the carriage door crack by a henchman. The paper was passed through the narrow gap. Inside the carriage were Yuerong and Qingling. Yuerong took the paper. Qingling's senior brother. The second and third elders of the Kunlun clan have been dealt with by my Een Ghost Hall assassins. As for that great elder, just as you predicted, during the secret meeting with the three great families, he was dealt with in front of everyone. Qingling's face was cold. Understood. Well done. Yuerong acted coquettishly. Senior brother is so unmoved. Is it because you think junior sister is old and faded? Or is there another flower in your heart? Qingling just smiled. With enemies within and without, recovering the 5 viscera is this lord's urgent priority right now. This lord cannot respond to you now. Only invite you to the dream-returning desire immortal bed to dual cultivate together. Yuerong hugged Qingling tightly, leaning her face close to his. Senior brother is so straightforward. Then you should have kept that bed in the carriage. That way, Ronger could help senior brother right now. Qingling took Yuerong's hand. Tonight's matter requires a quick battle. There is no free time for that. We have arrived. Qingling stepped off the carriage, supporting Yuerong's hand. After 100 years, let's join hands with senior brother to suppress all enemies here. Yuerong waved her hand. The lamps immediately lit up. Yuerong and Qingling stepped outside. By Qingling pondered. Resolving the 4 great families of Dark Moon City in one night is actually not as difficult as imagined. For 1,000 years, they haven't even had a nascent soul expert. Once the few experts are resolved, they are left with the fate of becoming slaves. The Xie family is the biggest business in Dark Moon City, wanting only to protect their property. Taoist Fierce Tiger, who was backing them, was killed by me. They urgently need a new backer, and the promise of 7th young master of the hall. I'm afraid only death can make him stop. Tonight, the person who mainly needs to be dealt with is him. Qingling cast his eyes into the distance. As for the Murong family, before Yuerong and Qingling stood Murong Qi and his henchmen. Rong Qi and his servants bowed respectfully. Murong Qi pays respects to the 2 hall master adults of the upper sect. Qingling sneered. Ha! You don't even have the great. Are you sure this lord isn't an imposter? Rong Qi bowed his head. During the sect master selection, this lowly one saw your majesty from afar, godfather. The messenger said you already know who the culprit who killed my wife is. Rong Qi recalled. My wife. She was humiliated to death, then skinned and her soul extracted, unable to reincarnate. He was angry. For me, Murong Qi, there is nothing in this world more important than this revenge. At this moment, Yuerong spoke up. Saying you know who the culprit is, do you dare to take revenge? Rong Qi was shocked. Even if the culprit is the Tsangming sect master, I would still. Yuerong interrupted. Ridiculous. The Tsangming sect likes your wife? It is the 7th young master of the hall, Tang Tianran. Rong Qi asked back in panic. What? He questioned suspiciously. Are the 2 of you perhaps wanting to use a pretext to make the Murong family and the hall turn against each other? Hearing the insult, Yuerong became angry. You dare to doubt Hall Master Bai? Even if he were truly deceiving you, what would you do? Qingling stopped Yuerong. Haha. No need to threaten family head Murong. If you cannot believe this lord, then you cannot fail to believe your wife, right? Qingling wore a sinister smile. Inside an ice coffin, a woman lay motionless. Rong Qi knelt before the ice coffin. Although I don't know how Godfather knew I used an ice coffin to preserve my wife's remains. Qingling took out a needle, looking at the woman's remains. The needle was immediately launched, piercing straight into her forehead acupoint.
Qingling glared, soulmanding needle technique.
From the needle's position, a stream of energy gathered into the corpse. Rong Qi's wife slowly opened her eyes. Ah! Rong Qi grabbed her shoulders joyfully. Wife, you're awake. He hurriedly said, I know who harmed you. She said slowly. Ah Qi, it was Tang Tianran. The night you weren't home, while I was bathing, Tang Tianran broke and drunk. His bestial nature flared up, wanting to take me. After he sobered up, he immediately wanted to silence me. But I had a protective Dharma treasure. He brought Taoist Fierce Tiger. Taoist Fierce Tiger used soul-dispersing powder on me, causing my living soul to be torn apart. I don't know what happened after that. Rong Qi's eyes flashed with anger. Good. Very good. I knew Tang Tianran was a beast, but I didn't expect him to be a beast to this extent. In this life, I, Murong Qi, and Tang Tianran will not share the same sky. We will not share the same sky. It will not end until one of us dies. He gritted his teeth, hugging his wife tightly. He looked at Qingling. Godfather, has the headquarters already known about the 4 great families' plot? Using the Kunlun clan as a sacrifice, was it intentional to show us? Qingling sneered. Consider yourself smart. Headquarters naturally knows that Dark Moon City has families with intentions to rebel, but it doesn't concern your Murong family, at least not now. Rong Qi knelt at Qingling's feet. Then, the Murong family is willing to assemble 3,000 Qi refining cultivators to lead the charge into the hall's fortress, eliminating the mole for the Tsangming sect. Qingling walked away. Very good, but no need to rush. I believe Xie Zonglin of the Xie family will also have the same tacit understanding. Yuerong and Qingling left. Even if he doesn't, he must have it. Hongyi's voice sounded. Lingyin. This trip will inevitably involve a battle. Lingyin looked up. Hongyi was sitting on Qingling's body. Look. Even Sect Master Yi is taking advantage of the time to cultivate. Come. Use this dual cultivation Dharma treasure of mine to consolidate your cultivation. Qingling also added. Sect Master Yi has already tried it. There are absolutely no side effects. Lingyin's eyes were dreamy. She was shy. I know. How could I not know? Her body trembled. Hongyi and I once swore the mirror flower oath. Our feelings are all interconnected. It was as if an electric current shot through Lingyin's body. What she experiences has long since transferred to every corner of my body. Hongyi still pressed. Lingyin, are you not coming up? She smiled teasingly. Then this sect master will continue. Do you intend to stand and watch until the end? Lingyin clicked her tongue. Finally, she chose to join. I cannot admit defeat. There is also senior sister Feng here. We still have a chance to escape his demonic claws. Returning to reality, Hongyi was happy. Godfather. Yuerong and Qingling stepped out. The Murong family has been resolved. How did it go with the Xie family? Hongyi happily reported. Everything was indeed as Godfather predicted. I used the sect master's name to guarantee the Xie family's existing interests. Xie Zonglin expressed he would draw a clear line with the hall and never betray. Qingling praised. Congratulations, Hongyi. You are becoming more and more like a true sect master. Hongyi was shy. That's right. This is Godfather specially cultivating me, letting me learn the art of governance, using both firmness and softness, while also firmly holding the power of the Zongming sect in my own hands, rather than treating me like a puppet. Hongyi was bashful. Hongyi thanks Godfather for the teaching. Qingling thought to himself, system. Hurry and add points. Lingyin looked over. Her expression was somewhat complex. She recalled Li Xue's instructions. I don't know when I can return from this mission. It will be difficult for me to personally participate in your plan. But don't forget what Bai Qingling did to you at age 13 at the Immortal Garden Pool. Don't forget that to control me. He engraved that vicious demonic mark on me. Don't be deceived by him. Don't lose your original heart. Don't let your senior sister fight alone. Lingyin's eyes wavered. Senior sister Feng Li Xue. Now I can fully understand your feelings. Perhaps Lingyin knows what to do now. In the hall's secret chamber, Tianran knelt beside a coffin. He laughed crazily, his eyes blood-red. Almost there. Almost there. The corpse puppet transformation progress is more than half done. Tonight, the year of Een, month of Een, hour of Een, is the moment with the chance to impact the peak spirit transformation corpse puppet queen. He went mad. Without the arrogant Taoist fierce tiger, I, Tang Tianran, can still complete the final ritual. Suddenly, a henchman ran in hurriedly. Family head, major bad news. It's the cultivators of the Xie family and Murong family, and the Kunlun clan is also taking advantage of the chaos. They are slaughtering their way into the castle, about to storm your main castle. Tianran roared in panic. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Are they not afraid of my death-defying state? It must be that brat from the Zongming sect and that pretentious godfather of hers. He turned toward the coffin. There is still the time of one incense stick, try to hold on for me. He picked up a pitch-black arm. Wait for my wife to return to the mortal world. Isn't everyone in the Dark Moon City my clan's living sacrifice? A stream of red energy covered the entire space, resurrecting the one he loved. At this moment, downstairs in the hall, Murong Qi, Xie Zonglin, and many henchmen were already standing ready. Rong Qi frowned. What is happening with the hall's main castle? A blood moon surrounds the sky, an ominous sign. But we have no other choice. Force Tang Tianran to redeem his crimes. Zonglin asked back. But we will lose our lives. All of us. Tang Tianran's wife is Qin Yuer, the former saintess of Piaoyao Palace. She took her own life. She loved Tang Tianran blindly, voluntarily falling into the demonic path, becoming a twisted and ugly 7-kill corpse demon. Waiting until tonight, the moment of extreme Een, she can be resurrected and reach spirit transformation cultivation. This old man understands the details of this matter better than you, which is why I previously showed fear toward Tang Tianran. Rong Qi roared angrily, interrupting. Enough, Elder Xie. His eyes shone brightly. Revenge for the humiliation of my wife. Tang Tianran and I will not share the same sky. I must take his dog head with my own hands and offer it to Godfather. Demon Sealing Valley, the battle between Bai Qingling and Mu Xinlan, the former saintess of Piaoyao Palace Qin Yuer, along with the Righteous Path ancestor and the original demon Dao supreme leader. To create an opportunity for Mu Xinlan, Qin Yuer sacrificed herself to sneak attack the Demon Lord. Unfortunately, she and the Demon Lord were struck by the Nine Tribulation devouring fire, and her appearance was ruined. After the battle, Qin Yuer's will was depressed, but she met her true destiny. She harmonized with him using the ancient zither, leading him to travel the ends of the earth. For him, she sacrificed her life. In the eyes of Qin Yuer, who did not understand the ways of the world, perhaps this was her final perfect Tao. It's that she didn't know. The man who cried until he was half dead at her funeral, on the night of the funeral, was celebrating with Taoist Fierce Tiger at Chunhua Deer. A voice sounded, "Brothers, charge! Avenge the elders!" A crowd of people rushed up, excitedly vying for battle reports and seizing women. Today, my Kunlun clan must turn things around and become the masters. What blood moon ghost woman? My Kunlun clan are descendants of how long? We should suppress all evil. Rong Qi pondered. The Kunlun clan wants a forced attack. Zhong Lin reminded, "Don't rush. Watch the situation first." Suddenly, with a loud crash, servants inside the building ran in all directions. A ghostly cry sounded. "Husband, husband, where are you? Yuerong doesn't have you. Hurry and come see Yuerong." From above, Tianran swooped down. "Your husband is here." He landed on the monster's back. "Welcome back, my lady. No matter what form you have become, I will love you just as I did at the start." Kissed the monster's face. "You are my pride." The crowd below was disgusted. Good heavens, he can actually kiss that? Truly a villain, far more evil than our Kunlun clan. Tianran merely glanced contemptuously at his lady. "These fools do not understand the power of our pure love. Kill them all, especially those little Kunlun thieves taking advantage of this." His eyes flashed red, sparing no one. The monster immediately lunged forward, wiping out hundreds of people with a single swipe. Deng Qi and Zhong Lin watched from afar as the monster slaughtered the Kunlun clan. Zhong Lin reminded him, "See that, Brother Morong? This corpse demon has at least soul formation strength in its body alone. We are no match for it." Deng Qi said in a hoarse voice, "Elder Xie, please, for the sake of our past, lead the Morong clan out of the city." Deng Qi channeled his energy and dashed forward. He roared, "My grievances leave me no choice." From above, Tianran mocked, "Trash Morong Qi, what medicine did you take today? You aren't afraid of death again? My lady, tear him to shreds." A beam of energy shot from the monster's eyes. "As you wish, my husband." Deng Qi immediately blocked the attack, but the energy was so immense that his face twisted in pain. The monster's energy overpowered him, knocking Deng Qi into the air. He gritted his teeth. The killing intent is too strong, at least mid-stage soul formation. The monster prepared a second attack. Deng Qi panicked. "A second strike? It's too strong, too fast. I can't defend in time again." He prepared to close his eyes, ready to accept death. "Godfather, sect master, I, Morong Qi, am happy to die for your sake." A red light flashed in the sky. The power of the light collided violently with the energy released by the monster, saving Deng Qi's life. Tianran roared furiously. "Who is it? How dare you save the person I want to kill?" Under the blood-red moonlight, Qingling's imposing figure appeared. "Who gave you permission to give up so soon? You owe this lord a debt of gratitude. Who allowed you to leave before paying it back?" Ye Zonglin shouted. "Clan Master Morong." Morong Qi replied, "I'm not dead yet, but that voice is." In the crimson sky stood by Qingling. He said, "Tang Tianran, do you want this lord to take you down personally? Although this lord's bloodlord domain is a sea of people, there is still a spot left for you." Tang Tianran was surprised. By Qingling? Then he hurriedly spoke. This young master had long anticipated this battle. "But I didn't expect it to come so soon. Oh well. Since you dared to come here today, I might as well conveniently get rid of the stinking goo worms all over your body." Hua Yuerong immediately retorted, "A mere Tang Qi dares to talk back? Seat will capture you personally." Then, she waved her hand, creating a surge of power. The scum Tang Tianran saw this and panicked. "Yuer, kill him for your husband quickly." Her eyes flashed with malice. "Don't be afraid, my husband." Hua Yuerong closed in behind the Tang scum in a flash. She used a sharp needle and whispered in his ear, "Humph, you have some skill, but not much." Then, splatters of blood sprayed everywhere. Tang Tianran clutched his eyes and screamed, "My eyes, I'm blind." Seeing her husband like this, Qin Yuer panicked and attacked Hua Yuerong with all her might. Yuerong wondered, strange, why did this lustful witch suddenly increase her cultivation so much? She actually pushed directly to the peak of soul formation. The damned Tianran shamelessly spoke up, "Wife, kill him quickly. You can definitely do it easily. The power of our pure love is invincible." Bai Qingling snorted. Tang Qi, do you even deserve to call yourself pure love? He continued. Leave the rest to senior brother to handle. The Blood Lord needs talents like them. Qin Yuer, now in a demonic form, shrieked. Demon Lord Qingling. The Grandmaster exhausted all his strength and could only leave a single sword mark on him. What can I possibly do? Bai Qingling replied. I remember you. Qin Yuer, you still have a bit left. You know it yourself, you are much stronger than Tang Qi. Tang Tianran defended himself. No, my wife, they blinded me. I can't take it anymore. Wife, you must make them pay. Her eyes flashed with a red glint. Then a blood-red source of power appeared. She immediately attacked Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling, I am the Deathbone corpse body. Your myriad guards are useless against me. Today is the day I take my revenge. Hua Yuerong called out in panic. Senior brother. Bai Qingling just smirked. Is that so? Then that's a pity. He then raised both his hands, blocking Qin Yuer's attack path. She shrieked.
Impossible, Bekingling.
How can you catch the ghost flame torrent, catch the very... Bai Qingling clenched his hand, thinking to himself. Naturally, it's a system item I obtained from my dual cultivating disciple. How could I tell you that? He spoke aloud. Naturally, it is because this lord is the demon god destined to cover the starry skies of all races. He drew his sword, tenfold flame demon severing slash, sixth slash, demon burning. He then decisively slashed down.
Qin Yuer panicked.
Then her body was severed in two. The scene ahead was gray, tinged with red, as if a fierce battle had taken place. A girl fell out of the bizarre body, hitting the ground with a loud thud. This was Qin Yuer, wife of Ren Tianfan. She lay flat on the cold ground. My lady, her clothes were tattered as if burned, and she was covered in wounds. Yet, she mustered the strength to apologize to her husband. I am truly useless. I couldn't eliminate the strong enemy for you. I apologize. Initially, when he wailed beside her, she thought he was truly heartbroken to see her like that because of him. But it wasn't so. That's right, you really should apologize to me. He shouted in frustration. Tang Tianran, I spent so much effort on you. To make you stronger, I even begged Taoist Fierce Tiger. Is this Bai Qingling so hard to kill? The space was silent. He held out a cocoon-like object before her, looking angry yet helpless about the effort he had invested in her. Forget it, I can only use the life escape cocoon. I spent so much on you, like buying a bride. I'll retreat for now. The night was long, like a bride. She fought to her last breath for him, yet he wanted to abandon her. Her weak voice seemed filled with grievances. Husband, our vow to live and die together until the end of time. He laughed loudly, mercilessly mocking her. You actually believed that? Just go die alone. Your husband will definitely avenge you. While mocking her gullibility, he suddenly screamed. Ah, my hand is gone. Falling heavily to the ground. It hurts like hell. A red scene appeared. Demon Lord Qingling and Yuerong had arrived before him, contemptuously insulting him. Junior sister, your skills are truly impressive. Hearing their voices, he squeezed his eyes shut, unwilling to face reality. No, I cannot enter that blood chamber. This guy no longer wanted to live. He picked up his sword to end himself rather than be humiliated, thinking it would be better to have a quick death. Ah flew down and kicked the sword from his hand with indignation. He couldn't be allowed to die so easily. At the very least, he had to go with his beloved wife, who had sacrificed everything for him. The demon lord stepped forward, his expression cold yet tinged with pity. Qin Yuer, in consideration of you knowing your place when facing this lord will show you respect. His words were cruel, but could be seen as granting her wish to walk the final path with her loved one, to go to the Yellow Springs with your husband. This is the final mercy you deserve. Her expression was sorrowful. Thank you, demon lord. Her wretched husband was being trampled. She struggled to stand up, picked up the sword, slowly walked to him, raised it high, and cried out in agony. Husband, although you are heartless, Yuer still loves you until this very moment. Let us be together forever. In the dark night, she collapsed beside him. The couple lay together forever, even though the scene was somewhat tragic. For such a pair, the demon lord could still sigh at this affection. This purity is what deserves to be called pure love. The sky glowed green. A voice reminded the two, mission accomplished. Congratulations, host. Great love successfully implemented. Target Tang Tianran and Qin Yuer received 10,000 points. Yuerong couldn't believe it, suddenly shouting. That works too? The night sky gradually softened. A carriage appeared on the road. Inside, the demon lord was discussing the recent events with her. Qin was destroyed, and he conveniently took control of Dark Moon City. Only two families remained, along with the sect master and Lingyin, to comfort the two. This matter was considered settled. She frowned, listening to what he said, then exposed his lie. Senior brother didn't personally deal with Tang Chi today. That's a bit different from your usual style. He explained gently. Perhaps I was truly moved by this love. Pure love, regardless of whether it's worth much or little, is still worth respecting. Hearing this, she was slightly surprised that her senior brother had understood somewhat, and wanted to know more. Pure love. Then do you believe this thing exists beside you too? He glanced at her with some intent. What do you think? She stammered softly. She hesitated, mixed with unwillingness. Clearly it's out of love, clearly there are feelings. Why deny it?
Rong understands.
Senior brother pursues the ultimate great Tao. Why would you keep petty romantic love in your heart? Even he didn't believe she could go against her own heart like that. Because he should have seen something in the tower. Then why did I leave behind those memories in the flame demon tower? She panicked, falling into his arms, feeling a bit shy. What are you doing? Suddenly, a girl looked into the carriage. She shouted happily. It's Master's carriage. Turned out to be his subordinate. Xinger welcomes Master's return. This mischievous girl, upon seeing the great demon lord again, acted spoiled and clingy. Master, Xinger missed you so much. She gripped his hand. Having not seen him for a long time, she missed him and wanted to know why he didn't take her along. Xinger asked at the headquarters and learned Master came to Dark Moon City. Why didn't you take Xinger with you? Do you not like Xinger? Yueron glared at her angrily, her eyes as if wanting to kick her off her senior brother. You, stop causing trouble, restrain yourself a bit. Tonight's business is not over yet. Hearing that, both turned their eyes toward her. Suddenly, there was a long silence, and the mischievous junior sister replied,
Xinger is obediend.
The system sound rang out again, leading to a ruined house under a gloomy sky. At the same time, two people were still in Dark Moon City. Nearby, two girls were arguing loudly. Hongyi shouted angrily. Lingyin, what on earth did you want to do in this morning's battle? She recounted the recent battle between the evil godfather and everyone. Unable to hold back, she demanded to know why her subordinate wanted to throw herself into the heart of the battle. Both suspicious and heartbroken. When Godfather was fighting that female corpse, you wanted to rush directly into the battlefield. If I hadn't pulled you back, did you want to take a hit for him or take the opportunity to sneak attack Godfather? In that house, the two girls stood facing each other. Hongyi questioned her angrily. Oh right, you also used the Iron Shadow Demon Pearl to secretly contact your eldest senior sister. Are you really planning some act of betrayal? From beginning to end, Lingyin just lowered her head, without explaining a word. Behind her back, her hand was fiddling with her weapon, and then she threw it out to bind her. Lingyin, what are you doing? How dare you commit treason? One is a sect master, a disciple of Demon Lord Qingling, yet they stand here arguing just because of the battle? Even though bound with the dignity of someone high and mighty like her, she would never submit. She still tried to threaten one last time. Don't think this sect master doesn't dare to kill you. This sect master was only thinking of that Mirrorflower wisdom seal. If I kill you now, I will also experience the pain of dying. Lingyin replied coldly. If so, let's dissolve the Mirrorflower wisdom seal first. She stared in surprise, listening carefully to every word of her confession. For a long time, she no longer wanted to settle down beside her like that. You guessed right. Ever since Master was injured, I have been plotting against Master's life. If Sect Master hates me for this, Lingyin can only take her own life to apologize. She lowered her head, explaining helplessly, still wanting to hold on one last time. Lingyin, back then we were impulsive and ignorant. We never seriously researched how to dissolve this Mirrorflower wisdom seal. Do you really want to take the risk and end things with me? Because the assassination failed, she had to forcibly remove the seal for both of them. Even though it was dangerous, she was determined to do it. Master didn't die. That I have reached this step is inevitable. In an instant, the surroundings turned purple. From her intent, a seal appeared and pushed toward the sect master. My mind is made up. How do I dissolve the seal? Go. She screamed in despair. The seal has started. Cannot be recalled now. Lingyin. Suddenly she screamed. The dissolution is wrong. Not only can it not be broken, but it's harming yourself instead. Oh no. This seal cannot be dissolved like that. You are about to suffer a backlash. The seal began to take effect on the master. Lingyin was in pain, unable to speak. In the end, I brought this upon myself. Instead, I've implicated you. It makes me seem like I'm harboring hatred out of jealousy. Her face was pale. She vomited, her body full of pain. Ending it like this is also fine. Footsteps sounded. In the ruins, the seal hovered between the two. Everyone was filled with thoughts they couldn't fully express. The demon lord strode in arrogantly, mocking. Ling, It's one thing if you target this master, but why commit treason against the sect master? She asked in shock, slightly surprised. Honored master, didn't you already leave Dark Moon City? He slowly walked toward her, clearly knowing her thoughts but not exposing them. He even let her run wild and then cleaned up the mess for her. The one who left was a puppet. Do you think you could hide those little thoughts of yours? Stop talking for a moment. Open your mouth. She opened her mouth with difficulty. She didn't know what he intended to do but obediently complied. After a moment of pain, she collapsed to the ground. The seal had returned to its original state. The Mirrorflower Wisdom Seal was restored. No, that's not right. It had turned into a different kind of contract seal. Master, how did you do that? He waved his hand, explaining calmly. I didn't want such a thing to happen to these two women, so I had to come and help. In this urgent situation, this lord could only personally join this contract seal to compensate. Otherwise, you two were destined for one to die and the other to live a life worse than death. Actually, when he arrived, the seal hadn't been broken yet, but just had one more person added. It's just that this lord doesn't know how to dissolve this new contract seal for the time being. Originally 2 people, now 3. The pain from 2 people now has a third person to bear it. 3 people also means that now our feelings. He poured out his heart, knowing everything but choosing to hide it. Ling-Yim, you want to kill this master. This master has always known, and I didn't stop you. Clearly, there is something between the two of you. That's why he wanted her to feel it. But this master has only ever wanted to protect you from beginning to end. Have I lied or not? Within your new contract seal, feel and judge for yourself. Ren Tianfan spoke to his wife, wearing a puzzled expression. Wife, you say Ronger In by Qingling's memories? Could it be Hua Yuerong of the Yin Ghost Hall? She lay languidly on the chair, calmly explaining everything. Last night, Bai Qingling and Hua Yuerong went to Dark Moon City. I heard even Hong Yi went too. Hearing this, he panicked, fearing the loss of his status within the sections. If their forces unite, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they want in the Zongming sect? Does my Asura Hall still have a place? He hurriedly wanted to leave to find someone, panicking uncontrollably. No, I must go find the Supreme Elder. Outside, Qingling had walked to the door, smirking as he asked, Hall Master Run, in such a rush to go out? The quiet night was suitable for his cold expression. Just stepping forward was enough to make that coward scared out of his wits. You bye. The door slammed shut, bye. He dashed to the door, not looking back. Qingling couldn't help but chuckle. Go slowly, I won't see you out. Called out to the door, mocking a coward. He looked back at her bewildered expression. It just so happens I have business with your wife, to avoid irrelevant people being here. She smiled back, not at all surprised to see him. It's you? While putting on her socks, she asked him leisurely. I heard you've been very busy these past 2 days. Has the matter of people clinging to you been resolved? In the house with only the 2 of them, so quiet, he suddenly coughed. The sect master will handle the matters behind this. This lord has no desire to cover the sky with one hand in front of her. She looked at him sarcastically. So, did you come to find me for official business? Or to seek pleasure? He looked at her with a sinister smile. It turns out I came here because there is business. Lady Ren is a leader of the demonic path, who repays every grievance. Right now, there is a mission suitable for you. The Demon Dao Alliance Assembly, Hahuan Sex Ji Taimei. As if she already knew, she didn't seem surprised to receive that proposal. She still insisted that her husband would be the one to shoulder everything. So you want to deal with him? But for my personal grievances, my husband will step up for me. Looking puzzled, frowning, Qingling didn't think she would hold her husband in such high regard. My lady is joking. If Hall Master Run had the guts and ability to kill Ji Taimei, knowing that her husband hadn't left yet, and was still lurking outside. He then said loudly, that guy, despite being scared, still can't bear to leave. He should be breaking down the door to show his loyalty now, not eavesdropping outside the door. She angrily jumped up, settling old scores with him. It seemed they had a less than pleasant past. So, back then, you leading me away from Ji Taimei's hands wasn't enough? Perhaps she had feelings for him before. But why push them aside? Is this your tactic for playing with women? Your way of tormenting me? Jinyang asked him sadly. In your eyes, you never thought of my feelings, did you? He thought suspiciously. Did he care about her? Ha, just his own one-sided thought when wanting to pull in allies. Did she get angry suddenly because she heard Hua Yuerong and I went to Dark Moon City? Facing women in this state, whatever I explain is useless. He suddenly pulled her into an embrace, looking at her affectionately. At this Demon Dao Alliance Assembly, the 2 of us will lead the team, this lord and you. Eyes full of anticipation. Really? The demon lord also has times when he can't help but feel afraid of women. A dignified great demon lord. But right now he's sweating just because of her? No need to show this expression. Plotting again? At least choose a case where Rintian fan isn't here? Or is that better? The system voice sounded again. This time the Demon Lord succeeded in a new mission. Welcome. Achievement points. Your current great love points. 130,000. In his main hall, the Demon Lord sat calculating point by point. How many feats so far just for the sake of competing? Points taken from Hongyi and Lingyin, plus the one just now from Han Jinyang, already 130,000. This time, wanting to seize the Demon Dao Alliance leader position, I cannot be a point-hoarding kangaroo anymore. I must spend a batch. His eyes gradually became cold, especially the remaining 4 organs of my original body, still in the 4 symbols extreme palace of the Hahuan sect. Hahuan sect's Ji Tai Mei, no need to exist anymore. The system screen appeared. He clicked to select, exchanging for Yang flower color. With just one touch, the screen changed color. Success. Exchange successful. Consumed 100,000 points. Current balance 30,000 points. A series of command cards appeared before him, choosing which card depends on his intent. Secret Chamber Technique. Heaven Human Scroll. Top-tier Heaven Grade Cultivation Method. Iron Shadow Heavenly Pearl. Pseudo-Immortal Artifact Version. Flower Color Grade Opportunity. Activate Natal Cultivation Method first. Heavenly Demon Dragon Transformation Sutra. Please choose any item. A tall, skinny guy with braided hair appeared behind him. Immediately, he held his head and thought, Heaven Grade Cultivation Method and still putting on airs? The next enemy is Ji Tai Mei. I can't imagine what it would look like if I used this secret technique on him. Reached this step, he still hesitated, really afraid of choosing wrong. Flower Color Grade Opportunity. Activate Natal Cultivation Method first. Heavenly Demon Dragon Transformation Sutra. Strongest? Only choose what isn't worthy. Choose Iron Shadow Heavenly Pearl, Pseudo-Immortal Artifact Version. From behind, Shinger appeared, peeking out to the front wanting to know what he was doing. Master, what are you doing? The little girl imitated the master's actions very skillfully. Thinking it was a troublesome matter, she wanted to share it with him. A while of muttering to herself, a while of being in a very low mood. He fearfully answered her, Nothing. Just the situation this time is different from before. He hugged her tightly in his arms with affectionate eyes. She truly had feelings for him. It's just that he was still the same, expressionless. The more he spoke, the more excited he squeezed her. They are all the strongest remaining combat forces of the demon sect, also the opponents that this lord must deal with simultaneously. She interrupted him, wanting to speak but was cut off, like someone who said one point wrong. Shinger, this lord is not in a depressed mood. His eyes turned red, mouth smiling as if this world was about to be swallowed by him. This lord is just thinking about these heroes possibly dying in this lord's hands. Demon blood started boiling. The sky was already getting dark. Light from a room illuminated the whole sky. The silhouettes of 3 girls were clearly visible right at the window. Cupping as if drunk, Shinger mischievously hugged the wine jar, cheeks flushed red, shouting, Sister Hongyi, you see Sister Lingyin is just useless. Just drank a little and is already drunk. Hongyi held the wine cup and slammed it on the table. You little girl, saying that? You're saying you drink well? She didn't agree but stood up, the big wine jar also raised high by her. Beside her was Lingyin, who looked quite tired. Kidding? I'm super brave, super good at drinking. Hongyi looked at her with an affectionate expression, thinking she was drunk. Lingyin, are you really drunk? Do you want master's wife to take you back? She looked at her master's wife, eyes blurry, calling her name directly, Hongyi. She angrily slammed the table and stood up, angrily shouting. It seemed she hated the person in front of her very much. What master's wife? Master's wife? Though not agreeing from the beginning, it was destined that the two of them could only be like this. She also stood up and argued back against the person considered her junior. So what if I act as your master's wife? It was originally a marriage arranged by the sect. She pursed her lips, uncomfortably replying, Clearly it was me, not keeping any face for each other. Both exposed everything related to that person, proudly showing off achievements. Being seen all over is fine. Bathing together is fine. Clearly I came first. The little girl Shinger at this time let out a sob then continued. The battle at this time has one more person? The two are dragging it out to see the joke. No one understands master better than me. On Qingling's side, because of the seal, he also felt their anger on this side. Under the bright moonlight of a pavilion, she helped him walk while full of questions. Master, what's wrong? Like you've been drinking? She thought he had been drinking, but she didn't smell the scent. I'm this close and I don't smell wine. He answered perfunctorily, not paying much attention to what she said. Nothing. Just suddenly remembered a problem I might have forgotten. Face darkened, as if plotting something. Before, I only considered challenging the main mission as my survival enemy. Now it seems this Tula screen could very well become my biggest exam. While pondering, in front appeared the silhouette of a girl hiding behind a big tree. Before presenting the Hehuan sect original war Jitame, must solve the rear first. Who? Tianfan's wife, Jin Yang, has arrived. Seeing her standing there looking very seductive, I think I came at the wrong time. A demon lord like him, when seeing two girls appear at the same time like this, was very afraid, feeling like they were deliberately adding oil to the fire. I smiled sinisterly, this hand hugging one person, the other hand conveniently pulling Madame Ren over. No, you came at the right time. Thought it was affection, who knew it was being pushed away with another girl. Master! Junior sister helped me entertain Madame Ren. I suddenly remembered there are still internal affairs of Tula Hall that need to be straightened out. He hurriedly flew up then disappeared into the air. Small matter. Don't follow. Just escaped that gloomy place. Came over here, kicked the door open and met three drunks. Lying sloppily in the room. Sun Xinger, Tantai Lingyin, Yi Hongi. They wheezed and called. Sect Master. The demon lord's anger is truly terrifying. Instead of rushing to the enemy, he disciplined the sect master strangely. Only hit her once then stopped. Order not distinguished, focused on drinking? Sect master, why don't you lead by example? Enemy in front and still acting like this. Worth punishing. Just hit her while recounting each person's crimes. Knew everything but still silent. Told you already, have something then aim at me. Borrowing wine to act recklessly counts as what ability? As a protector, disturbing the law, worth punishing. Although not exposing, he knew she was always pretending. Usually pretending to be very obedient, right? Drinking wine reveals true nature, right? No ability but still drinking wine, right? The most important thing is, are you planning to secretly steal my data? Yet this little kid didn't feel pain, but felt very happy. Worth punishing, use a little more strength, master. Clearly showing extreme anger, but when hitting, felt happy. Being with a woman like you, how can one manage Songming sect well? A demon lord like this yet happily playing with girls. Thought that drinking drunk was no longer sober. Is it doing too much? Could it be I'm drunk too? While happy, he pondered again. Expression like a fierce battle was about to happen. Although fighting schemes in the Demon Dao Alliance has me coming forward, the main battlefield still has to rely on them. Although all three girls are drunk, he urged them to practice without stopping. Raising the strength of you all also cannot be delayed. Carrying Xinger on his back, holding the other two in both hands. Don't know where to go, but he will be the supervisor. Want to sleep also must practice. I will train you all on the dream-returning desire immortal bed. Beautiful morning, second day. The demon lord received a letter from Ji Taimei. Just morning and sent a letter. Looks like the letter is very important. Qingling demon lord opened the letter. Ji Taimei. That guy still knows how to speak in advance. He sat majestically on the chair right in the dark room. Opened the letter to see the news. So Lin Tiantian had arrived at Ji Taimei's place. He analyzed again according to the original development of the original work. In his memory, from the day she cooperated with that green-haired guy, although at first she showed fear, gradually she cooperated with him to cause chaos everywhere. According to the development of the original game, Lin Tiantian and after colluding with each other will coordinate with the protagonist to differentiate and destroy the demon Dao paths. As for now, as I calculated, she is a gift for me, wanting to take the opportunity to assassinate me. Evil heart rose again, he wanted to repeat that tactic one more time, making those he targeted only because of himself. Image of Tian crying painfully, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Tiantian's master is Mu Xinlan. At this moment, outside the door a woman walked in staring at the two of them. A bit surprised. Don't know at that time what expression the Dao leader of Shenmen Mu Xinlan will have. He surprisingly touched his face. This is. Remembering the last battle, he had carelessly let a scar be cut on his face, causing the wound to take a long time to heal. Unexpectedly, today it has healed. The sword wound that Mu Xinlan left on my face in the last great battle. Again, the essence of cutting bone, but it healed itself. Isn't this the special constitution of the profound ice-bright jade body? Hurriedly cast heart fire on his body. Looked at himself in the opposite side. Deployed water mirror. Looked then felt satisfied, complacent. Sure enough my face has once again recovered to a perfect state. Thinking about the past again. Remembering the time with the beauty. Quite missing. Thinking that recovering like this is all the same way. Feeling it's great. Last time dual cultivation on the dream-returning desire immortal bed with Xinger. I received the ghost-controlling spiritual body. Looks like this time it's the same principle. Staring at the place where the three girls are sleeping. He secretly plotted something. Quite suspicious. Yi Hongi's profound ice-bright jade body. Also copied for me. Suddenly laughed loudly. Called her in a warm tone. Sect Master, it's not the time to be lazy sleeping, she answered drowsily. Sat up unsteadily hearing him say, the Demon Tao Alliance Assembly is about to open. You also have to preside over the war, the direct front line. Supported her and walked to the door, gently caring about her condition in the upcoming battle. Supporting her with that gentle step is a good, reliable example for the Tsangming sect. Thank her, gently gratefully looking with affectionate eyes, secretly thinking, didn't expect to see another side of this person. He actually has a side like this? This is what feeling. 2. People looked at each other deeply, if nothing hinders. Then with such thoughts of hers, it's likely to turn the impossible into possible. If Godfather is a virtuous wife and mother, it seems it's not bad. She limped into the dark night. Echoing behind is the waving hand of the person she just praised. Very good. Chase one person away first. Glanced at this little kid. Just looked and knew she was pretending to sleep. Exposed her mercilessly. Sen Shinger. Don't pretend to sleep for this lord anymore. Picked her up, lightly threw her out. Watched her fly floating in the air like a mischievous kitten. Broadly instructed work for her. Mayu Luo Hall, although few people, daily internal affairs also cannot be delayed. Go supervise other disciples to practice. She let out a light cry, voice sad not wanting to leave. Can't deceive master? Raised hand to slam the door. Eyes like a fox that has practiced for thousands of years. Flew to the beauty's place. Good. Then only Lingyin is left, standing in front of her body. This demon lord also couldn't help but think of a way. Want to use the meanest way to hear what I want to hear. I remember there is a small technique. Can talk to people half dreaming, half awake. To make the other party unintentionally reveal their heart. Put hand gently on her. Muttered the spell in his mouth. Mind-seizing, soul-snatching art. She slowly opened her eyes looking at him, listening to the questioning. Lingyin, are you still blaming master? She whispered the answer, voice drunk but also drunk on the person in front. Lingyin doesn't dare. Lingyin really doesn't dare. Hearing her answer, felt as if fear covered her whole body. Is she afraid of me? No wonder always restrained like that. Confessing words in her heart. Master even forgave your act of killing the master. What else do you not dare? She hesitated a bit. Didn't dare to speak. Master, do you like Lingyin? He answered without hesitation, decisively telling her his thoughts. Past, present, future. I like Lingyin. Too happy. She jumped up looking at him. Asked a question that she had wanted to ask for a long time but didn't dare and couldn't. Perhaps because of the distance. So, can Lingyin like master? Not the kind of like that only says with the mouth but is gently stroking her head to comfort her uneasy mood. Smiled and answered lightly. Can see that although it's master-disciple, it seems both have no distance that shouldn't be there. Regardless of what you have in mind for master, master will forever accept it all. Master once said, past, present, future, all the same. She jumped to hug tightly then shouted, Master! Crying very pitifully. Just like caused a very big mistake. Sorry. Lingyin always likes master the most. Eyes determined. Speaking without words. Thank you. Although hugging her tightly, but eyes directed towards the orb holding in hand. Secretly thinking, how about it? You saw it yet? Proudly praised. My lovely eldest disciple. While practicing sword at the martial arts field, Lai Tuet was practicing sword then suddenly sat down. Secretly blaming the obsession of her sisters in love. Lingyin, Shinger. Both started to sink into it, unable to escape. Accepting love without knowing what it is from that person. Looking very sad when gradually distancing from sisters. Conversely, it's me, Feng Lishue, this eldest disciple who entered the sect earliest. Became an outsider, right? The scene leads to a magnificent palace. Only a few people in it. Host introduces this is the headquarters of that person. Hahuan sect master representative. The little girl sitting is a person with quite high status. She is quite curious about the appearance of that demon lord. Don't think now he is still strangely young. 9th princess of Great Chulin Tian, sect master Ji. You say now the appearance of that by Qingling. Don't tell me he has turned into a form both old and ugly. Disgusting and greasy. Looks like your words just now made him angry, shouted loudly at her. At this time still care about his appearance for what? This person is introduced by the host as the person who sent the letter to Qingling the day before. Hahuan sect master. Sect master Ji Taimei. Are these two keeping some secret wanting to betray the demon lord? Worry about whether you can act well as a mole. It's because wanting to reclaim a debt of a brother. But this little girl doesn't regret sacrificing everything. Even if that person is a great demon lord. Has some reason. I came to avenge brother Xiao Chun. Not afraid to collude with internal spies of the demon Dao. Pretending to surrender. Just need to be able to kill by Qingling. Bigger sacrifices I also. From afar echoed a voice cold to the point of terrifying. The sentence he said was very familiar. Also seems to be intending to mention the princess. Imperial brother sent a letter saying there is a gift to give. This gift seems to be very concerned about this lord's face. Both stunned. This is a black dragon. How about looking with your own eyes? She was scared to the point of being stunned. First time seeing something this terrifying. Can say she has been opened up to her horizons. This is the primordial spirit of that demon lord appearing. Truly, truly terrifying. This animal uses this form to growl, forcing her to come closer to admire this handsome face. Are you afraid of this lord, little girl? Being peaceful, that guy came again. She had to kneel down to respectfully welcome. But the appearance was not as honest as the words. Is it Songming Godfather above? Little girl is not afraid. On the contrary, it is towards you. Although bearing the name of a princess, she was humiliated to kneel in front of someone whose status was not even equal to her own. Ah, is it true that I have to bow and scrape to that demon lord? Bow, yield, no. Not to let her be difficult, the sect master immediately blocked in front to relieve her, explaining the reason she came to their country. Brother Bai, this 9th princess of Great Chu has admired you for a long time, not afraid of 10,000 miles away coming to the eastern land wanting to serve you. At this moment being able to see your majestic Dharma form, it's likely she is shy to the point of not being able to speak. Dissatisfied with his actions, this black dragon glared and shouted, demanding she speak herself. Brother G, is it your turn to speak up for her? Let her speak for herself. Even the sect master could not protect her, turning back to urge her with a heart full of worry, fearing he would destroy this place. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Don't miss this good opportunity. Ruining things is not good for anyone. Clenching her fists, gritting her teeth and questioning herself, she was forced to do this, because behind her were the shadows of 2 brothers she cared about. Those who sacrificed themselves unjustly. That's right, I must take revenge. I cannot fear when entering battle. To comfort the wandering soul of senior brother Xiao Chun. To not lose face for 3rd imperial brother Lin Mo. This How Long was hanging from a pillar staring intently at her, listening to every word she said. Lord Demon Lord, Tian hopes to serve by your side for her whole life. He brought her forward, his eyes hungrily watching the girl. In what capacity do you wish to serve this lord? His voice was full of mockery. One could feel from her words that they were phrases that made others ache upon hearing them. Accepting to do everything this man demanded, acting as a maid or servant, all depending on what Lord Demon Lord likes. Tian is still a complete virgin, yet she is willing to be aggrieved as a furnace. Speaking words against her heart made her feel disgusted with herself. Never thought that for this alliance she would have to act like this. Even death, she had to say it. It doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, this Demon Dao Alliance Assembly, this palace and Ji Taimei have joined forces to plot, swearing to kill this demon. Saying nice words is all just to deceive him. This dragon heard this and immediately sneered. Just you. He spewed insults, seeing her as less than an animal. For now, you are not even worthy to be this lord's furnace. Start by being this lord's dog first. She was stunned and looked up. A dog? At this moment, she could not let it be. Ji Taimei coughed once and continued, speaking up for the girl while considering her status. Brother Bai, have you forgotten? The Great Chu Imperial Dynasty is the peak cultivation dynasty in the mortal world. Lin Tian, after all, has the status of an extraordinary princess. Please subscribe to the channel to support us. Hello, Master, I am here. This madman frowned. He was dissatisfied with her performance just now. The action must be like an Eastern land dog, without the slightest deviation. Wrong. We Eastern land dogs, when we hear a clicking sound, are curious if there is food to eat. So you must open your mouth, stick out your tongue, and wag your tail to beg for food from this lord. She choked and bit her lip tightly, struggling to act out what he wanted. Master, I also want to eat. Laughing out loud twice, he transformed. To think she could endure what ordinary people cannot endure. This woman has the bearing of an empress. None other than that by Qingling. He had come to claim the person he had just teased, a young girl. Later, he happily laughed and talked without a single flaw. If so, then this dog that Ji Taimei temporarily, this lord will temporarily accept it. The girl went from one surprise to another. Initially, before transforming, this guy's appearance looked very terrifying. But now, she was staring intently, unable to take her eyes off him. This is the greatest demon lord of the Eastern land, Demon Lord Qingling. His human form is so young yet so mature. Suddenly, in Lin Tiantian's heart, the image of Xiao Chun suddenly turned into a dog, dissolute and indulgent. Immediately, she remembered her 2 pitiful senior brothers. Senior brother Lin Mo, whom she respected the most, also turned into a puppy that only knew how to chase after women all day. She was drooling. Her eyes looked longingly at the person she wanted to take revenge on. Only Bai Qingling has the appearance a man with true charm should have. This demon was not done teasing her. Lin Tian, becoming a male visual fan, awakened. Watching from afar, the Hahuan sect master could not believe his eyes. Just like that, you have already made her obedient? Is it real or fake? Since when did Brother Bai know how to train dogs like this? Qingling leaned down and squeezed her mouth, gave a few instructions and then left. One day later, this lord will come to the Hahuan sect headquarters. Wash yourself clean. This lord will personally take care of you, little puppy. She stiffened, thinking it would be very uncomfortable to be insulted. Unexpectedly, he told her to wash clean and wait. That kind of thing. She was actually very happy. There really was no other way in. The sky above the fake forest. Something was floating in the air. It turned out to be Demon Lord Qingling's ship. He stiffened, hearing the system's voice echoing. He succeeded again? Congratulations, host. Great love delivered successfully. Target Lin Tian received 10,000 points. It turned out that just now, a part of his soul had really left the ship and arrived at the Eastern Land. The system battle was about to start, adding new points, making this demon even more restless, only wanting to accumulate enough points. The primordial spirit has returned. Great love points have increased, counting the 1 versus 3 harvest before the night of departure. The total points are about to accumulate to 100,000, right? Sitting in his lap, Xinger's eyes brightened as she reported the journey to the Hahuan sect. Master, we have entered the Central Eastern Land, the sphere of influence of the evil extreme sect, the Demon Emperor Palace. Receiving the new information, he remembered her disheveled hair just now. Understood. Is your hair combed yet? She turned to look at him, her eyes full of anticipation. Master, is Xinger beautiful now? Without hesitation, he replied, Of course, my Xinger. Suddenly, a strange object flew near their ship, echoing nearby. It seemed someone wanted them to do something about the road ahead. Master, there is a sound transmission. The flying ship of the Demon Emperor's envoy requests that we voluntarily yield. According to Eastern land custom, that is indeed what should be done. Qingling glanced suspiciously. The road was clearly very wide, yet they wanted them to yield. Isn't this bullying people? Yield? Isn't the sky road very wide? Ignore it. Keep driving. Lifted her chin, calmly explaining the reason for not yielding, while still ordering to keep driving. He knew the plot of those people. They wouldn't come personally to a place like this. As far as I know, Demon Emperor Jiang Boli will not personally attend the Alliance Assembly. He only sent a few envoys and his wife. Empress Xiao Qingmei, holding a pen, intending to write something? The Demon Emperor is now just a display piece supported by the 8 great demon sects. It turned out it was used to apply lipstick to this little girl, gently adorning those lips, then explaining to her the current problem in the sections. His only remaining use is to hold up the Demon Emperor to command the Eastern Land. The 2 ships above and below, neither yielding to the other. Above is the ship of the great demon by Qingling. Below is the ship of that woman. A subordinate was reporting to the Demon Emperor Palace. Reporting to the Empress, Bai Qingling's carriage not only did not yield, but also dared to raise its head and accelerate to pass. Sitting upright on the dragon chair in that majestic room, she appeared very angry, truly rebellious and treasonous. Her hands caressed her chin, recalling memories. The last time she met him, she saw things she shouldn't have. Isn't Bai Qingling the little senior brother of Ronger? Last time his memories were exposed to everyone. We people of the Eastern Land all saw it. She smiled demonically, sparing him some face, perhaps because of Ronger. This face my Demon Emperor Palace can still give. Immediately, tell the subordinates to go do their work. Do not get involved in unnecessary matters with him. Pass down the order. Do not allow any conflict with the Zhangming sect. The system only now revealed who she was. Demon Emperor Palace's Empress, Xiao Qingmei. In the quiet night, 2 beautiful girls stared ahead, praising someone endlessly. Whose man is that? Truly heroic. Look quickly. That man is so handsome. Demon Lord Qingling stepped down from the ship with Xinger. His eyes scanned everywhere. Hearing the whispers about himself, he appeared extremely calm. But the girl beside him seemed not very comfortable hearing these words from that crowd. So this is that city. Hahuan sect's rootless city. A recording stone? It would be a waste not to record. They don't like to push others aside, but they also don't want to let those people live. Only you are the best. All other men should just die. On the right was a young lady who looked quite like a man, happily teasing him. This young master, won't you come and have some fun? The 2 women tried hard to invite him, to the point of not even considering Xinger. A little girl by his side. What kind of rich, battle-hardened experience could she have like us? Suddenly, from somewhere appeared a terrifying monster, standing next to Shinger, growling angrily. She was not flustered at all, but rather quite relaxed, uttering insolent, shameless, unforgivable words. The little girl's face, along with the monster beside her, made the girls run in panic, rushing to find help. At this moment, they could still argue. She is a ghost cultivator. Run quickly. Quickly go invite the Holy Master here. What use is notifying the city lord? Notify the city lord's wife. This demon glanced lightly. She immediately put that thing away. He explained and did not want her to use it indiscriminately. Shinger, your soul general will automatically absorb the enemy's living soul. Taking action against this kind of person not only raises cultivation but also affects the purity of your living soul. He patted her head and reminded her, use it at important times. Wait until the Hahuan sect headquarters. There will be opportunities to take action. She sadly explained, the figurative meaning might really be protection, but the literal meaning was clearly not that. But those women looking at Master, they were stunned. Master's body is protected by Shinger. This reminded him of the memory from that day. The protection she spoke of, was it decent? From afar, a voice echoed. Who would dare to call his name directly like that? By Qingling. It was Run Tianfan and Yezheng who arrived. Did they come to demand his wife? Where did you hide my wife? Thought it was someone else, turns out it was that coward. He smirked, unperturbed, and mocked. No wonder you called my name directly. So it is Hall Master Run. Hall Master Run. With that pale face. Did you get lost from your wife? He was furious, pointing his finger straight at the demon lord's face and shouting, recounting the whole story of his wife's disappearance. Even if I ask anyone to look, I still can't find her. My Asura Hall's flying ship could have gone directly to the Hahuan sect headquarters, but halfway there, my wife requested to stay one night in Rootless City. As a result, just after entering the city, my wife disappeared. I asked City Lord Chu Rulai to look, but couldn't find her. He insisted his wife was hidden by the demon lord, cursing miserably without stopping. Unexpectedly you, by Qingling, are also here. This is absolutely not a coincidence. Speak. Did you trick my wife away? Niezheng felt ashamed for his master. Now he looked no different from a dog when its wife was away. Master, you? The demon lord was also a bit apprehensive. Ren Tianfan without Han Jinyang is truly like a mad dog. If he really used his peak soul formation cultivation to go crazy on me, I might not be able to suppress him right now. While nothing had happened yet, he hurriedly showed off his power to avoid trouble. Too lazy to mess with you. Get lost far away. If you dare to chase me one more step, one strike and you'll be at the bottom of the blood kitchen. He stiffened. You! On this side, the demon lord was scared out of his wits, only praying for him to stay away. Absolutely do not chase, do not chase, do not chase. Not afraid of you, just afraid of the scene being too cowardly. The hall master sobbed, sighing because he was too cowardly. All this time he always thought everything was caused by his wife. Yet he really didn't dare to chase. Is this reality? Is this me? Turns out it wasn't because of his wife's oppression, but that he really is a piece of trash. The system rang once again. Even a hall master can help increase points? Congratulations, host. Great love implemented successfully. Target Ren Tianfan. Received 1 point. The night sky in a city, illuminated by brilliant lights in that room. A very large palace, Rootless City, City Lord's Council Hall. In the Great Hall, a woman sat on the City Lord's chair, questioning about recent events. Chu Rulai, have the mansion repair workers been punished yet? It turned out a group of people had caused trouble with people in the city, so they had to be hunted down, related to using a recording stone to secretly film her and her sisters, a crime that could not be forgiven. Rootless City, City Lord's wife, Shui Rui. Old man limped over, rambling. Madam, it's not to that extent, right? Rootless City, City Lord Chu Rulai, they were just recording work. Don't cause more trouble right now. She was furious. She couldn't tear them into 100 pieces immediately. Yet now he told her to yield. Did she have to let her and her sisters suffer this grievance? Not to that extent? Are you doubting the national beauty of me and my sisters? Do you know, even Brother G, as sect master, treats us as gently as water? He hurriedly explained, perhaps because he feared their power and didn't dare to act rashly. Now was not the time for this argument. Han Jinyang and Ren Tianfan have stopped in our Rootless City, all just as sect master G expected. Hearing this name, she was extremely terrified. Could there have been something between the two? For what reason did she have that expression? An Jinyang? No. You mean that Yun Jiner has really arrived? He speculated on the intention of that person's visit this time. It could simply be to repay a favor. cannot be deeper than that. That year when this madam was still a candidate saintess of the Hahuan sect, it was you who personally taught her. This time she stopped here, perhaps it is to repay your kindness from that year. Her face darkened. Even if it was someone she once taught, she could not shirk the assigned responsibility. No, it won't do. We must follow Brother G's instructions. Use this opportunity to eliminate the two of them. The moonlight shone on the whole forest. Purple dyed the night sky. Rootless city Nam Dao Qingling flew amidst the moon. Starry night sky, only he stood deep in thought about the plot. What is he plotting again? Strange, according to the original plot, to get Han Jinyang's power, the player must go to the Peach Blossom's secret realm of Rootless City. It was very difficult to temporarily separate Xinger. Where is Han Jinyang? While thinking, he heard a rustling sound in his ear. Who? A woman flew over and hugged him tightly, thinking he came for her. Bad man? Did you come to find me? It turned out to be Jinyang, the wife of that hall master. She missed him so much that as soon as she arrived, she couldn't help but go find him. Before departing, this lord promised you, just the two of us. She looked at him, her eyes brimming with tears, making him also dazed. Jinyang, why are you crying? She was shy, embarrassed, and did not answer. You? Don't ask. I will not answer. Suddenly it became an awkward scene between the two. This lord, I won't ask, that's fine. Her eyes were sad. You won't ask. Although she didn't want to, she didn't expect him not to ask. Annoyed, she pushed him down. I want to talk. The two struggled from midair and fell to the ground with a thud. By Qingling, I hate you to death. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. The scent on him recounting her many years of grievance. Clearly loving him so much, but he didn't understand her intentions. Only stubbornly refusing. That year I wholeheartedly saw you as a savior angel, yet you refused me. You didn't know what this meant, you completely didn't understand my intentions. She was so angry she bit his arm tightly, biting hard all the pain of that year. Just because of him she gave her body to the wrong person, even though she was ready to sacrifice for him. Why must you treat me like this? If only you had taken me away that year, even if you wanted me to be a puppet of the blood kitchen, I would have been willing. He also reminisced about that year, remembering what she intended to give him. That year after I refused, you said you wanted to give me a gift so I would change my mind. At that time, you led me here. You said every time after you were bullied by other candidates like Shui Rui, you would come here to find comfort. Is this image the city lord's wife? This place is your precious refuge. A spiritual sanctuary that outsiders are not allowed to violate. Every single pink flower here, before, was a layer of defense in your heart. He scrambled up to hug her, deeply pouring out his heart. That year I was also helpless. All I could do was try not to become a part of this. She asked expectantly if he had any intentions toward her. And what about today? He pulled her close and kissed her before she could react. Just after letting go, she stammered, You! The two looked at each other passionately. He gave her the answer she wanted to hear that year. This is Demon Lord Qingling, the true answer for Yun Jiner at that time. She sobbed, her hands continuously punching him, intending to reproach why he didn't say anything that year and had to wait until now. Until now, what is the point? Bad man, stinky man, evil man, damn man. What is the point of doing this now? Sadly, she said, as if we could start over. He stood up abruptly, affirming to her, This lord says we can. He used spiritual power, forming a small purple lightning bolt, striking the tree next to them. The tree immediately bloomed, covering the whole tree in cherry blossoms. Her face was like peach blossoms, like the first smile of spring breeze. He reached out his hand to pull her up, the two lingering, unable to part. I wonder if Madame Ren can let this lord pick her tonight? At the foot of a rushing waterfall, far away a girl was sitting dazed, looking at the starry sky. True martial sword sect, Tianyan Peak. The system introduced her as the Demon Lord's best disciple, by Qingling's eldest disciple, Feng Lixue. While meditating, she faintly heard the sound of leaves rustling, already guessing who it was. Third Highness, if you have something to say it directly. Why must you hide? She was currently planted here, acting as a spy. He shyly scratched his head, mumbling to explain the reason. That is, Sister Lixue said we must keep a distance, so The person standing lurking behind the tree canopy all this time was a person of quite high status in the Imperial Palace, Third Highness of the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty, Lin Mo. Coming here tonight was not for any other reason or to follow her, but simply because he wanted to come and say goodbye to her before leaving this place. Actually, tonight I came to say goodbye to Sister Lixue, both to say goodbye and with the intention of wanting to take you with me. Perhaps he didn't want to be away from her? I have to go to the Eastern Land for a trip. Are you willing to go with me? Thinking about going there, she was a bit puzzled because a person like him didn't need to go anywhere. Eastern land. What are you going there for? He boldly told her the story, even though he didn't know if she wanted to hear it or not. But he was still quite happy, because perhaps this trip was a good trip for him. The other day, the Wood Saint granted me an audience, saying the heavenly Tao fortune has shifted, and the heavenly mandate is starting to favor me. It turned out he wanted to go there to help his younger sister take revenge on the demon. The third demon-slaying holy war is about to break out. My ninth younger sister, Lin Tian, has also arrived in the Eastern land, preparing to take action. The person is none other than the noble demon lord. I want to go kill Bai Qingling. Hearing this name, she frowned in slight surprise. Bai Qingling. She stood up abruptly, her heart filled with thoughts. Forget it, such is destiny. One should do the great work that fate commands. She still trusted that person's words the most. After all, that man once said, I am the disciple most like him. In the palace, on a bed, Tian was hugging a pillow with the demon lord's image, comfortably gazing at Bai Qingling. Perhaps it was the day before, when she saw his face, that she had fallen for him. So this is what a real man looks like. Lamenting the irony of the world, my previous life was lived in vain. A subordinate entered from outside to report a matter. According to him, this news was relayed by Ji Taimei. Ninth Princess, Brother Ji has personally come to report the latest information. This time, the information concerns the Ren couple. Han Jinyang and Ren Tianfan have arrived at Rootless City. The plan to kill the two will begin immediately. She was also surprised by this plan. Is it a plan to kill the two from Asura Hall and then frame Bai Qingling? She feared that if the assassination had any flaws, the person accompanying Madame Han might not spare them. Is it true? Is there any problem? I mean, what if Bai Qingling goes with Han Jinyang? So it was Ji Taimei talking to her all this time. He confidently believed he had a hold on that demon lord. He assumed he could never cooperate with that person. Rest assured, what kind of temperament does Bai Qingling have? How could he demean himself to team up with Ren Tianfan? This fellow's arrogance is truly commendable. It remains the same saying, no one understands Bai Qingling better than I do. She hugged the pillow and asked him in hopeful thought. So the final step of the plan is for me to offer myself to Bai Qingling? Taimei pushed her onto the mattress, holding a goose feather and tickling her feet, making her shriek. Still proceeding according to plan? She was stunned for a long time, listening to him say. The original plan of St. Mu was to use the Cloud Palace's devouring black hole to secretly drain his demonic chi and his natal cultivation technique. Pointing out their original plan, based on what he said, she felt a bit of regret. Of course, you could also use the demon transforming blade to stab hard into his extreme young point, then you wouldn't need to lose your chastity. He curled his lips, thinking she was someone who valued that. It seemed Lin Tian was still a righteous maiden after all. What she cared about most was still her reputation. Would someone like Ji Taimei want to turn back to the path of righteousness? If I can help her this time, after joining the righteous path, she surely won't mistreat me. It seemed his thinking was wrong. But, you see, this demon-transforming blade is not easy to hide. If he becomes suspicious, it would be very troublesome. Even though there was a plan that could satisfy both sides, she insisted on using her own body as bait with a determined expression. In short, if I don't go to hell, who will? For the sake of the world's common people, I can only use my body to nurture the demon. This sinister Ji Taimei also felt helpless before Lin Tiantian's far-reaching calculations. At the same time, on the other side, Bai Qingling was being missed by your people. The system notified him again, and this time, as expected, he succeeded. Congratulations, host. Great love successfully implemented. Thanks to Madame Ren, he was upgraded in points again. Received over 100,000 points, currently at 200,000 points. After a while of passionate, inseparable kissing, she had another intention. Bai Qingling, I want you. That expectant expression. Can't wait any longer right now. Unexpectedly, he actually agreed. Madame invites. How dare I disobey? Just thought something ambiguous would happen. On this beautiful flower-filled, full moon night. Unexpectedly, he hugged her legs tight just to dance. It was during the dance. Full of calculations, did he want to use that method again? Next, just use the dream-returning desire immortal bed to copy the dual cultivation partner's physique. Reciting a mantra silently, preparing to lead her into a dreamscape. Then, catch the soul attachment of Han Jinyang. Bring it here. From afar came the call of the Ren family head, echoing throughout the forest. Wife, are you in there? She regretfully guessed that Ren Tianfan had reached the entrance to the secret realm, and he could barge in at any moment. Although she was being intimate with another man, she still felt pity for her husband and made an appointment to leave this person. After all, he is my nominal husband. How about another day? For this great demon lord, this was a rare opportunity. How could he let it pass? Without waiting a moment, he still boldly pushed her into his arms. The appearance of Hall Master Ren only accelerated this lord's pace. Suddenly, Xinger's voice also rang out, full of worry. Master, are you in there?
Xing'e is so worried.
He was startled and hurriedly let her go. Hearing her sarcasm, he laughed. Truly unexpected. By Qingling, you don't even spare the grass grown right next to your own nest. You really are a... Little girl ran into his arms, crying, Honored master, you cannot leave Xinger's sight for so long. He hugged her, gently stroking her head to remind her. Xinger, why do you look like a lost child? You really are regressing the older you get, don't cry. Although she was hugging Master so tightly she could barely breathe. What was this woman relying on to dare touch Master? How could she be like that? Master belongs to Xinger, at most only Sister Lingyin can be added. Just as things were heating up, Tianfan's voice rang out, asking solicitously, Wife, are you okay? I've been looking for you all night, and even asked City Lord Chu for help to find my way here. He was quite surprised to see this demon lord here too. And someone called out loudly, By Qingling. Scene shift to a magnificent, luxurious place used for receiving guests. The rootless city lord's palace representing the host. Jinyang and Tianfan sat waiting for the two to arrive. Hall Master Ren, Madam Ren. The city lord will be here shortly. At the same time the subordinate spoke, someone's footsteps approached. The two guests accompanying Asura Hall were also invited to sit. Xinger and Qingling appeared at the same time. He smiled coldly and thought, Ren Tianfan's appearance just now was almost about to turn against me on the spot. Fortunately, the rootless city lord's invitation arrived, and incidentally, I can resolve another matter smoothly. Jinyang stood opposite to greet him, while using telepathic transmission. Bai Ling, weren't you coming with us to the city lord's palace? She used an ambiguous tone with a seductive body, looking at him and saying, Why so late? I had already changed my clothes before you arrived. Qingling looked at her with an evil, satisfied smile and said, A matter that will greatly please the heart, guaranteed to satisfy Madame Ren. Before his eyes appeared Xinger's full breasts. Resting them on his head, she smiled and said, Whether Madame Ren is satisfied or not, I don't know, but in short, Xinger does it with master. Jinyang was annoyed because she couldn't use her special techniques to defeat Xinger. Why is there no way to cut off this little disciple from this transmission channel? Do you need to interject on purpose to provoke me? She gritted her teeth in frustration, then changed her expression, replying with sarcasm. Speaking of the two of you's journey tonight with Bai Ling, we must continue it next time. Besides Jinyang's anger, Tianfan was equally angry at Xinger's attitude. Xinger was surprised and rolled her eyes at Jinyang's words. Then she also changed her expression, sitting on Master's lap with her fullness, retorting sarcastically. So late, Xinger is so sleepy. Xinger really wants to sleep like this. Master won't blame Xinger, right? The two constantly bickered, making expressions because of each other's actions. Little rebellious disciple, thieving cat. On this side, Tianfan was angry, standing up with eyes red as blood, roaring, By Qingling, listen to me. I can't take it anymore. Today I must lay my cards on the table and speak clearly with you. Qingling was also helpless because these two played with telepathic transmission so much, but he still tried to listen. Why are both of you playing secret transmission games? Interesting, this lord is listening. He was angry because his wife and him exchanged too many glances. How do you look at my wife? How does my wife look at you? Actually, in my heart, I know clearly. But in the demonic path, only you have the ability, have the courage to oppose Mu City. That is also the truth. As aggressive as he was, because he loved his wife, he conceded, so he wanted him to be gentle with her a little. By Qingling, I concede, consider it my surrender. But my wife has suffered through goo poison eroding her body. It's not good. You must definitely be gentle with her a little. He was surprised that he said that. Damn. This is the most unexpected development. He was annoyed, but also felt pity for his heart. Loving his wife but not having the courage to express it. Then how could she like him? I was well prepared to explode at you, but it turns out you found a turtle shell for yourself. You can't be brave even once. How can you expect your wife to like you? Jinyang slammed her hand hard on the chair armrest and shouted. She was angry because the city lord invited by Qingling's side still hadn't come to talk to them. Your city lord's price is too high, isn't it? We've waited so long, will he finally come? He smiled as if understanding everything before Jinyang's anger. That's right. Tonight City Lord Chu Rulai took the initiative to invite Asura Hall. Outside appeared a figure standing next to a subordinate in the house, but no one noticed. Qingling only needed to glance once to see it. He grabbed his hand in midair and said, Peeking at guests is not the way of hospitality. Qingling grabbed and twisted his hand behind his back, causing him to gradually reveal his true form. After his twisting move, it was seen that he was Chu Rulai. Primordial spirit illusion great art, Makes this lord think of a certain old man who likes primordial spirit projection. City Lord Chu, so you also play with primordial spirits. He couldn't believe he had been discovered even though his great art was very strong. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
This city lord's primordial spirit illusion great art has no flaws. How could it be detected? Because he couldn't stand steady, he fell face first to the ground. Xinger immediately stepped forward, standing in front of her master, pointing straight at his face and saying, City Lord Chu, listen carefully, the person you are standing before right now is... Xinger was planning to introduce him, but he understood this habit of hers too well, so he tapped her head lightly. Do you want to say a bunch of intimidating titles? Not necessary, just say it straight. Understood, master. Even though she was tapped on the head, she liked it very much. After that, she adjusted her actions, starting to introduce properly. She solemnly gestured toward him, looking at him and speaking about master's identity. Songming Godfather, Qingling Demon Lord. After knowing the identity, he bowed flatteringly, explaining his actions and attitude. Truly unexpected that Godfather has personally come to Rootless City. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, absolutely had no bad intentions. At the same time, Jinyang also stepped forward. Chu Rulai, you are hiding your head and showing your tail. Confused about his invitation, she said, What is the meaning of inviting me to Asura Hall? He hesitated, not daring to speak for fear of being discovered in his assassination plot. This cannot be said. The kind of matter of setting a trap to kill the Asura Hall master couple cannot be spoken of. He narrowed his eyes, not interrogating much but calling on his disciple. If City Lord Chu won't say it, then let him see it with his own eyes.
Xinger, disciple.
Xinger was happy, preparing to show her ability, making up for being late earlier. It was time to show the results of being late earlier. She immediately summoned a tall, two-horned monster. Stupid ghost child, come out. The green ghost general of the monster appeared. At the same time, she provided the truth that Rulai was hiding. City Lord Chu set up the 100 Resentment soul-extinguishing grand formation in this palace, used to kill the Asura Hall master couple, in which the little ghost used as a sacrifice has been absorbed by this disciple's ghost general. After hearing the whole truth, he simultaneously threw out a box. As for the city lord's wife, Shui Rui, who did this evil deed to help you, he was stunned by what was inside. Inside was Rui's head, already turned purple. Too weak, so this lord conveniently grabbed the head and brought it to City Lord Chu, discovering it was his wife. He panicked, retreating in fear. Wife. He was terrified, sweat pouring out. City Lord Chu and everyone. Rulai fearfully looked at Qingling sitting in the highest position. Don't consider yourself a guest anymore.
Sit down.
The two above looked down at him with gruesome expressions, white eyes laughing and saying, The kitchen has prepared a midnight feast, don't waste it. Start the feast first, then discuss the main business. Scene shift. Qingling sat in the main seat looking at him and laughing. As you see, the former Hahuan sect saintess who always suppressed you, Shui Rui, is dead. City Lord Chu, what choice will you make? He now only knew to be silent, bowing and kneeling below. Suddenly he rolled his eyes and laughed with satisfaction because he had long hated his wife. Thank you, Godfather, for removing the nightmare in my heart. I had long had enough of this damn fat pig. I can represent the entire force of Rootless City and submit to Tsangming sect. Qingling curled his lips in satisfaction at this expression. He stepped closer, touching his head to praise him. I knew City Lord Rulai was a smart person. Go to the Tsangming headquarters to pay respects to the sect master first, and incidentally nourish your body that has been suppressed for so many years. Rulai bowed his head to thank him. Many thanks to Godfather for the great kindness. Just after resolving him, a servant ran in from the door to report that the Een Empress had entered the city. Report, City Lord, the Een Empress has arrived at Rootless City and has entered the City Lord's palace. Everyone except Xinger was surprised. What? Perhaps Xinger didn't know about this person, so she awkwardly asked Qingling, Master, is there anything special about that Een Empress? He turned his head slightly and said softly to her, Not important, this lord will go out. A voluptuous woman walked in while asking about the situation inside. Is little Qingling inside? Is it the Een Empress or Qingmei from the Demon Emperor Palace? Hurry, let sister see. Demon Emperor Palace, Een Empress Xiao Qingmei. He looked at her uncomfortably, thinking about her background. Een Empress Xiao Qingmei is of the ancient Yunzhou clan, with half-succubus bloodline, a demoness from the same era as Saintess Mu Xinlan. His gaze gradually sharpened, he wondered about the plot. But in the original work, she didn't appear in Rootless City. Could this variable be aimed at me? Tianfan immediately started, stepping forward to bow respectfully to her. Junior Ren Tianfan pays respects to the Een Empress. After the righteous demon Great War, it has been 300 years since we last met. The Een Empress has become even more beautiful and moving. Before he could continue, Qingmei ran toward Qingling. Heavens, little Qingling, 100 years no see. Have you become so magnificent and imposing? With a voluptuous body, especially on top, she immediately hugged him into that magnificent and undulating place. Hurry over here. Let sister check your health. Her deep eyes looked at him, not stopping the tight hug, making him frustrated inside and viewing this as an insult. Damn it, does Xiao Qingmei know her height is nearly a zhong? Laying hands on me like this from top to bottom is simply insulting a little Shota. Qingling tried to lift his face to say, it has been 100 years since we last met, so our ages are different. He wanted her to mind her words. As the Empress said, 100 years have passed. This lord is no longer the youth of that year, so I hope the Empress will mind her words and actions. She not only didn't listen but hugged him tighter with delight at his unchanged way of speaking. Oh my, still so mature, old-fashioned, and serious. Little Qingling really hasn't changed at all, so cute. A voice from somewhere spoke about her, making her turn her face to look. Wicked woman, release my master immediately. It was Jinyang and Xinger who were annoyed because she was too close to their master. Exactly. Hall Master Bai is mine. He is the representative of our Tsangming sect. Even if you are the Empress, you cannot act so rudely. With an ambiguous gaze, she looked at the two from top to bottom. While hugging Qingling tightly to her side, she replied to the two. Sister is just used to being free. Indeed, I should consider the eyes of others. Ignoring them, Qingmei immediately picked him up and flew outside, to the surprise of the other two. Better go into sister's room, then talk slowly. By Ling scene shift to a flying boat in the sky, the Demon Emperor flying boat. She poured tea for him and asked about the past while drinking tea. Little Qingling, do you still remember this Empress's Asura White War tea? He sat on the chair, being poured tea by Qingmei's own hand, and replied. That year, granted a pot of this tea, this lord was able to seize the demonic source, opening the natal demonic art. This lord's position as demon lord has a part of your merit, naturally, I dare never forget. She placed her hand on his lips, delighted by this clever way of speaking. This little mouth of yours knows how to speak much better than that year. Since you know how to speak, speak a little more. He uncomfortably reminded her of the actions from this demon emperor's wife. The status of the demon emperor's wife is extraordinary, actions that make people. Please restrain yourself. She didn't restrain herself, gradually moving closer to say to Qingling. Yeah, that year because you had this empress's help, every word was, good sister. Now you call me demon emperor's wife, it truly breaks one's heart. She recalled that year, the two could still hug each other like sisters and talk for fun. Yet now you call me so distantly. That year was the position of demon lord with no way back. Don't speak as if I'm speaking from the heart. Sister. While speaking, she took off a layer of her outer garment. Forget it, this empress didn't really come just to bully you. She sat next to him again, asking him to try and see if he knew why she helped him that year. Have you ever thought about why this empress was willing to help you? Qingling cast his eyes toward the sister, not knowing if in his eyes was suspicion or curiosity from this young man. Please instruct Empress. She thoughtfully held the teacup, recounting the story between her and her sister. My good sister who loved and killed each other for a lifetime, Mu Xinlan. 3 years ago, in the last exchange with her, I lost to her by a fraction. Her gaze was distant, recalling old memories that were now gone. While recounting, in the teacup also appeared the silhouette of that sister, Xinlan. But that time, from deep within her divine sense, I probed some vague causal remnants. The image of Xinlan walking alone forward, I guessed she, through a type of heaven divination art of the upper realm, probed a distant future. In that outcome related to the common people of the 9 provinces, you are the only shadow in her eyes that is also immortal like her. You. Perhaps she believes the bad outcome she thinks is caused by you. Therefore, she must kill you. He fell into deep thought about the original story. There was no situation like what Qingmei described.
Impossible.
The Bai Qingling in the original story definitely dies in the blood chamber. In the original story, Shenlian, I cleared the level no less than 3 times. There is absolutely no such setting or ending as the Empress says. Qingmei stopped her story, sitting and sipping tea while lost in thought. He, however, pondered the story. If the Empress is planning or hinting at me, and Mu Xinlan and I still have a final death battle, isn't now the best time to open my mouth and ask for benefits? After thinking it through, he wanted to implore her for a favor. This lord understands the Empress's intention. The Demon Dao Assembly is approaching, and this lord has a request for you. Qingmei replied readily. What is it? Then he performed an action that surprised Qing. Please, good sister, step over to the bed and help me cultivate. With a smug face, perhaps he was secretly plotting something. Qingmei was amused, licking her lips in preparation to help this little brother. She didn't move yet, implying she wanted Qingling to be clear. What do you mean by that? He clasped his hands behind his back and explained, "In the past, I begged you to take Ronger as your disciple. In a short 100 years, Ronger has been cultivated into the famous Asura-faced holy maiden. You also once said that if I encountered any trouble in the future, I could come to the Demon Emperor Palace to find you at any time." With pleading eyes, he looked straight at her, seeking help. Now there is truly a difficult problem to solve. Qingling wants to ask his good sister for help. Qingmei laughed loudly at the explanation and that look. Sigh. She reached out and touched this little brother's face. "What on earth are you thinking?" She immediately picked him up and placed him on those massive mountains, startling Qingling. "Quickly, come into sister's embrace and tell me slowly," she then said shyly. "Speaking of which, this is the innate formless demon body. After growing up, just looking with the naked eye, you are still that same youth from back then." Before she could do anything else, Qingling used magic to teleport far away from his sister's embrace. Just after teleporting away, he cleared his throat to get to the point. "Let's try to talk about the main issue, good sister." He adjusted his demeanor and explained clearly. "This time at the Demon Dao Alliance Assembly, someone wants to harm Qingling. This person is the one who initiated the assembly, Ji Taimei." She pondered this name, Ji Taimei. She shouted angrily at his actions. "He dares!" Qingling stood before her, explaining his shamelessness, for he relied on having this sister as his backing. Originally, he indeed wouldn't dare, but he has someone behind him. Ji Taimei has long since submitted to Piaoyao Cloud Palace, acting as a pawn in Mu Xinlan's hands. She became even angrier. "She is using you as a tool? That old woman has no martial ethics." Qingling only smiled slightly at his sister's anger. Empress, calm down. The urgent matter now is how to cope," she explained shyly. "This issue occurred quite late. Perhaps I cannot intervene. It matches the goal that old woman has of sending you to your death. If it were before I married into the Demon Emperor Palace, it would be simple, but now." His gaze sank when he heard her explanation and that she couldn't help him. The Empress seemingly cannot act. The Demon Emperor and the Empress, the two of them entangled in this tribulation, could it be they have reached some agreement to restrict each other? Facing her surprised expression, Qingling understood and didn't force it. He decided to act on his own. "Forget it, then this lord will act alone." He smiled cunningly with triumph, determined to destroy them all. "This lord will absolutely not let Mu Xinlan succeed. As for Ji Taimei's head, I will use it to sacrifice to the banner when this lord ascends to the position of alliance leader." Qingmei pointed in his direction. Unable to believe his words, she advised against it. "You are trying to oppose the 7 great demon sects. Don't be stubborn." Qingling gently placed his hands, which were twice as small as hers, onto Qingmei's and said, pushing them aside, resting on her hands, affirming his strength. "Above the 9 netherworlds, below the tribulation realm, I, by Qingling, can kill them all." Shy before this ambiguous attack, her cheeks gradually turned pink, and her eyes no longer held decisiveness but were full of loving admiration for Qingling. The powerful words from Qingling made her unable to stop him, for she was the one who continued to help him cultivate. The words were like truth returning to the original issue. "Because of your status, how can I help you cultivate? It is precisely because of your status that I do not look at the ordinary. This lord says I am willing to give it to you. Your body carries the succubus bloodline. Can Qingling also be this lord's protector? Like a dragon and phoenix. Isn't this a heavenly match?" She suddenly backed away at these words. "So you want?" He stepped closer, firm with his words. "That's right." Looking up, he said powerfully to her. "Just as the Empress thinks." Her legs closing contradicted the words she wanted to refuse with. "Little Qingling, although I only dote on you, but..." Facing Qingling's shy gaze, she closed her eyes, backed away, and explained. "You also cannot be too impudent. Right, that's right, our demonic natures are different. This lord also doesn't like to have that kind of reaction. His dog fangs." Her face darkened when he revealed them. Could the Empress really feel he is a dog? His body began to transform into a monster with long claws. He suddenly knelt slightly before this massive creature he had transformed into. "Is this your true Dharma manifestation form?" Changing her surprised look, she also smiled with interest. "Since it has come to this, it is truly awkward." She created sources of light, with her eyes gradually changing color and an expression of pleasure. Qingling's true form was actually a massive red-eyed dragon, growling as it looked at this scene. He widened his eyes in surprise at this sight. This is the image before his eyes, a massive divine manifestation, chained up, making him feel extremely small before it. She had transformed, flying high with a new outfit, and explained that this was a soul spirit void realm manifestation opened by the void laws of the tribulation realm. Even standing high up, she still winked, encouraging him before he entered. Little Qingling, stay calm later, don't hurt sister's soul. He was joyful because he understood her action. So that's how it is. You cannot help me with your body, so you are using your divine sense to dual cultivate spiritually with me. She immediately flew down in her outfit, pressing against his dragon belly. Naughty boy! Her eyes doted on him lovingly. Knowing is enough. Why say it out loud? He smirked at the way they were cultivating. Spiritual cultivation of the dragon form and human form, is it? With her hot body, she sat on him, looking with mutual infatuation, and they flew up together. Truly a stimulating new experience. Qingmei lay flat on the ground, eyes wide in shock. Wait a moment. She turned back to look at him with dreamy eyes. This black flood dragon dharma form is indeed still too ostentatious. Qingmei lay half-covered on Qingling's body. This is impossible, it cannot be done. He, in his black dragon form, said in a sulky voice. Good sister is indeed still looking down on Qingling now. Qingmei waved her hands in a panic. No, that's not it. What I meant was. The dragon body beneath her was quickly retracted. Qingling was only joking. He transformed back into a half-human shape. With this soul form, surely it is worthy of you, right? Qingling grabbed her chin and pulled her up. Good sister. Qingmei breathed heavily as he brought his face close. Let's start with a kiss first. She blushed, shyly turning away. Must we kiss? Fiery red pupils lit up with calculation. This reaction. Why does she have the appearance of someone inexperienced? Her marital relationship with the demon emperor, could it really have problems? He hugged Qingmei's waist, pulled her in, and kissed her. Never mind. Wait until after finishing the work to think about it slowly. Her eyes were filled with infatuation. This kind of feeling. Qingmei lay long on the ground, enjoying the feeling of dual cultivating with him. If we had physical contact in real life, it wouldn't be impossible, would it? Qingling closed his eyes and let out a breath. Even my soul is a bit exhausted. The system panel appeared. Current points, 25,000. He sneered. Fortunately, my cultivation finally managed to reach the peak of nascent soul. Qingling clenched his palm. My natal demonic art, the heavenly demon dragon transformation scripture, has also been successfully awakened. He coldly glanced behind him. In the original game, the Empress Qingmei could not be romanced, yet she is so useful. Now that I think about it, if Bai Qingling hadn't died, he would definitely be more like the protagonist than Xiao Chun. Qingmei's face was bright red, lying on the chair panting. She slowly propped herself up to sit. Qingmei approached him, scolding. Bad boy, I don't feel you are cute anymore. She stood up, narrowing her eyes as she looked down. But even with peak nascent soul cultivation, you cannot be careless before the other 7 great demon sects. Remember. Qingling pursed his lips, shyly nodding. He leaned over and kissed Qingmei's cheek lightly. Thank you, Sister Qingmei. The sailboat flew floating in the air, the Tula Hall flying ship. Xinger hung her head low to the ground. Master just went off with that giantess like that. She twirled her finger on the ground. Master left Xinger at the place of the Tula Hall couple. She squatted on the ground, looking aggrieved. Master doesn't like Xinger anymore. A figure stepped forward from behind. What is the little girl thinking about? Jinyang put her hands on her hips and smiled. Missing your master? Xinger rolled her eyes, gritted her teeth in anger, and growled loudly. I am the direct disciple of Qingling Demon Lord of Tula Hall. Stop getting close to me. Jinyang laughed it off, waving her hand. All right. My relationship with your master is very good. Better than you think. Xinger puffed her cheeks, pouting in annoyance. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Jinyang blushed, leaning in close. You little girl are still young. I see you don't know anything. She hugged her cheeks, twisting with thoughts in her head. I'm afraid you can't imagine it. Your master has long since fallen under my skirt. What needed to be done has almost been done. Can that Hua Yuerong do that? Jinyang closed her eyes and smiled smugly. The position of master's wife for Tula Hall disciples has been vacant for many years. It is not Hua Yuerong's, not anyone else's. It is mine, Han Jinyang's. She grabbed Xinger's hand. Your name is Cen Xinger, right? I heard that it seems you have had no mother since you were young. Jinyang's eyes narrowed schemingly. But you still have me. I can completely be like your mother, guiding you, cultivating you. She swung her long legs as she spoke. You are not young anymore. Do you know the principle that a grown woman should avoid her father? After all, you can't rely on your master for everything. Xinger narrowed her eyes unhappily, pulling her hand away. I don't want to. Xinger must be by master's side at all times. Her expression was full of longing, holding her face dreamily. Master also said, When master sleeps, Xinger must serve master well. Master also said, the cold jade bed of the blood chamber will forever have half a spot for Xinger. Her words left Jinyang petrified, completely shocked. Tianfan called out worriedly when she fell backward onto the ground. Wife, what's wrong? Xinger's pupils dilated, rolling her eyes upward. Huh! She turned to look at the sky. What is that? A large sailboat flew over her head. Such a large flying ship? It's the flying ship of the Hahuan sect headquarters. Xinger froze, looking up. On the side of the ship, a figure appeared. There seemed to be someone on the deck. Lixue pursed her lips, looking ahead in deep thought. Senior sister Lixue? Tian pouted, pondering. Sect Master Ji, do you think that demon by Qingling likes me? She smiled, looking at her own reflection. Does he like this appearance of this palace? Tian clasped her hands on her lap, turning to call out loudly, Ji Taimei, I am asking you. Taimei stood frozen, staring at her. What are you pretending to be stunned for? He narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly. I just received information that the plan in Rootless City has failed. Ren Tianfan and his wife have escaped the city. They want to join forces with Bai Qingling. The situation at the Demon Dao Assembly is now difficult. Taimei put his hands on his hips. But it's not necessarily bad news. Your imperial brother Lin Mo will also come to the Hahuan sect to fight alongside us, along with his fiancée. Tian shouted in surprise. What? Third imperial brother wants to come. She waved her hand and stood up. No, I cannot follow the plan of offering myself to Bai Qingling anymore. Third imperial brother will absolutely not accept it. If he finds out, he will go crazy. Tian pulled her clothes, eyes wide in thought. Wait, hold on. Fiancé. Where did third imperial brother get a fiancé? Qingling led Qingmei by the hand along the street of the Hahuan sect city, at the foot of Water Moon City Mountain. The flying sedan was so imposing. The people looked up at the two flying ships in the sky. Could it be the Demon Emperor's royal procession? She walked down the street with her hands on her hips, swaying gracefully. That tall and sturdy beauty, isn't that the Empress? But I heard the Demon Emperor has a short stature. Who is the person next to the Empress? Qingling lowered his eyes, glancing around. The mouths of the world are hard to predict. It seems we must separate. How about we stroll around first and wait peacefully for the Demon Dao Assembly to begin? Jinyang reached out toward him. Little Qingling, do you have something you are hiding from me? Her face was bright red, her eyes filled with longing. Before Ji Taimei's threat, is there anything else you have predicted? Qingling pursed his lips, his expression cold, inwardly pondering. Predicted? I've just played through the plot before. This Demon Dao Assembly has 8 demon lords and 3 from the Z family. But this kind of thing clearly cannot be told to the Empress. He smiled cunningly, grabbing her hand. This is this lord's tribulation. This lord has his own way of coping. Qingling will definitely not be helped by just being sentimental all night. Jinyang's eyes were filled with affection, her heart sparkling. She shyly patted him a few times. You were still bringing it up? Didn't I tell you to forget it? Qingling turned pale, rubbing his back in pain. This is not my fault. It was only afterward that I remembered this thing. The round jade in his hand replayed the image of the two of them kissing. The image recording Heavenly Pearl, pseudo-immortal grade, can even penetrate soul-spirit barriers. At the same time, it automatically records images. The entire process of spiritual communication was recorded from all angles. Jinyang blushed, shyly pointing at him. You stinky brat. Qingling pursed his lips, inwardly thinking of the scene where he sneered and teased her. You also don't want His Majesty the Demon Emperor to know about us, right, Sister Qingmei? This kind of thing is fine to think about, but it's better not to say it out loud. He happily buried his face in Jinyang's chest when she reached out to grab the jade. I am of the Great Love Demon Sect, not some devilish pervert. Qingling sneered. Don't blame me. Qingling was just thinking about when we might meet again. This might perhaps be the last memory of Qingling and you. Jinyang shyly turned away. Then you must also guarantee absolutely not to spread it? Do you hear me? The system notification appeared again. Qingling watched her leave. Congratulations, host. Great love successfully implemented. He narrowed his eyes, looking delighted. Received 15,000 points, 150,000 in one go. This is the most points ever. The system is truly becoming more and more generous. Qingling's pupils suddenly dilated. Wait a minute. He bit his lip, shy when associating the images of Jinyang and Qingmei. Recently, the ones giving the most points for great love are the Empress and Jinyang. Could the system's preference be women who already have husbands? Qingling closed his eyes, sitting in meditation to calm his mind, ignoring the system. This lord is not a stallion. taking other people's wives whenever I meet them. I am just responding to the girls who like me. I have already mastered this Tao. He suddenly opened his eyes as if realizing something. That's right. It seems there is a romance target I have ignored for a long time. Qingling suddenly remembered Li Xue. My eldest disciple, Li Xue. I wonder how the spy work at the true martial sword sect is going. Surely she has collected quite a bit of intelligence on the second male lead, Lin Mo, right? An eye appeared on the jade following his movement. Her image appeared on the large screen. Lin Mo, I warn you. Li Xue pointed her sword forward. If you dare to go around spreading that I am your fiancé, defiling my purity, this will be your end. She swung her sword. The ground was cut by a line, splitting it in two. Lin Mo wanted to explain awkwardly. Senior sister Li Xue, His voice transmitted through the eye on the jade. Not bad, my proud disciple. Without physical talent, relying entirely on effort, she has been able to comprehend all the essence of my previous sword Tao. He watched the screen with interest. In the original plot, the scenes where they acted together didn't involve any storms on my side. As long as their side continues to develop according to the original plot, I can rest easy. Qingling gritted his teeth and sneered. His eyes lit up with calculation. It's just that this Lin Mo keeps wanting to romance this lord's eldest disciple. This lord cannot pretend not to see it. Only this lord can attract other people's women. There is no way anyone else is laying a hand on this lord's women. Qingling held up the red jade in his hand. Next, I have to meet your younger sister, Lin Tiantian. I have prepared a good gift for her. His face was full of desire, holding her while she is losing control in his hand. As long as Lin Tiantian drinks it, she will become a weapon dominated by desire. It was you, Wood Saint, who played tricks first and Lin Mo who relied on power first. Don't blame me for counterattacking. Xue pointed her sword at his face. Lin Mo, you go everywhere proclaiming I am your fiancé. You also said so to your younger sister. She was both irritable and impatiently praising that my beauty has reached its limit. Lin Mo awkwardly raised his hand to stop her. Yes, I know I was wrong. But senior sister Li Xue, you were suddenly reacting so violently. I'm afraid there is some reason, right? Li Xue rolled her eyes and looked away. That man just now was probing me.
Lin Mo's pupils contracted in surprise.
He stared, angrily drawing his sword. Who is he? Is he the person who brought nightmares and heart demons to you? As long as it is someone who dares to harm you, even if it is an immortal, I will eliminate them for you to see. Li Xue froze, her eyes filled with deep thought. I lowered my sword, closing my eyes to avoid him. Naive, you can't even beat me, yet you dare to talk nonsense like that. Li Xue turned and left. Remember, I followed you to the eastern land only to eliminate by Qingling. She narrowed her eyes, leaving only a warning. Other matters are off the table. Don't even think about tarnishing my reputation. Lin Mo clenched his fists, standing frozen as she disappeared from sight. He sighed sadly. Sister Li Xue. Oh, Sister Li Xue. How much longer until I can enter your heart? Lin Mo lowered his head, muttering, forget it. Just forget it. He clasped his hands, his eyes shimmering as he looked at the sky. I wanted to come here through Ji Taimei earlier. Ninth sister must be very happy. Regardless, ninth sister will always be the person I care about most in this world. He stepped into the large corridor, the Hahuan sect master's reception hall. Ji Taimei smiled professionally and bowed. Your Highness, the third prince, you have arrived at the perfect time. He replied politely, greetings, sect master Ji. I wonder where my ninth sister is? He narrowed his eyes awkwardly. The ninth princess needs to bathe and prepare to welcome you. I fear you must wait until tomorrow to see her. Lin Mo frowned, grinding his teeth. My ninth sister is naturally beautiful and came to visit her. If it were any other day, she would have come out to welcome me. Why wait until tomorrow? He gripped his sword hilt tightly and shouted, Ji Taimei. Lin Mo pointed his sword at his throat. What kind of scheme are you plotting? Where have you hidden my sister? Ji Taimei sighed helplessly. Forget it. The third prince was sent by the Wood Saint as reinforcements. I will tell you the entire plan. He narrowed his eyes seriously. I must eliminate by Qingling during the Demon Dao assembly, force him to seize the position of sect master, and then coordinate from within with the righteous path. Lin Mo looked puzzled and asked, that sounds plausible, but can sect master Ji really defeat by Qingling head-on? Ji Taimei suddenly stepped forward, pressing close to him. The Wood Saint has devised a plan. Use a beauty trap to drain by Qingling's demonic chi and break his demonic arts. And the ninth princess is the key to this plan. Lin Mo's pupils constricted, trembling violently. No, absolutely not. A sword strike was unleashed, splitting the wall in two. Lin Mo swung his sword, dust rising in a cloud. A dignified princess of the Great Chu, a golden branch and jade leaf. How could she demean herself to serve an evil demon lord? He grimaced, eyes wide with rage. This is a great humiliation. This is trampling on the dignity of our great Chu royal family.
Itaimai replied seriously.
I will repeat, this is the Wood Saint's idea. Her Highness the Princess has already come to terms with it. And an hour ago, Bai Qingling transformed into a flood dragon and went to the back hall with the princess. Lin Mo's lips trembled as he whispered, "My sister." He frowned, his eyes dazed. "My most beloved sister, and that Bai Qingling." Ji Taimei called out as he saw Lin Mo turn and run away. "Your Highness." The firelight flickered in the dark night. Bai Qingling sat on the head chair, resting his chin on his hand. Narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. "Lin Tiantian, what are you waiting for? As this lord's dog, do you want this lord to personally lift your bridal veil? I am bestowing upon you the ceremony of a concubine. You should be thanking me." The bride wearing the veil clenched her palms, feeling a bit timid. "Tage, thank you? I was just thinking about what I should do." Bai Qingling pursed his lips, his face dark with displeasure. If this were the original story where Shao Chun had not died, he would have had a demonic path branch to approach Lin Tiantian. Then he would have been seduced by Lin Tiantian's beauty trap, drained of his true essence, and assassinated. He narrowed his eyes, sneering as he looked down at the concubine kneeling on the ground. "Since you cannot drain Shao Chun, you are using the same scheme to drain me, aren't you?" Qingling lifted the bridal veil, revealing Tiantian's beautiful face. "I can see you have truly thought it through." Her cheeks flushed red as she looked up at him with longing. "Sect Master Ji has already spoken with Master. Tiantian wishes to serve by Master's side out of admiration." She let her red robe fall from her shoulders, hoping Master would not find her lacking. Tiantian puffed out her chest and stood up straight. "This is all for the great cause of the righteous path. As soon as the plan succeeds, I will tear him to pieces. This princess is absolutely not doing this willingly, and I do not feel this man has any charm at all." Bai Qingling rested his chin on his hand, smirking triumphantly. "You mentioned serving me earlier. Do you know what serving means?" Tiantian leaned forward, her posture seductive. "I have read the Hahuan sect manual that Sect Master Ji provided. I am confident I can satisfy the demon lord." Bai Qingling grinned with amusement. "Although I know you are acting, it is somewhat unlike acting. If you happen to enjoy it later, that would be a loss." Bai Qingling suddenly glanced away, alert. A figure is flying in from outside the window. 2 auras have arrived. He watched the 2 figures gradually becoming clear, deep in thought. Ji Taimei's aura is very familiar. Could the other one be? Qingling became even more triumphant, tightening the whip in his hand. "Unexpected, but it comes at the right time. This good show has an audience. It is like adding flowers to embroidery." Tiantian looked at him in fear. "Then let me satisfy you, Your Highness the Princess. Shall we start with the art of binding from foreign lands?" Tiantian was tied up, kneeling on the ground. "Demon Lord, is this all right?" Bai Qingling paused for a moment. He sneered, looking at her from behind. "This demonic rope is a gift from Murongqi after resolving the Dark Moon City incident. Once Lin Tiantian is bound, she has no chance to absorb my innate demonic qi." Her eyes were filled with longing. "Your hobbies are truly frightening. I am momentarily a bit. No, I am just fascinated by this new sensation." She leaned closer to his lower body. "It started with such teasing. How intense will it be later? Such a body, such a masculine aura about to... with me." Bai Qingling's eyes widened, glaring at her. "Enough. Put your clothes back on. What kind of state is this?" Tiantian opened her mouth in shock. Why? Shouldn't we be getting closer?" Right in front of her, he threw the robe and turned away. "You do not have the qualifications." Tiantian puffed her chest and hugged her arms. Her eyes dazed in thought. "He doesn't want me. I don't need to lose my virginity. Nor do I need to feel ashamed before Imperial Brother and Brother Shao Chun anymore. But then what about Master's plan? How can I eliminate this great demon lord?" Her eyes widened in surprise. From outside, Lin Mo kicked the door open. Tiantian. He gritted his teeth, frowning in anger. Seeing his sister tied up and leaning against Bai Qingling's chest, Lin Mo shouted, "Old demon Bai, how dare you tarnish my 9th sister's purity?" His pupils dilated, furiously drawing his sword. "Today, only one of us will remain." Bai Qingling gritted his teeth in annoyance. "The divine light of the 9 Mystic Emperor sword? I am too lazy to even open my eyes to look." Ji Taimei and Tiantian quickly held him back. "Third Prince, stop, Imperial Brother, do not be rude." She lowered her head, speaking softly to reassure him. "Do not be rude to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord has not tarnished my purity." Lin Mo was so angry his face twisted. Looking at her with heartbreak, "9th sister, you are speaking up for this demon again." His face turned pale and gaunt, and he spat out a mouthful of red blood. "No, Bai Qingling slowly stepped closer. Lin Mo, is it? He revealed an arrogant gaze. Look closely, this is how Lin Tiantian is used. Bai Qingling wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close to his chest. Little princess, you know what you should do, right? You don't want your imperial brother to have any trouble. Do you? Lin Mo gritted his teeth, wanting to kill him, veins bulging on his face. Bai Qingling, take your hand off. You are not allowed to touch my ninth sister. Ji Taimei hurriedly tried to mediate. Third prince, Demon Lord Qingling, what are you doing? This won't do. Bai Qingling sneered and patted his shoulder. Brother Ji, step aside. This does not concern you. Tian blushed shyly as he grabbed her chin and pulled her up. Bai Qingling lifted her off the ground and set her down. His glowing red eyes glanced at him. You offered her to this lord. This lord will treat her however he pleases. No one has the right to interfere. Lin Mo stood frozen, his face dark. Ninth sister, the sister I swore to protect for my whole life, has been publicly humiliated by that demon like this. He angrily drew his sword and roared. Bai Qingling, I want you to go to the underworld. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment when he saw the heart-shaped sparkles in Tiantian's eyes. He dropped his sword to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes tightly. Lin Tiantian, do you know what you are doing? Why must you degrade yourself?
Lin Montag sobbed.
Tears and snot streamed down his face as he watched Tian wrap her legs around his waist, hugging Bai Qingling tightly. Why won't you answer me even if you just lied and said it was only acting? He was so angry he spat blood, falling backward onto the ground. No. Ji Taimei hurriedly ran over to check on him. Someone, come here quickly. Carry the third prince to the guest hall to rest. Everyone else do not stay. Demon Lord Qingling still has matters to handle. Bai Qingling glanced toward him as he was being carried away by two servants. Lin Mo, you are indeed just like the original setting. You have thoughts different from your sisters. If it were not so, there would be no need for this. He turned his attention back to Tian, who was lying on her back, full of longing. Sorry, Imperial brother, Tian is also helpless. Master's grand plan does not allow for failure. Tian must continue to wait for the opportunity to ruin this demon's arts. She was placed back on the ground. Earlier you pulled Lin Mo to speak on this lord's behalf, so this lord rewards you. Now you may withdraw. His gaze was full of hidden meaning. Only those who perform meritorious service for their master get rewards, just like a favored dog gets to eat. Do you understand? He knelt humbly on the ground. Yes, Tian will definitely serve with all her heart, striving to earn master's rewards. At Water Moon City, the city lord's residence, Sun Xinger dipped her feet into the cool water. What meaning could a banquet possibly have? She pouted and muttered to herself. Being alone is so boring. From behind, Han Jinyang approached. I heard the Empress is staying alone at the Water Moon City Palace. She crossed her arms, glancing at Sun Xinger, and said, Your master must have slipped away by now, right?
Xinger was in tears.
Then master. No, why didn't master come to see Xinger? Have you forgotten Xinger? Have you abandoned Xinger? Han Jinyang turned her face and sighed. If even a beautiful, youthful disciple like you can be abandoned, then that bad man certainly wouldn't consider me one of his own. She glanced happily at Han Jinyang, covering her mouth with a sneer. Clearly, Xinger is always willing. Clearly, every time Xinger crawls into master's bed, it will, she shouted angrily. Shut up, I don't want to hear this. Footsteps came from behind. A large, muscular woman quickly walked past. Sun Xinger asked in surprise, Who is that? Han Jinyang looked at her and explained. That is the sect master of the Joyful Sect, known by the demonic title Great Joyful Bodhisattva, Shimen Wuhan. Sun Xinger said in surprise, the sect master of the Joyful Sect, Shui Rui, whom Xinger and master killed in Rootless City, was her daughter. Han Jinyang immediately covered her mouth. Stop talking, do you want to die? She looked at Sun Xinger cautiously. Since a leader of the 8 great demonic sects has arrived, I cannot waste any more time with you. Han Jinyang waved her hand. Be careful, watch your words and actions. Sun Xinger sighed, looking into the distance. Master is not here. Xinger is not in the mood to cause trouble. TSK, something flashed by that caught her attention. A girl's figure, Sun Xinger asked. Who? She guessed to herself that figure is definitely not from the Joyful Sect. Could it really be Sister Li Xue? Sun Xinger looked at the person in front of her, her face full of innocence. But Sister Li Xue loves Xinger so much, she would surely be willing to appear and meet me. Who on earth is it? Why is Xinger so stupid? I just can't figure it out. By the river, Bai Qingling approached. Who is my Xinger muttering about? He looked at her affectionately and asked. She immediately ran over to hug the person in front of her. Master, how could Xinger think of any man other than master? Bai Qingling looked at her and replied. Xinger, now is not the time to be dazed. He gently touched her face. According to this master's divination, I fear there will be a great calamity in Water Moon City tonight. Bai Qingling looked at her with deep affection. From now on, you must stay by this master's side and not run around. Is that clear? Sun Xinger's face flushed, her eyes full of infatuation.
Xing'e understands.
She lunged to hug Bai Qingling and kissed him lightly. No matter what happens, Xinger will absolutely not be separated from Master. Sun Xinger looked at him and added, That's right, Master. When you were not here, Xinger was always thinking, how can I keep Master? Saying this, she smiled and unbuttoned her clothes. What do you think of this? Bai Qingling looked at the scene before him, pursing his lips as he thought to himself. Let's separate the possibilities in broad daylight in a place with people passing by. I don't know if people would think I defected to the Hehuan sect. From afar, Li Xue was staring at them. She frowned and exclaimed, Master, junior sister, you truly disappoint me. Her sharp gaze looked straight at the two of them. I didn't expect that man to still lay a hand on Xinger. I didn't expect Xinger to sink so deep into that man. Li Xue whispered. As the eldest senior sister, only I understand him best. Know his true nature best. It is truly nauseating. She remembered the images of her own past. Women by the river wholeheartedly caring for a group of men. Stinking men still dare to resist? Being favored by us little heavenly maidens is your great fortune. What kind of logic is there for men in this matter? Sisters, use more force. Tianfan's gaze was lifeless. He spoke. Hall Master Run. Invite the joyful sect master, Shiman Wuhan, to embrace Tianfan. Demonic life is short and bitter. It is time to seek pleasure. Two men in the distance whispered. Hey, Hall Master Ren of the Tsangming sect has been dragged into the room by the great joyful Bodhisattva. Why isn't Hall Master Ren resisting? And his wife isn't even slightly moved? Han Jinyang looked at them and thought to herself. This eunuch is like a salted fish. Is he willing to degenerate to this extent? From behind, Bai Qingling approached. Madam, have you had too much to drink? Are you making a spectacle of your own husband for entertainment? She blushed as she looked at him. You bad man, aren't you here to watch the joke? Han Jinyang quickly set her wine glass on the table. She slowly moved closer to Bai Qingling. Just like that time in Rootless City, Ji Taimei has set up another death trap. His gaze became alert. It is not that simple, it is 10 times more dangerous. In the distance, there was a sudden scream. Murder! Murder! A woman ran while shouting. Sect Master, the joyful Bodhisattva. She is dead. Han Jinyang heard this and was extremely surprised. The great joyful Bodhisattva was killed? Who did it? She paused for a beat. Bai Qingling watched Han Jinyang's reaction and sneered. This is only the beginning. You came to the Yin Empress's palace? Nam Jiao, Water Moon City. Can you guarantee your safety? Tianfan ran out of the room. Madmen. They are all madmen. Steps were unsteady. When did you arrive? That's right, I am also a madman. Han Jinyang glanced at Bai Qingling and said, and the person behind this could not possess Hall Master Run. They only disrupted his mind to take the opportunity to escape. He replied calmly. He will recover to normal later, no need to worry. Bai Qingling watched everything unfolding with triumph. The time is almost here. On the ship, in the defenses of Water Moon City. Tantai Ling Yin looked at the woman in front of her and said, Hongyi, you are the sect master now, coming here so recklessly, I fear. She immediately spoke. The sect has the Holy Maiden watching over it, and this Water Moon City has Godfather presiding over it. Everything is worry-free. Tantai Ling Yin frowned. So, you miss men that much? Hongyi hugged her arm. What do you mean miss men? That is my godfather. Tantai Ling Yin suddenly froze, looking toward the corner of the street. Why is the corpse-killing aura in this city so thick? It seems there is also a trace of a bizarre formation. Tantai Ling Yin keenly assessed the situation. Since I was young, I have been confined by Master in the Formation Palace of the Yu Luo Soulblood Hall, and I have long known many of the world's formations. I fear that just this one street has 3 hidden killing formations set up. She looked at Hongyi and said gently, I will go find Master and Xinger and tell them to withdraw. Hongyi, you go outside the city to take cover first. If anything happens, use the spirit jade to transmit sound to me. Understand? Hongyi's eyes sparkled. She smiled happily. All right. Only now are you the Ling Yin who is as close as a sister to me. Catching sight of a familiar figure, Tantai Ling Yin quickly gave chase. Senior sister. She dashed closely behind. Senior sister Li Xue. I will not mistake you. Wait. I have something to say to you. Tantai Ling Yin looked at the person in front of her. Senior sister Li Xue, are you unwilling to see me? Do you know everything about recent events? She tried hard to explain. But Master is different from back then now. No, it is that we have never truly seen him clearly. You go back first, meeting Master will make it clear. Li Xue looked at her and smiled. It truly didn't waste any effort. She growled, her eyes glowing. I thought I would have to waste a few more days. I didn't expect a living star water soul to be delivered directly to my door. Father, if Yuing completes the mission early, you must reward Yuing. Seeing her arrogant demeanor, Tantai Lingyin spoke up. You are not Sister Li Xue. Your name is Yuing. Have you been sacrificed by cruel demonic cultivators? Your living soul forcibly led into the forbidden ghost path? Yuing quickly lunged forward. Shut up. Father is not cruel. He loves me. He is helping me complete a glorious evolution, transcending the mortal world. She transformed into a ghost form, her voice becoming bizarre. Obediently submit to me, your soul and essence. Stop being troublesome. Tantai Lingyin quickly used her pipa to block her. Her fingers glided over the strings, creating spiritual power that knocked Yuing back. Tantai Lingyin looked at her with determination. If this were at the Zhongming sect, the Bloodlord would have another ghost guest. Behind, Hongyi suddenly appeared. Lingyin, I am here to help you. She quickly used her spiritual power to create a seal. Pagoda seal. A pagoda of spiritual power appeared above Yuing, surprising her greatly. What? Thanks for watching the video. Yuing was immediately bound by various chains. Hongyi smirked triumphantly. I haven't even exerted myself and you've already fallen. Truly trash. Yuing roared in anger. Zhongming sect, Bloodlord, and also the sect master. You are the new sect master of Zhongming sect? Is she from Yu Luo Hall? Her gaze paused for a beat. If that's the case, could that demon lord Qingling also be nearby? Hongyi glanced at Yuing, firmly pointing her sword at her. There is nothing worth saying to a roadside ghost like you. Go to hell. Lingyin reached out to stop her. Hongyi, be careful. She is feigning weakness on purpose. Yuing looked at the two of them with amusement. Spotted? You have some eye for detail. She erupted with demonic power, rendering Hongyi's chains useless. But I have also seen through you. You only have the cultivation of peak core formation. Hand over your living soul. Mind-seizing, soul-snatching art. Yuing immediately dove from the air toward the two women in front of her. Lingyin plucked her zither. The clear sound knocked her back. Yuing looked at Lingyin uncomfortably. No, impossible. I endured so much suffering to cultivate a strike approaching a Daoyunian powerhouse. A mere Zhongming disciple at peak core formation. On what basis can you block me? Lingyin breathed lightly, her fingers gliding over the strings. You haven't even passed the Bloodlord, yet you dare speak of suffering? The suffering you have experienced is likely not even 1/10 of what I have endured. Her gaze changed, her spiritual power becoming even stronger. Lingyin gritted her teeth. I have just mastered the Tao of demonic sound, which earned the high praise of Demon Lord Qingling. Yuing looked at Lingyin ferociously. I don't believe it. You are not that old demon Rentian fan. Even the fat woman of Hahuan sect had her living soul taken by me. What are you? Her eyes flashed. Departed soul's rebirth melody. What is this? Large hands reached up from below, trying to grab her. Disciple of Yu Luo Hall also plays with the ghost path? His arms lunged at Yuing. Seeing her pinned and unable to move, Lingyin replied gently. Having no physical form does not mean being invincible. Lingyin's gaze was sharp, glancing at the woman in front of her. Speak. What is your background exactly? Yuing explained miserably. I am a disciple of evil extreme sect. Yuing. It was my father who forced me to hunt living souls and attack the pitiful. Ladies, spare my life. No. Immediately after, the demonic curse erupted. A source of dark power radiated outward, overwhelming Lingyin's spiritual power. She gritted her teeth. It couldn't possibly be fake. Yuing laughed loudly. Do you think that by coincidentally breaking my soul-seizing demonic sound you can defeat me? Surely not. Surely not. Now this is my ultimate technique. Heavenly Soul's shared sorrow method. Her eyes flashed dangerously. Taste the backlash of power approaching a spirit transformation powerhouse. Surrounding Hongyi and Lingyin were eerie hands created from black magic. Lingyin used her spiritual power, but it had no effect. No, my sound waves have no effect. Hongyi also tried to block the attack. The sword chi of the Zhongming sword scripture doesn't work either. Lingyin suddenly realized something. Hongyi, quickly take flight. Hongyi replied, it's too late. She looked at the immense power in front of her and said helplessly. Ghostmark mountain-crushing seal is pressing down. Lingyin looked at her with tenderness. Hongyi, I'm sorry, I am useless and could not protect you. Hongyi replied happily. What fault is there? Sister Lingyin is forever the person I like most, just like Godfather. Two of them held hands. But no matter what, they used their own spiritual power and formed seals. Even if we destroy our own souls, we cannot let her take our living souls. From the air, a strange source of energy shot down. It destroyed those demonic hands, breaking the chains for the two women. Lingyin was extremely surprised. This is it Godfather? She frowned with suspicion. That's not right, although Master doesn't use the sword much. His realm is very high. The sword intent of this strike is still lacking a little. Yuing looked over, laughing gleefully. Is the person who arrived Demon Lord Qingling? The figure of a woman landed gently. Senior Sister Feng. Lingyin was overjoyed and immediately ran to hug Lixue. It really is you. Lingyin knew right away that silhouette was her. She glanced at Lingyin. Don't call me Senior Sister. You are sentimental, weak, and clingy. You are not worthy of being a disciple of my Yu Luo Hall. Lingyin was surprised. Senior Sister? Lixue glanced toward Yuing and said decisively. Yu Luo Hall does not raise idlers. Go back to the Blood Lord and accept your punishment. Her spiritual seal immediately bound Yuing. Lixue held her sword and slowly stepped forward. Useless junior sister. I have let you be ridiculed. Her sword was filled with spiritual power. Your opponent now is the eldest disciple of Demon Lord Qingling, the eldest disciple of Yu Luo Hall. Lixue flicked her sword gently, and intense flames were released. Feng Lixue. Hongyi looked at her senior sister in surprise. What cultivation method is that? Lingyin quickly explained. It is Master's unique divine ability, the 9 rites heaven-burning art. She imagined Lixue sitting in the flames. To practice this art, one must endure being burned by fire, and the whole body must be able to withstand the extreme pain of being scorched by endless lava fire. Except for the eldest senior sister and master, it is unlikely there is a third person in the world who has mastered it. Yuing was quickly frightened by this novel cultivation method. What is this? This is very bad. Her gaze was deep. This person is 10 times more terrifying than that stupid core formation woman. Lixue coldly raised her fist and stepped forward. Where are you looking, little ghost? She punched Yuing from behind. The flames erupted, burning Yuying's body, making her scream. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yuing knows she was wrong. Spare me, I was truly wrong. Lixue's gaze was cold, and she gritted her teeth. What are you pretending for? Even your deception from just now. I saw it all. Lixue grabbed her face. You don't know you were wrong. Lixue replied powerfully. You only know that you are about to die. Move 81. Lixue raised her fist high, her gaze sharp. Yuing reached out to beg. I was truly wrong. I will talk. I will tell you everything. She explained loudly. My father is the great elder of evil extreme sect, Li Tianjue. It was he who forced me to do this. Now he is on Mount Tianmong outside Water Moon City waiting for me to bring back living souls. Lixue quickly used her hand to pierce straight through her body. Yuing cried out in pain. You don't keep your word, you have no martial virtue. Her soul and body dissipated. Lixue sighed coldly. Who agreed not to kill you? Agreeing not to kill but killing anyway, so what? Hongyi looked at her senior sister in admiration. So the eldest senior sister of Yu Luo Hall has this demeanor, just like Godfather, as if cut from the same mold. She lowered her head and replied coldly. I met Xinger in Water Moon City. She is indeed becoming more and more adorable, and also more and more clingy to Master. Lingyin looked at Lixue, her face blushing. She glanced at Lingyin and asked, So Lingyin, now you have also become like that, haven't you? Lingyin's gaze changed. She hurriedly grabbed Lixue's hand and explained. Senior sister, I know you are always troubled by the failed attempt to kill Master, but now it is truly different. We have truly seen true love in Master. Lixue hurriedly pulled her hand back, her voice dropping. How old are you in Xinger? How many people and things have you encountered? Do you know what love is called? Hongyi stood there, unable to listen anymore, and spoke up. At least she knows more than a senior sister like you. Suddenly, a demonic power appeared from somewhere. That thing grabbed Hongyi. Tianjue laughed loudly from above. Look who this is? The little sect master of Tsangming sect. A perfect starwater living soul. Hongyi struggled in pain. He looked at her and said, Yuing, your death was not in vain. For this seat has picked up a huge bargain. Lingyin shouted anxiously. Hongyi, it's Li Tianjue. A slash tore through the air, flying straight toward Tianjue. He hurriedly picked up Hongyi and thought to himself, demon-slaying flying sword of true martial sword sect. Has the righteous path of the central continent also snuck into my eastern land? Tianjue landed gently on the porch. That's not right, the method of the sword art is indeed from true martial sword sect. But the internal sword Dao true power is from the demon sect of Tsangming sect. Is this girl a disciple of Yu Luo Hall? Lixue jumped over, sword chi radiating around her. Could it be that you look down on the disciples of Demon Lord Qingling? She hurriedly pointed her sword, attacking him. The sword pierced through the armor, stabbing straight into Tianjue's arm. He suddenly realized something. You are only half-step nascent soul. How could the demon-slaying flying sword break my demon-resisting armor and injure my body? This is... Tianjue looked into her eyes, which made him afraid. The 9 rights heaven-burning art of that man. He gritted his teeth. So that's it, it's that again, you are his eldest disciple. Tianjue immediately let go of Hongyi. If that's the case, I cannot hesitate any longer. He began to execute his demonic art. Now I will take your living souls to sacrifice to that lord. Black Heaven Demon Fist. Tianjue's gaze became terrifying. He enlarged his fist and swung it forward. Li Xue was startled by that power. She was worried. Fearful, she shed tears. Li Xue remembered her own past of being abandoned. Fear. A naive childhood. Mother was humiliated before everyone's eyes. Scenes seemed to replay before she was 11 years old, my old training house. Li Xue remembered how she had to endure grievances. Then after completing her training, she was forced to kill righteous disciples until they piled up like a mountain. Fear. Fear of all injustice in the world. Fear of that man. Fear of her own weakness. This pitiful life is like a life of a tool. She should have died with her mother long ago, heaven. Tianjue took advantage of that weakness to attack. He roared, "Come here, make your move, my pawn." Ending, Li Xue picked up her sword, thinking to herself, Black Heaven Demon Fist. This seats fear. The most miraculous part is controlling the fear in the heart. As long as a trace of fear exists, one can lure him to a dead end. She held the sword across her neck. Tianjue tried to use his demonic art to manipulate her psychology. Not everyone is a pervert without feelings like your master. You are just a young girl. You absolutely cannot escape this move. Lingyin looked at her senior sister and screamed anxiously. Senior sister Li Xue, don't. Li Xue endured the pain, using the sword to cut deep into her neck. Qingling appeared from behind. He whispered in her ear, "Does it hurt? It is supposed to hurt." Qingling's eyes shone. This world is full of suffering. Suffering is one of the sources of strength in this world. Those who do not know suffering do not know what true greatness is. Li Xue seemed to be imbued with strength. Feel the suffering. Think about the suffering. Accept the suffering. Understand the suffering. Finally, master the suffering. She slowly stood up abruptly. Tianjue seemed to have realized something. Li Xue gritted her teeth. What is fear worth? It is not worth anything. Your suffering is far greater than it. She immediately grabbed her sword. A single strike slashed through Tianjue's body. He exclaimed unexpectedly, "No, impossible." Qingling appeared before his eyes. "You absolutely cannot do it." Li Xue's gaze changed. "This is..." She looked at him and recalled the memory. "Feng Li Xue, my eldest disciple. I know you really want to kill me. You think that killing me can relieve all your suffering." At that time, Qingling only said coldly, "Therefore, when you think you can kill me, that is when you are weakest." Li Xue remembered the scene of herself being defeated by him. Has this graduation trial also failed? Qingling only breathed lightly and then spoke. "You still do not understand my intentions. You are like this and will never be worthy of graduating." He gently used his hand to transmit spiritual power to her. Then Qingling stood up, looked at Li Xue, and spoke. "Forget it, the seed has been planted for you. You will wait for the day you understand." Qingling glanced at her. "Understand the true intention behind why I bestowed suffering upon you." Turning to reality, Tianjue screamed in extreme pain. "Damn it! How can this seat die here? Killed by a junior like you?" He used his hand to pull hard on the sword stuck in his body. "I am the great elder of evil extreme sect, famous in the eastern land, Li Tianjue. You do not even have the qualifications to kill me." Yet not only could he not pull it out, but Li Xue stabbed it deeper inside. She seemed to be enlightened. "Master," Li Xue understands now. Li Xue's cultivation power increased manifold. Because there are people who constantly increase suffering, only then can I be forever reminded that the danger, cruelty, and volatility of this world have no midpoint. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of determination. "Only when you become the eternal root of my suffering can I be worthy of the strength to overcome all obstacles." Li Xue used her cultivation method to create a large fireball that completely engulfed Tianjue. 9 rights, heaven-burning art. He had no chance to counterattack. Just like that, he was burned to ashes. No, impossible. Lingyin and Hongyi looked at the corpse in front of them, extremely surprised. "Senior sister, so strong." Li Xue breathed lightly, exhausted. Just now that was, "But master." After speaking, she fainted. "Finally Qingling immediately appeared and caught her. "Well done, Li Xue," he praised Li Xue gently. "You did not make this lord lose face." She slowly opened her eyes, her voice full of suspicion. "Master is here. But why is this man holding me? When has he ever held me like this?" Hongyi also saw him from afar and hurriedly ran over. Master, you have arrived. Li Shue held her sword and bowed to apologize. Master, Li Shue did not ask for Master's order and returned to the eastern land on her own. Please punish me, Master. She thought to herself. What is wrong with Master? Can be said he is like a different person from when I left. If it were the previous Master, he would have punished me long ago. He would never give me a chance to breathe. Li Shue recalled that before, his intimacy with Xinger was also quite erratic. In her memories, he had never touched a woman out of desire. Her gaze changed, looking at Qingling with murderous intent. Could this man have been possessed? Demon Lord Qingling is no longer by Qingling. If that is really the case, one sword strike is enough to kill this current piece of trash. Seeming to realize the problem, Qingling only explained coldly. This lord caught you just now because it is normal to save my junior sisters and the sect master. Now you are putting on airs, acting like a filial disciple to this master of our demonic path. Immediately he gave her a slap. Li Shue smiled happily. He is back. It is this feeling that man is still that man. The cruel demon lord who views his disciples as tools. She rubbed her cheek. That's not right. Why am I thinking like that? It's like when he increases my suffering, my body is actually happy for this reward. Qingling quickly flicked her away. He glanced at the woman in front of him and said coldly, the first punishment is for leaving your post without authorization. The second punishment is for having no respect for your superior. Stand up for this lord. This lord does not allow you to lie on the ground while being punished. Lingyin saw her senior sister being hit and felt pity. Master, please don't hit her anymore. Eldest senior sister already knows her mistake. Please give her a chance to redeem herself. Li Shue immediately interrupted Lingyin. Junior sister, shut up. She stood up heavily. This is none of your business. Li Shue knows she has committed a great crime. Please punish me, master. Qingling's gaze was hard to read. He said coldly, punishment, of course there must be punishment. Immediately after, he draped his cloak over Li Shue's shoulders. But this lord will not miss a celebratory matter either. Congratulations on officially completing your training. Feng Li Shue. In Water Moon City, inside the city lord's residence. Qingling leaned over and said coldly. Speaking of which, the sect master and Lingyin, I have already lured them to find the Yin Empress. Now we can talk. Let's talk thoroughly. Li Shue looked at him and thought to herself. What does this man want to talk to me about at this point? Why is he being so slow? If I am not mistaken, his relationships with Lingyin and Xinger have already become especially intimate. She suddenly realized something. In her mind, scenes of intimacy between the two appeared. Could it be that he wants to use spiritual power to strengthen the connection between Lingyin and me, especially the unexpected angle that Yuing? He is. Li Shue blushed deeply. 50,000 points. When I slapped Feng Li Shue, it gave me 50,000 great love points. Plus the points accumulated during this time from Jinyang and Xinger, I should be able to open the mythic draw, right? Qingling's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, tonight I must capture my eldest disciple Feng Li Shue. Complete the full collection of Yu Luo Hall's inner disciples. He immediately ordered her. Li Shue, take off your clothes. Li Shue looked at Qingling, shyly stammering. Master, please have some self-respect. He glanced at her, his voice low. You don't have to take them off. Just as he spoke, the mark on Li Shue's lower abdomen appeared. It's just that later, you will have to change clothes again. Right from the mark, 2 tentacles appeared, making Li Shue ashamed. She blushed and groaned loudly, demonic inscription. Don't. This disciple is willing to accept any punishment, but only this form of punishment. Don't. Qingling only looked at her coldly and said, do not use your body to feel it. He looked at Li Shue, who was enjoying it, and added, use your Tao to comprehend it. Qingling spoke. Who is turning your suffering into pure quality? Who is saving you? I am treating you well? Choose. Li Shue could not stand it. Her face was blushing red. Foul play. Vulgar. Shameless. There was no choice here to begin with. Li Shue clung to Qingling. She spoke with difficulty, pleading. Quickly stop the demonic inscription. Save me. He touched her hand lightly. Your 9 rights heaven-burning art cultivation method has been stuck at the 3rd fist, 9th layer for a long time. Qingling helped Li Shue stand up. He said warmly, starting from today you can practice the 4th fist. Li Shue seemed to realize something. She thought to herself, the true explanation of the 9 rights heaven-burning art is transmitted into my body through the demonic inscription. He is using this method again to transmit this heaven-destroying and earth-shattering cultivation method to me. Qingling looked at her and smiled lightly. Now this lord considers you a graduated disciple. There are some things I can tell you now. For example, the culprit who humiliated your mother. Li Shue heard this and could not help but be surprised. She quickly asked back, why didn't you tell me that year? You only said it was difficult to distinguish his identity. Who is he? Qingling slowly replied regarding the Kunlun Dao sect deacon, the Jade Void Master Sun Chuan. No need to rush. You are already on the path to revenge. He gently told her about the past. Do you remember those fellow disciples you trained with? It was not that this lord wanted to force you to kill the innocent, but they were all claws of Sun Chuan of the Kunlun Dao sect. Qingling observed the energy around her body and remarked, You are different from your junior sisters. You lack special talent or physique. To take revenge on a behemoth like the Kunlun Dao sect, you only have one path to take. His gaze shifted, and he said in a low voice, You have undergone bitter cultivation, a path of suffering built step by step. This lord merely made the decision for you beforehand. Only today have you finally understood. He gently touched Li Shue's face. A path to becoming a demon has such charm. This lord still wants to see the end with his own eyes. Just like tonight. Every time you fell into danger, was it not this lord who protected you? Qingling stepped closer. Regardless, you have officially completed your training. Starting from today, if you still hate me and want to kill me, he coldly walked past her. I will consider it as if I never had a disciple like you. Li Shue quickly chased after him. She hugged Qingling from behind. Stop! He tilted his face, questioning in a stern voice. Is this the attitude you use to speak to this lord? Li Shue gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Doesn't Master still need a tool to deal with those hypocrites who call themselves the righteous path? My revenge is not yet avenged, and Master's great cause is not yet complete. Her tears streamed down. At least on this matter aren't our hearts aligned? Aren't Li Shue and Master a perfect match? Qingling only coldly uttered, How rare. He reached out his hand toward her. When you were little, you were never this spoiled. Qingling gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. And you didn't know how to act coquettishly either. Then he hugged Li Shue, patting her head as if comforting a child. Save this kind of expression for when you have personally slain your enemies. The system's voice suddenly announced, making him extremely happy. Congratulations, host. Great love. Successfully implemented. Received 100,000 points. This is the original role I like the most, regardless of the points. Being able to truly hug each other like this is really great. Shue opened her eyes wide, looking at Qingling with glistening eyes. That's right, when I was an undercover agent, I heard that even the mystic maiden of the Taoist sect, Mu Xinlan, was attached to Master. Is it just a baseless rumor? Or is there really something to it? Qingling remained silent, not knowing how to explain. Immediately after, he cleared his throat. How could that be? That crazy woman is bent on killing this lord. She looked at Qingling with a flushed face, her voice full of jealousy. Li Shue will keep watch, whether it's the undercover mission or Master. In Water Moon City, Ren Tianfan chased after the carriage. Wife, I know I was wrong. I beg you, give me another chance. Wife, don't leave. How can I live without you? From inside the carriage, Xinger looked back. Madam Ren, are we really not worried about Hall Master Ren? Jinyang coldly replied. No need to worry. She recalled the previous incident, where this man had been associating with that damned fat pig at the city lord's mansion. And then he fell for a bewitching spell, revealing such an ugly posture. It truly brought shame to our Zongming sect. Jinyang crossed her arms, not bothering to care. Now, even if he died, it would have nothing to do with me. Tianfan sat on the ground. Wife, why do you not remember our old affection? Why treat me like this? He cried and pleaded. Wife! From behind, a voice rang out. Young man, Ren, is it? Do you want to regain your male dignity? Tianfan immediately turned his head to look. The voice came from an old well. Think about the meaning of life. Do you want to live authentically? Hearing this, he shouted. Of course I want to. Why wouldn't I? But that person is here. It's all because of that person. From the bottom of the well, a powerful voice echoed. On this side, Lingyin and Hongyi saw a red flood dragon body flying up from below. Lingyin asked in surprise, What is that commotion? Hongyi quickly replied, A powerful enemy. Both of them were extremely worried seeing the scene before them. Lingyin exclaimed, Master told us to go find the Yin Empress, but this commotion is right on our path. She said vigilantly, Be careful, I feel it's coming. That serpent spirit was bright red like blood, aggressively advancing toward them. Blood-colored python demon. Hongyi hurriedly jumped up. Get out of the way. She looked at the serpent demon in front of her and shouted. The cultivation of this python demon is unfathomably deep, far surpassing ours. We are not on the same level as it. The monster continued to charge. It's about to charge again. From afar, a fire phoenix appeared. Divine Phoenix True Fire. It made the serpent demon falter. Then it flew toward Jinyang. From afar, Jinyoung continued to use her power to control that fire phoenix. It flew over and bit the serpent demon, causing it pain. The serpent demon could only scream in helplessness. Lingyin and Hongyi were extremely surprised to witness the scene. Xinger, who was sitting in the carriage, also waved and shouted, "Second senior sister, sect master, hurry over here." Lingyin looked at her and asked curiously, "Xinger, Madame Ren, are you also going to find the Yin Empress?" Jinyoung rested her hands on her hips, looking at them, and explained, "Tonight is not peaceful. On the way to find the Yin Empress, who knows what dangers await us. Sect master, let's go find Hall master by first." Hongyi quickly agreed. "This sect master has no objections. Let's go." Jinyoung looked back, her expression full of thought. "I just abandoned Ren Tianfan not long ago, and this blood-colored python demon has appeared. Could it be? I hope I'm just overthinking it." Qingling heard everything. His voice was pensive. "So that's how it is. That's why you all joined forces to come to this lord." Xinger, upon seeing Qingling, immediately rushed to hug him. Qingling happily said, "My disciples haven't been gathered together for many years. I didn't expect to be reunited here." Xinger hugged Lixue, happily saying, "Eldest senior sister, it really is you." "Xinger didn't recognize you wrong," Lixue replied. "Xinger is still the same, her temperament hasn't matured at all." Jinyoung sighed heavily. She uncomfortably turned her head away. "You all have your happy reunion. An outsider like this lady won't accompany you anymore." Xinger hurriedly ran to hug Jinyoung. "Madam, don't go." Her face was flushed, her eyes full of affection. "Actually, Xinger likes being with you very much. As long as Madam doesn't mind, you can consider Luo Hall your second home." Hongyi also firmly advised, "Aunt, you shouldn't go alone. The recent chaos is getting worse and worse. It's better for us in the Zhangming sect to stick together." She glanced toward Qingling. He coughed a few times and then proactively said, "The Zhangming sect is of one heart from top to bottom. This sect master is naturally the same." Jinyoung blushed and replied, "Fine, fine, fine. I'll listen to the sect master, all right?" Qingling lowered his face, his voice deepening. "Speaking of which, you encountered the blood python. It might be just in time for me to know its identity. That monster is 10 times more terrifying than Ji-Tai-Mei." Qingling turned and walked forward. Let's go investigate its current background." Images of the demon appeared. Blood python ancestor of Tianwang Mountain, one of the 8 great primordial innate demonic cultivators who pioneered the demonic path, and also the founding ancestor of the evil extreme sect. The well with abundant demonic power was the place where the great innate demon was sealed. To unify the true teachings of the demonic path, blood python ancestor captured and killed remnant cultivators. In the end, he was suppressed by the demon ancestor and many parties joining forces. The dry well sealing the demon ancestor was enough to suppress the divine sense of nascent soul cultivators. For 10,000 years it had never been opened by anyone. Tianjue approached the well, but the current great elder of the evil extreme sect, Li Tianjue, relied on ancient books to find the sealed land of blood python ancestor. He collected living souls to try and break the seal, wanting to make the long-dormant evil extreme sect great once again. He immediately remembered Yu Ying. Xiao Chun, played by the original game player, had to go through several rounds of combat to defeat Li Tianjue and Yu Ying. But now, because I was attracted to this place, Feng Lixue directly packaged this father and daughter and took them away. Qingling looked toward the mouth of the well and thought to himself, in that case, the living souls that blood python ancestor needs cannot be gathered enough. He shouldn't be able to break the seal and come out. His eyes flashed as he looked toward Jinyoung. She was glancing in his direction. And besides, if the seal was broken, the remaining strength of blood python ancestor would be enough to easily suppress Jinyoung at the half-step soul formation stage. Why was he scared off by Jinyoung in one move? Jinyoung shyly looked at Qingling. "Look, what are you looking at me for? Don't tell me you have strange thoughts? Don't tell me you used the excuse of potential danger to leave the others half a mile away because you wanted me." He pointed toward the well and gently explained, "Let's try to talk about the main issue first. Surely you have felt it too. All around here are fragments of the aura of the broken ceiling barrier." His unpredictable eyes glowed in the night. Obviously, blood python ancestor is no longer here, but the 10,000-year seal of the demon ancestor is still intact. Why did this happen at this time? As he spoke, Qingling pointed toward a distant place. "Jinyoung, look over there." The sword before their eyes flared with an extremely eye-catching red fire. "That is Ren Tianfan's blood-shedding demon sword." She looked at the sword and doubted. "It is..." crying. Jinyoung was extremely confused. "No, it's impossible, that's not the possibility. Ren Tianfan's divine sense is powerful. It's impossible for him to be in the seal. How could he be possessed?" Qingling furrowed his brows, his voice sinking deep. Then what if Ren Tianfan did it voluntarily? What if he actively offered himself to merge with that blood python ancestor? Jin Yang was troubled and stammered. I. He glanced at her and said, "Let this lord think of a way to deal with them. It's not for you, madam, to bear the reputation of a husband killer." Jin Yang's gaze changed. "No, I will kill him," she resolutely replied. "Even if this man were truly powerful for once, I wouldn't need to be disappointed in him like this. This is completely different from my intentions. I will give him a chance to fight me one last time." Qingling bowed his head and smiled lightly. "Very well. That kind-hearted and soft Jin Yang has finally become like a true demonic cultivator. According to the plan, we will go find the Empress. The juniors don't have the strength to participate in this game. Let's arrange for them to be in a safe place first." He turned and walked away coldly. At Water Moon City, the Empress's southern suburb palace, Qing Mei lay on the bed. This Ji Tai Mei certainly knows how to please people, using this fine palace to entertain us. No wonder the demon emperor trusts and favors her. The servant beside her approached and gently said, "Madam, the more widely spread saying is actually that Ji Tai Mei is too good at selling. Perhaps true great love is between men and men." She looked at Qing Mei's beautiful appearance and added, "For the sake of our Shao clan, madam, you must absolutely not stay too long, lest the main line of the Shao family ends without descendants." Hearing this, she quickly sat up. "Who told you the Shao family will end without descendants?" Her eyes were full of affection. Qing Mei's face flushed red. "That monster won't do. Could it be that no other man will do?" Suddenly realizing she had said something wrong, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. "This empress has had enough." From outside, a servant came to reporting Hall Master Bai of the Tsangming sect has come to visit. Qingling stood before the door as if to seek an audience. "Greetings, Empress." Qing Mei happily touched his head lightly with her hand. It's you. You've come." Qingling uncomfortably turned his face away. "What is this? Why this kind of reaction? Don't you see I brought so many people behind me?" Xinger quickly stepped up to protect him from her. "Big woman, let go of my master." "My master." Qing Mei's gaze changed. She happily picked Xinger up. "Little one, you've come too. Looking closely, you really are a little beauty." Xinger angrily shouted, "Put me down. I don't want you to hug me." Li Xue looked at her and bowed. "Greetings, Empress." Ling Yin also said softly, "Please put my junior sister down." Qing Mei looked at the two of them and happily replied, "All obedient little disciples." Jin Yang saw the situation just now and felt uncomfortable, reminding her, Empress, wife of the demon emperor, such a frivolous display. I fear it is a bit unbecoming." Qing Mei looked at her and coldly replied, "This empress remembers you are the wife of Hall Master Rin. We met once at Rootless City, right? You already have a husband. Why don't you go home, and why are you following by my little Qingling side all day?" Jin Yang was speechless. "No, why do you only have this attitude toward me?" Hong Yi also helplessly touched her shoulder lightly. "Those beside the demon emperor have always had unpredictable temperaments. Aunt, don't take it to heart." Qingling glanced at her and secretly transmitted, Empress, I have already sent you the information about blood python ancestor." As if receiving a signal, Qing Mei also responded. Qingling boldly entrusted these juniors to her, then went to make some most important preparations. She looked at him full of thoughts. This empress also likes these juniors, especially since they make me remember my wronger. Regarding you and Hua Yuerong, after the memories were revealed, isn't there anyone who has taken their place? Qingling hurriedly turned his face. Empress, please calm down. There are many trivial matters here. Qingling also prioritized the big picture. His eyes suddenly brightened, and looking at Qing Mei, he secretly said, "The time you help me by taking care of the juniors, I naturally will not waste. Only by supplementing the final weakness can this lord have the ability to suppress the enemies in the Demon Dao Assembly." Bai Qingling was sitting in cultivation, pondering. "It's been many days since. I used great love points to open the treasure chest. Today, I specifically stayed for one more day to clear the poison for Jin Yang again. After that, I tasted the craftsmanship I haven't tasted in a long time from my eldest and second disciples. Finally, let Xinger help me relax for a while. With so many points accumulated, it's enough to exchange for a Yang spirit." As he opened the system, he shouted, "Exchange!" The system appeared and announced, "Mythic treasure exchange successful. Consumed 500,000 great love points. Balance, 250,000 points. Mythic secret cannon. Obedient imperial finger immortal. 1. ASR corrupted. Emperor level upper realm technique. Mythic secret cannon. Gu Dao Secret Canon, Final Volume. Mythic Secret Canon. Physique, Myriad Transformation Formless Saint Body, Peak Upper Realm King Saint Body. When the system finished announcing, Bai Qingling couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Not bad for a 500,000 point mythic treasure. It's not just 100 times stronger than all previous treasures combined. But thinking carefully, the enemies are all a major realm higher than me now. Assassinating bodies of the same realm isn't very useful. As expected, I still have to use the Gu Dao, which was originally the specialty of Qingling Demon Lord, as the final move to win unexpectedly. After a moment of deliberation, he made his choice. Select Secret Canon. Gu Dao Secret Canon. Wounding Soul, First Volume. Upon receiving the Gu Dao Secret Canon, streams of purple light appeared. His body began to absorb them, and the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. Gu Dao Realm has broken through the current world's limit, reaching level 100. Unlocked achievement. Gu Immortal 381. Various rewards have been placed in your storage space. Just then, Lingyin rushed in frantically, shouting, Master! Lingyin has something to report. Bai Qingling opened his eyes, looking at Lingyin coldly and full of murderous aura. Why are you so frantic? Did this master give you permission to enter? She looked at him in fearful shock, feeling a familiar pressure but one different from other days. It seemed as if a part of master had transcended his mortal body. She suppressed her fear and continued to report, Master, this matter is very urgent. Originally, Lingyin should have kept it a secret, but now Lingyin is truly worried about senior sister Lixue. Bai Qingling just asked indifferently, without emotion, What happened to Lixue? Lingyin replied in a worried, hurried voice. She went to the Hahuan sect to assassinate Lin Mo. Scene shift to before that moment. Lingyin asked Lixue in a surprised, worried tone, Senior sister, do you really want to go assassinate the third prince, Lin Mo? With an expressionless face, Lixue coldly and firmly replied, I have thought it through. This is a necessary atonement. I am an undercover agent master planted in the righteous path. This is something I was bound to do sooner or later. And this time, I harbored thoughts of murdering my master. In the end, I was persuaded by master. If I don't kill the other side, sooner or later it will damage my Dao heart. She turned and walked away without fear. Lingyin could only stand stunned, watching Lixue's figure fade into the distance, unable to say a word. At the Hahuan sect, Lixue looked down from above and saw the third prince's mansion. The servants were surprised to see her approaching. It's Feng Lixue of the true martial sword sect, beside the third highness. She just slowly walked up and asked, Where's Lin Mo? He hurriedly replied, Miss Feng, please wait a moment. I will go report. Immediately after, Lin Mo was excited and happy to see Feng Lixue. Sister Lixue, you finally came to find me. She acted shyly and embarrassedly, saying, Third prince, there are outsiders here. You shouldn't wear such a simple and cute expression on your face. Lin Mo blushed, happy in his heart. Why is Sister Lixue suddenly treating me like this today? Could she be seducing me to follow her? Do you want to know? This place isn't very suitable. Let's change to a more secluded place to talk. He excitedly ran after her without any suspicion, agreeing to go with Lixue. Okay, wherever Sister Lixue says to go, I will go. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, this prince will go. Two of them went up the mountain peak, one after the other. Lin Mo kept chattering endlessly. Sister, look at the peak of this Enyang mountain range, the illusory cliffs, the rolling sea of clouds. What do you think? Of course, the momentum is magnificent and extremely beautiful, but none of it is as beautiful as Sister Lixue. Sister Lixue, when I first arrived at the true martial sword sect, I forever remembered you. Since then, I often borrowed excuses to go there just so I could secretly look at you, sister. In my impression, Lixue was indifferent and cold, just like now, looking at the sea of clouds alone. If there were a place for me beside that figure, I often thought wildly like that. He gathered all his courage to bravely express his feelings and his heart specifically for her. He shouted, Sister Lixue, I am different from that Xiao-Chun, and even from all other men. We both carry destiny. I have status, I have strength, and furthermore, I am wholeheartedly and sincerely devoted to you. I will definitely be able to destroy that old demon Bai. I will give you the future you want. Senior Sister Lixue, are you willing to accept my feelings? In contrast, Lixue only coldly glanced at him and smiled back at his affectionate words and sincerity. This is the first time you have spoken so bluntly. Very well, I will give you a clear answer. He was overjoyed, thinking Feng Lixue would reciprocate his feelings. Senior Sister Lixue, finally you. Before he could finish his sentence, under his astonished gaze, Feng Lixue drew her sword and stabbed him. Lin Mo stood frozen, eyes wide, looking at the woman he loved, filled with disappointment. Senior sister Lixue. Why? Conversely, Lixue just stood there coldly, looking at him with indifference. Lin Mo, you are a good person, that is all. Seeing Lixue's bright smile, Lin Mo couldn't stop asking himself. Why? Senior sister Lixue, why did you show me such a smile for the first time, only to treat me like this? Lin Mo used both hands to slowly pull the sword out of his body, his face showing anger as he shouted. And not to deal with that big demon. A moment ago he was still sitting and talking with Ji Taimei. Xiao Chun was the child of destiny. Killing Bai Qingling shouldn't have been difficult. But who knew what scheme Bai Qingling used to break his destiny? Finally, the prince was backstabbed. Earlier, you suddenly activated the bloodline power of the Lin family's ancestor, right? This isn't a secret. Why suddenly mention this? Lin Mo, hearing Ji Taimei say that, just carelessly replied, this isn't a secret. Why suddenly mention this? Ji Taimei's eyes glanced coldly as he said, the night you activated the bloodline is the day Xiao Chen died. Destiny does not disappear naturally. It only transfers. Based on the Wood Saint's speculation, you are the new child of destiny. Your Highness, please take Xiao Chun as a warning. Be careful of women. Before he could finish speaking, someone ran in to report. Reporting to Your Highness, Miss Feng has returned. Lin Mo was excited to hear the news of Feng Lixue's arrival. Really? Quick, lead me to meet her. He roared in anger. Lin Mo, what exactly did I do to make you hate me so much? Why must you drive me to my death? Lixue's eyes were expressionless as she glanced at him. I don't hate you. He wants to eliminate you. So I will eliminate you. She drew her sword. Red water sprayed out, her eyes provocative. Lin Mo was shocked and astonished. Who is he? You have a name? Since when? She didn't change her expression, flicked her finger, and a hot red flame appeared, flying through Lin Mo's body. The dead know too much. It has no meaning. His shrill scream echoed. Ah! Ah! Lin Mo, unwilling, shouted loudly. Senior sister Lixue, I treated you sincerely, was infatuated with you, and swore to marry you, yet you are so heartless. In the future, I will stop at nothing to make you my woman. Tear the man apart. Ah! He used his remaining strength to escape. Lixue stood there, surprised. What kind of strange evil art is this? The internal organs are all burned, yet he can still be immortal, and still run away. Is this Lin Mo really fated not to die? No wonder Master is so wary of him. Cannot let Lin Mo escape like this. Even if I have to dig 3 feet deep, I must find him. When Lixue regained her senses, she immediately chased after Lin Mo, pursuing him to the end. At the Hahuan sect headquarters, Lin Mo flew past, clutching his wound and muttering. This demonic fire evil art burned my internal organs clean. Relying on the dragon activation power of the Lin family bloodline, I am hanging by a thread. Before sunset, I must find a Lin family blood activator. Use the power of the word spirit to help me be reborn. He flew down to the forest in front of Lin Tiantian's main hall.
Lin Mo smiled triumphantly.
I remember ninth sister is in this hall. As long as she says it herself, I can still be saved. Then I can be reborn. This is the necessary condition to trigger the dragon activation power. He kicked the door open and shouted, Tian Tian, are you inside? He saw the figure of Tian Tian walking closer and asked, Tian Tian, is that you? Hearing her imperial brother's voice, Lin Tian seemed surprised and trembled in fear. Imperial brother, wait a moment. Lin Mo sighed in relief, smiling as he lifted the curtain. His eyes wide with astonishment when he saw the image of Bai Qingling on the pillow and saw his little sister sitting on top of that pillow. Tian panicked and stammered, Imperial brother, don't look. He couldn't believe his eyes. Tian, could it be that just now you were using this old demon Bai?
Lin Mo coughed.
Tian saw this and asked with concern, Imperial brother, what's wrong? Faced with Tian's concern, Lin Mo angrily swung his hand, intending to slap Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you are not worthy of being my sister, Lin Mo. Seeing she was about to be hit by her brother, Tian screamed in fear, but after a long time the slap didn't land. She opened her eyes, surprised, because the slap had been blocked by Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling glanced at him coldly with contempt. My dog! You dare to hit her? He flung him away. Lin Mo couldn't help but be stunned to see Bai Qingling's appearance. Tian walked over, curious about Bai Qingling's appearance. Lord Demon Lord, why are you here? The Great Chu Imperial Court has always highly regarded Lord Demon Lord. Tian was even more determined to serve him for life. Imperial brother, although I don't know what happened to you, you have also come to serve the demonic path. Bai Qingling narrowed his eyes and dropped a sentence. So, you are afraid that this lord will harm your imperial brother, aren't you? Bai Qingling remembered catching Feng Lixue killing Lin Mo earlier. Hearing Ling Yin's words to check, he happened to see Feng Lixue trigger Lin Mo's passive skill. That was the dragon activation power, which in the original work could upgrade strategy in a short time, and also included immortality. Now that this lord has come in person, naturally it is not to mock this supporting male character, but to help him sever his immortality. Ascend to heaven. He smiled strangely, staring at Lin Mo. Behind Lin Mo, he whispered to Lin Tian, "Don't be afraid of this guy. Imperial brother, although I am heavily wounded, I will not die easily. As long as you can say that sentence without hinting, I can unleash the power of the word spirit." Suddenly, Bai Qingling approached Tian. She startled and cried out, Who? Your body has already become like this, yet you can still hold on until now." Lin Mo heard this and immediately retorted, "Not afraid of the intense torment before death, I must force myself to hold onto a breath." Lin Mo's wound could be seen through, and Bai Qingling's demonic smile suddenly approached Lin Tian, whispering, "Lin Tian, you also don't want your imperial brother to die in such pain, right? Shouldn't you advise him to give up his obsession with living? Give him some care before he dies." Lin Tian was panicked and worried for Lin Mo. "Imperial brother? Who exactly hurt you like this? How did you hold on until now?" Lin Mo struggled to speak. Cough. "Forget about these things first. Say that sentence to me first." Tian asked curiously, "Words? What words?" He gripped Tian's hand tightly and shouted, "Tell Imperial brother, can a person without internal organs still live?" She found it strange and hard to understand. A person without internal organs naturally cannot live, especially without a heart. But Imperial brother specifically asked this. Could it be there is some intention? Bai Qingling's eyes were cold. He smiled faintly and muttered, "Lin Mo wants to trigger the dragon activation power. It must be due to the dragon bloodline in a situation where the problem is unclear, to say the word spirit. If Lin Tian is led to say that one can live without organs, then Lin Mo can truly be reborn on the spot. As a player in the original work, how could I not know this? Lin Tian can say what, cannot say what. It is not up to others to decide." Bai Qingling said expressionlessly, "Lin Tian, this lord told you to care for him, but I do not allow you to speak nonsense in front of this lord. Do you still have this lord in your eyes?" Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes widened in fear, tears welling up as she knelt down. "Lord Demon Lord, as you can see, my imperial brother is already like this." Tian was just momentarily anxious. He looked at Tian kneeling down, remembering the original plot of the character Lin Tian. In the original work, Lin Tian was a proud and arrogant noble, always ordering Xiao Chun around like a small fry. Her cultivation was second only to the first. Now she is kneeling at my feet without any dignity. It seems the education of Lin Tian is very successful. Forget it anyway. This lord is not some demon," he said while taking off his robe and throwing it onto Lin Mo. "Cover up your ugly appearance first. Lin Mo, look, your sister is scared to tears." Bai Qingling gently knelt on one knee, used his hand to lift Tian's chin, looking straight into her eyes, coaxing her. "Lin Tian, you did quite well. Knowing your status is just a stray dog in front of this lord." Tian looked up, eyes meeting his, blushing shyly as she replied, "Lord Demon Lord." With that gentle smile, he hugged Tian and stroked her, continuing, "Even if it is just a stray dog, this lord knows what it craves. It craves its master's affirmation of its efforts. This heart craves the master's concern. These things, although rare and precious in the demonic path, this lord can still give." Tian was overjoyed, shouting in her heart. Her eyes gazed infatuatedly at Bai Qingling. "Ah, Lord Demon Lord. Lord Demon Lord is using his perfect chest to press against my heart. Ho! You are right, master. Tian just wants this." Lin Mo was stunned by his sister's actions and words. He shouted angrily, "Bai Qingling, what kind of goo did you put on Lin Tian, turning her into this state? You must be proficient in goo dao and have used some sinister means." Bai Qingling just dropped a sarcastic remark. This lord is too lazy to use goo on a stray dog. His voice also turned cold. Perhaps it's just that she has truly encountered a man for the first time. Lin, kid, son, Mo. Lin Mo heard Bai Qingling's sarcasm and was so angry he spat blood. "You! Bert!" He collapsed. Lin Tian just stood there blankly, watching. Bai Qingling's voice continued. Look, Lin Tiantian, your brother is being cursed by that boring obsession with living. He could have slept for a long time without pain, yet now he suffers this kind of torment. He whispered into Tiantian's ear. Let him go. But right now this lord is treating you like this. You can also give him some final tenderness. Lin Tianatian's eyes were full of despair and sadness, unable to utter a word. Imperial brother. She recalled the happy childhood memories with her imperial brother. We grew up together, practiced together. When I was taken as a disciple by the Wood Saint, you also honorably congratulated me. We both know the price to pay is too long and too painful to eliminate the demonic path. To eliminate the beast, one must first offer oneself to the beast. She shed tears, only able to say sorry. Imperial brother, I'm sorry. She looked at Lin Mo with soulless eyes and dropped a sentence. Tiantian will definitely catch the person who hurt you and avenge you. Lin Mo was shocked and disappointed, begging.
Lin Tiantian.
No, don't. Tiantian, don't listen to him. He must have heard the legend of the dragon activation power from somewhere, so he did it on purpose. Tiantian was emotionless. She just coldly said, like you, if you lose your internal organs, how can you continue to live? Spurt. That sentence extinguished Lin Mo's last hope. His eyes were filled with despair, tears flowing ceaselessly. In his eyes there was also a hint of Lin Mo's resentment towards Lixu. He was unwilling and said, Lixu, even if I become a demon, I will not let you go. Lin Mo collapsed, lying motionless, never to wake again. Lin Tiantian's tears streamed down. She shouted loudly and rushed over. Imperial brother, sobi 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 sobi. He gently approached Tiantian to comfort her. In the Great Chu dynasty, condolences. Although you have no imperial brother, you still have this lord, and this lord's Yu Luo Hall. This lord can completely be your reborn father. Cough, if you perform well enough later, perhaps you will have the qualification to be this lord's younger sister. She, with red, teary eyes, looked up at Bai Qingling and replied, Yes, Tiantian thanks the favor of Lord Demon Lord. Click. The door opened. Ji Taimei stood frozen when seeing the scene of Lin Mo's body and Lin Tiantian kneeling on the ground. He couldn't help but shout, Lin Mo is gone. Bai Qingling smiled triumphantly and sarcastically. That's right. It's a pity. Sect Master Ji, what do you think should be done? Ji Taimei hurriedly shouted to call people. Go. Seal the headquarters. Summon all disciples. Must investigate this matter clearly. Find the real culprit. A while after Lin Mo was gone, Ji Taimei shouted irritably. Today, disciples outside the headquarters door, step out. Every piece of information related to Lin Mo must be reported quickly. Someone stepped forward to report. Reporting to Sect Master. He shouted uncomfortably. Stop dilly-dallying. Wang Lin Kai, trembling with fear, stammered, I. Suddenly, he pointed at Lixue and said loudly, I have an impression of this young lady. It's her. Today, she was the one who requested to see the third prince. She was also the last person to meet the third prince. Ji Taimei suspiciously asked back, Wang Lin Kai, this sect master warns you. You can eat food carelessly, but you cannot speak carelessly. This person is a disciple of Hall Master Bai. If you frame her, this sect master will take it out on you. Wang Lin Kai heard this and panicked, answering immediately, That's right. The third prince came to the mountain gate in person just to meet this young lady. At that time, several others also saw her. Sect master can call them to ask. Ji Taimei glanced, secretly thinking, the woman the third prince was obsessed with is actually a disciple of old Demon Bai? This isn't right, is it? Bai Qingling looked at the scene before him, just smiled slightly. Immediately after, Lin Tiantian appeared, loudly saying, It's you. It's you who killed my imperial brother. Why don't you explain? Are you defaulting to it? A loud slap rang out. Xinger, coldly and without ceremony, raised her hand and slapped Lin Tiantian on the face. She was stunned and couldn't say a word. Xinger, indifferent and emotionless, said, Master accepted you as a dog. Your current status is at most an external servant of Yu Luo Hall. You dare to speak disrespectfully to the eldest senior sister of Yu Luo Hall. After speaking, she regained her senses, suddenly realizing her mistake, and immediately approached Bai Qingling, leaning close to him, saying, Master, I was wrong. Just now, in my mind, I only thought of protecting the rules and face of Yu Luo Hall. My body acted without thinking. He gently smiled and patted Xinger's head. Your intention was not wrong. No need to apologize to this master. He turned to ask Lixue, did you meet the third prince earlier? Hearing the master ask, she just replied indifferently, reporting to master, never met him. Bai Qingling was satisfied with Li Xue's answer. Exactly. He raised his hand and said loudly to everyone here, "As you all can see, my disciple has nothing to do with the third prince's departure." Wang Linkai was surprised and couldn't believe it when hearing Bai Qingling's words. This? In the blink of an eye, Ji Taimei drew his sword and sliced off Wang Linkai's head quickly. He sheathed the sword and smiled awkwardly, saying, "If so, then my Hahuan sect must also owe Brother Qingling an explanation. I wonder if Brother Qingling is harmed." Bai Qingling was very satisfied with Ji Taimei's action, smiled slightly. "Very good. Brother Ji is indeed wise and righteous." His eyes looked coldly. "The sword strike just now, the strength is not right. Ji Taimei is just a small boss of the original work. His current strength has clearly been enhanced. Can only be that woman playing tricks. That old woman hiding in the shadows, stirring up trouble." Lin Tiantian mischievously winked at Bai Qingling. "Let's go." Hoo. He walked while carrying Tiantian. The next day, at the Demon Dao assembly, Tiantian looked uncomfortably at Bai Qingling. "Calm down. Old Demon Bai still keeps me by his side, proving that the current situation is still within Master's plan. I have endured to this point. There is no turning back. Infatuated with him, approach him, please him. Then, at the moment he forgets everything, kill him." Bai Qingling smiled terrifyingly, looking at Tiantian. "You continue to think like that, little princess? Only then will you be qualified to be trained into the 4th mayor of Yu Luo Hall." The system sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for successfully implementing Blackened Great Love. Target: Lin Tiantian. Status: Blackening/Falling. Received 1 million Great Love points. At the same time, at the Ice Lake Sacred Land. At the bottom of the lake, there is a box there. There is a girl lying there, that is Mu Xinlan. The killing intent is too strong. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and woke up. It's Bai Qingling. What is he planning? He wants to start counterattacking me. In the hall, Bai Qingling was disciplining Feng Lixue. Lixue knelt down, begging for forgiveness. "Master, I'm sorry." This time, the assassination of Lin Mo was Lixue's own decision, implicating Master and the junior sisters. "Please punish me, Master." He just looked at Lixue, smiling, and replied, "No, you did very well. Li Tianjue and Lin Mo are both thorns in this Master's side. If it were this Master, I would do the same. You are the direct disciple that this Master values the most. This Master is honored because of you." Feng Lixue was surprised and happy looking at him. "Master, so besides scolding, you also know how to praise your disciple like this." She rushed over, hugged Bai Qingling, and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Bai Qingling was surprised by Lixue's action, stunned, and asked, "Lixue, what are you doing?" She replied shyly and bashfully. Lixue just felt it for the first time. "I can truly rely on Master without any fear. Therefore, there is still a part of pain that Lixue has not yet experienced. Can I ask honored Master to teach me?" He couldn't help but be surprised. She continued, "The most precious, private pain of a woman, Feng Lixue." Right at that moment, he heard Lin Tiantian's voice. "Did it? Are they about to do it? Now here. Why is it stiff? That stinking man. Isn't he just a coward? Continue. She excitedly looked towards Bai Qingling. Right at that moment, something flew into Tiantian's throat. She panicked and checked. "Ugh, what is that? Surely that man discovered it. What did he feed me?" A moment later, Tiantian felt something strange in her body. "Hot. Tiantian is so hot. I like it so much. I want." Bai Qingling timely applied the demon sealing talisman. This seal could suppress part of the love infatuation goose effect. The rest would be expelled naturally, considered a punishment for Lin Tiantian. "You go." Lixue reached out to hold Bai Qingling, brought her face close, and whispered, "Master, what are you distracted by? Only people from our Yu Luo Hall are here. This eldest senior sister is setting an example. I'm not afraid of anyone peeking." Suddenly, a flame appeared surrounding Lixue's body. She asked Bai Qingling in astonishment. 9 writes heaven-burning art. Could it be resonating with Master? Is it trying to break through now? And at this time, he glanced at Lixue triumphantly as the flames surrounded them both. He cast the sea. Whoosh! He blew the flames into Lixue's body. In an instant, Lixue's body had transformed. 9 writes heaven-burning art breakthrough. 4th stage realm. Lixue said joyfully, "Master, reward Lixue once more." Bai Qingling turned his face away shyly. Congratulations." She looked at his face with interest. Master is looking away again. Bai Qingling glanced over angrily. "Ah, you dare to mock your master? Have you lost your heart for killing the master and been reborn? The door swung open. Lin Am shouted hurriedly. Honored master, it's bad. That blood python ancestor has manifested. Before her eyes was an embarrassing scene. Li Xue and Bai Qingling were scantily clad. Senior sister. Honored master. Bai Qingling said excitedly. Blood python ancestor. Is it? Understood. This lord has already made a decision. In the sky a ship was flying. A terrifying red dragon. Its eyes had the shape of two human faces and wore an evil smile. Where is little Qingling? I want to tear you into 100 pieces. Tinny shouted angrily. Hey old man, listen clearly. There are many fools who want to challenge you Luo Hall. Go back and queue up. As she spoke, she summoned Ghost Guan. Stupid ghost. Slash him. It lunged forward, swinging its blade toward the blood python ancestor. It roared angrily and used its tail to knock Ghost Guan away. Tinny was shocked. It said disdainfully, Little brat, there is a path in heaven you do not take. You come to hell without a door. Call Bai Qingling out here. Let me. On the right side of the red dragon's head was the angry face of a man. He roared, I, Li Tianjue, gathered living souls for myself, especially those with water aspect souls, to facilitate breaking the seal and being reborn, to rule the mortal world again. This was originally in accordance with the heavenly Tao, but it was ruined by the people of Luo Hall, causing Li Tianju and his daughter to die here. Speaking of old matters, no need to worry. His eyes were bloodshot. For this lord, the image of Li Tianjue and his daughter appeared. Every word he said after that was full of resentment. If it weren't for the new opportunity, how could I, this old man, see the sun again? There are many things here that are not favorable. All blame that Bai Qingling. Contrary to the one harboring resentment, the other head of the red dragon was completely silent, as if thinking about something. Without further delay, he ended the conversation with resentment filling his body. The red dragon opened its mouth wide and roared. I must tear him into 100 pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Bai Qingling, get out. But regardless of the red dragon's grandeur, Lin Am was extremely calm and cast the move. Yellow Spring's soul-summoning melody. With just one sound, countless skeletons from aggrieved souls with evil ghost faces rushed forward. They formed a powerful wave of attacks, rushing toward the red dragon. The dragon suffered a violent attack and seemed to become distressed. Tinny had always been watching. Seeing her senior sister's attack, she praised excitedly. Second senior sister has become this powerful already? Biting at them, he said sarcastically. "'Tis your little ones, if Bai Qingling is not here, then I will use your blood to temper my new body first." Finishing his words, the red dragon's feet lifted. Sharp claws grew out. It roared loudly, shaking the entire great sea. Before the shock of those on the ship, it moved closer and closer to them. Very quickly, the ship was grabbed by it. Held in its hand, everyone panicked. Our flying ship has been caught. What exactly does this monster want to do? After grabbing the ship, the monster began to fly away. Lingam looked in the direction it flew. Her voice was full of seriousness. Below that is the magma valley of the Hahuan sect. He wants to throw both the people and the ship into it. But before the red dragon could act, a red light flashed by, right next to its eyes, causing it to scream in pain. It roared angrily. Who dares to sneak attack this old man? Responding to it was a woman's voice. It was Li Xue, the eldest disciple of Demon Lord Qingling, specifically here to invite your excellency to die. One of its heads looked at her. Its eyes were full of confusion and suspicion. Strong divine sense. I have been training since the ancient era, yet I could not detect this junior's aura. Could it be the primordial breath-concealing art? Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to escape my detection. After the brief introduction, Li Xue did not hesitate further. She had already entered her stance. Prey doesn't need to know so much, especially when it's just a slightly oversized little snake. She thrust her sword down, her words cutting off, or your scales are hard. Suddenly, when looking at the head of the red dragon facing her, Li Xue was completely stunned. She asked suspiciously, "You are Hall Master Ren of Asura Hall?" In the other direction, the grumpy head roared angrily. "Ancient old man, how long do you intend to keep pretending? Is pretending to create a stance that interesting? If you don't want to use this blood python demon body, then let me use it." The head called the old ancient man narrowed his eyes slightly. With a strange look, the figure of the red dragon suddenly became extremely ghostly. It spoke, truly lacking quality. The taste of fear, naturally, must be pushed to the extreme to be called a delicacy. If I had released the demon might of the demon ancestor at the beginning, scaring these juniors until they peed, then it would be so boring. Hearing that conversation, Everyone was confused, suspicious. The demon might of the demon ancestor. Everything just now was intentionally teasing us? This is his true strength. Even those on the ship seemed to feel despair when seeing its provocative smile. It was completely not on the same level. Even if Sect Master Yi was invited, it was likely of no use. At this moment, Tin Ni, in a state of fear, knelt down to pray. Master, Tin Ni is naturally willing to die in battle for you. But Tin Ni knows, no matter what you are facing, you will not arbitrarily abandon Tin Ni. She looked up, her tone sincere. You will definitely be as Tin Ni thinks, always saving Tin Ni like before. But that prayer was refuted by Qing Ling with a knock on the head. You little girl. He walked up from behind, his tone lecturing. When praying, you only thought of yourself, not bringing your two senior sisters. Since when did you Luo Halls love and support one another become so selfish? After speaking to Xinger, he turned to Li Xue and instructed, Li Xue, protect them well. Master, yes, as you command. Xinger wanted to say something more, but before she could, she was stopped by the eldest senior sister after Li Xue answered by Qing Ling. Looking at the person approaching, the grumpy head mocked. It seems you are the one who arrogantly calls himself the Demon Lord, by Qing Ling? By Qing Ling ignored that remark. He walked straight toward someone and said, Blood Python ancestor, remnants of the old era should vanish into the dust. The new era does not build your flying ship. Standing before the giant red dragon, but Bai Qingling's appearance was still extremely calm. Or should we invite our old friend, Hall Master Ren, to come out and talk? Hearing Bai Qingling say that, an angry face showed. What Hall Master Ren? This lord is one body with two faces. Never heard of any jade-faced Lingjun Rentian fan. You insidious, cunning brat. You like to seduce other people's wives. Stop talking nonsense here. Bai Qingling heard that. His eyes flashed with a mysterious smile. Speaking like that, our missing Tsangming Hall Master has been refined and absorbed by the blood python ancestor? If so, then this lord does not need to show respect anymore. In an instant, his whole body was wrapped in bright, burning flames, standing facing the evil dragon. First, this sky color is too red, bad for the eyes. After the complaint, a move was unleashed, blinding the whole sky, heaven opening. Noticing the terrifying power spreading, both heads of the monster began to scream. What technique is this? It can actually resist the demon might of this old man? Don't be fooled by him. I know this guy well. His cultivation is at most at the peak of soul formation. Bai Qingling mocked, his eyes flashing red. According to what you said, blood python ancestor must be at an unstable tribulation stage, right? I thought Rentian Fan was dead. Unexpectedly special announcement. Truly thank you for your intelligence. Hearing Bai Qingling's tone, the head became even angrier. You calm down, he is intentionally provoking you. To let the blood python body reveal a flaw. The dragon's words echoed through space, as if warning himself. This is a battle of soul formation and tribulation. Absolutely cannot be careless. But Bai Qingling was still calm, laughing and talking on the outside. In his heart he was thinking, actually, it is still at the peak of nascent soul. I am playing the strongest sub-boss in the original work. It seems it will not be easy. Qingling flew high in the sky, his red pupils looking down below. While it was still early, his gaze pierced through the roof. Inside, there was a boy with a hole in his chest, lying motionless surrounded by everyone. It seems Lin Mo is truly very important to Ji Taimei, still being treated like that. Qingling narrowed his eyes, staring at them. Cannot really let him do anything like bringing the dead back to life that is outside of expectations. But I do not have time to pay attention to Ji Taimei's side anymore. He clenched his palm, flying after the red dragon. Blood python old demon. This is wanting to destroy my flying carriage. Qingling sneered, his arrogant expression looking at the system notification that just appeared. Only with my cultivation can I take the head of the strongest branch boss. When it is time to spend, cannot be stingy. System, spend 500,000 points.
Exchange mythic yang.
Spend 500,000 points to exchange Hui. Confirm. He quickly made the choice on the screen. The system board displayed a notification. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Heaven Execution Earth Destruction Demon Slaying formation. The screen changed. Heaven Execution Earth Destruction Demon Slaying. Using the Siwu Heavenly Demon Pearl can trigger full power. Without formation equipment, it can exert 30%. Qingling sneered, looking at the card that just appeared in his hand. Deceive the blood python, saying I am simultaneously placing a goo. In the name of that old demon, there is the word python. The temperament must be very reckless. I still have a chance to fight. The red dragon witnessed two streams of power colliding. At this moment, the scene of Bai Qingling fighting the blood python ancestor. Qingling gritted his teeth and laughed excitedly. Have you two finished talking? Is it the old man who is the opponent of this lord? Or the young one? The blood python ancestor glared angrily. Stop taking advantage of language. It opened its mouth, spitting out a strange green flame. This old man's origin poison. Even demon ancestor Siwu dared not receive it. You brat, how dare you? Xinger frowned anxiously. Master, be careful. Li Xue also looked up in a panic. Master. Lingyin spoke slowly. It's fine, no need to be nervous. Hearing this, she wondered, Sister Lingyin? She raised her hand, feeling the fluctuation of spiritual power. There is an ancient grand formation aura. Master, he has long been fully prepared. Qingling's pupils were bright red, grinning arrogantly. He stood in place, facing the attack directly. A giant shield was created by Qingling, blocking the poison from spraying onto the ship. Li Xue's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of formation is this? Lingyin looked up. Although I have studied the way of formations under Master since I was young, this grand formation is one I have encountered for the first time. Her pupils dilated as she looked at Qingling floating before her, deep in thought. Master's footsteps. We still find it very difficult to catch up to even now. He laughed, his expression interested. You mentioned demon ancestor Siwu just now? This formation is the Heaven Execution Earth Destruction Demon-Slaying Grand Formation founded by demon ancestor Siwu. It can be considered as receiving your poison for the demon ancestor. Both faces of the blood python ancestors screamed simultaneously. Absolutely impossible. This old man has met this formation. Demon ancestor Siwu had to set it up for 3 days and 3 nights to open the formation. A junior brat, how can you form a formation in one thought? Qingling proudly waved his hand. Forming a formation in one thought cannot reach that level. But this lord's disciple has already held on for 1/3 of an incense stick. Hasn't she? For this lord, it is enough. The blood python ancestor roared angrily. You, junior, the earth has such a monster like you. Also don't know if it is luck or misfortune. Qingling brought his hand to his chin. His tone was full of implication. The fate of the eastern land does not need to bother you, old man. Better worry about your own life first. He raised his hand forward. Tens of thousands of spiritual power spears appeared in the sky. The blood python ancestor's eyes widened. It opened its mouth, laughing disdainfully. 10,000 spears devouring the heart. Don't dream anymore. The power of this formation relates to the cultivation of the formation master. Even a blow from the peak of soul formation cannot threaten this old man. Qingling reached into his robe to take something. Formation master? Did that Rentian fan not tell you? Researching formations is just this lord's hobby. Laughed. His red eyes lost focus. This lord's original cultivation is Gu Dao. Wait for this lord to use the 8-turn immortal Gu of the great wilderness demon-sealing Gu, taking your life with only one blow of nascent soul. The blood python ancestor roared ferociously. You are still pretending. Don't lie to this old man. You cannot possibly know everything. No, this point he did not lie. One side of his face shriveled. When fighting to the death with a righteous saint, and when defeating the peak soul formation fierce tiger Taoist. His cards have always been unfathomable ancient arts. The blood python ancestor opened its mouth wide, sticking out its strange snake tongue. Little brat, why didn't you say so earlier? Now is not too late. Leaving green mountains. Not afraid of no firewood. Qingling pursed his lips, glancing back when a shout rang out. Look there. There is a flying ship coming to support. A large flying ship gradually appeared. Above the flying boat, Jinyang stood with hands on her hips, seriously monitoring the situation. The flying boat of Asura Hall of Tsangming sect. It must be Hall Master Ren and his wife, and their eldest disciple Niezheng has come to help us. The blood python ancestor frowned. Madam, the other face of it twisted, roaring loudly. Little brat, if you want to run, run properly. Don't fight for control of the body with this old man. Did you hear? In front of Qingling, the blood python ancestor turned and ran. Li Xue anxiously flew over. Honored master, should we pursue? He clasped his hands behind his back, calmly. No need. Qingling pursed his lips, looking down at the glowing jade in his hand. The Gu Dao method, he finally declared. Having pretended to bluff and deceive him, being able to scare off the blood python, who is more than one realm higher than me, is already a narrow, great victory. Suddenly someone jumped on his back, making him freeze. Master. Just now Tin Ni was really scared to death. She sat on his shoulder, shouting loudly. Luckily Master came, otherwise Tin Ni would not know what to do. Lin Am's face flushed red with anger at Tin Ni. In front of outsiders, what kind of behavior is this? Are you showing off? She and Li Xue simultaneously grabbed Xinger under their arms and dragged her away. Come here, the rules of Luo Hall are to serve. She struggled and screamed. I don't want to. No matter what, let master punish me with his own hands. Qingling pursed his lips, his eyes worried. That's right. I suddenly remembered what I promised Jinyang earlier, saying that for this demon Dao assembly, just she and I would be enough. From inside the boat, a figure gradually approached. Jinyang flew over with a sulky expression. Looking at this appearance, I'm afraid she's here to hold me accountable. Qingling spread his arms in greeting, squinting with a friendly smile. Isn't this Madame Ren? Madame Ren led the people of Asura to provide support. This lord thanks you. Jinyang's cheeks flushed, and she pouted sulkily. She raised her leg to kick him from below. Qingling did not respond, raised his hand to block the attack from that person. He smiled gently. Madame Ren, what is the meaning of this? Jinyang blushed shyly, her tone angry. Didn't the two of us have an appointment? The major matters in this assembly should be discussed together, advancing and retreating together. Why, when fighting that blood python ancestor, did you even call all 3 disciples but not tell me? Qingling's pupils glowed red, smiling lecherously. Madam, you have misunderstood. Earlier, Lin Mo was suddenly attacked, and then the blood python ancestor had a clear target to attack this lord. The matter happened unexpectedly, so I didn't want to disturb you, he said deeply and cunningly. Then, Qingling leaned in close, resting her leg on his shoulder. Intentionally dragging my woman to take risks, that is not this lord's style. Jinyang shyly rolled her eyes and looked away. What, your woman? The people of Asura Hall are watching behind us. Don't talk nonsense. Qingling squinted with amusement. This lord and madam have a deep friendship. It is because of mutual affection. Whoever in Asura Hall has an opinion, tell him to come forward and confront this lord. Jinyang clumsily clung to his shoulder, saying, In any case, let me go first. Exactly how long do you want to hold me before you are satisfied? Qingling grinned, reached out to grab her thigh. This lord is just checking to see if the love goo poison from that night has been suppressed for you. It should not have recurred by now, right? She frowned and scolded softly. Deep man, could it be you are hoping my goo poison recurs? Qingling sneered, squeezed her thigh tightly. This lord just does not want to leave any mistakes. Losing face on the goo Dao that I take pride in. Or you can also understand it as, this is this lord's charitable heart, a doctor caring for a patient's recovery.
Mangacapped.
Clasped his hands and bowed to the two. Met Qingling demon lord. He was surprised. Oh, Qingling slowly let her go. Eldest disciple of Tula Hall, Niezheng. He grinned wickedly. Unexpectedly, there is really someone who dares to confront this lord. Jinyang's face was still slightly red. She turned to look at him. Niezheng, this is not a case of competing for strength. Actually, Hall Master Bai is helping your master's wife. He clasped his hands understandingly. Master misunderstood. Master, look at Zheng'er growing up. You know how Master taught me. Qingling pursed his lips, thinking to himself. Ren Tianfan castrated eldest disciple Niezheng. Everyone with eyes knows the thoughts of that Ren Tianfan. But almost no one cares about how Niezheng feels about being castrated. Jinyang frowned and asked back, So, what do you want to say?
Zheng bowed low.
Junior Niezheng boldly begs Hall Master Bai to take good care of my master's wife. Junior feels Hall Master Bai is more worthy than my master. Jinyang and Qingling simultaneously turned to look at each other in silence. Then both simultaneously blushed and shouted loudly. The large tiled mansion hidden deep in the dense forest of Water Moon City. Southern suburb temporary palace of the Yin Empress. Qingling glanced calculatingly. Sect Master Yi. The matter before was exactly like that. Hong Yi lowered her head. Sighed. His uncle. Forget it. Let's say it. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. After the back and forth with Jinyang earlier, he gained 40,000 great love points. Plus the points from comforting Lin Tiantian and his 3 disciples, he now had 250,000 left. His dark red pupils glowed with calculation. He led his 3 disciples inside. As soon as they entered, a voice called out, Little Qingling, you're back. Xiao Qingmei's cheeks were flushed. She excitedly waved a wine jar. Come over here and drink with me quickly. He cupped his hands and introduced them respectfully. Xiao Qingmei looked at him with a knowing smile. It seems little Qingling's unexpected troubles have been resolved. Yet, this empress has already drunk so much wine. Her face was bright red. She leaned in close to him. No chance to use wine as an excuse to do whatever I want now. I don't know whether to be happy or regretful. Qingling pursed his lips. Inwardly, he assessed. The Yin Empress was creating an excuse for him to act, to avoid the Demon Emperor blaming her later for neglecting the big picture. She was still as thoughtful as ever. His gaze revealed a cold look. The Empress's care. By Qingling accepted it. He clasped his hands behind his back and smirked. Wait until this lord finds the treasure in the Four Symbols Extreme Palace later. I will definitely repay you. Xiao Qingmei reached out and grabbed Xinger's shoulder. Don't talk about repaying me later. She pouted coquettishly and hugged her tightly. Everyone stay tonight. Don't leave until you're drunk with this empress. Don't touch me. Xinger only wants master to hug her. The bright moon hung in the silent night. The mansion doors opened wide. Jinyang walked over shyly. It's this late. Why did you specifically call me over? Qingling didn't say a word and reached out toward her. He pulled Jinyang into his arms, making her startle slightly. Jinyang gritted her teeth and stammered. Wait a moment. So suddenly, Qingling moved his lips. He whispered, act naturally. The blood python ancestor is monitoring this place. In the sky, a few small jade-green spheres floated above their heads. Those were the blood python ancestor's soul-searching spores. Their stealth monitoring effect was no less than this lord's Iron Shadow Demon Pearl. It seemed that old man hadn't given up yet. Not intending to let this lord off just like that, Qingling grinned craftily at her. I have a plan. It might just be able to use Hall Master Run to provoke the blood python out. Let's catch them all. Jinyang, held tightly in Qingling's arms, blushed and raised her doubt. What method do you intend to use to lure the blood python ancestor out? Could it be? Qingling explained with a crafty smile. Earlier, when the blood python ancestor fled, it was clear that Ren-Tianfan had control over the blood python's body. He looked at Jinyang, teasing her until her face grew redder. If the distance between us is close enough, and Ren-Tianfan sees it with his own eyes, do you think he can endure not intervening, given his personality? Jinyang still hesitated a bit. She pushed Qingling away and faltered. But in this situation, can we guarantee we can deal with that blood python? Qingling's gaze grew more sinister. Have you forgotten this is the Empress's temporary palace? Offending the Empress's guest is offending the Empress. He tightened his grip on Jinyang's waist, possessing and teasing her. Although the Empress and the Demon Emperor have a pact not to take the initiative, self-defense and counterattacks are not restricted. Dealing with the blood python ancestor is equivalent to dealing with Ren-Tianfan. The shackles on you will also be lifted. Jinyang was stimulated until her face was completely red, but she still had many concerns. That may be true, but it always feels strange, as if we are plotting to harm my husband. Qingling wrapped his arms around her and lifted her up, laughing comfortingly and teasingly. My lady, you don't need to carry so much burden regarding this point. He carried her straight into the room effortlessly. Immediately after, he threw her onto the bed. Qingling looked at Jinyang with predatory red eyes and continued. The image is too direct. Of course, I won't let the blood python snatch you away. He stood there, looking proudly at the curtain separating them in the ambiguous atmosphere. As the outer robe was removed, Qingling continued. This action is for the grand plan to eliminate the blood python ancestor. It is all just acting. His hand didn't stay still, sliding lightly over Jinyang's body, his voice full of seduction. Tonight, if this by acts against my lady's wishes and crosses the line, my lady can kill me. Qingling's body had already pressed down on Jinyang, not allowing her to resist. Jinyang was extremely shy, her face turning redder like she was drunk. Immediately after, she reversed the roles and moved closer to Qingling, surprising him slightly. The arrow is already on the bow, it must be fired. What are you still quibbling about? She looked at Qingling with affectionate eyes full of desire and scolded him softly. Qingling retorted with a seductive smile. Crafty. That's not right. He continued to press her onto the bed. His smile didn't fade as he admitted, I am truly crafty. Jinyang has long been in my pocket. Why would I need so many detours? Jinyang was pinned down, unable to react, falling into an embarrassing situation. She turned her head back, her voice trembling. Wait a moment, you are trying to, she shouted with wide eyes, seemingly panicked by Qingling's actions. Qingling remained calm, but his eyes had turned red like a predator's, yet he still reassured her. Don't be agitated. We've come this far. Ren-Tianfan might be about to act. Jinyang had been stimulated to the point of losing her reason. Her whole body trembled. Amidst the night, like the sound of Lingyi's zither, the sound of a flute suddenly echoed. Hearing that sound, Qingling smirked. Ren-Tianfan is just playing the flute. You can tell it's him. Those who don't know might think he's playing to set the mood. His eyes narrowed sinisterly, as if preparing for another plan. Qingling pushed with force. It seems we must take another step. Jinyang was overwhelmed by the stimulation. She was pushed back onto the bed again, her face shifting from agitation to shyness, but still full of desire. A bit more excessive. Seeing this, Qingling also blushed and thought to himself, is this still acting? Isn't she really seducing me, making the fake real? My lady's great righteousness is truly admirable. In the room, the pair of man and woman were entangled. The sounds of intimacy echoed endlessly. Outside, there was still no movement. Only the sound of the flute continued to echo. Qingling sweated slightly but kept watching outside vigilantly. He was disappointed. Rentian fan, you didn't even come out? That's too pathetic. Jinyang, about to lose her composure, covered her face with her hands. Is it over? Qingling's eyes were fixed on the door, and he only replied indifferently, His voice echoed outside the room. It can be considered so. Suddenly, they noticed movement. The blood python has run. Xiao Qingmei looked up from outside and commented. Because the Yin Empress makes him afraid, he has come. She held the wine jar and called out toward the inside. Little Qingling, are you in the room? Come quickly and drink with Sister Qingmei. Jinyang covered herself with clothes and spoke up. Should I leave? Qingling stepped off the bed and replied. Otherwise. As he put his clothes back on, he continued without looking back. But you can't meet the Yin Empress in this state, can you? Jinyang still blushed as she put back on her torn stockings. She complained, You deep scheming man. This is ruined, you have to compensate me. The system voice echoed. Congratulations, host. Great love implementation successful. Received 50,000 points. Current points, 300,000. Xiao Qingmei was still holding the wine jar, waving happily. Little Qingling. Qingling coughed lightly to regain his composure. But Xiao Qingmei was sharp enough to notice and teased. There's a strange smell in the room. Shouldn't little Qingling explain it to Sister Qingmei? Xiao Qingmei's face was full of interest. What is this? Then she bent down to pick it up. She just held it indifferently and very quickly realized. It seems to be a part of a stocking. Qingling pretended to cough again and explained. That belongs to this lord. It's a secret matter. Not convenient to tell the Yin Empress. Xiao Qingmei naturally didn't believe him. Her face and eyes were full of seduction. Secrets. Lately there have been too many secrets that little Qingling is unwilling to share with Big Sister. Like last time when you told Big Sister you wanted to go get an item, and the result wasn't clear either. Qingling naturally wouldn't show weakness and just smiled in response. Sister Qingmei's secrets. Didn't I also not pursue them? For example, what kind of pact you and the Demon Emperor have that makes it inconvenient to act in this Demon Dao assembly? Hearing this, Xiao Qingmei was extremely embarrassed and immediately lost her composure, hurriedly jumping up to retort. She tried to hit him but ended up bumping her head hard on the ceiling. Seeing her clutching her head in pain, Qingling hurriedly stood up and reminded her worriedly. Sister Qing, be careful. This isn't a palace built for you. Xiao Qingmei's eyes were still teary, but her body had moved close to Qingling, forcing him to avert his eyes to avoid her. He didn't dare look directly at Xiao Qingmei but still asked, Speaking of which, what business brings Sister Qingmei here tonight? Xiao Qingmei also replied gently, Oh, my disciple, who is also your junior sister, Ronger, has sent me a message. Qingling was confused. Ronger wrote to you? Why? Xiao Qingmei pressed both hands to her cheeks and smiled happily, waiting for Ronger to arrive. After the Demon Dao assembly, this empress will come to preside over the wedding for you too. But Qingling's expression sank, seemingly a bit displeased. Naturally, that expression didn't escape Xiao Qingmei's eyes. What's wrong? This expression of yours doesn't look like a happy one. He raised his hand and coughed lightly. With his eyes closed and a thoughtful expression, he turned away from Xiao Qingmei and said, Sister Qingmei, do you still remember? The matter from before in the Soul Spirit Void Realm, helping this junior cultivate. Hearing this, Xiao Qingmei's face, which was already red, turned even redder. It seemed to be an embarrassing memory. Her reaction wasn't much better, full of resistance as she spoke up. Why bring this up? Qingling reached out and continued to explain in a low voice. With Ronger's personality regarding my affairs, especially the recent matters, she can't help but take it to heart. If she uses the wedding as an excuse to share memories with me, and finds out about that kiss, what should we do? Xiao Qingmei seemed to have been hit in the heart, stammering, not knowing how to defend herself. This. She sat down heavily on the ground, sighing dejectedly. I'm so stupid. Whether it's my own affairs or my younger brothers and disciples, I haven't done any of them well. The more she spoke, the sadder her expression became. A useless, stupid woman like me. In the end, is it that I can't accomplish anything? Qingling looked at her and comforted her. Sister Qingmei, I once stored a part of my memories in the Flame Demon Tower. That place hides the people and things I cherish the most. Except for Ronger's affairs, the thing I can't forget the most is you. On the road where I slaughtered my sect and fled to the eastern land, you saved me from the hands of the rogue demonic cultivators. Because of you, there is this Qingling demon lord who shakes the world. How can you say you can't accomplish anything? Qingling said while touching his chest, appearing grateful. Xiao Qingmei's eyes shone brightly, moved. She called out softly, "Little Qingling." Then she immediately hugged him tightly. Don't casually say things that make people unable to let go. I'm afraid I won't be willing to let go anymore. Qingling's eyes lowered as he replied. Then just consider it drunken ramblings. After waking up, we will return to our reality. It's just that if Sister Qingmei needs it, I am also willing to be a confused guest in the dream. The system sound echoed again. Congratulations, host. Great love implementation successful. Received 50,000 points. Current points, 350,000. Xiao Qingmei knelt down and only then let go of Qingling. Thank you, Qingling. Right? She suddenly became sober and realized. If the words just now were only said to a woman like me, it would be better. Qingling still acted confused. What does this mean? Could it be that I once said such words to another woman? Xiao Qingmei just naturally reached out and smiled as if she had seen through everything. You little brat, you once said this to another woman, and then she told these words to me. Qingling was shocked and surprised. How is that possible? Who is she? Xiao Qingmei didn't bother to hide it. She is that old rival we are very familiar with, Mu Xinlan. Qingling opened his eyes wide as if he had just heard shocking news, still unable to believe it, and had to ask again. What? At the Hahuan sect main hall. It was now night. Ji Taimei's voice echoed. Lin Mo, the third Prince Lin Mo, gradually opened his eyes and looked up to see Taimei smiling at him. Lin Mo looked around. I am. Then he immediately covered his body with his clothes. His expression was panicked as he questioned. Ji Taimei, you pervert. Neither man nor woman. What on earth did you do to this prince's body? Taimei was now serious and pointed down. Your Highness, you have the power to bring the dead back to life. Your body heals itself. You should have said so earlier. Look, it's still glowing on your back. In Lin Mo's hand, a light shone. This is the top-grade immortal treasure, 9 tribulation spiritual marrow, that the Wood Saint gave me. Could it be? The two of them looked up and were extremely surprised. Wood Saint? It's the Wood Saint. Mu Xinlan walked in gracefully, slowly and arrogantly. It really is the Wood Saint. Ji Taimei cowardly bowed his head respectfully. Welcome, Wood Saint. This guy raised his head, full of fear, and panicked, asking about her sudden appearance. Master, didn't you use a spirit leaf message earlier to say you needed to go into seclusion for the final period? Why? Her gaze was sharp. This seat. She stared intently at him and replied coldly. When did I accept you as a disciple? Lin Mo, because he was assigned the task of assassinating the demon lord, grabbed the master's intent. It was this junior who misunderstood. The junior thought that the life-saving immortal treasure and the heavy responsibility of eliminating by Qingling that you entrusted to me meant you intended to accept me as a disciple. She coldly reminded him. You are of noble status. Why let such trivial matters burden you? As a child of destiny, you don't think about eliminating the demonic path to protect the common people. Your head is full of men and women all day long. You and that Xiaochun are becoming more and more alike. He frowned and argued back. Wood Saint, these words are a bit biased. The young man declared clearly, I consider myself unlike those people. No falsehood. My heart is directed toward only one person. That Xiaochun from the Kunlun sect is promiscuous. All day long he thinks about interacting with by Qingling's 2 disciples. But in my heart, Lin Mo only has one woman. And only she can hurt me. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became. He shouted directly at Mu Xinlan. You don't understand what love is at all.
Taimei panicked.
Wood Saint. A loud explosion tore through the night sky. A cold ice spear pierced through Lin Mo, lifting him up. Brother Ji hurriedly knelt down to beg. Wood Saint, please calm your anger. She shouted sternly. Useless trash. She threatened the idiot. If you dare to ruin this seat's grand plan again, this seat will wipe out your dog life, and the entire Great Chu dynasty. They cried out in pain. We shouldn't have angered the senior. Wood Saint. She sighed with annoyance. So it turned out that the person standing here right now was none other than her soul. It turned out she would never appear before outsiders in her true form. Was it the Wood Saint speaking just now? This secret of hers. Speaking of which, I am also participating in the Righteous Demon Great War. I am not an idiot without any knowledge. This soul component of the Wood Saint, this Taoist mystic maiden, has 2 different souls. Unlike Lin Mo, an experienced person like Ji Taimei knew at a glance that this was the evil soul within Mu Xinlan. Earlier, the one who gave the order to set the plan for the righteous demon Great War was the elegant, noble, and pure soul. Currently, the brutal soul like a demoness was the state being suppressed. Even with her eyes closed, she guessed he was eyeing her. Ji Tai Mei, you are peeking at this seat. Knowing he had been caught, he hurriedly begged for mercy, while also helping Lin Mo escape disaster. I dare not, I dare not. In short, please, would Saint spare the third prince. Wait until after he kills Bai Qingling. Let him make up for his crimes. She glanced at him with hatred. Her hand reached out as if to punish him. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. The sound of the ice spear breaking accompanied her voice. He collapsed to the ground. My disciple, Lin Tian Tian. He answered with difficulty, letting her know that she was currently following by the side of that demon lord. Just waiting for the opportunity. She has already gained Bai Qingling's trust and is following him. It was not beyond her expectation. She knew she would accomplish the task. Sure enough, that appearance can really attract Bai Qingling's attention. Earlier, when this seat accepted her as a disciple, it was undoubtedly a wise move. This Taimei guy started guessing wildly again. I remember now. The Wood Saint once said she had seen a naive girl deep in Bai Qingling's heart. It's likely she and that old demon Bai have an unclear past. It might even be related to the other soul. In a few moments of stupidity from all three, she brought new information about the demon lord to them. Don't think that just because you want to kill Bai Qingling you can be careless. Since the day Lin Mo participated in that demon Dao assembly, Bai Qingling has known. He will not attend directly. He will go to a place in the Hahuan sect's forbidden area first, to take back what belongs to him. Hearing this, he eagerly accepted the task. There is such a thing? Where is it? I will immediately. Before he could finish, she interrupted. This mission will not be handled by him anymore, but by that arrogant one. Sect Master Ji is in charge of the main battlefield of the Demon Dao Assembly. The matter of Bai Qingling is entrusted to the third prince. It wasn't that she wanted him to assassinate. She just needed him to monitor and report. Discover new treasure locations and transmit them to Sect Master Ji. He affirmed firmly that he would complete the task. Lin Mo will definitely do his best. Not be a second Xiao Chun. Please rest assured, senior. Not yet finished, besides monitoring him, he also had to find an item for her. Also, if you find a blue demon sword in Bai Qingling's treasure land, bring it back completely for this seat. Understand? He accepted the task but didn't forget to inquire. Understand. But, how do you know about these things? Senior? She hesitated but still answered. He himself told this seat. The scene shifted to a very strange place. A tower floating in mid-air. Soul Spirit Void Realm. Demon Lord Qingling stood tall there. He was talking to someone who looked a level higher than him. Cannot use Gu Dao. Cannot use divine abilities. Cannot even use the Black Flood Dragon Dharma form. How do you expect me to spar with you? Sister Qing Mei. She was very tall. She stared at him and then asked bit by bit. Isn't there still the natal demon sword that can be used? Could it be that you really can't find your own natal demon sword? Is it this Tsangming divine sword? He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Affirmative, no, that's not right. The matter she remembered was between him and Mu Xinlan. But clearly he had no such memory. The Yin Empress remembers his natal demon sword very clearly. When she first met him, she saw him carrying it. He still retained Mu Xinlan's sword intent. He thought to himself. Everything related to them left no trace in his mind. Another Lin Lan. What karmic connection did he have with a Mu Xinlan? Why did he have absolutely no memory of it? She hugged him, relaxing a bit, gently stroking. Remember it. For now, don't think about it anymore. Encouraging. At least now, sister will always be by your side. To improve our strength, spar with me first. Scene of a girl meditating in the sect's grand hall. At the same time, at Tsangming sect, where Bai Qingling's group was not present. Footsteps approached along with an old man's call. Hall Master Hua. She slowly opened her eyes, hearing the lewd words of this brat echoing back. How annoying. Or perhaps the title Hall Master can be dispensed with. Hua Yuerong? He threatened her vilely. Because after tonight, Een Ghost Hall will vanish from the Eastern Land's demonic path. Unsurprised, she asked him slowly. Does this person have the capacity to bear the crime of treason? Alone, she could handle 3 of them. Nangong Fong, Supreme Elder. You don't want to be a traitor to Tsangming sect, do you? He roared in anger, expressing the frustration in his heart. Ever since the fierce tiger Taoist, whom this old man supported, died, this old man hasn't had a few peaceful days to live. That Xiao Chen is also a piece of trash. He couldn't take down Bai Qingling, and now he can't even deal with you. Because their demon lord left without leaving any instructions, they thought themselves capable. They wanted to eliminate his people. But the heavens still helped me, allowing me to catch this good day. The sect master left on his own. 3 of the 4 halls are empty, leaving only your ghost hall as an eyesore. This madman laughed wildly in front of her, believing he could harm her, wondering what expression Bai Qingling would have when he returned and saw her head. While speaking, she stood up abruptly, admitting she lost her composure slightly. One point is true. You caught me by coincidence. My ghost hall has indeed weakened quite a bit over the years, with no one left to help. I can only do it myself. Without that spy Xiao Chun, and without the disciples to help me set up formations. In ready stance, she prepared to strike. Her whole body glowed. Her gaze was cold. Can only be handled by this hall master personally. Supreme Elder Nangong, please enlighten me with the supreme arts of my ghost hall. The spirit-capturing formation opened. They stood helplessly in the circle, shouting loudly. It's a light formation. There's a formation here too. A great wind rose. She spun around, waving her hand gently. Heaven white, earth black. They panicked even more, unable to escape her formation. The sky is collapsing, the earth is collapsing, no don't. The Supreme Elder shouted, forcing his subordinates to eliminate her to escape the formation. Go kill Hua Yuerong. She is the only formation I. Try to survive, do everything to stop her. If you don't, none of you will live. They rushed forward like a storm. She didn't flinch but smiled seductively. These ants, aren't they the remnants of that fierce tiger Taoist? What good could come from following the fierce tiger? One formation ends, another begins.
Heavenly Demon Charme Formation.
She released soul shadows, wanting to cut off their path to survival, seizing them. Instead of fighting, a better way than killing is boring. Seduction arts, you guys come here and play too. They could no longer control themselves and followed that intimate invitation. Good sister, then I'm coming. Seeing them hugging each other, he was visibly angry. A bunch of idiots, they can't even break this charm art. She flew up, emitting fragrance. Nangong Fong, what about you? This is again, a poison fragrance formation, heavenly demon poison formation. Don't. He shouldn't have touched her ghost hall. Damn it, this is a ghost scheme, a trap intentionally set to lure me into acting. Even at this moment, this old man still had the mind to blame himself. No wonder after Yihongi ascended the throne. She never bothered to look at me. It was because I made a mistake myself. She floated in mid-air, mocking him. Nangong Fong, I see you don't understand at all. You only made one very simple mistake. He was surprised. Girl, what mistake? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, just because of a stupid plan by this madman. She missed the time to help the demon lord. You didn't act early or late, but chose this moment, forcing me to handle everything behind the scenes alone, leaving me no time to go to the Demon Dao assembly to support senior brother. She domineeringly squeezed his neck, whispering in his ear, because he was too complacent about himself. I can only drain every drop of oil from your body, to give to senior brother as capital to contend for the demonic path. Her voice was full of sarcasm. Feel honored, Nangong old thief. In his drunken state, Qingling sat up, looking around for the sisters. The sky wasn't bright yet, but where is Xiao Qingmei? The 2 of them were together all night, to the point of having to return to the original spirit to match her strength. All night long, they didn't stop spiritual cultivation. The cries made heaven and earth spin. Continuous great battles, as expected of Sister Qingmei. Finally, I had to use the Black Flood Dragon Dharma form to have the strength to fight. He tried to circulate his energy. It had increased significantly compared to last time. My cultivation has indeed risen to the early stage of soul formation, proving that the cultivation session wasn't a hallucination. The more he thought, the more he regretted the beauty. As expected, Sister Qingmei is still the best. It would have been better if she could have said goodbye. I, Bai Qingling, am not such a heartless person. A girl walked into the room with a cup of hot tea in her hand. Master, please have some tea. So it was her. So Lingyin had come. No wonder the Empress had to slip away. Holding the teacup, he asked casually. Is it Lingyin? It's not bright yet. What do you need me for? She looked at him coldly, asking the question. May I ask, honored master, did you spend last night with Madame Ren? He uttered words that couldn't be more stupid. Digging his own grave. Did the Empress tell you? You must have met the Empress when you came. Having caught the master's slip, she continued to press him. So, it wasn't just Madame Ren, the Empress also spent the night with master? He froze, holding his head in annoyance. What on earth am I saying? I really am a fool. Looking at his face reflected in the mirror, Lingyin was unusually direct this time. What on earth is she planning? Lingyin received the item brought by the Hall Master Hua's spirit beast and handed it to Bai Qingling, speaking in a gentle tone. Just now, Hall Master Hua's spirit beast brought a letter in a pouch. It seems something happened in the sect. Hall Master Hua cannot come to the Demon Dao assembly. Bai Qingling held the letter in his hand with a thoughtful expression. The content of the letter said that Supreme Elder Nangong Fong rebelled. Everything fell on my shoulders. I cannot make it to the Demon Dao assembly in time. I can only collect a few rare ancient materials to send over, hoping to help senior brother. Reading this, he thought, it just so happens that in these few days, I will go into seclusion to refine some 9-turn immortal goo as a backup plan. Placing his hand lightly on the pouch, he rejoiced. These ancient materials arrived just in time. Many thanks, Yuerong. Bai Qingling smiled slightly. Before, the Yin Empress said Yuerong would come. I was still hesitating, thinking of ways to make excuses. But I didn't expect Yuerong to focus only on her silent contributions in the rear. Thinking of this, his face flushed slightly. She treats me like that. After finishing the work, how can I not repay her? He turned to ask Ling Yin with a cold, expressionless face. Ling Yin, I know about this, is there anything else? Seeing that cold look, Ling Yin called out sadly. Master. Immediately after, Ling Yin pressed her ample bosom close to him. Forcing him to fall onto the bed, she asked full of resentment. In Master's eyes, how does Ling Yin exist? He was surprised. Why did you suddenly ask this? Ling Yin explained, just like Xinger clings to you, now I can also endure bitter cultivation alone late at night. Every night Xinger practices very diligently, under the strict supervision of Li Xue, before the eldest senior sister returns. Always giving people a heavy feeling, others might not see it, but Ling Yin won't misjudge, eldest senior sister is also gradually changing. She continued, not to mention Madame Ren, those with sharp eyes have long seen many flaws. In a very sensitive position, she hesitated slightly. It's just that Ling Yin doesn't understand. Have they happened to have something with Master? Am I the only one being left out? Hearing her explanation, he understood. So that's it. Many things happened on the way to the Demon Dao assembly. Did Ling Yin feel I was ignoring her? He laughed coldly. Ling Yin, you still haven't seen clearly in your heart. She was surprised. Master, what does this mean? He said in the ambiguous atmosphere. Xinger's personality is not good at hiding, daring to love and hate. Although Li Xue hides it in her heart, her actions always want to go before others. Only you hesitate, worrying about this and losing that, not like a demonic path disciple at all. When he exposed the truth, it surprised Ling Yin. Her face flushed red as she pointed at herself. He comforted her, but I feel you are quite good like that. He looked at her figure and half-hidden style, continuing. Your way of dressing now surely isn't influenced by Madame Ren? Wanting to imitate to attract this lord? Clearly, you've done this much, but your mouth is still reserved and careful. Bai Qingling laughed. Outside, pure and dignified. Inside, still contradictory, but still towards this lord. Trust this lord. He looked at Ling Yin ambiguously. It's the demonic path. This lord likes it. Ling Yin pouted. Then, she sat up straight, placing both hands on his abdomen, her fingers trembling slightly. Not the demonic path. How is Ling Yin in Master's eyes? He tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a provocative smile. Want to test me? Interesting. With my rich experience in dating games, I must test her. He raised a finger, pointing straight at her, speaking clearly. Then I ask you in a terrifyingly cold prison. Yi Hongyi and I fall into the hands of the hypocritical righteous path at the same time. If you can only save one, who do you save first? Ling Yin was made to laugh by his naive question. Master. She leaned down, tapping his head lightly. Silly Master. Her face flushed red, warning him. If Master asks this type of question next time, Ling Yin will still use the same method to fool you. So if Master asks again, it proves Master likes Ling Yin like this. Bai Qingling laughed loudly. Indeed, one cannot underestimate Ling Yin's ability. Green light shone down on the quiet lake at Piaoyao Cloud Palace. Mystic Ice Sacred Land. Green light shone down on the quiet lake, reflecting the wooden box deep under the water. The demon-slaying heart formation, appearing in the water. The sky turned gray, urgent and desperate. Sister. In the quiet space, her voice rang out. Just now, when I left my body to meet Ji Taimei and Lin Mo. Why did you appear? This body is completely under my control. Don't force me to make you disappear. Okay? A cold voice rang out. How ridiculous. Mu Xinlan, her sister, appeared from behind. Angry. The world believes Saintess Mu gave up her 6 desires for the human righteous path. But no one could expect your purity and holiness would sooner or later be stolen by a demonic brat. Mu Xinlan searched in panic. Sister, where are you? She complained, tears streaming down. Isn't all of this a disaster caused by you? Clenching her fists, she shouted. Think about how he treated you. Also because of him, you hand over the control of this body to me. Now that you mention this man, don't you feel ashamed and hateful? She screamed in pain. Look clearly at his true face. That brat has been a great villain in the world since he was born. Mu Xinlan cried loudly because of too much grief. Amidst the deep sea, she was surrounded by water. Mu Xinlan cried painfully amidst the deep sea. Tears just kept falling without stopping. One day before the Demon Dao assembly opened, the sky was just breaking dawn. Bai Qingling was sitting in the tent, sitting cross-legged, cultivating and thinking. This is the rare goo material that junior sister Yuerong sent. This time, refining must absolutely not fail. Thinking so, his hands gradually gathered strength. Bai Qingling's eyes were filled with determination, shouting, "Succeed for me." The words just fell, and the surrounding energy gathered towards him. When Bai Qingling opened his hand, in his palm was a beautiful blue butterfly, the best 9-turn immortal goo, Extreme Dao Dream Butterfly Goo. Looking at the butterfly, Bai Qingling's heart was filled with joy. This thing is a trump card for dealing with the extreme heavenly demon. It only appeared in the game plot as my final trump card. Hope such a precious immortal goo isn't wasted on a small boss like Ji Taimei. Thinking so, he shouted, "Open Attribute Interface." His information board appeared. Name: Bai Feng. Dao title: Qingling. Physique: innate formless demon body. Ghost controlling spiritual body. Profound crystal bright jade body. Age: 120. Cultivation: soul formation realm early stage. Yang spirit formed. Techniques / divine abilities: primordial breath concealing art. Can use 9 rites heaven burning art. Can use heavenly demon dragon transforming sutra. Can use blood sea lamentation art. Support skills: alchemy, level 89. Gu Dao, level 100. Artifact refining, level 70. Hint: any skill in the current world reaching the peak is level 99. Artifacts: tenfold flame demon severing slash. Pseudo-immortal artifact, power level 7. Iron shadow demon pearl, pseudo-immortal artifact. Great love points 45,000. Looking at the information on the table, Bai Qingling was extremely satisfied. It seems that at most 1 more year. By then, even if the system is not counted, I have a chance to return to the peak strength of Bai Qingling. Thinking of that, Bai Qingling's eyes flashed with dangerous red light. He smiled slyly, saying, "Now just waiting for tomorrow when the Demon Dao assembly opens. Sneak into Hahuan Sec's 4 Symbols Extreme Palace. That strange dungeon, take back my origin organs." The day of the Demon Dao assembly, Yin Empress's temporary palace, the sky is cool and green. Outside the courtyard, there are many people standing, carrying bags, looking very solemn. When Xinger looked at them, the excitement that could not be hidden overflowed in the depths of her eyes. So many people, as expected of the Yin Empress. Ji Taimei's Hahuan sect does not dare to be slow at all. Suddenly a hand reached out. Bai Qingling rubbed her head, smiling, "Let's go, Linger. This has nothing to do with what we want to do next." Linger's eyes looked at him gently, answering, "Although I don't know what Master's plan is, wherever Master goes, Xinger follows to serve Master." She leaned over, shyly expressing her desire. "Before we set off, Xinger wants a kiss." But Bai Qingling's attention very quickly turned towards the gate, where a figure was lurking. Bai Qingling thought to himself, this girl really knows how to choose the time. Li Xue was hiding there, silent, not expressing any emotion. But Bai Qingling suddenly shouted loudly at Li Xue, "With major matters at hand, you have this attitude? Have you played enough?" Li Xue was scolded. Her voice became stuttering. I. Then she cried out, sobbing, "Sorry, Master. Xinger was too stubborn. Please punish me, Master." Then he turned towards the gate, calling, "You, Li Xue. You come out too. I taught you the primordial breath-concealing art. How could I not feel you?" Li Xue stepped out shyly, hesitating to speak to Bai Qingling. Master, just now you guys." Bai Qingling coughed, questioning Li Xue. "I ask you, why are you appearing here now?" Li Xue looked away, answering Bai Qingling, reporting to Master. Last night after Xinger finished practicing, Li Xue remembered there was something to find her, but couldn't find her figure. Bai Qingling heard that.
Embarrassed, looking at Xinger.
Seeing her also looking at him shyly, thinking, "Then of course you couldn't find her. This girl climbed directly into my bed in the middle of the night." The shameful images of that time suddenly appeared in his memory. Although everyone has more or less realized this kind of thing. But if people meet me, it's really inconvenient to solve.
Suddenly, Xinger spoke up.
That, she slowly explained the reason to Li Xue. Xinger went to find Master to exchange insights on cultivation. Not intentionally trying to hide from you, Li Xue. Li Xue heard that, her expression unclear. Just calmly replied, "So that's it. No wonder I couldn't find her." But Li Xue happened to discover someone who shouldn't have appeared. Bai Qingling heard that, immediately asked, "Who did you discover?" Li Xue answered him seriously, It seems I saw the third prince, Lin Mo. I couldn't have mistaken the aura of the great Chu Imperial Dynasty's 9 mystic dark king art. Lin Mo he. Pausing for a moment, Li Shue continued. He was reborn again. He survived. Qingling's eyes became cold, thinking, this second male lead. Indeed, not as easy to kill as that. In the state of having his 6 viscera and 5 organs hollowed out, the dragon lead power lost its effect. The reason Lin Mo could survive can only be. Then he remembered one person, that woman. Thinking so, Bai Qingling slightly wanted to laugh. I'm not afraid of Mu Xinlan reviving him. He calculated a beautiful scenario. I have as many ways to deal with Lin Mo as I want. For example, being intimate with the goddess he loves, Feng Li Shue, in front of Lin Mo. Even adding a Lin Tiantian. I wouldn't mind at all. Then, Bai Qingling coughed softly, returning to reality, said to Li Shue and Xinger, now ignore that person first. You two come with me to a place first. The Demon Dao Assembly has Madame Ren and Sect Master Yi appearing. The place we need to go is somewhere else. Hearing that, Li Shue quickly responded. Right, the main task is important. Master, let's set off. Li Shue saw Xinger's action. She was silent for a moment. Then she also learned Xinger's action. Yes, Li Shue obeys master. Xinger looked at her eldest senior sister, thinking, is the space on the bed getting smaller and smaller? Then she thought of the scenario, the two of them together with master. Then decisively, if it's sister Li Shue, Xinger doesn't mind at all. At the same time, at Bai Qingling's region meeting the Yin Empress, the figure of the young man, eyes just now, she looked down at the cliff, full of interest. He laughed triumphantly. Bai Qingling, no matter what, you didn't expect it, right? I, Lin Mo, have returned. The next morning at the Green Sea, boat was still drifting on the sea. Right near the boat, a figure appeared. It was Tian. She stood by the boat, observing everything around that damned man. He is showing off his power at the Demon Dao Assembly now, isn't he? Just then, someone approached and spoke softly. Tian, is that you? Lin Mo approached and confirmed. It's me. I am your third imperial brother, Lin Mo. Imperial brother, you are not. Before he could finish his sentence, someone lowered their voice and apologized. Nie Zheng walked over with her sword, pointing it at Lin Mo's throat to threaten him. This is the flying boat of the Tsangming sect. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden from boarding. Lin Mo glanced back and asked, who are you? Nie Zheng glared and replied, Nie Zheng of the Tula Hall. Besides, you are the one who intruded. Lin Mo heard this and smiled sinisterly. Nie Zheng, is it? This prince declares. But before he could do anything, he gasped in shock. You! But at that moment, Nie Zheng fell inexplicably. She immediately fell into the water with a splash. Lin Mo asked blankly, Tian. I'm asking you. Tian walked over and called out, third imperial brother. He glared and asked directly, that demon, has he touched you? Tian's cheeks flushed, her tone shy and timid. This, Tian finds it inconvenient to tell imperial brother. Then she thought to herself, if imperial brother knew how that demon treated me, I wonder what he would think. Lin Mo snapped, I am your own brother, what can't you say? Tian insisted that imperial brother should know what all the sacrifices were for. To eliminate that great demon, the Lin royal family sacrifices itself for the righteous path. For master's grand plan, everything is worth it. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but kneel down. He trembled inside. So that's it, I understand now, old demon Bai. Then Lin Mo shouted angrily, I won't kill you, I won't. Then he decisively grabbed Tian. Come with me. You must see with your own eyes how I ruin that Bai Qingling's good deeds. How I ruin his good deeds, his incompetence and rage. Scene changed to what is believed to be the gate of the Hahuan sect's sacred land. Xinger and Li Shue were currently strolling along the street. Xinger's eyes widened and her mouth gaped in astonishment. It's so lively. It's been a long time since I've seen such a grand scene. Li Shue, following behind, saw this and reminded her. Little junior sister, be quiet. Although we have master's concealment treasure, little junior sister, you can still be probed by the divine sense of powerful experts. She walked over and grabbed Tin Ni's hand tightly. Afterward, Li Shue instructed with a close expression. Only my and master's primordial breath-concealing art can successfully avoid being detected by sect master-level figures. Li Shue's cheeks flushed red with shyness at this moment. This feeling of being only with Xinger and master was like an intimate family of three. Suddenly, her gaze froze as if she had encountered something. Before Li Shue's eyes, Xinger's figure was nowhere to be seen. She looked around and then later seemed to have discovered her. Li Shue walked directly to that spot and shouted, You! You actually dare to crawl into Master's demon robe. You truly have no respect for your superiors. How rebellious. Xinger crawled out from that spot with an extremely intoxicated expression. Xinger is just following Sister Lishua's words. Isn't it caution above all to try and hide myself? Bai Qingling heard this and angrily turned his face black. All right, stop joking. Then he pushed Tin Ni away. This trip is extremely confidential. There must be no mistakes. These villains are just waiting for us to break formation. Follow this lord. Tin Ni heard this, her face glowing with cuteness. Yes. Just like that, she was sandwiched between Qingling and Lishue as they walked together. Honored master. Soon, all three arrived at their destination. Before them was a glowing waterfall with abundant flow. Qingling observed the surroundings and thought to himself, the Hahuan sect ancestor Wang Zibo opened a small world cave dwelling in the void, the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Lishue observed and said, could this waterfall be the restriction established by the Hahuan sect ancestor? This ancient, terrifying spiritual pressure. Is it really possible for someone to break in? Afterward, he immediately disappeared. When leaving, he didn't forget to leave a message. Lishue, Xinger, you all step back. He rushed inside with the 9 rights heaven-burning art. Even if others couldn't break in, Demon Lord Qingling could move freely. Qingling used his techniques to burst inside and then rushed straight into the rushing water. As soon as he merged with it, the thought flashed in his mind. Even with the innate formless demon body and the 9 rights true fire protecting me, is it still this difficult to advance in this spiritual waterfall? At this moment, a force suddenly struck his back. Xinger and Lishue, standing outside, could not help but worry. Not good. Master. Contrary to their worry, Qingling was very calm. No need to rush. He glanced over his shoulder and confirmed. A small wound. It has already turned into ice crystals and fallen off. The physique of the Zhangming Yi clan is quite good.
Tình như sẽ chiếc vào lúc rét.
Deep down, she was full of worry. That bed of masters can allow master to obtain the physique of the person sharing the bed. This matter is no longer a secret among the direct disciples of Yu Luo Hall. It's no longer a secret. Lishue, standing beside her, was also extremely worried. If that's the case, Master and Sect Master Yi Hongyi have also. Hesitating for a moment, she whispered, already done it? On this side, Qingling suddenly glared. Just holding on is not enough. I must also forcibly open the Four Symbols Extreme Palace without the secret key. That is the heart-testing demonic inscription set up by the Hahuan sect founder Wang Zibo. Only those whose state of mind matches his can break in. If I Qingling in the game could pass this trial and hide his organs, then surely I can pass too. After a moment of reflection, his pupils widened. Come on! As soon as he finished speaking, a special power from within his body burst out involuntarily. An ancient palace opened before his eyes. Qingling didn't hesitate to enter. Let's go. Inside, everything was covered in a purple hue. On both sides of the door, there were 2 statues with strange appearances. Tin Ni stood by and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Master, we have really entered the sacred land of the Hahuan sect. Qingling thought to himself. It really is possible to pass. But why? I'll think about this later. Hurry into the Four Symbols Extreme Palace first. Just like that, the 2 statues also involuntarily unleashed a blast of mysterious power. The source of power from the 2 statues kept emanating. Soon, the door behind them opened. We can go in. Let's go. Tin Ni walked with an excited expression. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Just as they were walking, Qingling noticed something glowing in the distance. He approached and saw it was a glowing orb. An image recording stone. Besides Ji Taimei, who else could do this in the Forbidden Land? But how did Ji Taimei guess I would come here? What did Mu Xinlan say? But why did Mu Xinlan know? Qingling smiled faintly. No need to rush. This lord has roughly guessed the purpose of the image recording stone. You have to eat rice 1 mouthful at a time. Old acquaintances, after all. I have to break each of their hearts 1 by 1. Just like that, he stepped into that door alone. And Qingling walked until a while later. At this moment, Lin Mo and Tian happened to appear. He shouted happily, Tian. Look, he went in. That old demon bai really went in. Seeing this joyful expression, Tian curiously asked, Imperial brother, how did you judge for sure that old demon bai would come here? Lin Mo smiled and explained, Sect Master Ji is as wise as a god. He already placed an image recording stone in the Forbidden Land. As soon as old demon bai appeared, he knew. With his sound transmission, I can grasp old demon bai's movements at any time. Hearing this, Tian seemed a bit interested. So, are we going in now? Lin Mo smiled and nodded affirmatively. Of course, if we don't go in, How can we rob old Demon Bai's treasure? Don't worry, my dear sister. Sect Master G already told me. Every important mechanism in the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. We can't lose on our home turf. Just then, the two of them heard a voice. Isn't this the third prince, who has survived 9 deaths? Qingling stepped inside with an amused tone. Long time no see. Lin Mo was quite stunned to see the 3 of them appear. Li Lixue, senior sister, you are here too. Qingling smiled slightly, his tone full of sarcasm. Who is your senior sister? Third prince? Have you mistaken something? Qingling immediately raised his voice as if to provoke Lin Mo Lixue. Come here. Personally introduce your true identity to His Highness the Third Prince. Lixue suddenly blushed, and her eyes flashed with a profound look. Lin Mo I Feng Lixue, am not a disciple of any true martial sword sect. I am the eldest direct disciple under Demon Lord Qingling of Yuluo Hall of Cangming sect. Did you hear that clearly? Lin Mo was extremely stunned after hearing this, as if he couldn't believe it. Lixue, senior sister, how could you personally say this truth to me? Are you not even willing to lie to me? Afterward, he glared and roared loudly. By Qingling, you are shameless. You even sent your own direct disciple to act as an undercover agent. Did you not think about Lixue's safety at all? He didn't speak, only reached out to gently hug Lixue's waist. The safety of my disciple has nothing to do with you. Qingling hugged Lixue closer and smiled provocatively. And as for how you Luo Hall's master and disciples are close, that has even less to do with an outsider like you. Seeing that scene, Lin Mo was furious. Feng Lixue, you unfaithful woman. By Qingling, today this prince will fight you to the death. One of us will not leave here alive. Seeing him get even angrier, Qingling became more amused and chided. Don't say things that break people's hearts. It will make your sister awkward. Just then, Lin Mo turned to Tian Tian and called out, Princess Tian Tian, come into this prince's arms. This is the only chance you have to touch this prince's body. Tian Tian, don't be seduced by this man. You are a noble, proud, high and mighty princess of the Great Chu. Not a toy for this demon. Hearing this, she blushed and nodded shyly. I know, Tian Tian knows everything. But Imperial Brother doesn't want the Wood Saints plan to fail, right?
Hehuan Sect, Extreme Bliss Heavenly Palace.
A beautiful painting was displayed before everyone. Some old men admired it with interest. Look at the murals on the wall. It's truly wonderful, truly like a spring breeze. The scenery is beautiful. A few others interrupted. You fools, why are you still looking at the murals? Aren't those Hehuan Sect saintesses more beautiful than the murals? The whispering didn't stop. All right, this place is the assembly hall of the Demon Dao Assembly.
Hehuan Sect, Extreme Bliss Heavenly Palace.
I think the Demon Emperor allowed Sect Master Ji to lead us to attack Mu Xinlan. I don't think that Cangming Sect will obediently hand over the Alliance leader position. The announcement sounded. Sect Master of Cangming Sect, Yi Hongyi, wife of the Hall Master of Tula Hall. Entering were Jinyang and Hongyi. Both sat majestically on their chairs. Below, the whispering grew louder. This is the new Sect Master of the Cangming Sect, and also Ren's wife. Both are beauties. But why didn't the Tula Hall send Ren Tianfan? And where is that godfather, old Demon Bai? Hongyi looked at Jinyang, hesitating. Aunt? About him? Jinyang immediately replied. No need to say more. I already know in my heart. Jinyang looked stern. Ren Tianfan betrayed the sect, colluded with the old demon outside the sect. Next time we meet, I will personally let him die with dignity. She blushed looking at Hongyi, shyly suggesting. On the contrary, Hongyi, your closest relative has passed away. Now you have no one. But I will forever be your aunt. If you need, I can also be your adoptive mother. Jinyang excitedly thought. Wait until that wicked man takes me in. He is Hongyi's godfather. Doesn't that mean I become the godmother? Hongyi pouted, judging openly. Huh! Suddenly both turned around. The announcement sounded once again. From the eastern land, Empress arrives. Everyone stood up. The men immediately focused their attention. A fiery figure was entering. Xiao Qingmei slowly entered, charmingly saying, No need for formalities. The assembly hasn't started yet. Everyone chat among yourselves first. Hongyi immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Empress. Jinyang looked over, wondering to herself. That night, the Empress got drunk and went to find by Qingling. I don't know what happened after that. Xiao Qingmei's eyes fell on Jinyang's black stockings. She remembered. Jinyang's black stockings look exactly like the pair I saw in little Qingling's room that night. Her blue eyes narrowed. Her cheeks flushed. Haha. I can't help but want to tease her. Qingmei asked curiously. I see the two from the Cangming sect. Don't you want to ask where Hall Master Bai went? Could it be that such an important matter? He didn't tell you? Hongyi was surprised. Does the Empress know where my godfather went? Jingyang jumped up. He didn't even tell us. Yet he told an outsider like you. Qingmei narrowed her eyes playfully and tapped her head. Actually, I don't know either. Ai. Jingyang and Hongyi's heads were smoking. Both shared the same thought. Only you, Empress, dare to play like this. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be left without a single bone. Qingmei smiled lightly, although I don't know where little Qingling is now, but I know how to help him. Her eyes flickered. At this moment, right here. The announcement sounded. This time, the eastern host of the Demon Dao Assembly, Sect Master of Hahuan Sect, Sect Master Ji arrives. Everyone gossiped. Is the current Hahuan Sect Master so young? The important thing is the saintesses beside him. All are top tier. But don't you feel those saintesses are a bit hard to approach? Ji Taimei's sedan entered, surrounded by beautiful saintesses. He was deep in thought. Dealing with the assembly hall is not difficult. Naturally, the focus is still on Lin Mo. I always have a bad feeling that old demon Bai won't be easily snatched away by Lin Mo. Suddenly Taimei looked down. The jade pendant in his hand signaled. Taimei immediately realized. His face was grim. Sure enough, what I feared has come. And at this very moment, he jumped off the sedan in a hurry. The third prince is in danger. I must hurry. Before he could finish, someone called his name. Sect Master Ji. Since when was Qingmei right behind Taimei? He was terrified. Empress. Qingmei's eyes widened. Your fellow Demon Dao comrades have been waiting for you here for quite a while. Where do you intend to go now? She radiated terrifying pressure. Stay and preside over the assembly for this Empress. If you don't listen, this Empress will help you listen. Ji Taimei could only kneel before Qingmei's terror. On the other side, Lin Mo shouted angrily. Ji Taimei, you trash. Why are you playing dead at such a critical moment? Worried. If you don't come out again, what should I do now? At this moment, Qingling had already hugged the waists of Li Xue and Tian, his expression triumphant. Qingling sneered. His Highness the Third Prince wants to call for reinforcements? It seems the other party doesn't seem to value you very much. Or perhaps, he is unwilling to disturb the pleasure of watching this play of yours. Tian blushed shyly, pressing her chest against Qingling, acting coquettishly. Master's big hand is so powerful. Tian likes it so much. Lin Mo swung his sword angrily. Old Demon Bai, if you have the ability, let my sister go. If you have anything, target this prince. Qingling just curled his lip. My good disciple. He said he wants to target this sovereign. What do you think? Li Xue looked at Qingling affectionately. Certainly, Li Xue would naturally not let this villain get close to Master. But you also arranged for Xinger to ambush in the shadows. I suppose it wouldn't be Li Xue's turn to act anyway. At this moment, Lin Mo had collapsed, tears streaming down. Don't, Li Xue, senior sister, don't. Only you, don't have that attitude toward that man. If you have anything, just target me. Qingling thought to himself. I also want to target Lin Mo directly, but I'm not 100% sure yet. After Mu Xinlan revives Lin Mo, will she give him some origin power or not? If this move of mine cannot kill Lin Mo, what other methods can ensure he submits? System notification. The system is helping the host search for exchangeable items. Search successful. Qingling was surprised. The system displayed, current recommendation, Yin-Yang Path Gu. Qingling revealed a gleeful smile. A stream of power swirled around Qingling, making his eyes emit a purple light. He quickly fell into deep thought. Yin-Yang Path Gu? This is a 6-turn immortal Gu that I originally intended to refine as a final move. So it can be exchanged directly? But if I can avoid wasting it, I should still try to use other moves to deal with Lin Mo first. Qingling's eyes returned to their original red color. He spoke to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, didn't you want to contact Ji Taimei just now? Qingling put one hand behind his back and took a step forward. The two people beside him followed him. Did he finally come? Lin Mo smiled contemptuously. You are indeed afraid of Sect Master Ji. Then I won't tell you. He came, and he didn't come. By Qingling. Do you understand this meaning? Qingling just smiled faintly, pretending to look. A flame had condensed on the hand he hid behind his back. You want to say he has arrived? I just feel if he has arrived. The position where Qingling stood only retained the image of the flame darting away. He rushed toward Lin Mo, hand outstretched. His whole body wrapped in a stream of power. Lin Mo turned pale. Terrified, he shouted, What? He closed his eyes tightly. A shield immediately appeared around him. 9 mystic aegis. Ancestors protect me. The fireball in Qingling's hand collided with the shield. The shield couldn't withstand his power. Immediately shattered, the flame was struck directly by Qingling onto Lin Mo's body. He was gnawed by the power, screaming in pain. Pain, so painful, 10 times more painful than Li Shua's burning. This demonic fire is not burning my body, but tormenting my soul. Lin Mo painfully clutched his left chest, thinking, if this continues, I will be ruined. Could it be that I have to use Mu Saint's final trump card? The flames were still burning him. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. No, I cannot waste Mu Saint's final trump card so easily. I must endure. I must prove that I, Lin Mo, am the true child of destiny, not some piece of trash like Xiao Chun. Qingling held the flame in his hand. Still able to move? His eyes shone. His lips curled into an arrogant smile. Looks like I have to increase the amount. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Qingling's right wrist. Tian hugged Qingling's arm, whispering sweetly, Lord Demon Lord is right. Since Lin Mo offended Lord Demon Lord like that, he deserves a lesson he'll remember for life. Qingling looked at her, deep in thought. He pulled his arm back, pursing his lips as if seeing through Tian's intentions. No need for this catch and release act with this lord. If you want to save your third prince, just say so. If you can help this lord with one thing, it's not impossible to spare him. Tian stammered upon hearing this. What thing? A month later, she turned and walked inside. Lin Mo, trembling with rage, questioned Qingling. Qingling, what do you want Tian to do? Why did you call her aside? Qingling said only one thing, the 9 tribulation life-protecting marrow. He smiled sinisterly. Still not taking it out to erase your calamity? Lin Mo was extremely shocked. You devil, how do you know? The Wood Saint bestowed the 9 tribulation life-protecting marrow upon me. The Wood Saint only attained the origin spirit marrow after 9 cycles of reincarnation. There is no way you could know of its existence. The image of a person appeared in Qingling's thoughts. Mu Xinlan, who in the original game's plot had cultivated through 9 lives. Due to her outstanding merit, she obtained 3 treasures. One of them was the 9 tribulation life-protecting marrow, capable of erasing the 3 calamities and 9 disasters of the mortal world. Ending his train of thought, Qingling calmly replied, You are not worthy of knowing. Go ahead and exhaust the final power of the spirit marrow. Try breaking through space to escape. Lin Mo's eyes widened as he shouted, By Qingling, this lord will not let you have your way. You cannot kill me. As long as I can endure, there is nothing you can do to me. Qingling condensed a stream of purple power in his hand, smiling slightly. You are indeed a bit stronger than Xiao Chun. Then, let's reward you with a more fitting prize. Change. He held out a strangely shaped pill, his eyes flashing. Eat it, or, you still have one last chance to use your final trump card. Lin Mo looked at the ugly pill before him, trembling. What is this? It looks just like the most vicious poison pill in the world. Suddenly, someone shouted from afar, catching his attention. Imperial brother! Tian ran over. I'm back! She ran to the spot and immediately knelt. Tian held a box in her hands. Lord Demon Lord, you promised me earlier. As long as I brought the box from the first layer here, you would spare my Imperial brother's life. Qingling immediately laughed, taking the box she brought. Ji Taimei really did tell you the layout of the 4 Symbols Extreme Palace. He tossed the box into the air, laughing cunningly. My kidney origin returned so easily. Both Tian and Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat. The thing in the box was the Demon Lord's own body origin organ. We just missed such a huge weakness of his. Qingling turned around, hooking his finger. In that case, your Imperial brother's life can be spared for now. Tian quickly ran toward Lin Mo. Tian. Imperial brother, thank the Lord Demon Lord for his mercy. Imperial brother, let's go quickly. Qingling handed the pill to Li Shue. His life can be kept, but this lord didn't say he would return in one piece. Li Shue immediately grabbed the pill and rushed toward Lin Mo. He was astonished. Senior sister Li Shue. She shoved the pill straight into Lin Mo's mouth. Lin Mo, blushing, thought to himself. Senior sister Li Shue touched me voluntarily. This is the first time. No, she brought that goo from earlier. Lin Mo clutched his throat, coughing repeatedly. No, don't. He fell before Tian. No way. Tian's eyes reflected Lin Mo's silhouette. She asked, trembling. Lord Demon Lord, what kind of goo pill did my Imperial brother eat? Before Tian stood Lin Mo, who had been transformed into a woman. Why did he turn into this appearance? Lin Mo groggily opened his eyes slightly upon hearing the cries of Imperial brother in his ears. He mumbled drowsily, feeling something a bit strange. Lin Mo was startled to see his body had turned female. He panicked. I am. At this moment, he noticed someone still sitting beside him. Lin Mo blushed, turned away to avoid it, and said to her, Tian, don't look. Sister, turn around quickly. In the moment Lin Mo looked up, he couldn't help but be surprised. Senior sister Li Xue. Lin Mo composed himself, shyly and embarrassedly turning away, repeatedly saying, Don't, senior sister Li Xue, I beg you, don't look at me like that. This is really too embarrassing. After that, another voice rang out, masculine and deep. Not willing to exhaust the life-saving nine tribulations spiritual marrow, this lord can only congratulate you. He looked blankly toward where the voice came from. That person added, Congratulations on completing your glorious evolution with the help of the sixth turn immortal goo. Qingling laughed mockingly, his eyes flashing with a deep red hue. Lin Mo? Or should you just change your name? How about Lin Moer? How's that? Lin Mo's face flushed red when thinking of something. Could it be that this demon wants to? No. I absolutely do not want to. Qingling didn't want to waste any more time. He ordered, Li Xue, take the third prince. He turned and left, then teased, No, that's not right, third princess. The next layer of the Four Symbols Extreme Palace has a place where he is needed. As Qingling said, they had arrived at the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Layer 2. Xinger coquettishly hugged his arm, rubbing against him, moaning softly as she spoke. Master is so mean. Protecting herself from Xinger's sneakiness, she ended up letting the bad woman take the opportunity to enter, and didn't let Xinger make a move. She smiled, hugging his arm tighter. Xinger doesn't care. Now I must guard by Master's side. Qingling smiled dotingly. As you wish. Now, vent if you must, but don't disturb me at the critical moment. Ghost Guan Yi stood silently behind, watching them. Lin Mo behind them screamed shrilly, cursing, By Qingling, you demon, if you have the guts, kill this prince. The two of them turned their heads to look upon hearing this. He continued to shout loudly, You trash, you couldn't resist the Wood Saint's 9 tribulation spiritual marrow, so you used this kind of vicious goo pill on me. You are too despicable. Li Xue, beside him, coldly pulled the rope binding Lin Mo. Stop shouting. Not strangling you to death is already being merciful. Lin Mo screamed in pain. So painful. He couldn't understand. Senior sister Li Xue, we know each other. Is it necessary to be like this? Qingling laughed deeply, his eyes flashing with a cruel glint as he asked, Xinger, have you recorded this posture of the third prince with the image recording stone? Xinger beside him quickly replied, Of course, master. Look, is this okay? Her face was full of excitement as she showed off the image recording stone between her breasts. He coughed to regain his composure, explaining, It's not that this lord wants to watch, but to prepare it for Mu Xinlan. So she knows that falling into this lord's hands, even a child of destiny, is useless. At this moment, Tian spoke up to plead, Lord Demon Lord, my imperial brother has already received the punishment you desired. She bowed, adding, Please, show mercy and spare his life. He can no longer pose any threat to you. Qingling just silently looked at Tian. A talisman floated toward her. She looked up slightly. Qingling said, This is the demon sealing talisman. Go apply it to your imperial sister. You saw it last time you were peeking. You should know how to use this. Tian blushed, remembering the last time he spoke of. The talisman was applied between her legs, making her moan endlessly. This. Qingling calmly reminded and warned, Princess, you will know in a moment. This is for your imperial sister's own good. Otherwise, a more tragic fate awaits her. Tian took the talisman, obediently saying, Yes, I understand. Lin Mo was still panting endlessly. His face was flooded with pleasure. He panicked. Tian, what do you want to do? I am your elder brother. No. She could only apologize in her heart to Lin Mo. I'm sorry, imperial brother. Later, I will definitely chop off the dog head of that demon to wash away today's humiliation for you. Even though she thought this, her hands had already pulled down his pants. Lin Mo blushed and moaned, but Tian still didn't stop. Lin Mo at this moment almost wanted to cry, thinking endlessly, What on earth did I do to deserve such humiliation? Both Tian and Lin Mo blushed in embarrassment because of this situation. He screamed in his head, Such extreme humiliation. In another place, Qingling stood before a door, declaring, We have arrived. It is right here. The door gradually opened. He stood before the door. Inside was darkness, contrasting with the light outside. Qingling calculated silently. This place stores my liver origin, hidden in the topmost layer of the Ewood immortal vine. nourished by the essence of the Ewood spirit. In the original plot, Xiao Chun thought of a way to sacrifice 3 Hahuan saintesses to make the vines sink into sleep, and successfully passed the trial. He smiled cunningly. The Hahuan sex Ewood immortal vine needs the nourishment of women to sleep peacefully. I may not have Hahuan saintesses, but I have Lin Mo. Qingling pointed a finger and shouted, "Go!" Immediately, Lin Mo was moved into the pile of vines. He screamed. Lin Mo was confused, not knowing what was happening, and questioned, "By Qingling, what do you want to do?" Before he could understand, the pile of red vines wrapped around his body. A few strands even went between his legs. Lin Mo blushed and moaned a few times when attacked by the vines. Lin Mo, in the form of a woman, was being tightly wrapped by the vines in extreme pain. Ooh, 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 ooh. He was gradually swallowed. Xinger showed excitement while witnessing, "Ooh," screaming so terribly. But is it necessary to specifically torment her here? Feng Lixue stood behind, patting her shoulder and saying, "Master must have a purpose in doing things. This is surely a necessary step to pass the trial. Keep your distance. Don't get dragged in." Bai Qingling said mysteriously, Getting closer and closer. His eyes reflected the image of a sword containing the power he was looking for. Deep in the cave, there is the aura of a demon sword. The sword appeared with a sharp appearance. The delicate lines combined with the blue light evoked a sense of coldness, but it was full of power, making it look like a weapon with supreme strength. I have even imagined its shape. He thought further. The last time the Yin Empress was training me, she mentioned it. Qingling remembered Yi Hongyi once saying, "Although I don't know why you forgot, you were indeed better at sword Dao before." Then she blushed. "At that time, your natal demon sword was named Heart Origin." Qingling was confused by her words. How is that possible? This is completely a woman's name. How could it be this lord's natal demon sword? He pondered and didn't trust Hongyi. When the Yin Empress spoke of this, I was only half believing, but now I am certain I feel this demon sword. It even lies on the next layer of the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Suddenly he realized something and blurted out, "Oh, the vines have completely swallowed Lin Mo." He revealed a clear attitude of joy. "Third prince, oh no, the third princess's side is finished." Lin Mo inside, stripped of all clothes, was lying in wait for his departure. So quickly, it has satisfied the Ewood vine. Qingling laughed excitedly. It seems the daughter of destiny truly has an extraordinary constitution. He performed magic with 2 fingers to summon what he wanted. "Come here." The red vines began to move, twisting as if pushing something. Then they twisted tightly as if containing an object ready to be released. The tightly wrapped vines created a round hole. It spat out an object like a human liver. Along with flames blazing from a dark energy source above, it created a suffocating and overwhelming feeling. Qingling reached out his hand to summon the object to fly to him. He was delighted to have obtained 1 item. Good, good, good. Not bad, not bad. He sat down to prepare to perform magic. Heart aspect, origin spirit fire, retrieved at Vima Tower. Following that, 2 objects flew to him like human kidneys. He began to perform magic to blend the powers together. First layer of 4 Symbols Extreme Palace, retrieved kidney aspect, origin spirit water. Second layer of 4 Symbols Extreme Palace, retrieved liver aspect, heaven-reaching Jianmu. 2 streams of power created fire and ice within a dark and oppressive space. He used his own body to refine them. 3 aspects of the 5 organs have returned to the main body. Then he stood up, expressing arrogance. Only the spleen and lung, the 2 large organs, are missing. Both are on the 3rd layer of the 4 Symbols Extreme Palace. By then, I can reach the stat limit of my past game life. Become the demon emperor of this new world. A voice spoke, cutting off his train of thought. "Master!" Xinger ran over, hugging him from behind, rubbing and moaning softly as she spoke. "After Master rebuilds the peak demon body, you must reward Xinger first." He helplessly thought to himself, "Only you, Xinger, wanting to turn this lord into a tired cow, aren't you?" Suddenly, a hand behind Xinger grabbed her. It was Lixue, who uncomfortably said, "That's enough. Show some respect." She jumped in surprise, wanting to escape from her hand. "Ah, cunning senior sister," she thought. "Master, Lixue has one thing she doesn't understand. If Lin Mo and Ji Taimei colluded to harm Master, then isn't Lin Tiantian also suspicious?" Qingling mysteriously replied, "This lord knows in his heart. She is enduring humiliation. Surely there is a big conspiracy." Unfortunately, her conspiracy was destined to fail from the start. His gaze looked far away as if preparing for a plan that could not be revealed in front of Lin Tiantian. to avoid disrupting his master's plan. In the darkness, Lin Tiantian carried Lin Mo, which was also her elder brother. Tiantian said, "Lord Demon Lord, Imperial Brother has received enough punishment. Please spare his life." She laid her elder brother down, bowing herself to plead. "Imperial Brother and Ji Taimei colluded to harm you. Tiantian completely didn't know about it. Tiantian doesn't hope this will make you doubt Tiantian's determination to serve you for a lifetime." But in her heart, she was filled with hatred. Imperial Brother has reached this point. The master's great plan to eliminate the demon lies entirely on me. Looking up at Qingling's appearance, her heart could not be calmed. I, Lin Tiantian, absolutely cannot let Imperial Brother sacrifice in vain. I must overthrow this demon. He saw her bowing appearance, all filled with thoughts. The stubborn, arrogant, and proud Great Chu little princess in the original plot can actually endure humiliation to this extent. I have underestimated her a bit. He gradually walked toward her. "You want this lord to completely trust you?" He spoke from behind. "Fine. Follow this lord to the next layer." She was surprised by that statement. Then she calmed down and agreed. Yes, Tiantian is willing to follow the demon lord to the ends of the earth. Everyone went to the next layer. 4 Symbols Extreme Palace, Layer 3. All around were quite erotic paintings. Li Xue had to cover Xinger's eyes. "Wow, is this a bedroom? Very Hahuan sect style. Little one, don't look around." He showed interest in admiring those paintings. These paintings are indeed a bit abstract. Next to them was an ancient bed where emperors often rested after a day of work at court. But these paintings are just eye-dazzling techniques to disturb others' vision. The real key is that gunmetal treasure bed. Li Xue was confused. "Master, could it be that your next body origin organ is inside that bed?" He affirmed. But this bed is the last immortal artifact refined by the Hahuan sect ancestor before ascending. Except for opening it according to the rules he set, other ways will destroy the organ inside." She blushed. "So, the rules set by the Hahuan sect ancestor are—" He laughed sinisterly. "Naturally, and speaking of a plan, it can only be rules in the style of the Hahuan sect. Hahuan sect, main altar, extreme bliss heavenly palace." Xiao Qingmei sat on the throne leisurely and majestically before thousands of people. Ji Taimei was in chaos in his head. "Not good. Not good. Not good without my support. Lin Mo's current situation is likely extremely dangerous." Ji Taimei glanced over and whispered. "The Yin Empress must have realized something. That's why she is firmly keeping me at this boring assembly hall." Xiao Qingmei smiled mockingly at the other's furtive glance. Ji Taimei thought, "The Demon Dao Alliance assembly is no longer important. I must think of a countermeasure to escape. Such an important assembly. How could the presence of that elder be missing? Because he has discovered some clues, noticing traces of righteous spies. So I announce, the location of this Demon Dao assembly is temporarily changed. Move to our sect's holy land. For Symbols Extreme Palace, everyone prepare to move. Our sect will carefully check suspicious people on the way." The people below began to whisper. "Unexpectedly. There are righteous spies mixed in? Then it really needs to be checked carefully. Meaning Qingling Demon Lord is at 4 Symbols Extreme Palace waiting for us to arrive? Impressive, isn't it?" Hongi spoke up. "So Godfather is at 4 Symbols Extreme Palace. Ji Taimei knows Godfather's whereabouts." Jinyang couldn't believe her ears and whispered, "Unexpectedly. It's the 4 Symbols Extreme Palace. Yin Empress, there must be something hidden in this matter." Xiao Qingmei thought, "The 4 Symbols Extreme Palace from the legends. That brat went to such an interesting place, yet didn't tell this Empress?" She said in a volume loud enough for herself to hear. "You girls don't need to rush." In another place, the girl suddenly woke up. Xiao Chun, in the form of a girl, was bewildered. Where am I?" He suddenly remembered the previous event accompanied by hot images. "I seem to have been thrown by that demon into those terrifying vines. Then I was—" Xiao Chen stood up step by step. "That's right, it's Tiantian. Finally, Tiantian hugged me out here." Xiao Chen knelt down. He panicked and shouted, "What is this girl doing again? Too embarrassing. My Lin royal family is ashamed of you." His hands clenched, trembling. "No, this must be the demon's trick. He knows I have the life-saving spiritual marrow. Can't kill me, so he deliberately destroys my Dao heart. Tortures me." Xiao Chun made a firm determination, shouting loudly, "Old demon Bai! I am not Xiao Chun. This palace is the only true daughter of destiny in the world." A thought flashed in his head. "Wait, something is wrong. I really turned into a woman. Not an illusion but reality. Not just the body but the spirit too. I am no longer the 3rd prince of Great Chu anymore. I am, this palace is the 3rd princess of Great Chu, Lin Amoer. He calmed down a little, tearing a small piece of fabric from his skirt with one hand, while muttering to himself, "As a true child of destiny, I must dare to face all reality." He tied his hair up neatly. "Old demon Bai, I will definitely take revenge," Lin Amoer resolved. This palace, will kill you even if it takes 1,000 lifetimes." Tian. The call made Lin Tian slowly wake up. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Lin Amoer looked at her with disappointment and a hint of anger, saying, "Do you know? You have truly disappointed me." She asked tremblingly and shyly, "Imperial brother, are you awake?" He instructed, "Call me Imperial sister. External appearances are just flowers in a mirror, the moon in the water. Only the spirit of the righteous path is eternal. As long as we can crush Bai Qingling into 10,000 pieces, what do other things matter?" Suddenly, two figures appeared behind the hazy curtain, accompanied by sounds that could make anyone blush. "Master!" Behind that curtain, the pair were embracing and kissing passionately. Tian hurriedly ran over to cover his eyes. "Imperial brother. No, Imperial sister. Don't look. That is just old Demon Bai and his two disciples researching how to break the restriction."
Lin Montag was resolute.
"Let go, Tian. I must see clearly. Senior sister Lishue looks like a fairy from the 9 heavens, so high and mighty. Under the lewd power of that demon, what kind of posture will she finally reveal?" The image of the three, one man and two women embracing, was performing acrobatics. The sounds echoed throughout the room. "Continue, master. Me too. Witnessing it with his own eyes left Lin Mo shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Tears streamed down like a spring. "How hateful! Senior sister Lishue, you are truly the greatest humiliation of this palace's life. Have you ever treated me even a fraction like that? But what right does this palace have to blame you? Even my own sister, who grew up with me, I couldn't protect from being. Tian, you too? This palace must follow Saint Mu's plan. Is it worth sacrificing yourself for that old demon?" A voice rang out, cutting off the emotional monologue. "It's over." Bai Qingling held the gold-plated box in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. The innate gunmetal lung aspect is indeed preserved in this mechanism box under the bed. Being able to obtain this item this time, Lishue's contribution is not small. Lishue replied shyly, "Master, there is no need to praise me. Actually, junior sister was the one who was more proficient." Lishue finally understood what it meant to be near the water to enjoy the moonlight first. Bai Qingling glanced coldly. 4 of the 5 organs are already in hand. Only the final spleen aspect is missing. Lin Tian, how long do you intend to keep watching? Come here to this lord quickly. It is your turn.